I've always been the mother of the family, taking care of my siblings, until my sister's wedding made me realize my place in this family. Chapter 1. Family Tie 6 months in the future. It was already more than 6 months ago. The last time she saw her family as a real loving one. It was the time before she left her home for the Watcher test. A month later she returned to her pack, surprising her family with the fact that she had passed the Watcher test. It left them shocked at that time, because nobody had expected her to pass. How could Celia have the ability to become one of the Watchers of the packs? One who would afford a full authority to judge the alpha of each pack how they deemed fit, even dismissing them from their position. One of the few people directly under the command of His Highness, the King of all werewolves. Encouraging her to take the test by her mother had only been an easier way to get her away from the pack, so her younger sister could steal her mate. They had thought that, considering the time it took for the training and the test itself, she would be away from the pack for 6 months, and in this time her sister would have already become the Luna in her place, leaving her without any choice to do something about it. But fate helped her see the real face of her loved ones. The period of time had been shortened by the academy. It went down from 6 months to just 1 month for the test to take place. So, when she came back, it was just in time for the lunar ceremony of her sister. She left her pack territory then, thinking she would never return to see her family again. She did not mind so much the mate she lost, because her family's actions had hurt her more. But 6 months or more later, when normally it would have been the time she would have returned shamed home, if the timing for the testing had not been changed, here she was, holding the arm of the werewolf king, the most powerful of werewolves. She was waiting with him for the massive doors of the ballroom to open and for the doormen to announce their presence. And even though the ball took place in the compound of the royal palace, she was moments away of seeing the parent she had thought she would never see again. Present-time sister. A loud shout and the door bursting open were enough to wake up the heaviest of sleepers. For someone like Celia, who was always mindful of her surroundings, even more so. It was still early morning, but as always Celia did not have the luxury of sleeping in. Ever since she turned 12 years old, it had been her task to make breakfast and do the miscellaneous jobs around the house. Her mother had started making her do small chores at first, easy ones, until it escalated. Now practically, she was the one doing the jobs, while her mother would assist on rare occasions. It was not even necessary for her mother to tell her what to do anymore. It was already the norm that she had to do the chores. It will be beneficial for you once you start your own family. You have to start learning early your way around the house. Otherwise people would laugh at me, saying I do not know how to educate my daughter properly. This was the explanation her mother gave her at that time, and even though her mother was mostly cold towards her, she accepted it without any resentment. She felt her mother knew best, but now 10 years later, she was not so sure her mother did truly have her best interest at heart. How could she not be sure? Well, her younger sister was only 2 years younger than her, but she would still come in her room demanding breakfast. If for some reason, she would be late in preparing it. Her younger sister, now at the age of 20, had never in her life held a broom, washed her clothes, cleaned, cooked her own food, or at least helped her set the table. Even folding her own clothes was something foreign to her. The only instances when she held the cutlery in her hands were when she was eating. She had never washed at least those she used herself, or even removed them from the table after eating, not to mention the ones her family used. Her mother did not explain the difference in treatment to her directly, but would always say to her sister that she was destined to become a Luna, so there was no point in learning to do such things when others would certainly do them for her. The first time she heard it, she felt a pang in her heart. In her mother's opinion, it meant that her sister was better than she was. It did not bother her that her mother had not considered her Luna material. She never wanted to become a Luna. The restrictions that came with being the Alpha's mate did not appeal to her in the slightest. Far from it, actually. Her dream was nothing close to being a Luna. It hurt only because she had wanted to feel the same level of care her mother felt for her sister directed to her also. She would have been satisfied with even a quarter of the level of care her sister received from her mother. But that was the opinion of her old self, of the person who was 14 years old and saw that her mother had no inkling in starting to educate her younger sister, as well in the art of a housewife. Well, regardless of how she felt at that time, she never said a word to her mother. She had always been the taciturn and serious type. Her peers would often not interact with her at all, and the grown-ups felt she was too mature for her young age. She almost never smiled, and could not find it in her to say flattery words her sister would say. When her sister would be all sweet and flatter the grown-ups, it looked very cute, but she felt that if she did it, it would be creepy, moreover unlike herself at all. That was the main reason she thought it was probably her fault that she was not too close to her mother, or her family better said, but she could not help it. She was a person of few words and, as the years went on, she closed herself even more. Not that she would ever complain. This was her family, and, even though they had not shown her that much love, she was also not ignored or treated badly. She felt them not too close to her, but not too far as well. And she did love them, even if she did not verbalize it, and only showed it through her actions. The best proof was that, even though she felt horrible at the moment, she still forced herself up from bed to prepare breakfast for the lovely girl, who was pouting at her with her arms crossed. The petite girl in front of her, with her curly long blonde hair, small face, beautiful blue eyes and pink small lips, waited impatiently, the consistent tapping of her foot being a clear evidence of this. "I am up. Sorry. I did not feel well and did not manage to get breakfast started yet. What do you want to eat?" Celia asked her, while she was already tying her hair up in a ponytail and checking the wardrobe for a change of home clothes. "I want a fruit salad, pancakes, a warm cocoa and dumb." The girl paused momentarily, thinking what else to eat. "Oh, and also, could you make some cupcakes? I brought some to the picnic with my friends last time and they loved them. You know, the ones decorated with fondant flowers." She finally stated what she wanted, turned around and went to her room, not bothering to wait for her sister to agree to her request. Celia loved her little sister, so there was no need for Brianna to beg for a request. The latter only had to state it, and she would do it. Looking at the back of the beautiful young woman who was hurrying away, Celia shook her head amused, with the corner of her mouth tugging up in a small and appeasable smile, as she selected her clothes, checking for some comfortable ones. She frowned when another cramp hit her abdomen. Her face was already full of sweat beads since the cramp started. Now even more water droplets appeared on her small face. She clutched the clothes in her hands and waited for it to pass, barely managing to move her feet towards the corner of the bed to sit for a while. "I am sorry, Celia. I am trying to fix it, but it seems that I cannot heal the pain in your abdomen." Her wolf, Crescent, said, worried of the pains that she strangely could not stop. "Maybe we should." Crescent barely started to say another solution, before Celia interrupted her. "It's all right, I can manage. Perhaps the pain will go away when I move around." She knew her solution, but felt it was not that big of a pain and would most likely subside on its own. It was better to just bear the pain until it went away itself, rather than risk someone finding out about her. The risk was not worth it, and anyway, she was resilient enough. The only problem was that the pain was unusual, as she had no prior health problems. Not that she ever had any. She had not suffered from even a cold since she was born. Her wolf wanted to continue to reason with her, but they had respected each other since they first shifted at the age of 13. If one needed help, she was never polite. She only had to state what she wanted, and it would be done. It was a mutual understanding between them, even without the use of words. If Celia wanted something, Crescent knew that she would say it, without the need to be convinced. The cramps indeed passed after a little while, and without another minute's rest, she got dressed, before making her way downstairs. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "You are finally up," her mother stated sternly. almost losing all her patience. Yes. I am sorry. I will get breakfast started, she apologized, while she was quickly tying the apron on her waist before looking for the ingredients. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just hurry up. Daniel will be coming down soon. He's training early today. Also, don't forget to pack some lunch for him as well. I don't know how long the training lasts, her mother informed her, while she was taking her car keys out of her purse. I will be gone for 5 hours. I am having lunch with Abigail today. I'll also do some shopping, she continued explaining, not asking in the slightest about the paleness on her daughter's face. Not that she had looked at her enough to notice it. Celia nodded in understanding, and turned around to put the pancake mix in the batter. She nimbly managed to set the table, place the food on it, and arranged the containers with the beautifully decorated cupcakes for her sister and lunch for her brother. As if on cue, both her brother and sister descended the stairs. Just as she was finishing the chores, they sat at the table like they normally would, at their meal, and quickly left her thanking her for the breakfast and grabbing the containers. Outside the door, her brother took a deep breath of air as he was walking to his car. Why are you so relieved? Don't tell me that it is still awkward for you that you don't help us set the table or clean after eating. Brianna chuckled, teasing her younger brother, a young 18-year-old male with slightly curled wavy black hair, brown eyes and a sharp, handsome face, turned a bit around to look at Brianna. A small frown nestled between his eyebrows. And you don't feel it's awkward? She does more things for you than for me. She listens to every request you make. Did you not even see her pale face? She was clearly feeling ill, but she still woke up and made breakfast. He was shocked and outraged by his sister. The latter did not even flinch or realize her mistakes, even when he directly pointed them out to her, as he could see it in her eyes. Come on. She loves us, and she also loves to do the chores around the house. It's not like I made her do them. Not to mention, I did not see you try to help her. Mr. Self-righteous. She giggled at him, unbothered. Who was he to criticize her actions? Brianna had never stopped to think twice about her actions. Her mother often told her that she was destined for greatness and she would be a great Luna in the future. This fact was also proven by her wolf's rank, a rank perfectly suited for a Luna. So how could a person who would become a leader do chores around the house? She felt her brother was quite funny. Daniel did not bother to correct her. Brianna was always arrogant, and the only words she would listen to were their mother's words. But that was only because her mother only told her things boosting her confidence. As for his other sister, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She was always more like a mother to them than their mother was. His mother was always accompanying the Pax Luna. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If she was not accompanying the Luna, then she was away shopping. Ever since Sia had grown up, she took over most of the chores. He was only about 8 years old when his sister started caring for them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When she did the tasks, he would try to help her, but his sister felt he was too young and did not let him. Then, as he grew up, his mother said that he should not interfere with her way of teaching each child, so did not let him help her. As such, he only did things that went unnoticed by his mother, or things that he could say he had other reasons for wanting to do by himself. He cleaned his own room, reasoning that he was a guy and did not want a girl snooping around. He would change the light bulbs, if he was the one to discover them first, or other such things he thought were more fit for men rather than women. He did his laundry at the training center and tried to not even mess in other rooms, other than his personal room. Basically, he cared for his own needs himself, other than food, which he could not find a reason to do. Brianna was the complete opposite. She would often leave a mess in the living room, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And hallway. Even her own bedroom would be left neglected until it would get too untidy. Then she would just leave her bedroom door opened when it got too unorganized, as if for her mother to see her mess and tell Celia to clean it up, or for Celia herself to notice it and clean. Her behavior was indeed instigated by her mother, but she reveled in the feeling of pampering, and never even thought to support and help her sister. Honestly, he felt Celia should be more outspoken and start to deny their requests. But she never did, and he did not know if it was his business to interfere in their relationship. His older sister did not talk much, so he had tried to hint to her several times that it would be all right for her to express her feelings more. But Celia never bothered to change the way she handled her situation or the other members of her family. She was a loving person, and he could feel her love for them. He could only hope that perhaps when she met her mate, things would be different, as she would leave the house and move in with him. As excellent and perfect as she was, he was certain her mate would love her unconditionally. As for his other sister, he had always heard the gibberish his mother said about her bright fate, and frankly, he thought it was utter nonsense. If someone as arrogant as his sister would become a Luna of a pack, then the world was really upside down. The Luna should be the most prepared female of the pack. She had to be a sister, mother, and a friend for her pack members. She was the one balancing the link between the pack members and the alpha, the one who ensured that the alpha maintained his anger and ferocity at an acceptable level. If his sister was capable of that, she wouldn't still act as bratty and as arrogant as she was these days, and would have compassion and care for her older sister. His honest and objective opinion was that the pack that made Brianna its Luna would certainly meet its downfall. Chapter 2. Fit to be the Luna. On the other side of the door, the busy bee had no idea of her siblings' verbal exchanges. Having cleaned the leftovers from breakfast, Celia quickly made her way to her room. The pain had subsided somewhat, and she wanted to finish the dress she was working on. The second best thing she liked to do since childhood was designing clothes. Most of her and her sister's dresses were made by her own hands. Her brother preferred by his clothes. Only for his birthday would she make him a shirt or a pair of pants. As for her mother, she preferred buying branded clothes, and her dad wore what her mother bought him. After cutting and stitching for more than 2 hours, she stretched her hands and lightly tapped her shoulders, massaging, glad she had finally managed to complete her sister's dress. The pink mermaid dress, with a high slit on the side from the ankle to above the thigh, was an express request from Brianna, who had insisted on this particular design. She had tried to reason with her sister that such a dress did not fit her petite size, but the latter did not want to hear it at all. She had insisted on this particular type of dress, reasoning that she had to be the most astounding of all. Every year at the summer ball, unmated wolves from the pack had a shot at finding their mates, and this year was particularly special, as the young heir to the alpha position would come home and would also participate. As was the custom, alpha heirs from every pack would leave their homes at 10 years of age and would go for training until the age of 25. Werewolves had particular long lives, with the minimum life expectancy being 2 years old. They aged normally until they reached the age of 25 to 30. Then their aging would slow down, only to resume in the later part of their life, and as they matured, they would usually find their mates, with the only exception to this rule being the current king of the werewolves, who for some unknown reason was without a mate even though he was already 100 years old. So Rayanne, the heir of their home pack, would most likely find his mate as well. The future alpha's mate could not possibly be another woman other than Brianna. This was Brianna's firm conviction, as she felt it was her destiny, but even then she still wanted to impress him with her looks and gorgeous style. Taking another glance at the dress, to assure she hadn't missed any pins in it, Celia gently hanged it, making sure it did not get any wrinkles. Only after this did she start making her own dress. She was not particularly interested in going to the ball, but unfortunately participation was compulsory. Luckily, her dress was less complicated than her sister's, so it took only a day to make, as opposed to the mermaid gown which had taken her for days. Not that she could make it more elaborate, even if she wanted to. The time it took for the everyday chores and Brianna's dress had her swamped with never-ending work. Moreover, the ball was fast approaching as well. Well, regardless of the time, she did not like to stand out anyway, so it did not bother her in the slightest. The off-shoulder white maxi dress, which was tied around the waist where it was secured with a black bow before spreading wavy to the floor, was perfect for her tastes. Some more hours later, having finally finished sewing her own dress, she hurriedly tried it on and went in front of the mirror to check if other fittings were necessary. Fortunately, the dress fit perfectly, her tall stature and narrow waist, making the long gown just right for her buff body. Satisfied with her work, she changed out of it and placed it on a hanger next to her sister's. Barely had she hung the dress when an excruciating pang stabbed her heart, and shortly after her abdomen. It hurt a lot, more so than the other times, causing her to feel as though her heart was getting ripped out of her chest. She could only collapse on the floor when the pain became unbearable, scrunching her face. As beads of sweat started to appear on the small head, she was confused at the repeated bursts of pain. Not understanding their cause, Crescent apologized again. She was also feeling the pain with the same intensity, but physically there was nothing wrong with their body. Celia knew that as a werewolf she was very resilient to pain, and even if she was not, her fast healing ability should have resolved the issue if she truly had a health problem before. So the repeated cramps and aches were abnormal. Not to mention, she knew for a fact that she was stronger than most werewolves, so her healing and resilience were even better. It was not because she felt confident in her strength or arrogant because of it, by being the daughter of the current beta. No, the reason was simply because of the common knowledge that higher-ranked werewolves would shift much earlier than normal-ranked ones, so it was believed that the sooner a werewolf changed, the stronger it would be, and the proof of this was that alphas were the earliest to undergo the change. They would shift for the first time at about 17 to 18 years old. Betas and Gamma S would normally shift at the age of 21 for the first time. Age 22 to 23 was common for normal pack members and 24 and older for Gazer. Her sister had just managed to shift for the first time only a couple of months ago, at the perfect age for a Luna. The only known exception to the limit of 17 years old was the current king of all werewolves, who was known to have shifted for the first time at the age of 14. So according to the common knowledge, her beta heritage should have made her able to shift at the minimum age of 20. But as she shifted for the first time at age 13, and it was unknown for anyone to shift so early, she assumed that it could only be for one of the two following reasons. 1, it was because she was stronger than most werewolves. Or 2, the reason she was first inclined to believe. It was only an anomaly and nothing more than that. Even the shift itself felt like an anomaly, as she felt as though she shifted twice before returning to the human form. She felt her bones cracking and rearranging to times, so in light of those facts, she kept her shift a secret and did not notify anyone about it, who would want to be labeled as an anomaly. Not to mention, she was used to keeping to herself, and would never confide in anyone. As luck would have it, she was alone in the woods gathering berries to make jam when the pain of the shift hit her, so no one was around at that time to know about it. It took almost 5 hours for the shift to complete, but it was worth it. Every werewolf that completed their first shift would immediately change for the better. Sight, smell, all of the senses would heighten. Strength, agility and regeneration would become unreal. But what puzzled her most was that she retained 100% of these qualities even after shifting back to a human. She was especially intrigued about this when she learned in school that, when in human form, a werewolf usually retained only about a quarter to a half of the wolf form senses and strengths. That was the reason why the tracker and patrol werewolves would only be in wolf form on the job. Strangely, she did not feel any difference between the wolf form and the human one for the most part. But even then she was still inclined to think it was only an anomaly. That was what she thought until one day when, as she went to the forest for a run, She was surrounded by 3 rogues that had breached the borders. At the young age of 14, she was terrified in the midst of the savage and mad creatures that she could hardly identify as werewolves. Their unfocused eyes, their sharp fangs that protruded from their mouths, with saliva that flowed uncontrollably from it. Their clawed hands, their entire appearance made them seem more like creatures from horror stories, rather than werewolves. She was just a child at that time, and, as she was thinking about what to do, her wolf took control of her body for the first time, the human side of her being. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Exchanged places with the wolf from inside her mind, becoming only a spectator, watching then how without even shifting, her body swiftly ripped the 3 rogues to shreds. She realized her assumption of being an enemy was wrong. She was indeed stronger than a normal werewolf, but for what purpose she did not know. Fortunately, she did not need to mask her scent in that place to keep her secret. Just when she was panicking on what to answer the patrol werewolves, who would likely come running to seek the intruders, a witch flew by. The witch had a bubbly personality and, without even asking her what happened, cast a spell to remove her presence from the surroundings. Clarissa never asked her anything more than she wished to let her know, so she still remained her friend after all these years. Even at the moment, they regularly exchanged letters, and was the only one who knew of her strength. As she was lost in her thoughts, her hazy mind suddenly became clear when she felt another sting in her heart. Before it completely subsided, she was aware that the only kind of pain to keep on repeating to a werewolf without an actual cause was phantom pain. There was no other answer for the unfounded ache, but still she was reluctant to think it was phantom pain. Phantom pain only occurred to werewolves that had met their mates, and one of them denied the bond. Mating with others, the pain would be inflicted on the cheated partner each time his or her mate had intimate contact with another werewolf. Even a kiss was enough to trigger phantom pain. Celia had not met her mate. It was impossible for her recurring ache to be this kind of pain. She sighed as the pain passed. I decided to not think of the matter anymore. Making the dresses, she had neglected her other chores, and it was already running late. It was almost time to start cooking for dinner. At the same time, Brianna was offering cupcakes to her friends. Everyone had a piece of the different arranged colorful sweets, but the girls kept on looking at their pieces, not daring to start eating them. They were so cutely decorated, and not one cupcake resembled the other. If they did not know her better, they would even assume she had bought them. As always, you make the best desserts, one of her friends acknowledged, smiling, while she was smelling the fruity scents of her piece. Thank you for the flattery, but they were very easy to make. I cannot take your compliment, she bashfully replied, with a tinge of red dyeing her cheeks. Oh, Hugh, always so modest. If the cakes were easy, then what about the dress you wear? You do not know. How I envy your skills. Another girl pouted, finally daring to cut a small piece of her vanilla and blueberry cupcake. Really, if I was your older sister, I would be ashamed. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to insult her, but to be outshined by the younger sister all the time, I would not be able to take it. Not to mention, you shifted at 20 years old, just fit to be the Luna. But she only managed to shift when she was 21 going 22. Almost 2 years longer, another girl added, already eating her piece and eyeing another one. Brianna did not bother to deny the insults, as she was enchanted by the words just fit to be the Luna. If she had denied it, and said the one who baked all the delicious cakes was her sister, the one who did most of her school projects was also her, and the one who made her clothes, perhaps they would think her sister would be fit to be the Luna instead of her. It would be dreadful if that were to happen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. By being her younger sister, it was only right for her to accept the compliments in her sister's stead, because in the end, it was their own misunderstanding. She had never once specifically said she was the one who made all the things she was complimented on. This was why even now, when she was praised for the cupcakes, she only said that they were easy to make. As she pondered more, she was also certain her sister wouldn't find out. Celia was a recluse. Besides occasionally going to the woods, she never really went out. And even if she found out about it, Celia was her big sister, so she would support her. Another reason for not correcting them was that they were right about the part where they said she shifted first. Her big sister shifting at such a late age, the maximum rank for a mate she could only dream of, would most likely be a beta or gamma to be more realistic. In that case, why shouldn't she be allowed to gather more qualities for herself? As they giggled and ate, they caught sight of some men talking. One, in particular, seemed to be the handsomest man they had ever seen. They kept stealing glances of him with bright red faces. Brianna tried to appear the most collected of them, but she still had a tinge of red on her ears and cheeks. Soon seeing him even closer, one of the girls recognized him as Ray-Ann, the alpha's heir that had just returned to their pack. Now aware of that information, the girls sighed, resigning themselves. He would most likely be out of their leagues, so they kept nudging Brianna and teasing her. The highest-ranked werewolf female that was in the same age range as Ray-Ann. She would surely be his mate. She felt shy under their teasing and their encouragement to go meet him, but she did not want to go to introduce herself. It was not appropriate. In reality, it was not her actual reason. She just felt she wanted him to see her at her best, with the dress Cian made it a fancy make-up on. With the glam of the ball, he would spot her as soon as he felt her scent, and declare in front of everyone she was his mate. It would certainly be more glamorous that way. Her cheeks were a pinkish red and her eyes glowed as she thought about that moment. Anyway, it was only a few more days until the ball. She could wait for the dreamlike encounter. Chapter 3. Meeting at the ball. Sister, it's beautiful. I look perfect, appreciated happy Brianna, looking intently at her reflection in the mirror. The white dress with the black bow at the waist accentuated her curves, and it still seemed beautiful even though the hem of the dress was pinned in several places, as it was too long for her, and there wasn't enough time for it to be modified. Luckily, she had carefully asked around about the heir's preferences and found out that although he played around with a lot of women, he confided in his closest friends that he wished an innocent and honest girl for a Luna. The dress she had asked her sister to make had a low cut at the breast and a high slit at a side, so it was not exactly a dress a pure girl would wear. She got scared realizing this, and immediately came to her sister to ask her to modify the dress. But, just as she briskly opened the door to her sister's room, her eyes fell on the dress her sister had prepared for herself. Falling in love with the design and color, she immediately demanded it from Celia. It was a close call, she thought. She was about to make a fool out of herself, and Celia could have gained the attention of Ray-Ann instead of her. Celia's dress was exactly a dress for an innocent and pure girl. She finally relaxed when her look was put together. The make-up and the hairdo fitted perfect with the dress. Her sister was a magician, she mused, even if she would never recognize it in front of another person. Well, nothing else mattered anyway. She already avoided the trouble. Brianna thought happily, as she whirled around, appreciating herself. Celia kept looking at her sign. Her little sister had always been quite willful. She never listened to her advices about the dress, but she was too cute, so she could not refuse her when she wanted to swap the dresses. As long as Brianna was happy then. In the end, it was all right. And anyway, she really didn't wish to stand out at the ball, so it might be for the best to just choose a random casual one. Her mother soon knocked on the door, just in time to see her younger daughter at her best. You are too beautiful. Everything looks good on you. They say that clothes make a man stand out, but I think you're the one that makes the clothes shine. Tonight you are a true Luna, Diane exclaimed happily, not at all bothered with the fact that, in a way, her compliment was degrading her oldest daughter's effort. She kept on smiling, admiring her youngest daughter. Diane was a beta female, but she still had to cater to her Luna. Unfortunately, that had been the situation until now. But tonight it would all end. when her daughter would become the mate of the future alpha. The old alpha would have to step down and leave the pack house to ensure a smooth transfer of the rights and leadership power to the new alpha. If the old alpha and the new one still lived together, the pack members would be confused if there was a conflict between the two, not knowing to whose orders they should listen to. The new alpha should have complete submission from his pack members. So to avoid such situations, the old alpha would normally leave for the royal palace to assume the position of a royal guard. They would at most stick around for a year longer. Then they would only return once in a while, but would no longer participate in the pack's matters. As such, with the old couple leaving and daughter becoming the new ruler, all would finally fall in its rightful place. The respect she would receive from being the mother of the Luna and the grandmother of the future alpha could not compare to being the beta female. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Even the beta was in submission to his alpha. The only equal to an alpha was his mate. Unfortunately, Diane was failing to notice that only the Luna would be an equal to alpha, not the Luna's family as well. "Mon, are the girls ready?" asked hurriedly Daniel, poking his head through the open door. He was the designated driver for the family tonight. His father was traveling for the time being, and he was the only man in the house. "Yes, Brianna is ready," replied immediately his mother. She did not notice the plural of the question. "Mon, I said girls. I can see she is dressed, but Celia is still in her home clothes. Oh, height, why are you still not dressed yet? We will be late," her mother asked, frowning, aggrieved that Celia was holding them back from leaving. "I could not help Brianna get ready while being dressed myself, and I also have to find another dress. The pink mermaid dress I made for her is too short for me," Celia explained calmly, unbothered by her mother's attitude. It was already a common occurrence to be blamed for something that she had not caused. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Find another dress for yourself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The dress looks better on Brianna. Why did you not make it for her initially and prepared something else for yourself? Diane sighed, not acknowledging her mistake, and continued, "What is done is done. We will go on ahead. Try to find something else. Perhaps you can find your mate tonight. You are a beta's daughter, so you could optimistically find another beta, or at least a gamma. Daniel will come back after sending us there to bring you also." At the ball, youths from other packs would also participate, so it was highly likely that Celia could find her mate. She hoped. Celia only nodded, and did not comment on her mother's words. After all these years, even if she did not agree with her mother, she never tried to contradict her. But, in reality, she did not want to find her mate at all. She felt that to find a mate and settle down was not for her. She had already set her mind to only appear at the venue quickly, and then just hide in the garden or somewhere else. All her mother's attention would be on her sister, so she should be safe. Her dream had always been to become a watcher for the council. They were the warriors that ensured that the alpha of a pack did not overstep their boundaries. The individual packs could be considered small states hidden from human sights, in forests from all around the world, but united under the rulership of the king. They each established their own rules, but those rules should be in accordance with the guideline of the central power represented by the king of all the packs. Each alpha of a pack could be considered a high-ranking warrior in the army of the king. That was also why they left their homes at a young age for the royal palace for education and training, and would also return there when a new alpha was established. But because there were too many packs the king ruled, they could not be overseen so easily, so the council was created. It handled the education of the alphas. It ensured that the general laws were respected, and it also enforced the law and issued punishments for the alphas that had not followed them. And the council's main agents, the ones who ensured and enforced the law, were the watchers at the orders of the 12 councilmen. She had heard many stories about the Watchers and knew they were the best warriors, even more powerful than regular Alphas. They were stern but fair people, and had saved many packs from unfair Alphas. They were also the idols of Orvio and Gaza, the most ostracized members of a pack, dreaming of becoming one herself. Celia had tried telling her mother of her dream, but the latter did not want to hear it. She argued that she shifted for the first time late, so her wolf was not strong enough to become a warrior. She had even laughed at it, calling it a childish dream. She was about to come clean with her mother at that moment, and tell her that she had actually shifted earlier. She wouldn't tell her that she shifted as young as she actually did, but she thought of saying that she shifted a little after her 18th birthday. That was her plan at that time. But her words remained unsaid when her mother also reasoned that she would become a bad role model for her younger sister. What if her sister wanted to become a warrior also? Because of her, she did not think this was possible. But before her current dream of becoming a watcher, she reflected on the possibility of becoming a designer for clothes. And her sister did indeed say that she also wished to become one as well. At that moment, her mother forbid her ever mentioning other dreams to Brianna, and also denied her wish. At the end, Diane had even said she should stop speaking nonsense. She should only prepare to become a housewife as she was good at it, and it was also the most realistic option for her. Her mother's words did not demoralize her, but she reflected on them, and only accepted the part that she should not influence her sister. Though as long as her sister found her mate, she probably would not insist on following in her footsteps, and she could openly strive for her own wishes. As much as she loved her sister, she wanted to follow her own dreams. Perhaps she would have lucked a night, and her sister would find her mate. With these thoughts in mind, she searched her closet until she found a white maxi dress. The dress was not exactly suitable for a ball. It was more of a summer dress, but she had no other formal dresses, other than the one Brianna took, inlaid with a multitude of flowers at the lowest part of the hem, which rarefied as they went upwards towards the waist. The predominantly white dress was still the only one that could barely pass as formal attire. She speedily got dressed, only putting on the least bit of makeup, before tying a strand of her long black hair with a clip above her ear. There was not enough time to curl or straighten it, so the hair that had been put up in a messy bun until then looked only a little wavy as it reached below her waist. She looked in the mirror and did one last check, finishing just in time to hear the honk of the car. The ball was near their home, so in just half an hour her brother had already returned. She grabbed her purse, and with lightning speed she was already at the front door. She was alone at home. Otherwise she would have never dared use her real speed, because even though all of them were werewolves, they would not have been able to follow her movements, shocking them. She realized this fact after she went to the training center to bring lunch to her brother and witnessed the training of the best warriors of the pack. Their movements were slow to her eyes. It felt like she could avoid any of their hits. Their strength could not compare to hers. It seemed as though she could easily crush them if she felt like it. Even their training could not compare to the training she did by herself in the woods. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She thought they were only joking around and restrained themselves during training, not using their top speed and strength to conserve them. But her brother had informed her that they indeed gave their best during training. When they had a casual conversation, she briskly stopped at the door, rearranging a bit the disheveled strands of hair, before opening it, then hurried down the stairs slower this time, towards her brother's car. Hey, you did not need to hurry. I was just letting you know I arrived. You can still prepare if you want. The ball has just begun, her brother said quickly. He looked at her and felt that his older sister was even more beautiful than his second older sister. Her brown eyes looked like chocolate that fitted well with her slightly tanned flawless skin. Her nose was straight and pointy. Her lips were plump even without much lipstick on it. Her cheeks were rosy pink and all those features fitted perfectly on her small face. She dressed modestly and her hairdo was also not something special. But she could already compete equally with her sister that had a full make up on her face. a complicated hairdo and a proper ball dress. If Celia tried harder, no doubt about it, nobody would pay attention to Brianna if the two were in the same room, but she never tried to. "No, it is all right. Thank you. We can go," she assured him, slightly smiling. He nodded and did not insist. Seeing her honest response, quarter of an hour later they arrived at the ball. She went inside the ballroom without her brother, as the latter remained outside to park the car. Walking through the door, she looked around a bit, but was not interested in checking the venue. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Her only purpose was to find her mother, just so she could prove that she had arrived, then quickly exit and hide somewhere until it was time to go home. She scanned her surroundings and finally spotted her mother, but before she could move in her direction, a waiter bumped into her, spilling the last glass of wine he had on his tray straight onto her dress. Normally, with her reflexes, she could avoid him, but the pain she kept experiencing these past few days at random times came again, hitting her hard. It left her breathless, as it messed with her senses. She ignored the pain as best she could, trying to stand on her feet and look for her mother. At this moment, her mother had already spotted Celia, so she just pointed to her dress, gesturing that she was going to clean it. Seeing the bright red on the white dress, her mother sighed and nodded. It was actually better than she expected, Celia thought. Now she even had a proper reason for skipping the ball. She quickly avoided the crowded places and went to the garden, where she found a bench in a more secluded place. Fortunately, the pain had already passed. It lasted for a shorter time compared to the other times where it would torture her for hours. Sometimes it was so severe, it woke her up in the middle of the night, even messing with her senses that usually were top-notch. The only problem was that, just now, the pain that hit her felt more intense than when it took longer for it to pass. She stayed some time sitting on the bench, while she admired the beautiful fountain. Feeling the strangeness of the pain that came and went, she pondered if she should call Clarissa and ask the witch if she knew what the problem was. The main ability of her friend was healing, and she should be better at detecting the type of pain than her pack doctor. And even if she wasn't, she was afraid to visit the doctor to find the cause and the treatment. One of the main utensils used by a doctor to diagnose an illness was an orb called the seer. When a werewolf placed their hand on the crystal orb, the seer was capable of detecting the exact problem, but this ability came with a downside, as it also showed the power of the werewolf. What would a seer show in her case? Would it prove the anomaly she was? "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Though she had checked countless books, she had never heard anyone with a situation similar to hers. A situation in which in reality the shift at 13 years of age was the smaller problem. That other fact was even stranger. Inside her mind was even stranger. She sat for a few more minutes, but as she started to see other people walking in the part of the garden she was in, she had no choice but to start walking around to be able to avoid anyone who would come. Walking around for more than half an hour, looking at the beautiful decorated garden and smelling the multitude of colored flowers, she heard someone stepping towards her. She had looked for an even more secluded place this time. So curious of who could have come, she turned around. Chapter 4. Change of plans. "Celia, did you manage to clean your dress?" her mother asked, just as Celia turned around. But Diane, her mother, could clearly see that the wine stain was still there. She smiled at her daughter, which surprised the latter, as her mother did not smile at her, even when the house was spotless. "Oh, you look how careless you were. This spot is impossible to remove." She sighed and continued, "Well, there is no way around it. I guess I will call your brother and tell him to take you home. You cannot walk around in this dress." Celia was truly surprised. Her mother did not even suggest changing her clothes and coming back, although the ball was not even halfway finished, but she did not question it further. It was what she wanted also. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will wait for him in front of the yard. She affirmed, unbothered now. I think it's better go wait by his car. What if someone sees you like this? Diane quickly said. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Celia immediately agreed, and directly walked away. She did not think it was that big of a deal. It was only a pinkish violet hue that remained spotted on the fabric as the dress dried, blending a little with the flowers that decorated it. The dress did not look so awful that she had to hide, but if her mother felt embarrassed, then she would listen to her. Arriving to the parking lot, her brother was also dumbfounded that she was going home. Enthusiasm, in the past, his mother would have insisted for her to return because it would be disrespectful for them not to participate. Not to mention, it would be a pity if his sister did not find her mate. Are you sure you do not want to change and return with me? What if you could find your mate tonight? Making sure she truly did not want to come back. It wasn't a problem for him to drive. Just walking around inside the ballroom, he should have found me by now by smell alone. Perhaps he was not present. There is always next year, she replied, certain of her reasons. Because of her resolute answer, he no longer insisted. His sister knew he was not only asking politely. Well, she was a withdrawn person and did not like the crowd, so it was no wonder she refused to return to the ball. The following morning, as always, she set the breakfast table just as the members of her family descended the stairs. They ate in silence, which was weird. Not even one of the 4 people at the table had anything to recount from last night. Even if she did not find a mate at the ball, her sister should have. She thought. Her mother had been so certain of the future connection between the young alpha of their pack and Brianna, so she should be the mate of the alpha, the Luna, by now. So why wasn't anyone saying anything? Brianna's shift age was perfect for her to become a Luna. Perhaps she was just the mate of another alpha, and so she did not find him last night. She was interested about knowing what happened to her sister the previous night, but she knew that if something did happen, her sister would be jumping up and down by now and would have told her a million times about it already. But her sister was standing properly eating her breakfast, and she was not one to pry. She also did not want to hurt her sister's feelings by asking her. As they finished eating breakfast, Celia rose from her chair and started to remove the plates with leftovers, to clean the table. But just as she was about to start cleaning, she was stopped by her mother, who appeared to have something to inform her of. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have been thinking about what you told me some time ago. You know, about the training for the Watcher initiation, and I feel that you are right. Diane sighed, apologetic, her face full of regret. I know it's been hard on you all these years. I have been stricter with you than your sister and brother, but I felt that you, being the oldest, should be more mature. It was not right. I know, so I have been reflecting on it. She stopped for a moment, observing Celia's emotions. As always, her daughter was emotional as she could not read her face. I already talked with Abigail this morning, and we called the Royal Academy. Fortunately, the training for this year's selection starts next week. I even booked the flight for tomorrow, so you have time to settle in before the training starts. So today, don't do any chores, just pack your bags. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Finishing what she had to say, Diana approached Celia, lightly hugging her, even though barely any expression could be seen on Celia's face. In fact, she was stunned. She thought she had to wait for her sister to find her mate before talking to her mother again. But not only did she not hear anything regarding that, now she was even set to go to the academy, without any effort whatsoever to convince her mother. Something strange was truly happening. She felt like her mother wanted to get her out of the house. No more precisely, out of the pack. For what reason? It was beyond her. Diane never showed such consideration to her before, even less to her wishes. But, regardless of the reason her mother wanted her gone, it was of no importance to her, as it wasn't anything to harm her. As long as she could do what she had always wanted to, it was fine. She could finally begin the road towards her dream. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am going to go pack, she stated quickly, then went away. She did not want her mother to change her mind. Mom, what just happened? Daniel had never been more surprised. His mother would never in her life do something like this. She would never change her mind so suddenly about something she had firmly decided on. And also it was the first time hearing that his sister's dream was to become a watcher. He knew her dream had been to be a designer when she was little. She even had the skills for it. But a watcher? To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He had never even seen her shift. Was she capable of becoming the highest grade warrior there was? She was capable of almost everything she had set her mind to do. About this he was certain. The highest grades at school, the clothes. But regarding physical strength he was not so sure. What do you mean what just happened? Your sister asked me some time ago if I would let her join the 6-month training program for the exam that grants access to the Royal Academy's Watcher course. I felt that she was not strong enough, that she had no physical aptitude for it, and I initially refused her. But I thought about it some more. I mean, she always works so hard for all of us and never asks for anything. It would be horrible from my part if I do not grant her this wish, Diane explained, her eyes red and guilty. But I never heard her mention such a dream before. And a watcher, she has to be almost as strong as an alpha, if not stronger. Not to mention, I don't think there are any women watchers, Daniel stated, truly confused. No, there are not. We asked yesterday when we called, but there is no rule to not allow a girl to participate in the testing. As I said, I don't think she will accomplish anything. But there is also no downside about it. At most, she just sticks with the training and 6 months later, she comes home and resumes her life. Or perhaps, interacting with so many people she could find her mate. Daniel thought about it and his mother was right. Even if he felt there was more to his mother's actions, there were no reasons for his sister not to follow her dream. He had thought that finding a mate might alleviate the burden on her shoulders. But realizing her dreams, without interference from Brianna and his mom, was also all right. Until her flight, Celia's time was full. Preparing to leave the next day for a trip that would last 6 months was not easy. She did not manage to leave the house, even for a quick run. Her brother was the one who went and bought other necessities she still needed. She was aware nobody had confidence in her. But the fact they let her go to the academy still warmed her heart. Perhaps her mother did not do it for an ulterior motive. She did talk with her some time ago. Her mother was not a fair person, but she was still her biological mother. Surely she would wish her well. After only a brief sleep, having most of the time occupied by the packing, she was driven to the airport by her brother and mother. Strangely, she had not seen her sister since yesterday at breakfast. But she could not blame her. Brianna had never been separated from her for so much time before, so maybe she was upset with her for leaving. She would call her later to sort it out. She mumbled to herself. She always took care of Brianna and sometimes she felt like a second mother to her. She would leave her alone for a while to sort her emotions. Brianna was already 20 years old, and adult. She needed to start taking care of her own problems. Take care of yourself. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And remember, we are your family no matter what. In 6 months, if you succeed in passing the exam and enrolling for the course, I will be proud of you. Otherwise, I will still be proud of you for trying. Her mother wished her, hugging her one last time. The long flight ended and she arrived at her destination's airport. Grabbing all her luggage, She waited at the entrance for the car to pick her up. Her mother told her there would be an escort from the academy. Soon, a black SUV stopped near her. From it, a middle-aged man descended, and scanning the surrounding, as he could feel her wolf scent, he came directly to her. "Hello, I am the designated driver from the academy. Are you Miss Celia Blair?" the older man asked respectfully. She nodded and politely greeted him. Smiling, he grabbed the luggage from her hand and helped her store it in the trunk. As the man took the driver's seat, she also ascended the car. In all his years of driving potential watchers and teachers at the academy, he had never seen a girl trying for the exam. Normally, a watcher was as strong as an alpha, and alphas were only males. He was intrigued when he was asked to pick her up from the airport. Was the person he had to drive a foolish one, someone who dreamed big, or did she have the actual capacity? Although he did not show it on his face, he was amazed. The person in front of him actually exuded the aura of a watcher, not a potential one. She felt like a person who had already completed the education and was in fact a full watcher. This happened because, unknown to Celia, she was starting to loosen her barrier, and some of her actual power was now in plain sight. Experiencing the unknown pain for the last couple of weeks had taken its toll on her body. Plus, back at the pack she always tried to suppress her power as she could not be as powerful as the alpha. It would be seen as a challenge to his leadership. So from the age when she defeated the rogue, she learned to create a wall around herself, hiding her power. This was also an advice Clarissa had given her, but now it was not necessary to do so. Driving for a few hours, she silently looked outside the car. It was the first time she was in human territory. It felt strange seeing in real life the images she only saw on TV. She was nervous about the future. She knew she was strong, but what if she was not strong enough? In complete silence, her mood kept swinging from joy to uncertainty and nervousness. Arriving at the academy, the driver stopped in front of its tall iron gates and waited to be given permission. A guard in a black uniform with quite a big belt approached the car and, seeing the driver, nodded before opening the gates. The inside of the academy was huge. She thought, from the front gate to the building she was supposed to arrive at, it took another 20 minutes. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Different kind of huge buildings were aligned. There was a modern and old feel to them because of evident renovations. These were buildings that had been built hundreds of years ago. Not one was new. The layout of the academy had not changed since its construction. It was only maintained as the time went on and renovated as the technology evolved. Exiting the car, she was greeted by a small secretary who helped her with the luggage even though she refused. The secretary led her down the corridors of a building that seemed like a dormitory, while explaining the selection that followed. Unfortunately, we do not have a dormitory only for females, so you will have to live with the other male candidates. There are more than 10 this year. But don't worry, each of you will have separate rooms and bathrooms, so you will only meet in the common rooms or the kitchen. The meals are at 7 am, 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. We provide the cooked meals in the common room exactly on time, so please do not be late. Other than that, you can do what you want in the free time until the exam. You can also read about the selection process if you feel you do not understand it from me. She eloquently explained then looked towards Celia to see had her attention, before continuing to inform. The exam begins at 8 am on Monday and it usually lasts until 1 month later, depending on the total number of candidates and the exam choices. Every year the tests are divided in 4 parts, each taking place on the first day of every week. Each exam will only take place if you pass the previous one. You will be tested on strength of your wolf, capacity to adapt and handle problems, and finally combat power. The first exam is placing your hand on the seer and checking your wolf's power directly. Please do not worry. This exam is confidential, and the teacher attending to it has the obligation to keep the secret of your rank and power. He also has a curse placed on him, so any leak of a wolf's power to another person other than the king or the council of 12, will result in his death. The second exam is a written test that will determine your IQ. Any watcher has to have extensive knowledge, which we will provide in the next 2 years. But we still have to know if one has the capacity to learn everything we will teach. The third exam will be liberal discussions with the teachers. You will extract a note from a ballot. On it, a situation will be written, to which you will have to give an answer on how to handle it. The final exam will take place only if you pass the previous 3. It will consist of free fighting with the other candidates. It will be a melee war. The last 10 men standing will become the new students. Please keep in mind that there are only 10 places. No exceptions are granted. Placement in the first 10 will result in your acceptance in the Watcher course, which will last 2 years, finalizing with your direct employment, she sternly stated. I, a girl seen as a weakling in the pack, have become the only female candidate in the selection. Faced with powerful male competitors, my heart is filled with anxiety and anticipation. Chapter 5. The siren that concludes my explanation of the selection process. Any questions? The secretary asked politely, as they arrived in front of the room the academy had prepared for Celia. Only one. I somewhat know of the process prior to the admission in the Watcher course, as I have studied it in the past, though I was aware that even last year, the exams only happened after 6 months of training. Why was the exam pushed forward this year, without allowing the participants to have the preliminary training? She did not really care if the exam moved forward. She had secretly prepared for it for a long time already. Most of her free time was used for this purpose. She was just curious to know the reason. I was not informed what the exact reason was, but from my understanding it could be because of the housing. The academy is quite large, but it is not only used for watchers, pack doctors, that is, Gamma S and other warriors also learn here. This year, the requests for the Watcher course were many. Normally, there are only about 3 or more people, considering that there are only 3 Watcher posts each year. But this year there are 10 posts available, hence the rise in the requests. This is also why the exam is taking place now before normal classes for the other courses begin. It would normally be held in autumn, not in the summer. So when the other students arrive, there will not be enough rooms for everyone. The secretary was a professional. She answered the question without mockery or haughtiness. Celia could see that she did not look down at her for being the only female candidate, and for this she was grateful. Thank you for the information. I will be all right from here on out. Also, I am sorry for taking so much of your time. It is all right. This is my duty, briefly replied the secretary, and for the first time smiled. As the secretary had already accomplished her duty, Celia bid goodbye to her. Before she started to arrange her clothes and check her room, it was not luxurious per se, but everything in it seemed brand new. She already knew the king put a lot of effort in education and personally oversaw the management and the budget. He even came each year for inspection. Being away from her pack, she had thought she would feel somewhat sad, but she felt more at home here than in her pack territory, which was strange to say the least. The people she met so far, who were only 3 in number, seemed far warmer than any of her pack members, with her family included. Beside her brother, even the room prepared for her felt more comfortable than the room she had at home. Another plus to being away from her pack was that since she arrived at the airport, or perhaps even earlier than that, she did not experience the pain that haunted her these past few days. Not even a little bit of the pain that had previously affected her repeatedly each day hurt her since she left pack border, and she was away for more than 24 hours already. By now it should have already started, if it were to follow the pattern from before. The alarm she set on her phone went off half an hour before dinner, just as she finished organizing her things in the wardrobe and bathroom. Feeling quite hungry, she took a quick shower, changed into fresh clothes, and hurriedly exited her room. She found her way easily, following the maps on the hallways which pointed to the various rooms there were, and soon enough found the common room. Taking a deep breath, as she stood outside the door, she shakily put her hand on the doorknob. So far on her way here she did not see anyone, but inside there must surely be other people who came to eat. She was bold enough to come to the selection, but she was not a people person and it was difficult for her to interact with other people, even for a normal small talk. She was even more frightened of gathering attention, for most likely being the only female candidate. Just as a hand tightened on the doorknob twisting it, having collected herself, the door was briskly opened from the inside. Her inattentiveness coupled with her nervousness caused her to lose her focus for a moment, making her unable to react in time and step aside. Thus the door knocked her head a little. The person on the other side froze, as he realized what he had done, and opened the door slowly this time, looking for the person he hit. Spotting the lowered head which had a small delicate hand rubbing it, he immediately apologized sincerely. "I am so sorry. I should have opened it more slowly. I did not see you." He wanted to say something more, when the small head rose, causing any words he still wanted to speak in guilt to remain unsaid. He initially thought it was another man, a candidate like him, as the person in front of him had her hair in a ponytail, and he did not see how long it was. Plus there were only males in the building, with the exceptions of 3 secretaries who were easily distinguishable in their professional suits. But seeing her fair, delicate face, he was shocked. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. She was tall, almost as tall as him, but her face was small. Her chocolate eyes were beautiful and her skin was flawless. It glowed even though she had absolutely no makeup on. Even the t-shirt and the pair of jeans she had on, which were nothing special, did not diminish her beauty. "It's all right. I also did not pay attention," she replied sincerely and wanted to pass by him to get inside. But even though her intentions of walking through the door were clear enough, the man stood frozen, though she had no choice but to speak again. I am sorry, but do you mind if I enter?" More like whispered, finally processing her words in his head. He realized his rudeness and hearing her voice, which was as beautiful as her appearance, hurriedly replied, "Oh, I am sorry. I am being rude." Sure, he immediately made room for her to enter, but he seemed to have forgotten that he wanted to exit initially, and quickly followed her inside. "I am Jake. Might I ask who you are?" he asked, smiling, as he sat in front of her at one of the tables he found closer to the door. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "S'il vous plaît," she replied, suppressing the stutter, then remained silent. She felt awkward because the man was showing no intentions whatsoever of leaving the table she had chosen, despite her apparent lack of enthusiasm, but she felt unable to ask him upfront to leave. "Well, Celia, are you one of the secretaries that are showing the candidates around? I've been here for a few days, and have not seen you around the area." Considering how big the academy was, it was quite normal to not have met her before even if he had been here for a week already, but he did not know how to start the conversation otherwise. "I arrived today for the selection. I am not one of the secretaries," she replied without a change in her expression. As always, she could not read her face, though inside her mind she felt a bit bewildered about the familiarity he was showing. He had directly started to speak on first-name basis with her, without asking for permission first. "For the selection? You mean the Watcher selection? Is one of your relatives taking the exam?" Jack curiously, hoping she would not reply boyfriend or husband. "No, not one of my relatives. I am the one taking part in the exam," she said without other explanations. It was her dream to become a Watcher, so she should bravely tell it without fear of ridicule from other people's part. And beside, on the next Monday, the truth would also be found out by the rest of the candidates. He froze again, like how he had stilled in place seeing her face, as did most of the men who were spread around in the common room, at the various place tables. Everyone's eyes were on her since she first walked in, and as they were the best-ranked werewolves, their hearing was higher than normal ranked ones. so they had been listening to each word she had said. "Oh, that I am pleased to meet you, fellow classmate." Contrary to her thoughts and fears, the man had no mocking expression on his face. In fact, the only change in his visage had been his initial bewilderment, before breaking into a bright smile as he extended his hand towards her. In reality, Jake had various more questions inside his head, questions most of the men present in the room had also wanted to hear the answers to. But he was afraid to sound rude if he asked what a girl was doing at the selection of watchers. "To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." If he became her friend, in time he could find out more. Asking her too many questions now, and she might avoid him later. He was not sure if he could pass all the exams, but she did not strike him as someone who would take the watcher exam on a whim. He was a handsome man, with quite a few conquests of beautiful women in the past, and his clothes and appearance screamed money, but she was not trying to hold a conversation or even look at him much for that matter. Her presence at the academy was truly for the sake of the future selection. He reckoned that if he left, she would not even bother to give him another glance, let alone try to stop him. It was the first time a girl was not charmed by him. "Nice to meet you," Celia replied briskly and only slightly held his hand, her palm barely touching his. Her expression still did not appear to change at his welcoming words, but she truly felt relieved inside her head. It appeared he was a guy she could easily get along with, despite her initial impression of frivolousness that she assumed dominated his character. Happy she did not brush him off completely, he finally asked permission to join her for dinner, and receiving it, they ate together. She only mostly answered his questions, not asking any of her own, and he could only feel some interest and replies more eager from her when he talked about details concerning the exams. But he was still satisfied. He learned she was truly interested in taking the exam, as her eyes shined each time the subject was mentioned, sighing in relief. As he found a common subject to discuss with her, he tried to keep the conversation alive using this subject throughout the dinner. Most of the next few days she spent in her room, as she felt like the other candidates were watching her intently. Each time she walked out of it, and she did not understand why. Was she really unusual looking? Or did it bother them that a girl was taking the exam with them? Sometimes, she would even look at her phone screen, using it as a mirror, thinking that maybe something was on her face. But every time she checked, she never saw anything out of place. The feeling she got from them was like they were watching her, wanting to say something, but did not dare approach her. So awkward under their gaze, she stayed mostly inside, and only went out for the meals which she had accompanied by Jake, who coincidentally or not, sat at her table every time. She was not used to men, but he was not very intrusive and mostly talked with her about the exams, which piqued her interest. His information regarding the selection was even more extensive than hers, so their discussions were quite informative. Soon enough Monday came and it was time for the first test. The test was to be taken in alphabetical order and, as her name was Blair, she was among the first to undergo it. As the secretary previously explained to her, the first test was the seer test, of which she still had doubts on how it would go, but her fear was slightly diminished, if only for the fact that the teacher in charge of the test would be the only person aware of her power. She was not sure of how powerful she really was, but she did not want other people to know her secret or the fact that she shifted so young. She had never in her life been tested by the seer, as it was normally not done, unless one asked for the testing expressly. She knew her sister had went to the doctor on the second day after she shifted, eager to find out just how powerful she was, and had told her mother she was a 5th-rank werewolf. It was news celebrated by all the members of her family, as it confirmed she was lunar material. All the candidates that were scheduled to be tested on the first day numbered about 150 people out of the 1,000 or more werewolves. Jake was also near her, as his last name was Black. Until the teacher in charge came in the amphitheater, all the examinees were still chatting and murmuring amongst themselves. but they all went silent when he stood in the center of the room and started to explain the test. Hello, my name is Gabriel Collins, and I will be the teacher in charge of your general education for those who will pass the acceptance test. For today I will be examining your wolf and its power using the seer. For those of you who do not know exactly what the seer does, please listen to my explanations. Those who know what it does, please stay quiet, as you are all obligated to listen anyway, like it or not. He informed them, smiling. It was good that he was the first teacher. His age looked like it was not too far from theirs. Coupled with his joking manner, it made all the candidates relax and even laugh. It lessened the tense atmosphere present in the huge room. Now then, the seer has been used since ancient times to display the information for those who touch it and release some of their wolf's aura. The information it will show are the following 3 things. First is rank. The rank of wolf extends from rank 1 to 10, 1 being the highest rank a wolf can achieve and 10 the lowest. There are also werewolves with wolves that, unfortunately, cannot be ranked. They are the Ongazer who do not possess the strength necessary to power up the seer to check their rank. Regrettably, their aura is too weak to even start it up. Now then, for the ranks. We have rank 10 are normal pack wolves and worker wolves. Rank 8 and 9 are tracker and warrior wolves. Rank 7 are delta wolves. Rank 6 are gamma wolves. Rank 5 are beta wolves. Lunars of a pack also hold this rank. Although we are all guys here, so it does not concern the following test. He trailed off, chuckling, but his small smile froze when his eyes met Celia's. Chapter 6. 1 person to wolves. Only then did Gabriel remember there was actually also a female candidate this year. Realizing his blunder, he coughed to hide his awkwardness at the oversight, and continued explaining. Usually candidates would laugh at this joke every year, but this year no one laughed. Who would? When somehow she seemed to fit right in there with them. From time to time, since she arrived at the dormitory, most of the guys' eyes would trail off to the only female candidate. She was beautiful, quiet, and she looked quite frail on the outside, like she would break if you were to hug her just a little bit tighter. But even so, her aura felt powerful. Strangely, she also did not submit when she passed by them, as weaker werewolves did when higher-ranked ones would walk near them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As the power exuded by most of them was in the rank of alpha and beta categories, they were used to having ladies fawn over them. But she was different. Other than the meal times, you would hardly ever see her, which they felt was unfortunate. Not to mention, most wanted to court her. Why would they want to laugh and ruin their chances? Rank 4 wolves are normal alphas. Rank 3 wolves are stronger alphas. This is also the rank we expect watchers to have. Rank 2 wolves are the members of the council. Rank 1, also named one-man rank, is held by only 1 alpha, the alpha of all the packs together. Our king, please do not feel disheartened as you see your rank. For those who do not know already what your rank actually is, you should not feel it as weak, no matter what I would inform you. Every rank, in fact, has also 10 sub-ranks. To understand it better, it means that if you hold the 5th rank, then you are 10 times stronger than the 6th rank. Or if you hold the 5th rank sub-rank 5 times stronger than the 6th rank sub-rank's arrow. As a side note, all the teachers you have are as powerful as watchers. That means each of us hold the 3rd rank, but with a lot of experience in fighting added to it. Please keep this in mind. If you try to argue with one of us, Gabriel explained eloquently, trying to maintain a proper teacher stance. He needed to regain his lost prestige. The crowd was confused. They knew about ranks, but not about sub-ranks. Teacher, we have never heard about sub-ranks. Dare to say one of the candidates unable to abstain his curiosity at the finding. Well, this is possible. The seer the pack doctor uses cannot identify sub-ranks, and the pack doctors also cannot recognize them. I think I should be the only one with this ability, Gabriel stated with a normal voice, but a proud undertone could still be sensed. Can I ask another question? asked the same person, and receiving permission, proceeded. Why is the first rank named one-man rank? Intrigued inquired the young man, confused, as each rank was held by more werewolves than one. Are there more kings for our kind? Gabriel replied with another question, smiling as he looked from left to right in the room. Then after a few moments of silence, explained further, only one person holds this rank each generation, and that is our king. Hence the name one-man rank. All the other ranks are held by more people. His rank is also the rank without sub-ranks, because the difference of power between rank 1 and rank 2 is 100. That means it would take 1 people holding the second rank to attack and kill our current king. They all quieted down stunned, before small murmurs erupted at various places. They knew their king was powerful, but they never knew just how powerful he truly was. So the revelation made their heart fill with deep admiration. All right, settle down and let's continue. The second thing the seer will show is your wolf, and it will do so without you needing to actually shift. It can also compare it with other wolves and even let me know if your wolf has other talents, other than the normal ones that each wolf has. What I mean is it will show just how fast the wolf can regenerate, how strong it is and how big it is. As for the special abilities, it will show if your wolf has affinities with the elements of earth, wind, water and fire. The third thing the seer can show is whatever health problems you have. This is the ability pack doctors mostly use for medical care and diagnosis. But, as I am not checking your health, I will only be focusing on the first 2 things I explained. Now gentlemen, and lady, in alphabetical order please step one by one as you are called in the conference room, where you will be analyzed. Another 2 things I should mention are, first, do not worry as the room is under a spell so no information will leak out. Second, I am sure you have been explained by your guide when you first arrived. I am under a curse and cannot divulge anything I find out from your analysis. The only thing that will be displayed to the public will be the fact that you are accepted or rejected. To be accepted, you have to be at least rank 4 or 5. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ideal for us as rank 3, but we will at least let you pass to the further tests. If you have these ranks, the tests were carried out for about 1 hour, until it was finally Celia's turn. Dyke had already been tested, and he did not mind sharing his rank with her, as he was a 3rd rank werewolf. He might have actually wanted to boast about it in front of her, hearing her name called, and then stepping in front of the door of the conference room where the teacher was testing. Celia sighed heavily as she put her hand on the doorknob trembling, and slowly pushed it to open the door. The room was quite big and well lit, even if there were massive dark-colored drapes covering the windows to ensure more privacy. She nervously approached the teacher, and timidly sat in front of his desk where the orb was placed. For now the seer was a dark, almost black color. Well then, Monsieur Blair, please place your hand on top of the orb and release your, or just like you do when you go to your PAX doctor. Gabriel explained politely. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am sorry, teacher. I have never been tested before. Can you explain further? She asked with a small voice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Think about your wolf, but not like when you want to shift in, you push your wolf to the front side of your mind, and your human consciousness takes the back seat, going to the place where your wolf usually is. In other words, you do not need to switch places with one another for the test. Try to visualize your mind like it is a wide room, with your wolf occupying one half, and you the other. What both of you must do is step towards each other and meet at the center of this room. You are meeting halfway. Do you understand? Or should I explain a bit more? Gabriel detailed further, with the same previous politeness. It was his job to help the students with the test. Moreover, with a girl he felt he should act a bit more gentlemanly. If only, to cover for his previous gaffe. I understand. Thank you. I will try. But can I ask you 2 more things first? I am sorry for keeping your time, Celia said apologetically. There were more students that would get tested after her, so she felt sorry for keeping the teacher's time a bit longer because of her questions. Yes, of course. Please ask. He smiled gently, reassuring her. First thing is, I understand you have to tell the council and His Highness the rank of the wolf you test. Does it mean you will say it in any situation, or only if they ask? Usually, only if they ask. The council does not have the time to check all the information I see. They only get the list with the accepted werewolves, and His Highness has even less time to check such things. And the second question, he didn't understand her point in the question she asked, but still replied seriously. The second is, how do you meet halfway when there are 3 of you? She asked slowly, almost whispering. Gabriel looked puzzled at her, with his eyebrows frowned in confusion. To see him like this made Celia a little wary, since she saw him in the morning. He only laughed and joked. It was the first time she saw his serious side. What do you mean 3? There is only 2 of you. 1 wolf, 1 person. 1 + 1 = 2, Gabriel stated, not understanding where she was going with her question. What I mean is, how can I meet halfway with 1 person and 2 wolves? 1 + 2 = 3, Celia explained further, making Gabriel even more confused. 2 wolves. There cannot be a person and 2 wolves. He stood silent for a moment, trying to see if she was joking, but Celia's beautiful face did not sketch the minimum of emotions. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Try to get one of your wolves to come forward and meet halfway while placing your hand on the seer. We will test again with the other wolf after. He directed her simply. 1 wolf for 2 wolves. If it was a lie or the truth, he would check it anyway for himself in a moment. And if she was saying the truth, he could get explanations afterwards. She did as told, getting Crescent to meet with her halfway. A black aura surrounded her hand where the orb was touched, and as he looked at the glowing crystal, he saw her rank. It was the 4th rank. Not a bad rank at all, considering most girls went only to the 5th rank. The lunar-ranked werewolves were 5th rank, or the weaker packs, they were even 6th rank. But her rank, even if it was better than a lunar's, did not mean was good enough for the Watcher position. They allowed the 4th rank werewolves to continue being tested because the candidates could make further improvements. But to raise your rank was very difficult, if not nearly impossible. And this time, there were also more candidates than usual. If they found at least 10 candidates with the 3rd rank, then those with 4th rank and more would be eliminated by default. Gabriel also checked her wolf's appearance, as in the orb a grey wolf with tings of black appeared. She was as big as a usual alpha, but what surprised him more were the different lights surrounding it. The light that would surround a wolf only appeared around the wolves with talents for the elements. Red light was fire, grey light was wind, blue light was water, and brown light was earth. She was surrounded by red and blue light, fire and water, complete opposite powers. Usually, wolves with contradicting talents could be used to overpower one another. They were each other's weaknesses. But what weakness would a wolf with both elements hold? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your wolf is 4th rank with talent for fire and water. Now take your hand off and place it again while thinking about the other wolf, Gabriel said, as he wrote his findings on a piece of paper, but not in her official document. He thought there was no other wolf. Perhaps she felt like there were 2 wolves because of the 2 different kind of elements, but their king put emphasis on respect, and this meant they allowed everyone to get tested, even if the person seemed no stronger than Omega, so they would give everyone the benefit of doubt. She did as he instructed, and thought about waning. This time, a pure white light surrounded her hand, seeing the change in color that would also be impossible for a werewolf. Gabriel frowned, paying more attention to the orb. Then, as the seer displayed the various information, he quickly checked her rank. Already stunned by the changed appearance of the wolf reflected, he looked again and again, and did not know what to be more confused about. Should he be worried that her wolf was another, as the rank displayed indeed changed? Or should he be worried about the fact that the first rank, the rank of the king, could no longer be named one-man rank? Chapter 7. Double-ranked werewolf, all right. Now this was weird, she thought. The teacher, who only smiled and was in a good mood while he explained the test, now kept frowning seeing her information. Even after a few moments had passed, he did not say a thing, as his face looked more and more taken aback with each elapsed second. Her heart started pounding in her chest. Was there truly a problem with her? Did she make a mistake coming here? She avoided for so long getting tested, fearing the abnormal of her situation, and she walked on her own accord in the lion's den in the end. But she could not help it. She truly wished to become a watcher. It was her most fervent goal. She wished it so much that she did not even second-guess her mother's words. So much so that she even dared to get tested, under the probing gazes of others for being the only female, leaving aside the fact that there were two wolf consciousness inside her mind, which had already stunned the teacher into silence. After checking waning, the teacher frowned even more. Had she known that the procedure of the testing involved each wolf at a time, and they would only see the information display for the one wolf she wished to get tested, she would have hidden Waning's existence. As she had always known that Waning seemed stronger than Crescent, she had kept her hidden all these years, and even avoided shifting into her form because she knew that once she transformed, Waning's aura would barely be suppressed. The clear evidence of this being that, when she shifted for the very first time, she changed into Waning's wolf form. During the second time, she felt her bones crack and rearrange themselves, causing a huge commotion, even though during her first change, when she shifted into Crescent's form, nothing in particular happened. She still remembered how the trackers kept rumbling in the forest, howling and growing, as they searched for the intruder that was trying to oppose their alpha. It was not her intention to release the threatening aura, to defy the leadership. The problem was that regrettably this was what her shift was seen as, a challenge for the leader's position, being faster than them. Fortunately, they did not manage to catch a glimpse of her before she ran and hid in an inconspicuous place to change back to her human form. That time, the three decided that they would only change into Crescent's form because, even though Crescent was also as strong as a regular alpha, with Crescent's and Waning's power combined, it was easier to suppress her aura. Each time she shifted, no one could detect her wolf in the forest. Waning never complained because of this reason. She never protested she had to be suppressed. She assured Zia that if the latter assumed Crescent's form to run in the woods, the shift would bring comfort for her also. Coming here for the test, Celia reckoned that she was just as strong as a watcher, so it would not be strange for her to finally shift into Waning's form as well, surrounded by so many alpha-ranked werewolves. In an academy where higher-ranked werewolves were seen as the norm, Waning's form would be no different than the others, so shifting into her form wouldn't be seen as challenging their power and position. Her second wish besides being a watcher had been to let Waning run free, without anyone feeling threatened by her power. But now she had a gut feeling this wish would still be impossible to accomplish. After the teacher's initial silence that felt like a lifetime, now he kept mumbling to himself, it can't be. One-man rank. It can't be. His quick change in mood as he went from silent to pale to amazed had been to weird, to say the least. So she wanted to ask him what the problem was, but being afraid of his reaction, she stayed silent, waiting for him to speak first. Awkwardly retracting her hand from the seer, she suppressed Waning's aura. As she waited for the results, what was done could not be undone. Unfortunately, they stayed like this for a few more minutes, neither of them daring to look at the other, until Gabriel managed to regain his composure and with a hoarse voice finally spoke. "I am sorry, but your rank is impossible. Although I do not think the seer is wrong. It has never been wrong. Not to mention, His Highness has also used it to check his power regularly, and at the same time to check the fee has maintained its efficiency, so its readings has always been flawless. It is never wrong. It has been used for hundreds of years for thousands of werewolves. It can't be wrong. It just can't. He blabbered his words. The earlier eloquence he had displayed in the amphitheater nowhere in sight. What exactly is the problem? Celia asked, still trying to maintain her composure, though his repeated use of the words "it can't be wrong" had her a little worried. In an attempt to regain his composure, and spoke more fluently this time. He was still a teacher and a high-ranking official. If he would lose his composure so easily, what would others think of him? The seer has checked your wolf's power. It is rank 1. That is to say, the same rank as our current king's. He replied with an inquisitive tone. Had she known her strength already? Was this why she had avoided being tested before? Her eyes widened at the revelation, one she would not have imagined even 1,000 years. Waning was this strong why? Her genuine expression was a clear indication that it was news to her as well. But you said that rank 1 is only held by His Highness. Oh, can my rank also be the same? She said, stuttering. After a few seconds of silence, as she tried to understand his words. That is why I said it is impossible. I have to notify His Highness and the Council of this as soon as possible. We must know the reason your rank is so high. I should call them now, Gabriel stated, flustered, searching with his eyes for the phone. Teacher, you assured me earlier that you will only notify them if one is accepted or rejected. Please do not tell them what you found out. All I want is to be a watcher, nothing more. I do not want to be a guinea pig. I do not want further tests done. All my life I have lived for others. I just want to be free doing what I want. Celia spoke with a trembling voice. She had never spoken so much at once before, but now she was trying to the best of her abilities to get her opinion heard. I am sorry. I did say that. But for your circumstances I have to. I have no choice but to let them know. Gabriel apologized, as his eyes finally found the phone, and he had already lifted it from his desk. I do not allow it. Celia said. Put the phone down now. He was in the process of dialing his phone, when the sound of a higher-ranked wolf boomed inside the room. It instantly froze him, stopping his body just as he was about to press dial. Being the only 2 people in the room, Gabriel realized the commanding voice came from none other than her strength wolf. Waning. It was a superior alpha's power. Much like His Highness's wolf. When her wolf roared, all were obliged to listen, so he could only bow obediently, showing his neck in submission as he reflexively put the phone down. It had been the first time a candidate wolf made him submit. His rank was only below the werewolves that made up the council. Nonetheless, he was easily made to do her bidding. You will declare our rank as being 3rd. You will not speak of Sia having to wolves, and you will not check my abilities further. Do not test me, pup. The clear and imposing voice continued, ordering unbothered. Pup. He was called a pup. He would have laughed if it was in another situation, but the beauty before him could not be offended. Yes, as you command, was the reply his body instinctively gave, regardless of his free will. As Waning retracted her suffocating aura, only then did Gabriel sit upright again, just in time to see Celia's black eyes turn to their normal chocolate color. I am sorry. She is not usually willful. She only does whatever I ask of her normally. It was not my intention to command you. She has never used this voice on anyone before, Celia exclaimed apologetically, as she regained control of her body. She could not deny inside her mind that she approved Waning's actions, but it was still awkward to face the teacher. She had actually commanded a famous werewolf that she had heard stuff of legends about, a person in direct subordination to the king of werewolves, and Waning had even called him a pup. Well, she's your wolf. She will act on her own, if she feels your safety is threatened, Gabriel stated helplessly, and sighed as he continued. Fine. I promise I will not say anything. Well, I cannot say it, even if I want to. The command of a higher-ranked wolf can only be retracted by said wolf or another high-ranking one. So unless His Highness asks me expressly if you have to wolves, or your exact rankings, I will not divulge them. Thank you, she said, finally relieved her secret would be kept hidden. There is no need for thanks. Really no need, he thought to himself. He did not do it on his own accord, after all. Can I ask, how exactly do you have to wolves? Gabriel curiously inquired. I do not know how or why. When I shifted for the first time, at the age of 13, I felt the change of my body happening to times, and as a result I gained 2 wolves. But why such a thing happened to me, I have no way of finding out. My grey wolf, Crescent, also does not know the reason, and waning keeps herself suppressed most of the times, as her aura could easily be detected. Unless she stays hidden deep within my mind. She does not interact with me often because of this reason, only if she deems I need her help. But I did ask her once if she knew the reason, and she did not say anything, so I will not ask again. She will choose herself, whether to tell me or not, Celia explained honestly. Perhaps we will learn in time. We will be seeing each other more anyway in the future, in classes and during your watcher duties. We will talk further, if we find out more, Gabriel resigned stated. I have not taken all the exams to be a watcher yet, so. She tried to express her worry, but did not manage to speak further, because he interrupted her. A first-ranked werewolf, and you worry about not passing the exams. Gabriel finally laughed, resuming his usual carefree face from before she was tested. Do not worry, we will see each other in the future. Please tell the next candidate to wait 10 minutes before entering. I may not look like it, but I need a break, he continued to say, finally gesturing for Celia to take her leave. She nodded and exited the room. Once alone, Gabriel slumped on his chair, a little drained from the previous aura and tension. Oh, how he wished he could tell his good friend Celia's rank. She could possibly be Solas's mate. He was already 1 year old. But he still had not found her. Surely the king of all werewolves would be the only befitting of a female mate of her rank. If she was not his mate, then no other werewolf could be. With this in mind, he checked her file again. She was 22 years old and had never left her pack's territory. His friend had checked the packs for more than 50 years searching for his mate, which he unfortunately never found, after 50 years of constant searching, and closed his heart to even the prospect of having another werewolf as his mate and queen, other than his rightful mate. He was already 100 years old. Normally, werewolves had a minimum life expectancy of 2 years. Solas, as a high-ranking werewolf, had an even longer life, but who could say for certain exactly how long his life would be? It had made even the council worry, as he reached his current age, and still had no heir to the throne. What if the reason for not finding his mate was that she had not been born yet? He gave up the search before her birth, and her Celia Blair was never checked. He sighed again. Well, anyway, His Highness made constant inspections to the academy, and even if not, as he had already checked it this year, he could possibly still come for the start of the courses in autumn. It would be 3 months later, but he had already waited for so long. What was 3 months more? And with his abilities he could probably smell her, if he even came near the gates. It was not necessary to actually see her face, to check if she was his mate, so in due time they would find each other. 3 weeks had passed since the SEER test. Seeing her pass it, the other candidates gained another level of respect towards Celia. Out of the 10 people or more that first signed up for the exam, only about 3 remained. Just after the first test, they were the ones ranked 3rd and 4th. The IQ test and the liberal discussion test diminished the number even more. So for the melee combat only 1 candidate remained. Celia was between the remaining candidates, and she was actually placed first for the 2nd and 3rd test. The first test was confidential, so no one knew her ranking, but she was at the very least a 4th rank. During this time she kept mostly to herself as always, but in the eyes of the other candidates it felt like she bloomed further. like she looked even more beautiful than when she first arrived. At the beginning she felt more introvert and not easily approachable, but now as she was more certain of herself and she also felt more at ease in their presence, they could even greet her when they passed by, and each time she would respond. These facts seemed to add to her attractiveness. She seemed even more charming than the first day they saw her. During her time at the academy, Celia had called her family only once. Not that they called her also. Only her brother messaged asking how she was from time to time or she was eating properly. But with her mother she had only spoken once. It was the time she called to inform her family she had passed the first 3 tests. But when her mother answered the phone, after she had waited for quite a while for the call to be picked up, the latter told her to take care of herself, and quickly mentioned she did not have the time to talk at that moment. But she assured her she would call her back later. She waited for the call that never came, so they did not know of her progress. She also tried later to call her sister, but Brianna did not respond to her calls at all. She sighed, as she figured her sister was still angry at her for leaving so abruptly, so she gave up trying to call and only left a message for her, telling her to take care of herself and, even though she was not one to talk of her feelings, she also told her younger sister she loved her very much. The last Monday finally came. She was a bit nervous, but still felt she was as ready as she would ever be for the final test. She had used the rest of the weeks, other than Mondays on which the tests were held, for training. She herself trained since young, but she always did so covertly, and only in her scarce free time. But now she could do it freely and even use all of her time for it. Jake also trained with her and, as he had professional training, it helped her further. The 100 people gathered in the massive amphitheater, located in the heart of the academy. They had become quite close to each other in the last month, but now everyone was wary of the other. On this day, out of the 100 still remaining candidates, only 10 would get to be admitted for the Watcher course, and everyone wanted to be in those 10 places. A fierce battle was sure to take place. Chapter 8. The Alpha of the New Watchers. Lady and gentlemen, congratulations for passing the previous tests. You are truly the elite of the elite. Unfortunately, as you already know, we only have 10 available positions for Watchers this year, so to decide the final candidates, the last test will be a melee war between all of you. The purpose of this fight is quite simple, and that is, the last 10 people to remain inside the circle you are now standing in will become the new Watcher candidates that we will train for the next 2 years. After undergoing the course and final exam, those 10 people will become full Watchers. Please note that each valedictorian group will act as a pack during the courses, and will remain one even after these 2 years. That means that you will become an official pack after you graduate. You will investigate cases together. You will work together, undertake missions together under the command of the one with the most victories in the melee war, your Alpha. That being said, there are no rules on how you can make the other candidates exit the circle. But do keep in mind that Watchers are the most fair of people. They are the people who best respect others, and would use killing only as a final mean. As such, I expect to see fair play from all of you. Good luck and begin. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, who seemed to be in charge of the final test, loudly and sternly informed the candidates. There were at least 10 teachers surrounding the circle on all sides. It seemed like they were there to arbitrate the war. Every candidate already knew what the test would be about, so when the teacher said to begin, almost everyone started to select an opponent. Stay near me, Jake whispered to Celia. Just as the fight began, he knew she was a pretty good fighter. Everything he taught her these weeks she absorbed like a sponge, as she had a pretty good foundation to begin with. And he also knew she was quite powerful, but he still wished to protect her and ensure she passed. She nodded and stayed near him. It was not a bad deal to fight in pairs. Some of the other werewolves were doing the same thing as well. They fought together with the werewolves they befriended in their time here. Jake fought with ease at first, as he was one of the best ranked of the candidates, but it did not mean she let him shoulder all the fight on his own. She intervened, from time to time when she felt he was outnumbered, and she also covered his back. But even though the fighting went smoothly in the beginning, as he managed to defeat all those who came near, slowly his opponents multiplied. Perhaps they targeted him as the number of people in the circle diminished, knowing he was also trying to protect her. But this actually only made her feel more upset and angry. She was not a weakness. She had only fought cautiously as it was the first time she fought with others. Not to mention she was also suppressing most of her aura and strength, still maintaining their winning streak even with the multitude of opponents. While Celia was looking out for someone who was about to hit Jake from behind, another candidate did manage to catch her off guard. The burly man was about to grab her and throw her out of the circle. Fortunately, Jake saw him and reacted barely in time to push her out of the way. But to do so he let himself become vulnerable, making it easy for another werewolf to come from behind and hit the back of his head hard. With him being unconscious, the opponent quickly grabbed him by the neck and tried to fling him out of the circle. At this point, Celia's anger had reached its limit. It was like the others did not even feel she was a threat on her own. Without his assistance, satisfied there would be an opponent less in the circle, the werewolf smirked as he ruthlessly flung Jake's body, expecting him to land outside of the circle. He was even chuckling, as the number of opponents that were personally thrown out by him increased, and with it the probability to become the alpha also became a reality. Jake was the 10th opponent he threw out. The werewolf turned around, not even looking to confirm that Jake did indeed exit the circle. He was certain that he would, so he was already looking for the next opponent, when a loud bang sound was heard. It was not like the sound of someone landing. It was more like the sound of someone smashing in another person. This sound, coupled with the faces of the other opponents that were looking surprised behind him, made him also take a look, only to find Jake still inside the circle. In the last moment, using a bit more of her real strength, Celia moved with frightening speed, stepping in front of the border, waiting to catch his body before it made it across the line. She huffed as she caught him and she was about to fly with Jake out of the circle as well, as she was not used to the strength she exuded, and was also a little unbalanced by the blow. But in that moment, Waning took over with Crescent trying to minimize her, or so not all of it would leak out. The first strength wolf easily stabilized her position and stopped her from flying out. As she stood firm on her feet, she laid Jake's body on the ground near the border, but not outside of the circle. She checked her surroundings, counting the candidates. There were only 30 left. Waning smirked with her black eyes sparkling. There were not enough opponents left for a proper and decent workout. It was the first time she was out in ages, and she only had to deal with only that many werewolves. The other candidates felt the sudden change in the air, and the pressure released by a high-ranking wolf. All of those left inside the circle were the rank werewolves, with sub-ranks ranging from 1 to 8. But somehow they were trying to maintain themselves from submitting to her aura and concentrate on their fights. Even the teachers watching from outside looked a bit more intently at Celia, as everyone knew of the only female candidate. Indeed, she had stood out not only for being female, but for the fact that she was one of the finalists. Waning did not seem to sense these gazes of confusion from those around. It only looked at her opponents one by one. She could feel their power and the extent they could grow in the future, while she was already making the selection for her future pack in her mind. The werewolf that had thrown Jake, overcoming his surprised state, wanted to run towards her and push them both out. It was the perfect opportunity as Jake and Celia were barely still inside the circle. But he did not manage to take to 3 steps, when his arm was strongly grabbed. The force of the pull was so powerful, like he had hit a concrete wall. Trying to look at the person who grabbed him, he only saw it after an inch, before finding himself on the floor outside of the circle, looking up battered like he had never been in his life. Considering his alpha lineage, he saw that in the former place he had been, Celia was now standing. After dealing first with the cowardly werewolf who hit Jake from behind, Waning avoided the most powerful ones she had identified first. The other remaining ones, with frightening speed, she threw them out of the circle one by one, either by grabbing their hand, foot, neck, anything she could grab onto. 3 minutes later, the melee war was finished, with the ones outside the circle not realizing how they got there. Inside the circle, only 10 people remained, with 8 standing stunned and 1 still unconscious, not knowing why their opponents disappeared from in front of them and were actually outside the circle on the ground. One might say she defeated the werewolves easily, if they looked at it from the outside. But to catch so many third-ranked alphas off guard, even if they were busy fighting, and to also throw them like crags, was something difficult even for experienced watchers. "The melee war is finished," answered the teacher, stuttering, not believing his eyes. Even he would be inclined to believe that her opponents were easily defeated looking at her fights, if he did not know their actual strength. Winner of the 200th Watcher Accept and Stest and Alpha of the new group, Miss Blair. At the same time, in the new moon Packmore, I am not so sure about this dress. I don't think it fits for the lunar ceremony. Maybe I should actually buy one, Brianna said, pouting, while checking the dress in front of her. Her sister had made it for herself some time ago, but she felt it was not elegant enough. Whether you like it or not, it is the only white dress your sister made, other than the dress for the ball, and you cannot wear that again. What will people think of us if you wear the same dress? I already made it clear to you that you have to wear one of the dresses your sister made for you or for herself. You cannot wear anything else. Why are you being stubborn now? Do you want to be the Luna? Her mother huffed, irritated. Brianna was the one who made her help, and now she was the one who had to explain to her daughter what she had to do. You were the one who convinced me that Rayan was the best choice, even though I said to wait some more. Now why are you making a fuss? Her mother asked with a sharp tone. Brianna was still pouting, even though her mother had tried to reason with her. Just wait until you are marked. Then you can wear whatever you want. If not, then wear a new dress and let us see if you will still become the Luna, her mother finally warned. If this did not convince Brianna, then she did not know what would. Fine, I will wear it, finally replied Brianna through gritted teeth, while forcefully changing her clothes to get the dress fitted on her. She was getting tired of these dull clothes. Just until Sunday, she kept repeating inside her mind. At the academy, Saturday afternoon, Alpha, let's get lunch. The other guys are waiting at the table already, Jack exclaimed merrily, knocking on Sihir's door. She opened the door as quickly as she could and came outside. When she heard his voice, "Sorry, I was making my back. I finally finished. I won't have any more time to do it after lunch," she apologized, sighing. She was still not used to it. The 9 guys that made up her pack had called her Alpha this whole week, and she wished they would stop. But the teachers had told them that they should use her official title, for them to get used to the hierarchy, so there was no other way around it. Other than being called Alpha, which made her a bit awkward, she grew more comfortable with the other guys as well. Before, she only stayed most of the time with Jake. Now, to build the bonds of the pack, she spent her time with all of them. Do you have to stay for the whole 2 months at home until the courses begin? You should just greet your family, tell them the result and come back. We have to prepare for the beginning of the courses. Jake tried to reason with her. She smiled a little, shrugging her head. There was nothing to learn until the classes started. She realized he did not want her to go back home. He was also not leaving because he did not want to go home. His mom kept pestering him about finding his mate, so he chose to stay here for the rest of the summer. Seeing he could not change her mind, he sighed, walking beside her in the hallway. Looks like it would be boring without her in the academy for the next 2 months. I had always longed to be the pride of my family, but when I discovered my sister had taken everything from me while I was gone, my dreams shattered in an instant. Chapter 9. The rightful lunar Sunday afternoon, her plane landed on schedule. It had been a relaxing flight, as she traveled first class this time. Courtesy of the academy, she was only becoming a watcher because of her dream. but was only now learning of the benefits and perks that came with the job. She was considered a new student, but she had already received a card on which, each month, a substantial scholarship would be deposited. This was even larger than the rest of her pack's numbers as she was their leader. It was almost double. It baffled her, as she checked the card the week before, when she went to the city with Jake and the other guys, to buy some souvenirs for her family, checking the scholarship at an ATM machine, to see how much her budget for the presents could be. She could not believe the amount that was displayed. Even if she splurged the money, there would still remain more than half of the scholarship to save up, and it would renew each month. Another advantage of a Watcher student status would be traveling first class each time, as the airline company was actually owned by the current king. She was also supposed to be greeted with respect each time she visited her original pack, and the Alpha and Luna would have to welcome her personally, though she did not want that. The pack was an extended family, so she could never demand that from them. She did not even want to inform them yet that she was in fact a Watcher student. The data that showed her Alpha status, when she was made the Alpha of her newly formed pack, appeared on her left palm, but if she wore a glove no one would see it. She only wanted her family to know, to share the joy only with them. So as soon as she landed, she immediately put on her glove to hide the mark. Inside the airplane the flight she had removed her glove, so when the stewardess that served her a drink saw the Alpha's mark, she immediately changed her form of addressing. Not only that, she also became more respectful and did not even raise her head from that moment on, each time she passed by her seat. This treatment she received from the other stewardesses as well. They even helped her with the bags until the exit of the airport and called a private car to try to drive her to her pack, even though she said it was not necessary. They had insisted to do so. She did not know if her pack would react the same way if they found out, but she did not wish to verify it. Arriving home, she thanked the driver that carried her bags until the doorway, before she knocked on the door and waited for someone to answer it. She waited for several minutes, but nobody answered. It was strange. On Sundays everybody should be home. By this time even her father would have returned. Having no other choice, she searched her bag to find her house keys. As an organized person, the keys were found quickly. Then she immediately opened the door, and saw that inside the house indeed no one was there. She frowned, wondering where everyone went. As she carried her bags up to her room, she also tried calling them, but even to her call no one answered. Well, they should be arriving soon enough, she thought, so it was probably better to take a shower and wait for them. Opening her bedroom's door, the atmosphere felt strange. Usually, her scent would be the most predominant smell in this room, and other people's scent should only vaguely be felt. Now that she had been gone for a month, even less others' scent should be sensed, if not totally lacking. Why would anyone come in her room with her away? But her keen nose clearly smelt her sister's scent all around the room, even more than her own. Thinking of this, it warmed her heart. Could it be her sister was missing her so much that she spent time in her room? Brianna had been angry at her all this time, but it looked like she was not honest with herself. She was still a little girl throwing a tantrum. A small smile adorned her face as she placed her bags down on the floor and opened her closet to take a change of clothes. Directing her eyes at the usually perfectly aligned items on the shelves, she stopped for a moment when she saw that her clothes were actually disorganized. And not only that, on the shelves between her clothes there were also some belonging to her sister. Turning around and taking another better look inside her room, she realized she could see a lot of her sister's personal items all around, rather than only occasionally staying in her room. It felt like her sister had actually moved in her room altogether. She shrugged her head, clearing her thoughts away. She was tired and she just wanted to sleep. She would talk with them later and find out why Brianna had moved into her room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Since the latter had a better, bigger bedroom than hers, sighing a bit, shutting out the unusual situation she could not make tail her head from, she took off a uniform that she had come dressed in, preparing to take a shower. The formal clothes that consisted of a black shirt, black tight pants, black army-like boots, a long ankle-length overcoat with a tunic collar and a small brooch embedded on its chest indicating her status as a watcher course student, were folded by her neatly, before placing them inside her bag. She was afraid to ruin them as the uniform warmed her heart, assured no wrinkles would be formed on the clothes. She took a towel that had barely been left unscathed by the general mess inside of her wardrobe, before going to the bathroom, mirroring the bedroom state. The normal spotless bathroom was also in a poor state, and was also full of Brianna's skincare products. Finishing a quick shower to remove the travel's dust away, she dried herself, before putting on a maxi dress quite similar to the ball as she wore to the ball and thought to go check the fridge for something to eat, before going to bed for a rest. But just as she was exiting her room, her phone suddenly rang. "Hi sister, you called me," Daniel greeted happily, then waited for Celia to say what she had wanted to talk to him about. "Oh, yes, I called. Where is everyone? I am on a break from the academy, and wanted to surprise you all, but nobody is home," Celia replied as she was checking her surroundings. It was as though she searched for their presence. "What do you mean, where's everybody? Don't you know? Mom said she called you some days ago to inform you of Brianna's lunar ceremony, but you told her you could not come because of the exams." Daniel replied confused. "What lunar ceremony? I did not know that Brianna met her mate. Even less about a ceremony taking place," Celia stated confused, a frown slightly evident on her face, while she had stopped moving her gaze about. All her attention was concentrated on Daniel's answer. "You don't know. Brianna found her mate at the ball. Last time. It is Ray-Ann, the future alpha of our pack. They couldn't wait longer. You know, the mate pull and whatnot. So tonight she's having the lunar ceremony. From tomorrow onward she will be our official Luna," Daniel informed her happily, although he could not understand why she did not know of it. "Where is the ceremony?" His answer was not one she expected to hear. If Brianna had met her mate at the ball, it was just before she left. Why didn't they also tell her about it? Why had they hidden from her? Why was she kept in the dark? Why had they tried to get her away from the pack? Speaking on the phone was confusing. She would talk with them in person. "It is at the ballroom from last time. They wanted the party to be quite big. Do you want me to come pick you up? The ceremony will be later in the night. There is still time." Daniel offered immediately. He also wanted to see her sooner. "No, it is all right, I will walk," she simply said, wailing any emotions she might unwittingly let out. Now it truly felt that everything was strange and mysterious. First, her mother did something for her that she would never do. She let her take the exam for the watcher course. Then Brianna found her mate before she left, but she never told her about it. She never even mentioned it on the phone. Not that anyone called her, as Daniel said they did. And now Brianna was living in her room, and she was also having the lunar ceremony without notice to her at all. "What do you mean walk? It will take longer this way. Wait for me. I will come pick you up right now," Daniel asked confused, while he was already checking his pocket for the keys of his car. "Trust me. It will be faster than by car," she replied with an I-see-I-ness she never showed to her family, no matter how expressionless she was. Not waiting for him to say anything more, she abruptly closed her phone and threw it on the bed. Usually, on her poker face barely any emotions could be seen, but now you could clearly see she was upset. Indeed, she was faster than a car. After putting on her uniform's boots that could withstand her inhuman speed and force, she went out of the house swiftly. A ride that normally took a quarter of an hour by car was made by her in 7-8 minutes. She did not even breathe heavily when she arrived, looking at the building for a second, as she cleared her mind overrun with thoughts. She walked slowly this time, not stopping her feet until reached the ballroom where people had already begun to gather. Generally, she was a presence that went unnoticed in her pack, but now her long wavy hair that rested loosely on her back, her rosy pink healthy face that had become even more glowing, even the choice of the maxi dress with the boots, which was an unusual combination, and her body which exuded authority. All it combined made most of the people there turn their head towards her, her iciness and cold demeanor adding to an already alluring charm. Is that Brianna's sister? Well, she managed to show up. Such a snob. She did not even want to come to her sister's lunar ceremony, snorted one of Brianna's girlfriends. I know. Brianna was quite upset about it. Apparently she had some exams and could not come. Please. She has jealousy written all over her face, said another mockingly. They talked with small voices, but her keen hearing picked up on it. Was that what her sister said about her? Why did she lie? It was unlikely they made it up. They were her best friends. She did not move away from the front door and just checked inside. Today she would get to the bottom of things, not seeing anyone from her family from where she was standing or even smelling them. She thought to check inside the ballroom. Perhaps they were a little further ahead, but just as she placed a small step in front of her, the smell of citrus and vanilla enveloped her. It smelled wonderful, making her wolf, Crescent, who was usually very quiet, unexpectedly active. The latter kept howling in her head happily. She turned around slowly, already suspicious of what this meant, just as a handsome tall man appeared in front of her. To my agent extraordinaire, Mahlon Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His face was quite confused, but a longing look could clearly be seen on it. She locked eyes with him, and indeed he was. To my agent extraordinaire, Mahlon Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She whispered back. To my agent extraordinaire, Mahlon Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What are you doing home? You were supposed to come back 5 months later. Her mother, angered and even more, asked quickly with a high-pitched voice, interrupting the gazes the two had directed to one another. Intentionally or not. Yes, why are you back? Are you not taking the exams anymore? Isn't it your dream to become a watcher? Her sister Brianna also questioned her, her voice higher than usual, but with the same panic tone. She was still trying to maintain her innocent FA8 enthusiasm. In the past, Celia had committed her childish and willful behavior, but it seemed she was taken for a fool. She could hear the mocking laughs from the girls that were Brianna's friends. It seemed her younger sister was informing everyone what exam she was about to take to redirect the thoughts of the people from the current problem. No girl had dared to take the exam, even though there were no gender restrictions, because no girl would be strong enough. Only a fool would try to compare herself with the most powerful of alphas. She looked at both her mother and sister who were near her mate, without answering their questions. If she still did not understand what everything that happened meant, she would really not be qualified to occupy the alpha's position. The puzzle finally fitted together. Their actions and the fact that her mate was actually holding her sister's hand were the answer she was searching for. She had never wanted a mate before, but seeing him before her, she felt the mate pull. She was still having a poker face, but it did not mean that she was not hurt. The phantom pain she felt more than a month ago reappeared as she was looking at the both of them. So indeed it had been the phantom pain a mate would feel when his mate cheated on her. It was exactly the same. She had been a fool. They played her how they wanted. So much for being family, she thought. Even though she felt the pain because of her mate cheating on her, still it was not the reason for her anger. No, the main motive for her rage was her mother, who constantly overlooked her and always prioritized her sister over her, and her sister, whom she dearly loved. Even though most of the times, she only felt used by Brianna. She had thought it was only childish jealousy from her younger sister's part and never bothered to correct her. Her love for her sister should have been enough. The care she showed towards her, Celia thought mattered to Brianna, but the result was that she wanted to steal even her mate. She was always used by them. She always had to give up things she wanted to do because of them, and now even her mate should become her sister's. The only time they actually let her do what she wanted was to get rid of her presence, to get her away from the pack to ensure she did not interfere. She giggled, amused at her own foolishness, the iciness seemingly melting away, though in reality her state was actually becoming even colder. all feeling of family love, were rapidly cooling down. Seeing her smile, most of the guys there felt as though they saw her for the first time ever, even though she grew up with most of them. Such a beautiful girl, even if her giggle was fake, even if it felt like she was giggling to mock herself. It still sounded like small bells ringing in their ears, like a small hummingbird song. They had never heard or seen her laugh before. So much for family. She stated more for herself than for the people around, and, seeing there was no more point in sorting things out, wanted to walk around them to exit the room. No other words were necessary. What could she possibly talk more with these people? What could she discuss with her mate that reeked of other females? Her sister that reeked of her mate, or her mother that reeked of hate towards her. All of it was disgusting. They were disgusting. She took a few steps and was about to pass by her mate, as she was walking towards the door, when suddenly he was pulled to the side by her sister. Brianna clung to him, possessively, staring hatefully at her. Pathetic. All of you. Her voice had lost all its warmth by this point. Looking to each of them as she said those words, her fur strength seemed to ever so slightly shine through. She hadn't released her, or even unwittingly, she had not made them submit to her at all, but her expressionless look and stern gaze still made them feel like doing exactly this, submitting themselves to her. Brianna actually thought she wanted to throw herself into his arms. Such a mate. Only Brianna would want. Celia thought. Never her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ray Ann's POV. Before me was the most beautiful girl I have ever laid eyes on. My mate. She was as perfect as I had always pictured her to be. Her chocolate brown eyes moist with unshed tears. Her rosy pink cheeks. Her cherry lips. And her small face. Everything about her was perfect. Everything about her made my wolf scream she was mine. I had always been with countless girls. Everyone that threw themselves at me. I never refused. I knew I would finally find my mate one day, and until then I wanted to have as much fun as I could. Even just before I returned to my pack's territory, I never refused the girls that came towards me hoping to be the Luna. I laughed at them secretly, but still I would never refuse a free meal, because once I found her, my missing half a soul, I would dedicate the rest of my life to her and dedicate my life protecting my pack as the alpha. But until then I was a free man. Meeting Brianna at the ball, smelling her sweet strawberry scent, I thought she was the one. My wolf said, at that time, he did not feel the mate pull towards her, and even I did not feel it. Other than her scent, she did not seem like my mate, but she was the most beautiful girl there, the only one present that stood out from the rest. If she was not, then who else would deserve to be the mate of an alpha? So I asked her then why I could feel a faint scent from her as if she was my mate, but did not feel the pull towards her as soon as I approached her. She looked at me with eyes full of love and hope, but wavered a bit at the question I asked. She stood silent for a moment, before explaining to me that she had not yet shifted as she did, that he was only 20 years old. And perhaps that could be the reason. Suddenly her scent got stronger as she looked towards the door with eyes wide open. Why, I did not know. So I looked behind me following her gaze, but I did not manage to see what had caught her attention. When she talked once more, grabbing my interest again, we spent the entire duration of the ball together. She would not leave my side at all, always clinging on to me, but this made me happy as I also loved her eagerness towards me and her comforting presence. We were at the center of attention, as all the guys and girls looked towards us with envy in their eyes. The following days we were together more and more. I could not get enough of her presence and adorableness. She was a sweet girl, pure and innocent, a perfect fit for Luna. Everyone around us cheered us on, seeing us together. She was liked by so many people because of her gentleness and proper character. Everyone would tell me about her intelligence, her care towards her friends and towards her family. Since she was young until now she liked to cook, to help around the house, and she even made her own clothes, and sometimes for her friends as well. Her friends also told me she was more mature than her older sister, with the latter not able to compare to her no matter how she struggled to do so. and I could see that for myself and confirm their words, as her sister even had delusions of becoming a watcher student, and had thrown a tantrum, until her mother let her do as she pleased. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My petite cute mate only confided in me about this, as she was too sad and disappointed with her sister. She never told her friends though, so they would not judge her sister even harsher than they already were. Her friends also mentioned my mate was also more beautiful than her older sister, to which I agreed, as I once saw her older sister's photo when she showed me some photographs of her family on her phone. Such an invisible presence and solemn expression. Not even a small smile was on her face in any photo I saw. Always looking down. You could not see her eyes. But I did not linger much looking at her. Seeing the cheery pretty face of my mate next to her, it caught all of my attention. Spending even more time with Brianna, I noticed the strawberry scent got stronger, making me think she was getting close to shifting. I felt deeper feelings for her every day, so it only took about a week and I succumbed to temptation and made her mine. Today was supposed to be her lunar ceremony. Tonight I was supposed to mark her, as she was already carrying my cup. But even though I fell in love with her, strangely I was still waiting to feel the mate pull. My wolf had not cared for her in the slightest other than her scent, and today, I finally understood why. The strawberry fragrance hit my nose as soon as I opened the ballroom's door, with my mate behind me. It overpowered every scent in the room. It overpowered my supposed mate's scent also. Confused, I looked up following the scent, with my wolf howling in my head. Locking my eyes with her, I felt my knees go weak. I felt my heart pound in my chest and I finally felt the mate pull, realizing what seeing your true mate really should be like. My mate was Brianna's sister, the one everyone had said was a jealous, insignificant and immature person, too petty to even attend her sister's ceremony. But why could I not understand now what they had told me? Why could I not see any of it in her appearance? How could such a beautiful person be anything but perfect? Chapter 10. Loving sister. She looked at her sister, like one would gaze at a small ant. After her initial giggle, she had resumed her poker face. Even her tears had dried. Deep within her mind, perhaps she always knew how they truly were, but never wanted to admit it. Her family had never cared for her. Only her brother was the one she would still consider family. The rest of the members from today onwards would become nothing but strangers. With these thoughts in mind, she started walking once more, not giving them a second glance, and exited the venue. There was nothing else she wanted in this moment other than being as far away as possible from all of them. She felt suffocated the longer she was to stay in the Pax territory, her feelings of escaping, reflecting on her steps. This was her intention, but hurrying down the hallway, she was stopped in her tracks when she met face to face with her brother, big sister. Daniel called happily, and immediately went up to her, hugging his big sister, unaware of the happenings that occurred earlier in the ballroom. The young man had always felt alienated from Brianna, so was not particularly excited for her lunar ceremony. For this reason he was thinking of only walking inside the venue just when the ceremony was about to begin. "I am so glad to see you. I missed you," he exclaimed joyfully. Although disappointed and angry, Celia was still a logical person. She would never take out her spite on other people, so she said nothing, only gently hugged him back. In the time she was away, he seemed to have grown a little taller. He was steadily becoming an adult. Wondering how exactly she arrived so quickly to the ballroom just by walking on her feet, Daniel was curious and wanted to ask her how she did it. But as he released her from his embrace, he noticed something was off. His sister felt even more aloof than normal, even more closed off from the world, and he knew it meant she was upset. Did something happen at the academy? What's wrong? Did they bully you for being a girl? He concernedly asked her. His big sister was the quiet type and most likely wouldn't retaliate if someone was to bully her. No, quite opposite. Everyone has treated me better than I would ever expect them to, Celia calmly replied. They had treated her better than her own family. She mentally added, Then why are you upset? Come to think of it, you are going in the opposite direction of the ballroom, he noted, looking around in confusion, checking for the problem. I saw everyone, and now I am going back to the academy, she stated simply, not wanting to dive more into the subject. There was no point in doing so. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. By talking, she would delay leaving the pack territory, inviting more trouble and anguish. She had enough for today. She had enough for her whole life, actually. But you said you were on your break. How can you leave when you just got here? The reason his sister gave him was clearly a dismissive one. It was a reason covering up a bigger problem, and for Celia to become upset it took quite a serious matter to make it happen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A stern voice interrupted their conversation before she managed to reply. It was a voice that did not hold the smallest affection for a child a parent had not seen in more than a month. It was her father, Robert, arriving for the ceremony. He was accompanying the old alpha of the pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And his Luna Abigail. Seeing them, Celia railed in any emotion she had. She did not know the exact participants of the deceiving act that was happening inside the ballroom, or alternatively named the lunar ceremony of her sister, but even if she knew, it made no difference. Her only goal was leaving, showing the bare maximum respect she could conjure at this moment. She slightly nodded in the direction of the newcomers, acknowledging their presence, but did not exchange a word of greeting. When she had become a Watcher student, she and the other students had received a small guideline book with regulations they needed to follow in the future, rules other packs needed to follow in contact with them, and other such things. In the book, it was stated that by becoming a Watcher, one was no longer part of their original pack, but she was part of the pack that was formed together with the other Watchers. And to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They were part of the royal pack. As such, they were required to maintain their distance from the members with authority from their original pack, and to only conduct themselves in a formal way, not in the humble manner they were previously accustomed to. This applied from the moment their tattoo appeared on their bodies. As students, they were already considered half a Watcher. Explaining further, it meant that submission to their home pack's alpha not only was no longer required of them, it was even prohibited. What are you doing not bowing to your alpha? Your mother told me what a stupid thing you were doing. Honestly, begging her just to become a laughing stock. Are you getting cocky now, when you have not even taken the test at the academy? He boomed, furious. Her father always had a strict demeanor and would scold her for the smallest of supposed mistakes. He was also one, as much as her mother, who showed a difference in treatment, believing the lunar fate that belonged to her sister. It is all right, Robert. Don't get angry. The girl did not mean any disrespect, Richard said, smiling, but Abigail slightly frowned at her actions. Celia did not respond to her father, ignoring him, still looking at her brother. Her father's imposing voice no longer held any importance to her. She had never felt fear towards her father, as one would fear higher-ranked alpha, only treated him with respect. It had given the latter the impression that she feared him, but now with the veil not covering her eyes anymore, the previous respect was non-existent. For some reason she had the feeling her father also knew and participated in the lie. If not at the very beginning, as he was away, later he was most likely informed of what her sister and mother did. I am leaving now. I will text you later with my new number. The academy issued another number for me that I am obligated to have. You can contact me using that number whenever you want. If you ever have any problems or just wish to see me, give me a call and I will arrange a plane ticket for you immediately. Don't think about the costs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just give me a call and it will be done. She slightly smiled at her brother and kissed his forehead. Wait, why does it sound like you are never coming back? Daniel asked, worried. Something was really wrong. She only smiled lightly and was about to leave. She did not want to be in this place even for a minute longer. The pain of the bond was still making her sick. She wanted to be far away. At the academy she was never like this at all. The phantom pain did not appear even once. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wait, shouted Ray-An, as he came running after her. Brianna had tried to stop him, but he shrugged her off and came for her. With Brianna and her mother following behind, how could he let his true mate leave? She must have misunderstood the situation. She must have thought he did not want her. As long as he explained, she would understand him in return. She was his. She was the only one in this world who would understand and love him truly. Alpha Ray and Luna Brianna, congratulations for your appointment, she said simply with only her head turned towards them. Her expressionless face did not show any emotion in particular, but her words were meant to separate the relationships between them to those of merely acquaintances, or even less. Wait, but you are my rightful Luna, he replied, panicked. She was thinking about rejecting him. Hearing him, everyone in the hallway gasped. The only ones who were not surprised were Brianna and her mother. What do you mean, rightful Luna? Asked his father, confused. Father, she is my mate, he hurriedly replied, feeling wronged. What? You said Brianna was your mate. How come it is Celia now? Richard shouted with a harsh tone. I thought so because Brianna smelt like Celia, but I did not feel the mate pull. Brianna said she had not shifted until now, so I thought it was because of this reason that I could not feel the mate pull towards her yet. But just now when I met Celia, I realized she is my true mate. Ray-N immediately explained, trying to excuse himself. You, why did you not ask me? How can you believe such a reason? Even if Brianna would not have shifted yet, you should have seen it in her eyes. You should have felt the mate pull regardless. Richard replied, annoyed with his stupid son. And what do you mean Brianna did not shift yet? She shifted at the beginning of this year, stated Daniel, confused. His big sister should have been the Luna, not Brianna. Well, he always knew that girl had not even one Luna bone in her body. It finally clicked. Only now Ray-N understood her panicked expression at the ball. The reason he did not feel the mate pull. Everything fitted. He had been deceived. Celia sighed. She was not even upset anymore. It seemed her sister actually did her a favor. If she had seen Ray-N before, it would have been impossible to become a watcher. The only problem that remained was the fact that her heart ached involuntarily, and Crescent kept howling in pain since she saw her mate. But she knew her wolf. She would have never accepted someone that had fooled around with other women, and definitely not someone that impregnated her sister. Since he arrived in the pack's territory, she kept having phantom pains almost every night. Even before he met her sister at the ball, who would ever want such a mate? The three of them would be all right together, just as always one person to wolves. Waning had surfaced from deep within her mind for some time already, and had protectively wrapped around Crescent with her body, which was quite easy as the white wolf was much bigger than Crescent. In her warm embrace, the latter settled down. Ray-N looked angry at Brianna. He could have shredded her to pieces if he could. She was the cause of all these problems. His look devoid of any love made the latter cower behind her mother. Since she had met Ray, and until now, this was the first time she had felt such a killing intent from him. The first time he had showed such a disgusted face towards her. She was already carrying his pup. Why would Celia still matter to him now? Alpha Ray-N, please quell your anger. Brianna is frail right now. Immediately intervened her mother, trying to diffuse his rage. All their plans had gone awry, but they still had an unexpected advantage. The pup that was growing in Brianna's womb was the rightful heir to this pack. He had to accept the reality the way. But still, an alpha's rage was dangerous. In a moment of anger he could hurt Brianna. She is frail. She was the one who kept me from my true mate. He shouted erratic. His anger kept rising, and his aura ate uncontrollably, making them submit to him. Even the people who were inside the ballroom across the hallway felt his changed mood, though they did not dare exit, as he had ordered everyone to stay inside. The only ones who were not showing their neck in submission were his father and Celia. Her aloof stance had not changed from the beginning until now. His aura was not even on par with the lowest ranked member of her pack, and that was putting it lightly. Sister, please tell him you did not want a mate. Your dream has always been to be a watcher. That is why you went away immediately after the ball. Her sister pleaded. The tone of her voice was small and humble, totally different from before. She had thought that since they had already mated, and she was carrying his pup, Rayanne would ignore and reject her sister, even if she was his rightful mate, since their childhood until now. Her aloof sister was always ignored by everyone. She could never compare to her. That was why she had dared deceive Rayanne at a ball. When he saw her and came towards her, her heart pounded and she felt proud of herself. Of course she was his Luna. She had no idea exactly what the mate pull implied. She only knew that his looks and position only fitted someone like her. But her confidence waned when he asked her at that time why she smelt like his mate. Though only subtly, she did not understand what he meant. Until he said the scent got stronger, and that was when she saw her sister standing at the entrance. She had taken her dress and there was not enough time to wash it, even though her sister had tried it on before. So Celia's scent was all over the dress. Realizing this, she acted quickly, pulling his attention on herself. Unluckily, her sister had a mishap and did not move away from the entrance. A waiter had spilled some wine on her light-colored dress, resulting in the latter having no other choice but to leave the venue to clean the wine stain. Once Celia left, she was still worried. She could return any second now to the ballroom. So as soon as Brianna could, she called her mother and told her what happened. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Her mother was happy and said that it was all right if Celia was Rayanne's mate. Frankly, she did not care who it was specifically, as long as one of her daughters was the Luna. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Brianna surely would also have an alpha mate as well. It worked even better, but she could not stand it. She saw Rayanne first and only she could be his mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Until she could find her true mate, if she ever did, her sister would rise above her in the pack. She could never permit such a thing happening. She feared the mocking gazes from those around. She was always the best, and should be the best still. So she convinced her mother that there was still a probability to not find him, her true mate. Then what would happen if the aloof Celia was not to Rayanne's taste, and he rejected her? In the end, her mother agreed for fear of not having at least one of her girls become a Luna, and helped her send Celia away. She was supposed to be gone for 6 months. She would have already been marked by. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A girl could never take part even during the exams for the Watchers. They must have sent Celia away, she thought, as her jaws clenched in anger. Now she was in this situation, but it was still all right. Celia had always been like a mother to her. She would surely help her out, ever since she was young until now. Whatever she asked from her sister, the latter had never refused. As such, she was now implying for Celia to take responsibility and make it seem like she was the one who asked Brianna to impersonate his mate. She thought Celia would still help her, but she had been the naughty one. Her sister helped her before because she knew Brianna's personality and thought of her only as a childish and innocent girl. But she was not foolish to help her, regardless of the situation she was in. Especially now, when the wrongs she did escalated. This was not a childish prank. This was not a project that she would do in her stead. And these were not clothes and cupcakes that she, Brianna, would claim as her own. No, this was life. This was her worth in Brianna's eyes. A helper, nothing more. Still, in recognition for Brianna's assistance in her enrollment, even if it was not a pure intention from her younger sister's part, she did not deny or affirm her words. She did not try to add fire to the fuel. It would have meant that she truly wished to be Ray Ann's mate. Chapter 11. One mate for life. Celia's phone suddenly rang in the deafening silence. The situation had become stalemate for some moments already. Celia had not reacted at all to Brianna's plea, so the latter did not know how to continue speaking. If she were to say anything else, she could possibly make the situation worse. And Diane, the protective mother, did not know how to guard Brianna if Rayan were to suddenly attack her daughter. As for the other people, well, other than Celia, who just wanted to leave, each of them was more shocked than the other. No one knew how they could rectify the matter. Inside the ballroom, the pack members were waiting for the lunar ceremony of a fake mate, moreover a pregnant one. How could they set things right? Did the possibility to correct the matter even exist? Daniel on his part was the only one who looked worriedly towards Celia, but his words were stuck in his throat. What could he say to his sister? Brianna had always taken advantage of Celia, but this time she had crossed any possible limit. She had taken it way too far. Everyone kept quiet, resulting in the awkward atmosphere that was perturbed by the ringtone. She calmly checked her phone, only to see Jake's name on the caller ID. Honestly, a friend she met a month ago called her after only a day of absence, but her family did not manage to call her even though a month had passed since her departure. Hello. She picked up the phone in their presence, unconcerned about the current mood. She had said she would call him after arriving home, but she had omitted to. It was unfair towards him to not answer because of the lovely people around her. Hey, Alpha. His greeting boomed in her ear. He was clearly excited to hear her voice, his clear, happy tone contrasting with the current funeral-like mood. The high-ranking werewolves of her pack, of course, could hear it also, even if he was not on speaker. Was it a joke between them? Their faces seemed to say. Otherwise, who would call a girl Alpha? Hi, Jake. I am sorry. I said I would call you, but I did not, she frankly admitted, without any excuses. Her warm tone, unlike until now, even though she had not said many words during this whole time, made Ray Ann's heart take and fill with jealousy. No problem. No problem. Who would dare to question their leader? I just wanted to check if you arrived home without any problems, he said reassuringly. The secretary informed me and the guys that, although the courses start on the 15th of September for the normal classes, for the Watcher students they will start on the 1st of September, so you should come back some days before the 1st. As your beta, I told her I will inform you myself, so she will not call you personally to let you know, he informed her enthusiastically, happy she would come back earlier than she intended. Thank you for letting me know. Can you also do me a favor? Celia asked, her tone still calm and mellow. The information about the Watcher classes had quelled even more the lingering feelings of sadness and resentment she subconsciously still retained towards her family. Sure. Anything for my Watcher Pack's Alpha, he hurriedly replied. I do not have a secretary's number on my old phone, and the Academy-issued phone is not with me. Please ask her to book me a plane ticket on the next flight to the Academy. I'd only need about an hour to get to the airport, so any flight that is 2 hours or more away would be perfect. Her voice did not change as she told him, but he did notice something was off. She had said she would stay home for the entire period of the vacation, and now she wished to come back immediately. Something must have been wrong with her family to make her leave. Celia was not an unruly and irrational person. If anything, she was very attentive, and would likely suffer grievances by herself and cause others harm. Even before, when they went to the city, the care and happiness she displayed while choosing presents for her loved ones showed just how much she valued them. But from her family's part, although he could not tell whether they felt the same towards her, the one thing he knew for certain was that the only person she had any contact with was her brother. The rest of her family had not called her at all. But he did not question her. They would talk soon anyway in person. Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The secretary already said that whenever you want to come back to just inform her, and she would book a first-class ticket on the following flight. You can already go to the airport. They should have VIP waiting areas for watchers and alphas prepared, so you can wait there comfortably. I will call a private driver from my family's company to come pick you up. We have a branch in the city next to your PAX border. It should take half an hour for him to arrive. Take care and call me when you meet with the driver, Jake quickly stated. Quite an efficient beta you are. Thank you. I will do so, she replied gratefully. She was warned by his care. He had already considered everything for her, but did not intrude further in her privacy. Sighing a bit, as she had still been a bit unnatural and stiff as she talked, she closed the phone and headed for the exit. She should go and take her bags and head to the PAX border. Luckily, she did not unpack anything yet. Well, she did take out something from the luggage. The souvenirs for her family. But those were things that she wouldn't want to take back, even though she no longer wished to give them to her family. Considering those objects represented her love for them, forget it. She would just consider it as giving alms, or farewell presents. The rest of the people there only now reacted, seeing she was about to leave. They had been stunned. She was actually a Watcher student. And not just any Watcher's student, which was already impossible for a girl. She was an alpha of a whole pack of them. Her brother felt proud. Deep down he knew what she was capable of. He was not sure about her strength, as he had never even witnessed her wolf form. But in regards to intelligence and fairness, she was more than qualified. Her father did not know what to make of the situation. He never did talk much with his daughter. He only knew her as someone who loved to do the chores around the house. But he never knew her passions, her wishes, and her capability. A Watcher child would make any parent proud. He considered her the least capable of his children, and yet she was actually the best of the three. Her mother's eyes flashed. The authority, the respect she would get from everyone. Even the alpha of the pack would have to personally receive a Watcher. And as long as a Watcher would be inside the PAX border, the alpha could only do whatever a Watcher asked. Otherwise he could be punished, or even exiled if a Watcher snapped his fingers. She had heard that Watchers were only below the council, and the council was only below the king. What could she do to change her daughter's mind? If Celia left now without making peace with her, perhaps she would never come back again. The old alpha couple were also terrified. Their son was about to make another his Luna, other than his rightful mate, and the true mate could possibly banish them or punish them if she held resentment towards them, when she became a full Watcher 2 years later, or even earlier if she took her grievances to the council. In her position it was quite easy to meet them, and they, as a lesser pack, they would certainly have problems getting hold of the assistance of the council members, even less hope of directing their superiors. Whatever Celia informed them would become the truth. She could even exaggerate their acts and they would have no way to defend themselves. Celia, please wait. You are my mate, how can you leave me and go? Ray-An asked desperately. He was just as surprised as the rest of them, but for him what mattered most was the mate pull he felt towards her at the moment. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please conduct yourself respectfully. You are already about to conduct your lunar ceremony with your chosen one, she replied. No sarcasm and no pain in her voice. She was already calming down. She heard that mates could barely live without one another once they found each other. But for her, it seemed the pain was already subsiding slowly, for which she was grateful. But you are my mate. Rest assured I will only conduct the ceremony for you. Hearing his words, her sister started to weep. She had been feeling jealous and angry, hearing that Celia had managed to pass the exams, and now she was also robbing her of Ray-An. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will never accept a mate who's been with countless women since he came to our pact territory, and I will certainly not be the Luna of a man who has impregnated my sister. You have already made your choice, when you could not respect the mating bond. He had no idea how she knew of his flings, and even less how she knew about her sister. But it was the truth, making him unable to refute her words. Still he could not give up. This was before I knew of your existence. And as for Brianna, I thought she was my mate. Please do not deny us. A werewolf only has one mate for life. If you will not have me, you will never have a mate again. Can you deny your wolf her rightful mate? He reasoned with the only thing he thought would move her. Indeed, the human side could find other werewolves or humans. They could mate with others, but the rightful mate was only one. So when the human side chose another, his or her wolf could suffer. She wavered a bit. Not that she was thinking about finding someone else, but she did not want her wolf to suffer. I do not want you as well. But the thick mate who could not identify his own mate because of constant mingling with other women, and a wolf who was not strong enough to hold him from debauchery, who would want the both of you. This time Crescent took over, angrily spouting her words. Really, her mate could only reason with them by making Celia feel guilty. He did not feel it instead. He did not even apologize for his actions. Ray-Ann realized who spoke, but it made the situation worse for him. He could not accept that both were trying to reject him. In a fit of anger, his wolf took over, with the human side easily letting him take control of their body. What his wolf wanted was his wish as well. His eyes darkened as his canines and claws elongated, while he had already started to run towards Celia with his fastest possible speed. With her keen higher-ranked werewolf vision, the fastest movements of Ray-Ann seemed only a childish attempt at harming her. But seeing his eyes that were following her neck, her expression darkened and her gaze turned icy-ier than when he had started his steps towards her. If he had only wanted to attack her, she would still understand. He was an alpha and his pride had suffered because of the rejection. But the gaze that had not left a neck and his wide-opened mouth were clear indication of his actions. He wanted to bite her. He was trying to forcefully make her his. Ray-Ann's fast attack should have ended when his fangs were buried deep inside her flesh. Then she would have had no choice but to accept him, no choice but to remain by his side. These were the man's thoughts, wishes that remained unfulfilled, as his head stopped inches away from her neck. Stunned and confused, he was not understanding why he was seeing the part where his mark should be, but struggling to the best of his abilities. He was still not able to move closer. With one hand on his neck, she had immobilized him completely. It was the first time she had used her strength in human form at full capacity and without the aid of her two wolves. Still, it felt like she had easily overpowered him. If she clenched a little bit more her hand, his spine would fracture and his life would end. But by doing so, what would the difference be between him and her? He had tried to use low means to subdue her, but she still abided by the rules, and she still had her consciousness. Article 7.2b of the Watcher Code. Violence against Watchers or Watcher students is considered treason, so they are free to pass judgment as they see fit without prior notifying the council. This is only a warning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In consideration to the pack that raised me, I will let you be. Try it one more time and you will lose the title you barely received. Finishing her words, she flung his neck, making his body crash into the wall. She would not kill him, but it did not mean she was a saint. Retracting her left hand that was used to throw him, everyone could see the tat that only appeared on a watcher on her left palm, making the realization of what just happened more frightening. An offense to a watcher was not something to joke about. They finally realized she truly was a watcher student. The strength to stop a raging alpha with one hand. How many were capable of such a feat? It was the first time they saw her for who she truly was. So the only reason they could treat her how they wished in the past was because she allowed them to. Had she intended otherwise, she could have even challenged the old alpha for his position in the pack. With his aching body, Ray-Ann stood up. He still wanted to say something, but she did not let him. Alpha, do not try to reason with me any longer. The mate call. Every werewolf knows what it is. Deep within your mind you realized my sister was not your mate. Even your wolf knew she was not. But you wished her to be. Her personality. Her beauty. It was everything you wished for in a mate. Now own up to it. Complete your lunar ceremony, because you will certainly not have me as your lunar, no matter how long you wait, she said, then looked at everyone and only concluded. Everyone, please deal with your problems on your own. I am sorry. I have a plane to catch. She turned around and already decided she would not talk anymore. She had tried to leave several times already, but they kept trying to stop her. Snapping out of her daze, seeing her daughter leave, Diane trailed behind her quickly as she was walking towards the exit. With her keen hearing, Celia noticed her footsteps, but did not turn around to look at her, no matter what. This time she was truly leaving. Honey, wait. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please let me explain. The older woman hurriedly spoke, her expression one of desperation. Diane had even stumbled on her feet trying to catch up to her. But it was futile. She did not let her mother utter a word more. Picking up her speed, the first rank werewolf vanished in front of her mother's eyes. What remained was the slightly perturbed ground, and dustier caused by her fast steps. Chapter 12. A brief encounter. With Jake's help, Celia was driven to the airport quickly and without any inconveniences. The driver he sent arrived at the Pack border half an hour after the call, and had swiftly brought her to the airport. He had also made sure she found the VIP area, as Jake's father was the alpha of his pack and often used the special waiting room designed for the werewolf leaders of the various packs. The driver directed her with ease. She had changed into her uniform and also adorned the student brooch on her chest before she left her home, so fortunately no further identification was asked of her to be allowed access to the waiting room. Sitting on the couch with her head propped on one hand, she looked out the window to see the incoming planes. At this point, she had no energy left to do anything else but this. Checking her phone for a brief moment to find out the time, she ignored all the missed calls that popped up and the unread messages, her only interest being the conversation with Jake. According to the details, Jake had messaged her about the flight. She still had to wait about an hour more. But she was lucky. Asking him to help her book the flight was the best idea, as it was the very last one of the day. It was also a private flight that normal people and low-ranked werewolves could not use. Fortunately, her Watcher student status had made all the difference. Otherwise, she would have had to wait until the next day for the first commercial flight. Crescent had settled down as well. It must have been Waning's earlier company that made all the difference. Waning always had a calming effect towards Celia, and Crescent also. Her healing power was also the best. This was why Crescent had wanted to suggest for Waning to take the phantom pains away a month ago. When Celia kept feeling hurt, as her thoughts wandered to Crescent, naturally Celia also thought of Waning. After comforting Crescent in the hallway, the latter had now retreated again to the back of her mind, and did not even respond when Celia called, making her wonder why the wolf did so. In the past, whenever Waning retreated to the back of her mind, she would still hear her voice, and the latter would also come up to talk to her from time to time. But now it was like she closed herself off, like she sealed herself from the outside world completely. Pondering about this a bit, she suddenly realized that Ray-Ann's wolf was supposed to be Waning's mate also, so she must have suffered just as much as Crescent. It was insensible of her that they had not tried to make Waning feel better as well. As such, she did not try to call Waning again, leaving her some time to recollect her thoughts. Waning was the most silent of the three, preferring to keep her problems to herself whenever she encountered them. If Celia or Crescent tried to make her speak of them, the white wolf would suffer more from the conversation, rather than feel better. It had made Celia worry about her regarding this, but the comfort Waning preferred was only the one she would ask herself. Sighing, as she had found herself doing numerous times since she had remained alone, she only conversed from time to time with Crescent. At the other far end of the large VIP room, another person was also waiting for the plane's crew to finish their preparation. The tall man, dressed in a professional black suit, sitting with his legs crossed, was currently reading a document. He was surrounded by 6 guards that stood a few feet away from his seat, circling it. preventing other people getting close to the somber man. Not that anyone would dare to do so. His black ebony hair neatly combed towards the back of his head, his pale white face, the bright blue eyes, sharp nose and small lips made a beautiful sculpted man. But his sharp clenched jaw and his thick straight brows furrowed in a frown made him unapproachable, even without the presence of the guards. He sighed and frowned more with each minute that he spent reading the report, turning a page of it from time to time, before returning his left hand to support his head. As he was checking its contents, he was trying to concentrate on what was written, while he kept reminding himself mentally that his subordinate needed a re-evaluation. The coup-written report was too needlessly detailed, instead of only having included in it the main ideas. If he had to check every detail himself, then why would he need other people? He frowned once more, before finally giving up, closing the document. Seriously, why did he allow Micah, his beta, to take some time off? The bastard could not even leave a proper replacement for Hijin. He decided then that the poor guy would not have another free day for the next 5 years. He had already let him have 10 days off in 3 years. It should be enough. Raising his eyes in front of him for the first time into hours, as he sighed in displeasure, his eyes were captured by the lovely image that appeared at the other far end of the room. On the opposite side, the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on in his 100 years of life, and he had seen so many before, was sitting silently on a couch, her unfocused eyes gazing out the window. There was nothing truly special about her. If you only glanced on the surface, her chocolate brown eyes were an ordinary normal cut. Most of the population on Earth had that color, but they seemed moist and watery. The red rings that framed them, the clear evidence she had been crying, making them more vivid, enhancing their brilliant sparkle. Her dark hair was just ruffled and put up in a messy bun, but it made her already small face seem even smaller and cuter, regardless of the lack of makeup applied on it. In her entirety, she seemed just like a beautiful woman, but not so much as you could say the most beautiful one. But nonetheless, her whole appearance fitted so perfect together that it felt like he was looking at a painting. He felt like his gaze could not leave her, captivating him. How lovely it would be if someone like her was his mate, his half a soul that he had been searching for through the decades. But he knew she could not be the one meant for him. After so many years he had lost all hope of finding his mate. Perhaps he did not even have one. He knew as he looked for her all over the world, searching all the places he could think of, but had been unable to find her. The girl before him was lovely, and perhaps he could even easily fall in love with her. But he did not feel the mate pull towards her, even if his nose picked up the lovely strawberry scent from the direction of the girl, coincidentally the smell of his favorite fruit. For a werewolf to be a mate of another there needed to be a certain pull. He would have recognized her at first glance if she truly was his mate, but sadly her wolf did not seem to acknowledge his, and his wolf also did not recognize hers. To be a mate there were 3 conditions that absolutely needed to be met. One was smell. The scent of a mate would feel enticing to a werewolf. 2 was attraction, which could be seen if the mates' eyes locked together. And 3 was wolf. The pair needed to recognize each other. Her smell and the attraction were obviously there, but the wolf was not. He only ever wanted one single mate, the mate designed for him, just like his mother had been for his father. Any other werewolf would just leave you once they found their true mate. And he also wanted to be with his true mate. What if she had been waiting for him and he did not wait for her? He could not handle his mate's rejection because of this reason. He sighed again. It seemed that after all he still did not lose all hope to find his mate. He chuckled to himself mockingly. He was still waiting for her even after all this time. Clearing his mind of thoughts, he saw that the beautiful lady stood up from the couch, and that was when he noticed the Royal Academy's uniform. He looked again intently, concentrating his vision, and checked the metallic brooch on her chest. It was the identification of the type of student she was, the year she was in and her rank in her class. The silver-white watch's brooch which shined brightly was one of a kind. It was owned by only one person out of all the students of the same year. He quickly searched his memory. just as the realization of her identity hit him in the next second. He was informed earlier that this year a girl had managed to defeat several dozen third-ranked werewolves in the melee war, becoming a watcher and the alpha of the new class. It had surprised him and everyone from the council. It was not an easy feat to actually win against so many alpha-ranked werewolves, and seeing her now in front of his eyes, she was a bit taller than most girls. This was true, but she was thin and seemed frail at the same time. He could not comprehend just how she managed to defeat them. Everyone had urged him to see the recording of the melee war, to see the spectacular fight. They told him that for the first part of the test she had not attacked much, only defending against attackers. But mid-fight, when she went from a defensive stance to an offensive one, it had been a crushing defeat. It had piqued his interest to see the fight, but he hadn't managed to find the time for it. Now seeing her in person, it made him even more curious, and he would certainly watch it, trailing her with his eyes until she left the room. He gestured to the assistant who was behind him to approach for an order. The latter came close, sweating profusely. As he had seen the report he had painstakingly written closed abruptly. "Yes, Your Highness." The young man immediately acknowledged and slightly bent his head. "Find the information about this year's Watcher exam for me. I want to know the details of the new Alpha," he succinctly ordered. "I already have it with me, Your Highness. Do you want to read it now? I also have the recording of the melee war," the assistant quickly offered. Solas looked surprised towards him. It seemed that this assistant was not so inefficient as he had appeared at first glance. Perhaps he should give him another chance. And also let that bastard keep his 10 days vacation every 3 years. He did not realize that his assistant was actually an avid fan of the Watchers, especially of this year's Alpha, the first ever female Watcher, and so had simply kept the file to learn more about his idol. Me, a female werewolf thought to be just of the 3rd rank, standing among a group of powerful alpha werewolves, shocking everyone around. Chapter 13. Beginning of classes. The returning flight to the academy had been even more comfortable than when she flew the last time. The private plane had separate rooms for each group of people, it seemed, and because she flew alone, she had been given a room to herself. She could even take a nap. She was not tired physically, but mentally she was exhausted. The situation with her family had drained her. She had tried for years to ignore their actions and hoped that her care towards them would change something. But sadly it did not. Trying to take her mind off from thinking more, she closed her eyes as several teardrops flowed involuntarily, still recounting their faces and actions, as she drifted off to sleep. From now on she would care for herself more. From now on she would think more for her wishes and dreams. She promised herself. 2 months later, she had just finished braiding her hair in a high ponytail, the last preparation she had to do before going to the classes, when she heard a knock. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you ready?" Jake's enthusiastic voice could be heard from behind the door. Already prepared, she did not answer his question, but hurriedly grabbed her phone, a small briefcase which contained a couple of notebooks and her laptop, then directly went to open the door, seeing Celia standing in the doorway. Just as he was about to knock again, Jake smiled cheekily while they greeted each other, then waited for the Alpha to lock her room, before they started walking in the direction of the canteen. Once they grabbed their breakfast, they would be heading to the first classes of the Watcher course. Today was the first day of the semester and all the students were nervous. They were the highest-ranked werewolves amongst their peers, but who wouldn't be, especially in front of the teachers that they only had legends about. Though to lighten the mood, they still cracked a joke every now and then during breakfast. Before they were selected for the Watcher courses, they each had their own group, but after remaining the last 10, they had formed their group together. Celia also felt welcomed in their midst, as the fact that she was the only woman between them and their leader, fortunately, did not pose a problem. She was not aware the other candidates had realized already that she had selected them during the melee war, and did not just randomly throw people out of the circle as she could during her attack. After the fight, which left them baffled, they watched the video numerous of times, trying to understand just how she defeated them. Only in slow motion could they manage to see her dexterity, her speed and her strength. And lastly, they could see how she had carefully selected them out of the 30 or more werewolves that remained in the circle at the time of their fight. Skillfully moving between them, she threw their opponents out of the circle. Even though some of them were in a more unfavorable position than the other candidate at that moment, she could have had an easier time taking them out, rather than the other. In essence, she was the one who picked them to form their group. As such, being recognized by her, they felt a sense of camaraderie, and even though only 2 months had passed, they were already a pack, sitting with the rest of the guys. She also did not feel awkward in their presence anymore. She was not a talkative person. She did not try to keep a conversation going, and so the time she did not join in their talks. But strangely, she did not feel excluded. They would always refer to her as well when speaking, and would also respect her status between them. For the last 2 months they stayed from morning to night always together, either training, learning the rules, or just walking around the city in their free time. As such a tight group was steadily formed. Hello class, and welcome to your first course of the semester. I am Gabriel Collins, and of course, as all of you took the SEER test, you surely remember me from your admittance exam. As I told you then, I will be your general knowledge teacher. As for what this actually means, I will be the one teaching you history, knowledge on every kind of supernatural creatures there are and how to deal with each one. That means weaknesses and strengths, general knowledge on packs, hierarchy and whatnot, and also rogues. You may also think of me as your head teacher, and seek me with other problems you should have. Now then, if you do not have questions, we should begin with a little introduction from each of you. The courses ran throughout the day, and as they realized, beside the breaks for meals, there were no other breaks. They only managed to catch their breath at night, after 8 o'clock, but they could tell it was just so they could sleep, because when they did try to stay some more in the common room to hang out, half of them fell asleep on the couch. Then from 8 a.m. they had courses on general knowledge, rules and law courses, combat training, strengthening training, combat using weapons training, course on liberal discussions of situations on cases of misconduct tests with alphas, more general knowledge courses, more training, and more law courses until 8 p.m. The only thing they were grateful for was the fact that at least after each course where they had to study, a course of combat followed. In this way they could rest their body and train their minds, and vice versa. After 2 weeks of this tiring lifestyle, finally the general courses students had the opening of their school year. As the teachers would most likely participate at the ceremony, they naturally deduced that during the afternoon they could finally rest, after only undergoing combat training in the morning. Well then, students, after washing up, please go to the central amphitheater for the opening ceremony. Their combat teacher, Riddick Kane, smiling, he said. He was a buffed, all middle-aged man, and even though his face laughed as he talked, he was actually the most terrifying teacher of all, as he had a 180-degree personality change during training. Hearing his words, the students only then realized the hellish training ended, as most of the time during training, he referred to them as maggots. The only one he referred to with her title was Celia, as he called her Alpha, but it was not because he respected her position between them. It was because secretly he had also become her fan. He watched the Melee War video numerous times in awe, and even if he wouldn't have watched it, just for the fact that she was the only one who could keep up with his training without much sweat, she had already gained his recognition. The group sighed in relief on their way to the showers. They were thankful for the things they learned from their teachers. Their minds and their bodies had strengthened a lot in just 2 weeks. In 2 years they would become remarkable, just like the watchers they looked up to. But it was still tiring. Their clothes were soaked with sweat. as they walked in the direction of the showers. Honestly, why do we have to go to the opening ceremony? I mean, for us, courses have already started 2 weeks ago. Why can't we just have a break and head to the city? I haven't met some girls in a long time already. I need some female presence in my life. No offense, Alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. The Delta of the pack? Quite irritated, asked. The tall blonde man with blue eyes frowned, irked because of the change of plans. Celia slightly smiled, and indeed took no offense. She had figured most of their personality by now, and knew that Marcus, who seemed more like a playboy, was actually still waiting for his mate. Even though he always talked about meeting girls, he had never left their group. When they were walking around the city to chase after girls, he only liked to talk about meeting them, but never stray from the pack, because His Highness and half of the council are also attending the opening. It would be disrespectful not to attend. Not to mention, this is also our opening ceremony. We did not have one 2 weeks ago. Evan, the Gamma of the pack, answered. The red-haired man, with blue eyes and freckles on his nose, replied to him as he looked towards the ignorant Marcus. Evan was the one that most resembled Celia, if only for the fact that he also did not talk much. They did not argue more, as they already reached the showers, and divided into the women's and men's section. Heading towards the amphitheater, they walked in an orderly fashion as they were always required to in the area of the academy. Celia as the alpha walked second to last with Jake, the beta, who was half a step behind her on her right side. The rest of the pack were arranged in front of them in rows of 2. Their black distinct uniforms and the shining brooches, signifying their status among the new attendants of the academy, kept the other students whispering. All of them were tall and handsome, and each one could attract attention by himself. As a group they were even deadlier. The girls were attracted to their strong alpha aura, while the boys felt respect. For most new students, it was the first time seeing Watcher candidates, as they were the only ones studying this course at the academy. Second-year students were having only practical training and were mostly not present at the academy, moving their eyes towards the back of the group. The students gasped as a never-before image appeared in front of their eyes. The image of one lone girl amongst 9 powerful alpha-ranked werewolves wasn't a sight that could be ignored. Who is that? There is actually a girl beside the Watcher students, asked one of the second-grade students wide-eyed. I don't know. Are they allowing girls in the Watcher courses now? Another girl, just as baffled as the first, pondered about the woman dressed in the black professional uniform, though her clothes were the same as the guys. Strangely, she did not look odd between them. Dummy, they never not allowed girls to take part in the Watcher exams and courses. It is just that the exams are hard and one is also required to be at least a 3rd-rank werewolf to actually participate. So no girls could take the admittance test, not to mention attend the courses, replied the first one, still trailing with her eyes the pack. But then how is she walking beside them? You can't tell me that she is actually 3rd-ranked, wondered the second girl, not realizing how rude it of her to point to the person in question. As she was talking, she must be. Don't you see she is wearing the same uniform, though she must be last in the pack. Look, she is all the way to the back. What do you mean pack? Another younger girl who was actually the first girl's sister intervened in their discussion. The Watcher students are the only group of students that work like a pack. When they begin the courses, they actually in a sense leave their old pack and form a new one with their classmates. My brother said they do this so their bonds become stronger and they also work together better, replied a 4th girl, just now joining in on the conversation. She had only arrived and heard their talk, but as she knew better about the Watcher students' hierarchy, dared to inform the first 3 girls of what she knew. Jessie, your brother is actually in the Watcher courses this year. Right. The 3rd girl asked the 4th girl, realizing where her knowledge of the Watcher students was coming from. Hearing the new information, the 2 second-year students immediately looked at the new girl, who had just joined the conversation. interested in her connection to one of the members of the famous Watcher students. Yup, he is. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He is all the way to the back next to the girl, she said, proud of her big brother. Oh, I see him. You said his name is Jake. Right. Asked the third student, who was actually Jessie's classmate, while looking again to see the one she was referring to. Just as the group had already walked to the entrance of the amphitheater. Yup, he is actually the beta of the pack, my mom said. Let me tell you, since he passed the exam, she keeps bragging to all of her friends, the young girl said, chuckling, remembering the number of phone calls her mother made that day. The beta? Then why is he in the back? Asked her classmate Sister O. That is because the strongest of the pack always stay in the back, replied Jessie happily. She was also proud of her big brother, though she wouldn't brag about him so openly as her mother did. Then the girl who was walking next to him, her classmate, asked, trying to figure out what the position of the girl could be in their midst. To be in the back of the pack, did it mean she was also one of the strongest? She is their leader, don't you know? Leah, your father is an assistant to the council, isn't he? Said Jessie, directing the question to the girl who was her classmate. I don't talk much with my dad, so I wouldn't know from him. But are you for real? You mean she's the strongest? Yeah. Actually, my mom brags about her also, seeing as Jake talks about her a lot to my mom. In the final exam, she was the one who defeated most of the students and became their alpha. She also helped my brother avoid elimination from the final selection. Chapter 14. The King of All Werewolves. In the huge amphitheater, everyone was seated according to the courses they were taking, and as part of one of the most respected and important professions, the Watcher students were placed on the third row in front of the stage. After the rows meant for the teachers went together in their private time, the pack laughed and cracked jokes, but now in public they tried to maintain their composure and did not speak more than necessary. They also shared a pack link, so there was no need to speak aloud. If you were to see them, they looked quite focused on the stage. They all seemed solemn, without any particular emotion evident on their faces in the slightest. And coupled with their black uniforms, one could not help but be silent also. In this manner the students around them actually were, even though they glanced towards them from time to time whispering, most likely how the students outside had also discussed. When the pack passed by them on their way, they still tried to not disturb the atmosphere that had been imposed by their presence as best they could. One could say around the pack the students were even more respectful and well-mannered than they were during their classes towards their teachers. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not including the ones that taught the Watcher courses, those professors were legends. As such, not even in a million years could the students from the normal classes correctly assume what went on inside their heads. What thoughts had their full attention? They did not know that inside the minds of the Watcher pack, ones of the most revered of the werewolf race, the members were actually bombarded with jokes. That's right. Using the important link, Marcus was telling them yet another joke. What do you call a lost wolf? Will you stop it with the wolf jokes? The ceremony is about to start. Look, the teachers are taking their seats. The sixth ranked of the pack tried to stop the man who was hell-bent on getting all of them in trouble, or at least make them lose the respect the others had for them. How would it appear if the aloof-looking students would burst out laughing? Everyone would think they were crazy. Unusually, the most stoic of all of them, Evan, replied calmly, which made the joke even funnier, as he had an monotone voice. A werewolf, quickly understanding the pun, and to stop themselves from laughing, some put their hands on their mouth, some bit the inside of their cheeks, clenching their jaws, and some pretended to tie their shoelaces, just so they could laugh without being seen. Celia was the most composed of them, but even she had a small smile on her face. Satisfied with their reaction, Marcus still wanted to tell them one more joke. amused by the fact they kept trying not to laugh. When luckily he was interrupted by the loud voice on the stage, which signified the beginning of the ceremony. One of the teachers had quickly greeted the crowd and invited His Highness, the King of all werewolves, to give an opening speech. Even if before Marcus wanted to joke further, with this particular announcement, the goof man had become the most quiet of all of them. The entire hall of people directed their attention towards the stage, and finally everyone quieted down. The current king was known to be a fair and competent person when ruling. The kingdom had advanced by leaps and bounds during his reign, but he was a rigid and solemn person. There was even a rumor circulating around that no one had ever seen him smile, not to mention laugh, and that he had even murdered werewolves for trying to make him show a happy expression. Even people that laughed in his presence were not spared. And all of this happened when he was in a normal mood. What would happen if his mood was reversed? No one would want to satisfy this curiosity, as it could possibly be the last thing they did. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This was only a rumor, but there is no smoke without a fire. Naturally, it was better to be safe than sorry. The king was also a person that was perfect at work, and he expected perfectness out of everyone around him and would punish people at the slightest of mistakes. In times of war, especially with the rogues or other supernatural creatures, he was even more ruthless. There were legends of him taking part in the wars and commanding the front lines directly. If he felt like the time was of the essence, he would go off to the battlefield himself and start tearing the limbs and heads off of countless creatures, single-handedly winning many battles, while instilling fear in his enemies, rendering them unable to continue fighting. Sometimes, he was even used as a reference as a boogeyman for mothers trying to coax their pups to sleep. As such, not one person said a thing during and after the moment his presence was announced. The king of all werewolves, Solo's Christian wolf, he was solemnly presented by a teacher, and like on cue, every person in the room rose from their seat and bowed. They could only raise their heads and sit down again when he allowed them to. Please raise your head and take a seat, he briefly said. Everyone did as ordered, and sat once more. Celia also did as he instructed. She took her seat, before finally raising her head to look at the strongest of all the werewolves, a glance that caused her to turn to stone, as even her breathing felt like it was about to stop involuntarily. The king's ebony hair was combed towards the back of his head, giving him a clean, elegant look. His dark hair contrasted his pale, almost white face, on which there were only 2 specks of color. His bright blue eyes that made her feel like she could be lost in them. They were like the deep blue ocean, and even though they felt cold, it felt like they could stun her by just a glance, were he to direct his gaze towards her. Shadowing his eyes were black long eyelashes and thick straight eyebrows. His sharp nose and small lips were perfectly sculpted on his face, and his sharp jaw completed the perfect look. Never in her life had she seen such a beautiful person, but it was not just his looks that mesmerized her, nor the alpha that surrounded him. It was like his whole being was capable of capturing her very soul. She had never been attracted to a man in the way like she was now. So unexpectedly she felt her heart start beating out of her chest just looking at him. Normally the aura of the king should have made everyone submit themselves, or at least it should have made them keep a quiet and fearful manner, not even daring to look directly in his eyes. But inexplicably she felt just that, the desire to meet his eyes. What was wrong with her? She thought. Not even her mate. Towards who she felt the mate pull, made her feel like this. How could one have such feelings just by seeing another person? For the first time. This only happened when seeing your mate, and it was not like he could be hers. She already had one. One werewolf had only one mate. The goddess took each soul she created and split them into separate beings, creating the mates who would eventually find each other and fall in love. Rejecting one mate meant rejecting your other half, and because they were created before being born, it was not like a new mate could be created. Each soul was only split in 2. Was it because of what the teacher informed her before? The fact that they shared the same rank, so she didn't feel compelled to submit. Studying his face, she suddenly felt his gaze was on her for a second, making her heart stop beating in that very moment. And although the locking of their eyes felt like it was intentional to her, she dismissed the thought quickly as his gaze did not stop. His blue eyes resumed scanning the room. Perhaps he was checking his new watches and wanted to inspect them. She should really snap out of it, she thought. Her thoughts were interrupted when he coughed once like he had wanted to clear his voice and spoke. His voice was even more alluring and soothing, making her breathing hitch and her cheeks assume a red tinge. But as she was not one to show much of her emotions on her face, she quickly composed herself, reverting to her aloof normal self on the outside. Though inward for the most part of the speech, she did not even stay focused on what he actually said. She only concentrated on his tone and hoarse voice. The ceremony ended roughly 2 hours later, and as the final teacher took the stage announcing its closing, the group of watchers made their way towards the door. It finally ended. Marcus sighed relieved, before continuing, using the pack link. Now then, should we grab a bite to eat in the city, before scanning the mall? Or should we eat here? I am famished. I could eat a piglet whole. Would you stop it with the wolf jokes? You almost got us in trouble before the ceremony. Jake scolded the man, who was still up to no good. Let's eat in the city. I am craving some pizza. Celia intervened timely, trying to defuse the situation, and of course her intervention as the alpha quieted them both as they all agreed to her suggestion. Their plan was set, but unfortunately, before they separated to go change their clothes in normal street ones, a person stopped in their way, gaining their attention. Where do you guys think you're going? The interrogatory voice of their teacher reached their ears. We are about to head to the city, Celia responded politely, turning her head to face the owner of the voice, as did the other Watcher students. No, you are not. His Highness wants to meet this year's Watcher students. So you will be going to his office here at the academy to meet him. Gabriel quickly dismissed their plans, a small smirk cresting on the corner of his mouth. Somehow his appearance seemed satisfied at shattering their hopes. The majority of them thought, if not all of them, but each year it is our first day off in a while. Marcus complained with a crying puppy-like voice. Whoever told you is your day off? Yes, classes are suspended, but only because His Highness is still here, and he will meet you. You will also be dining with him. So no, you do not have time off, Gabriel explained to them, looking even more pleased at the hopeless faces. They all looked crushed. After having hoped to roam around the city and just laze around, it was all changed because of their teacher. They should have left earlier, so Gabriel could not have found them, and he would be the one to blame. Now they were forced to meet His Highness no matter what. Could they still leave, and just deny having met him? They were 10 against 1. So if they all denied having seen him, who could say they lied? I know what you are thinking of. You rascals, don't get any funny ideas, and try to still leave blaming it on me for not finding you. So much for camaraderie and trust between us teacher and students. I thought we were a tightly united group. Gabriel quickly scolded his students almost as if he read their minds. We only trust in our pack amongst ourselves. It has nothing to do with you. Marcus immediately denied his teacher's assumptions, still visibly upset at the words that not one of the other Watcher students denied. Though Gabriel had kept his silence for a brief moment, hoping someone would, Gabriel became baffled. Marcus did not try to even deny that this was what they were thinking of doing. And the others, well, their silence meant a tacit agreement to his statement. You traitors. I cannot even let you find your own way towards His Highness's office. Come along with me now, he finally ordered, raising his voice. Dejected, they did not have another choice but to listen to him. The Watcher students seemed unwilling to follow Gabriel, so very heavily all of them stepped towards the administrative building, as if still afraid they would run away if they got the chance. Gabriel walked behind them, and just as he expected, from time to time Marcus kept turning around checking his position, before sighing and moving his feet along the others. shaking his head from side to side. Gabriel made sure to not let anyone out of his sight as they walked. He led them towards the central building, walking through the different hallways, until finally they reached a double door. He knocked once and immediately the door was opened from inside by Micah, inviting them in. Chapter 15. Introductions and a Day Off. With Micah's invitation, the pack entered one by one, until Celia, the leader who was customarily the last in the pack, finally entered, with Gabriel also following a second later. The Watcher's students, the best-ranked werewolf students of the current year, looked round a little nervous, but still maintained their calm outward look. It was not every day they had the opportunity to meet the king, so naturally they held a little interest in speaking with him. Although not that much interest as a visit to the city apparently, considering Gabriel had been afraid they would escape, if he so much dared look away for half a second. The king worked a lot and he was also not a very sociable person. One could count on one hand the events he participated in a year. As such, not many people had the honor of meeting him. Most could never meet him in person even once in their entire lifetime. Although they were bestowed the honor of speaking with the king of werewolves, a living legend, the Watcher's students of course wouldn't become haughty and overstep themselves. As such, even the curious gazers were restrained a lot, not wanting to anger the man who was a subject of many infamous rumors. Glancing inside the large and well-lit room, they saw 4 couches, arranged in a circle. 2 larger couches were set one in front of the other with a small coffee table in between them. They were placed directly parallel with the windows, and the other 2 smaller couches were placed the same, one in front of the other. The nearest couch had its back towards the entrance, while the other had its back in front of the large desk, where Solos was still checking some documents, occupied with urgent work most likely. The king did not raise his eyes to look at them, so his beta, Micah, asked them to take a seat and wait for a little while longer. Gabriel unceremoniously immediately plopped down on the smaller couch closer to the entrance, and asked his students to sit on the larger couches that were just in front of him, on his left and right sides. Celia was already mixed between the other Watcher students, so she could have chosen any part of the couch she preferred to take a seat on, but perhaps feeling a bit nervous and conscious to sit too close to the man that had made her lose her breath earlier in the amphitheater, she decided to sit down near Gabriel's left side, on the part of the couch also closest to the entrance, and at the same time the part furthest from the king. This was her intention, one she wasn't able to follow through unfortunately, as Gabriel spoke just when she was about to lower herself to the couch's level. "You are the Alpha Celia. Please sit on the other end of the couch," he smilingly said and pointed to where she should move to. Celia did not understand why her position entitled her to move to the other end, when Gabriel as a teacher was near the entrance, regardless of his rank. But she also had no valid reasons to refuse her teacher's words, so she listened to him and sat where he said, although she did not feel comfortable to do so, as the other side of the couch was the closest to the king's desk. Being so close to the king, a distinct lovely smell enveloped her nose, even more than when she had entered, making her heart rate increase, with her nervousness almost shooting through the roof, as she was afraid that the king would certainly be able to hear her elevated heartbeat. Celia became even more anxious, but as her aloof face rarely showed such emotions on her expressions, on the outside she looked quite calm, a calmness that she soon also felt on the inside of her heart, realizing that her state of anxiousness could also be attributed to the solemn moment of being introduced to His Highness. A few moments later, as the Watcher students waited patiently for the king, Solar signed the last document he was checking, then placed the closed file on his desk. With his urgent matters taken care of, the tall man rose on his feet, but in the coat of his black suit, before making his way to the couch nearest his desk. Seeing him move, all the students as well as Gabriel tried to stand up and bow, but in response to their greeting, he immediately raised his hand to stop them, and also affirmed his gesture with his words. "Please take a seat. There is no need to bow. We are between family, as we are now in the same pack. The Watcher packs are all smaller parts of the royal pack. There is no need for other formalities. Celia's heart skipped a beat hearing his voice, and the fact that he had referred to them as family only served to unsettle her more. But luckily, because of her expressionless face, one could not tell such a thing. At his words, the students took their seat again, while Solas also approached the smaller couch. "Well then, you all know my name. Please tell me yours," he said as soon as he was in front of them, while he looked directly in Celia's eyes. The close distance between them, as Solas coincidentally or not, chose the end of the couch nearer Celia's position to sit, rather than the middle of the couch, made her feel once again nervous for the 10th today, not to mention, to be under his scrutinizing gaze, to be watched by his ocean blue eyes that did not seem to even blink. Celia felt her heart then wrapped by him in its entirety, making her unable to look anywhere else but in his sparkling clear irises. From far away she had thought he was beautiful, but as she avoided as much as she could to stare at him for too long, she had failed to realize just how handsomely true he was, breathtakingly so. My name is Celia Blair," she answered with a bit of a lower tone and evident stammer. She had no problem speaking before. She had never stuttered, but she did just now. Her cheeks quickly turned pink hearing her own words, while her interlaced fingers that rested on her lap clenched together tighter, whitening her knuckles. At this point, she could only hope they would all assume this reaction was also because of his illustrious position amongst them. "Nice to meet you, Miss Blair. I have high hopes for our first female watcher." His baritone voice tingled her ears, as he showed a small smile. Didn't everyone say he did not smile? She thought, as she tried to keep the small gasp she felt like releasing inside her chest. "I feel honored, Your Highness," Celia replied, successfully managing not to slur her words this time. The fight for the alpha position was especially inspiring. "You chose your team well." Solas sincerely commended Celia. It was after all a true fact that she had handpicked her own team. If her pack members had noticed this fact, the 100-year-old werewolf king of course would know it even better. Celia's cheeks took on an even brighter shade of red. As the intelligent yet one-rack-minded person had not realized her actions were that easily distinguishable. Not confirming or denying his deduction, she only slightly nodded her head in recognition of his words, but did not feel herself worthy enough to accept the king's compliments. She also could not tell him that what he thought was wrong. It would be treason to lie to the king. Noticing her gesture, Solas had not insisted with the praises more, as he moved his attention to the next watcher student. With his gaze directed to another person, Celia felt she had received a merciful pardon. The introduction continued for several minutes, with each simply stating their names and answering one or two simple everyday questions, before the king spoke again, asking them about their studies and life at the academy. The meeting took no longer than half an hour to finish, but the king seemed he still wanted to inform them of another matter. They guessed this, as he opened his mouth again, but was not able to continue his words when the phone call interrupted him. In fact, Solas was really about to suggest to eat dinner together, but his phone rang just as he was in the middle of inviting them. Taking the phone out of his coat's pocket, he frowned, checking the lighted-up screen, then answered the call. The id that showed it was a call from the council's building could not be ignored considering the work scope of the second-ranked werewolves. Naturally, he had to listen in case it was something of utmost importance. Putting his phone near his ear, he listened to the person at the end of the call. A minute later, while slightly furrowing his eyebrows in what appeared an annoyed or angered expression, he closed the ongoing call, before putting the phone back in its place. Then, looking a bit regretful, he apologized that he had to leave because of urgent matters. He thought the students would be feeling sad for the lost opportunity to share a meal, as he was not aware that the latter had actually tried to dodge the meeting, so he wanted to reschedule another meal with them. But as the king, naturally his schedule was always full and he could not make such a promise. Even coming to the academy had barely been forcefully squeezed in his busy program. so he could only let the students leave. As a matter of fact, perhaps it was better like this, the king thought. Once the students left the office and were at quite at a safe distance away, they all sighed, relaxing their hearts. Just outside his office, they could not afford to release a relieved breath, knowing that the man on the other side of the door could possibly hear them. His aura was no joke, making them feel like if they were to attack him altogether, even giving up their life, they would not be able to leave a scratch behind. The current king was a force to be reckoned with. The meeting ending earlier than intended was quite a fortunate event for the students whose hope had previously been shattered. With still a lot of free time left from the day, they could resume their original plan. With this in mind, they each went to their rooms and returned shortly changed and ready for some fun out. Being born from alpha leaders, the pack members all had a substantial background, in each one, besides Zia, had a car in the academy's parking lot, though when they went out they did not take one separately and preferred to only take 3 cars, just enough to accommodate the 10 members. Conscious that someone could interrupt them again, all the members hurried to alight the cars, when a tender female voice was heard. The young girl called, just as Jake opened the driver's door, recognizing the familiar voice. The pack's baited did not continue to alight his car and turned around to search for the voice's owner. Already inside in the passenger's seat, Celia had just finished buckling her seatbelt, when the voice also captured her attention and looked out the window, gazing at a few feet away. It was apparent that Jake knew the person who called. As a small girl approached him, she saw them talking and also Jake sighing, before agreeing to what the girl asked of him. Not one to intrude and listen on in other people's private talks, she tried not to use her wolf hearing most of the time. This, coupled with the fact that the radio in the car was turned on at a high volume, she did not know the subject of the discussion. Even her gaze did not linger more on them, as she waited for them to finish. Soon enough Jake approached the car on the passenger side, with 4 girls following behind. The one closest to Jake was the one who he had spoken to, and 3 others who had been standing near her when she was talking to Jake earlier. With a resigned face and reluctant movements, he opened the passenger's door and, looking at Sia apologetic, spoke. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am sorry for the delay. Please meet my sister Jessie. Jessie, please meet my Pax Alpha, he said with an unwilling voice, and waited for them to greet each other. Hello Jessie. My name is Celia. Pleased to meet you. Celia greeted with a gentle tone, while extending her hand, and waited for the other to shake it. Jessie immediately took hold of her hand with both hands, and enthusiastically shook it, a small smile adorning the round young face. The pleasure is all mine, Alpha. I have heard so much about you. Please call me Celia. The guys are obligated to call me Alpha because of the rules, but I prefer my name. Celia said expressionlessly, but the corners of her lips were already slightly tugging up in her usual almost unapateable smile. She could not deny. She was a little overwhelmed because of the attention. Beside Clarissa, this was the first time another girl seemed happy at talking to her. Okay, I will do so. These are Leah, my classmate, her sister Lisa, and Lisa's classmate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jessie pointed at each one of the girls, introducing them to Celia. This time Celia only nodded, acknowledging the other girls. In the first place, she was not a sociable person. She treated Jessie friendlier because she was Jake's sister. And anyway, the other girls did not seem that enthusiastic as Jessie to meet her. It was evident, considering they were silently checking Jake out and only looked her way when their names were mentioned. Now then, Alpha, my sister would like to come with us to the city. She and her friends do not have a car. Would that be all right with you? He said reluctantly while looking directly at Sia's eyes for any sign of disapproval. Then also added, using the pack link, I had to ask because she threatened me with telling my mom and I would like to avoid a 2-3 hour long call from her. But if you feel uncomfortable, it is not a problem to refuse. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can ride in the other car. They can all ride in this one. Celia of course wouldn't refuse. The young girl was Jake's sibling, so it was not a big deal to also bring them along. Not to mention, she was only a passenger in Jake's car. It was not really her decision to make. As she replied, she was already about to unbuckle her seatbelt when he denied her offer to move to another car. No, it is all right. Jessie and her classmate can ride with us, and I will ask Marcus to bring his car also and take the other girls. Jake immediately refused, then went to the other car, without waiting for someone to say more. The ride to the city was a little tiring in itself. Jessie was curious about Celia and kept asking questions about the training and the acceptance exam. From time to time, Jake intervened, knowing well enough that Celia did not like to talk much. Even now he could see she was forcing herself to reply gently to his sister. From his own experience, when the pack talked and joked around, Celia quite liked to listen to them, but she was not one to speak much. After some time, he stopped the questions altogether when Jessie got a little too personal. She had asked Celia if she had a mate or at least a boyfriend already. Jack immediately intervened then, and the questions finally stopped. Arriving in the city, Jake asked his sister where should he drop them off, but she only said they would tag along wherever they went, so they could go back together. He wanted to refuse, but Celia accepted it before he could. She already knew from the beginning that coming was the actual purpose, and though Jake had asked his sister, he of course knew as well this was the girls' intention. The girls had thought that the guys would go to a club, but they were surprised to find them roaming the mall instead, and even more surprised in actually staying together without separating. They also went to a family-friendly restaurant, instead of a fancy one, which was unusual considering that all of the pack members looked and were dressed in high-end fashion. "Are we eating here?" Lisa asked, sticking from left to right the plate, her face showing a little distaste that she did not manage to hide in time. "Yes, this is always where we eat," Marcus replied, showing a similar face towards her. Then using the pack link, also added, "But we will probably switch to another place to make sure we don't run into you next time." He was usually a sociable person, perhaps the most sociable of the entire pack. He liked to talk and meet new people, and he could find subjects to talk about with anyone. But the ride here made him reconsider this part of his personality. He should choose in the future who to talk to. The girls would not stop asking him about himself and about the other members, as they sat in the back seat of his car. It did not seem like they were only looking for a ride to the city. He could bet they were actually looking for boyfriends. Evan had also ridden in the car with them, but after asking him a few questions to which he did not bother to reply, at least in common courtesy, they gave up quickly. Unluckily for him, Marcus did not possess such foresight, and as a result only he was assaulted with questions. The pack members did not say more to the girls, as they took their seats at a window table, ignoring Lisa, who also sat silently, seeing the brisk manner in which she was talked to. Not too long during the meal, Lisa found another target for her questions. She saw that Celia was unusually quiet and did not interact so much with the other guys, but still they kept including her into their talks and each one treated her very well. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Could you tell me how is it that a girl as frail as you managed to defeat so many strong alphas? It baffles me that you defeated all the gentlemen here and you can all still get along so well." Her face adorned with a smirk, and an evident sarcasm in her voice. Indirectly she implied that Celia had used her charms to take the leader position. This is what she really thought. She imagined that the beautiful girl before her had actually convinced the 9 guys, sitting around her protectively, to help her during the test. She could see that even in the mall, where academy rules were no longer necessary to be applied, Celia was always placed in the middle of the guys, and they catered to her each time they could. If they did not help her, how was it possible to not only pass the test, but also take the leader position? Celia did not reply. Not that she did not want to. She did not have time. because at almost the same time the guys answered for her. "It is none of your business," was in some way or another the general response from them. It only differentiated slightly for each one. They did not try to answer anything more. Answering would only seem like making excuses for her. And why was it necessary to do so in front of a no-name girl? Besides, sooner or later, as a watcher, her power would be revealed by itself. And action spoke better than words. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A day in the council's life. The headquarters of the council. Has everyone arrived yet? Asked preoccupied the leader of the council, while at the same time kept his concentrated gaze on the files in front of him. He hadn't lifted his eyes at all since he had started working. The stern-looking older man was currently reading some important documents received from watchers in missions from all around the world. Usually at this time not a single soul dared interrupt him, other than His Highness. Right now he was reading about the exile of an alpha from a high-ranking European pack. It was not a child's play to dismiss a leader of such a pack. As such, his agreement to the report the watchers had sent to the headquarters was absolutely needed. But concentrated as he was, he wouldn't forget about the meeting focusing on a particular subject. That matter was of utmost importance. He preceded every other problems by leap bounds. "Yes, they are waiting for you in the conference room. The last person arrived just 5 minutes ago," his assistant replied immediately, while bringing another stack of files for the elder to check. Hearing his answer, the head councilman briskly took his eyes off from the documents, before turning his sharp cold gaze to the professionally dressed young man. Having been his assistant for almost 10 years already, how could the lad know his priority right now? Had he turned sloppy because everything was going too smoothly? Then what are you waiting for? "The discussion we will have is of utmost significance for our whole race. How could you wait to tell me until I asked you myself? Is your head in the cloud, man?" reprimanded loudly the elder, while he had impatiently let go of the documents, and was already on his feet going towards the door. "But you said that you would be reading the report about the expulsion of the alpha of one of the biggest packs in Europe, as the watchers need a reply from the council before proceeding with the punishment. I thought the matter of the meeting today could wait until you finished," replied the young man, feeling wrongly accused. As he followed the councilman out of the office, the leader turned towards the man and narrowed his eyes at his naivety, but he still kept going. "You youngster, the expulsion of the alpha is nothing. Do you think we can easily find a time when we can all be present to hold the meeting? Without the knowledge of His Highness, he is always watching us like a hawk. He is now at the academy for the opening ceremony, and then he will have dinner with the Watcher students. This is the perfect time. We have waited for this hard-to-come-by opportunity for over a year already." He huffed upset, as his forehead was littered with sweat drops and his face was already pale from worrying of being caught. He was already many years past 100 years. An old man. His time was running out. Of this he was aware. For his whole life, he had respected the monarchy and had never broken any rules. But now in fact the meeting he was about to hold was treason, as the council meetings could only be held with prior notice to His Highness. He knew this, but nothing could stop him from holding the meeting. His Highness had turned muddle-headed over the years. He was no longer looking at the bigger picture. He had already lost his way. To safeguard the whole werewolf race he had to take the matter in his own hands. It was also in the best interest for Solas, the elder thought, kept trying to convince himself of his righteousness. And, fortunately, the rest of the council members had agreed to his words. They also shared his worries and were ready to do everything in their power to ensure the plan they had thought of together would succeed. They were so firm in accomplishing this goal that even if they were to be executed afterward, it would not matter. Arriving in front of the conference room, he did not wait for Elias to open the doors. With determination enveloping his heart, stealing it into place, he clasped the doorknobs with both of his hands and forcefully pushed the double door that stood between him and a brighter future. Unbothered by the loud noises the wooden frames made as they clashed against the walls, he decisively walked inside, his heavy steps carrying his final resolve. The atmosphere in the council room was solemn. Looking from left to right, the council member's expression strikingly resembled his own. His worries and problems were shared by the others. He knew of this with certainty. Absolutely every single council member's visage was pale and stressed. But beneath their appearances they all shared his determination. He could see real emotions in their eyes and a desire to take this traitorous decision until the bitter end. For this he was thankful, not waiting any longer. As he knew that each second could be the last before they were caught, he briskly walked inside and headed towards the leader's seat. Once seated, without further ado the elder started the meeting. Gentlemen, the meeting today is of utmost importance. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your cooperation. We have gathered all the evidence we can think of. We have gathered the information from all the sources possible and impossible. We have even bribed and used everyone we know of. All the assistants closest to His Highness are in fact our people. Now it is the time to act. His voice was already hoarse from the beginning, and it would continue to worsen as time passed. Finishing these initial words, he closed his eyes, solidifying his belief once more, then opened them again to continue. Now, let us begin talking. He started to speak, but did not manage to utter more as the door, that had been closed by Elias after they entered, was harshly opened, tall and solemn, possessing a somber face that seemed capable of freezing their souls. The high-ranking werewolf suddenly stood in the doorway. It was the person they least expected to appear. Hadn't their sources assured them of his inability to seek them at this hour with certainty? It couldn't be. They had a double spy amidst them. With this frightening realization, the elders' faces paled in his presence. Every one of them were guilty of betrayal. Unfortunately, their treason had been discovered. You geezers! How dare you hold the current meeting without my knowledge? Salazar's voice was at a normal volume, but anger could be felt in it. Your Highness, this is... The leader of the council tried to say an excuse. Emery, please do not try to lie to me. Joshua already confessed that he was bribed by you, so I advise you to reconsider your words. He interrupted. He knew that if he did not say this, the leader of the council would mislead him indefinitely. He would never admit the accusations placed on him. The old leader was truly angered. Not only did His Highness dare to call him Emery, even though everyone knew he hated that name, now he had also no other way out but to confess, really, that Joshua had turned out to be a double agent. He only pretended to comply with them, but was in fact still working for His Highness. He should have known that a gamma would not easily betray his alpha. Without any valid reason to refute the king, Emery sighed and looked directly in Salazar's eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I confess, but it is all my fault. Please do not punish the others. I assume full responsibility. His heart heavy with remorse because he was caught before they accomplished their goal, not of regret for his treason. Really, how did we get to this stage? In the past you would have never done such a thing. The king stated, disappointed, while quickly looked at each one of them. Under his scrutinizing gaze, the council members lowered their eyes and pretended to look at their hands or at the table. They would gaze anywhere else but at Solas. You have left us with no other choice, Your Highness. The fate of the kingdom, we must take it from your hands and deal with this situation on our own. The council leader stated, aggrieved, but with his confidence renewed. He was already caught. Might as well lay all the cards on the table and speak frankly. I have left you with no choice. I still have time. Why do you still insist on this subject? Emery, leave the matter to rest already. Solo said, sighing. He already knew their problem. It was the same as always. These damn geezers. Really, they could never leave him alone. They were already old werewolves, but still minded his personal business. Even now he had to cut short his meeting with the Watcher students and come here because of them. I will not, Your Highness. This meeting will take place whether you accept it or not. We must have an heir. Trust us. We have gathered all the information necessary. We have details on all the eligible werewolves maidens gathered here, and we have also correlated with your preferences. the elder proudly informed as he pointed towards the projector that had been set up by Elias. The PowerPoint presentation was already rolling and a big title could be seen on the wall: Project of Priority 1. Plan for the future Amory. Enough already. I will deal with my personal life on my own. Solos expressed upset again. A clear vexed tone could be sent in his voice. Your Majesty, firstly, what personal life you speak of? You have no such thing. And secondly, would you please stop it with the Amory? My name is Victor. The old man already had tears in his eyes. The kid he watched growing up kept teasing him, even though the latter knew he hated his girlish name. Your name is Emery Victor Reynolds, so of course I have to call you Emery. Right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Solos asked again. It seemed that the tears that were already threatening to fall from the old man's eyes did not affect him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He knew it was only a trick. Solos sighed again, as he always sighed numerous of times when he dealt with the council members. Really now, they were using the meetings in which they should be discussing important things for stupid reasons. It seems as though they were turning into children. In frigid winter, our training turned into a life and a death trial. Just when I thought I could lead my team through the crisis, a witch's spell left us in despair. My companions fell to their knees. But in this hopelessness, I awakened my power. Chapter 16. The tension and baseless rumors 2 months and a half had passed since the opening ceremony. Time flew by for the Watcher students who only trained, studied then trained some more. They did not have more days off, and the last day off had left them with a bitter taste, to say the least. Not only did they suffer from the presence of the girls that intruded during their free time, now they also had to suffer several unfair consequences as an aftermath. One of the consequences being that because of an unfortunate accident that occurred after the awful dinner that day, they all had detention and were not allowed to go to the city, even on Sundays. That was not an unfortunate accident, Evan stated with a grave, deep tone, as his eyes stared spit fury at Marcus. He was after all the cause of all their problems. In his opinion, though if Marcus were to know his thoughts, he would beg to differ. Oh, come on. Of course it was an accident. The latter immediately contradicted, aggravated, his sincere eyes and convincing tone being the strongest and most irrefutable evidences of Marcus's innocence. They would have made anyone who listened to the story agree that it really had been an accident, just by listening to his version of the matters. Though with the other members already accustomed to Marcus's short temper, and due to the hard, cold evidence for what transpired, no one could really call it an accident. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This was the reason they were being punished these days. The irony of the matter was that the ones who caused the accident were the ones who were feeling most wronged by the turn of events, though the rest of the pack also suffered alongside them. In fact, the other members were the ones who were placating the bickering between the two. Another funny thing was that almost always the argument would proceed the same way. And as this time was the 100th time they argued about the incident, the other members already knew the words that would follow by heart. Pushing those girls out of the car in the middle of nowhere, after making sure you were out of the city, was not an unfortunate incident. It was intentional, Evan replied. His condescending look and the mocking tone were meant to imply that Marcus was a fool. They are werewolves and I left them in the forest. It is practically their home. Yes. Marcus replied upset, feeling it was really unfair for him to speak this way to him, when he was clearly an accomplice. Evan was after all in the car with him at that time. Also, you were talking like I was the only one in the car that day. You were with me too. I did not hear you then about wanting to bring them back. You did not say, at least afterwards, that we should turn back for them. You actually sighed relieved and never said a word on the whole way back. Or what do you think? Should I still bring them back after those nasty words they said? Marcus continued accusingly, his voice getting louder. I did not say that. And did I say we should not react to what they said? Of course we should, but we should have done so with more tact. We should have punished them in such a way they could not have implicated us. And now look. Even Alpha has detention, and she wasn't even in the car with us. Evan explained logical, while he pointed toward Sia. For the first time during that argument, Marcus was tongue-tied. Indeed, they had all been punished for his actions. He felt so harassed for Sia, who was in fact the victim. After the dinner, which ended abruptly, as all of the pack members had lost their appetite, and feigned the need to return to the academy for their studies, the pack members boarded their cars and started driving back. Even though Marcus and Evan had wanted to feign ignorance about the distribution of the extra people they brought with them to the mall, or in other words pass on the burden of the two pestering girls to the others, as they hated having them as their passengers on the way back as well. Unfortunately, the others quickly alighted the cars and drove away, leaving the two no other choice but to unwillingly accept them in the car again. This wouldn't really be a problem normally. It was not like they would spend more gas money or suffer from their presence physically. Besides, they would also drive faster and be done with it. This was what they had hopefully thought, but who would have known that the torture would be mental, not physical? Unfortunately, the screechy voices of the two girls kept bothering their ears, without a second stop. One of them especially was just like a chicken. Of course, he meant no offense to the winged animals. It was like that damn girl did not even need time to breathe. Did she not care to maintain her life-sustaining functions? It certainly did seem that way. And if she did stop talking for half a second, it was only for the other to agree with her, as though her agreeing would make all the difference. He really regretted having them in the car at that time, regretted not abandoning them in the city, that as they were about to exit the mall, while using the pack link, he had told Celia that they should leave them there and go. And his Alpha did not let him. She asked him to drive them back to the academy, and that would be the end of it. She was not particularly bothered by what they said. Young, her sister's friends had said more nasty things about her. Her classmates, her pack members, and even her family had never considered her capable. Compared to that, these girls were only childish. With her position as his pack's Alpha, he listened to her and, for half of the way back, he tried to not say anything. He just acted driver. But one of the girls, whose name he did not bother to remember, started to say that her father was an assistant to the council, and if the guys wanted to, she could help them take Celia off the Watcher course. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She said this after an intricate speech of how Celia had profited from them, charmed them into the leader position, and was only leading them by the nose. She had said that Celia did not bother to just choose one of them as a boyfriend, to ensure they all listened to her. She also stated that she tricked them, as her poker face and somber mannerism were only a mask, so they could do her bidding without Celia being forced to sleep with any of them. He was aware that pure friendship without other implications might seem weird to others, but they truly got along well as a pack, and he also sensed camaraderie with the other guys. There were no romantic feelings involved, so naturally the idea of seducing them was preposterous. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He knew firsthand that she had gained the leadership position fair and square, but to contradict the woman meant that he would give her the opportunity to converse with him even more, as they would debate Celia's legitimacy as the Alpha of their pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If someone would dare spread rumors about his Alpha, he would beat them to a pulp. But these were girls, and frankly for him, girls were scarier than guys when arguing. Any word he might say in Celia's defense could fuel the rumors even more. So when the word she said crossed the line, he did not bother to correct her. Actually, he did not say anything at all, and just left her on the side of the road on the way back. He also left the other girl who, although with a bit more tact, approved and commented on the side. This generated the current situation in which Lisa's father appealed directly to the Royal Academy to have him leave the Watcher course. But having gained the position of a Watcher student, it was not so easy to have him leave as her father had thought. Moreover, Celia spoke up for Marcus, saying that it was her responsibility as the pack's leader. The other guys also backed him up, confessing they had planned it together. The entire Watcher pack could not be openly punished, considering their special status amongst the students, so they received detention for a month. That meant that even Sundays, when they would usually have a day off, they would have to train, and they could not leave the academy grounds. Celia looked at both of them as they were arguing, while trying not to smile. Marcus had disobeyed her and left the girls stranded out, but he did so with Evan's knowledge, and now the latter was trying to avoid any responsibility on his part. It was quite funny, and it was even funnier the fact that Evan did not say that it was wrong to punish the girls, but that they should have done so without anyone's knowledge. She asked them why they came back alone on that day, but they both said that the girls had alighted the car earlier. It was not a total lie, they said later, when she found out just where the girls were actually left. The second consequence of their mischief was the current situation they were placed in. And the situation was the fact they were to take part in a new exercise that involved all the categories of students together and counted in their evaluation. Because of the accident, as Marcus had put it, the teachers felt that the Watcher students must integrate more with the other students, and this would be accomplished by interacting with the other classes, directly helping each other to obtain their grades. The exercise implied that each Watcher student was to become an alpha for a pack formed with others from the first and second grade. Each pack would contain an alpha represented by one of the Watcher students, 1 or 2 students back doctors, 5 to 10 wreckers, betas, gamma S, deltas, normal pack members, etc. In all there were about 50 members for each pack. The fun part of it was that each pack would be left in different parts of the forest near the royal palace, to ensure that the exercise was done in a natural environment, to force them to fend for themselves for 2 weeks. In the same time they would still be protected, considering the proximity of the packs to His Highness, the strongest of the werewolves. But it was the second part of November, which meant it was quite cold, and it would also certainly start snowing soon enough. Needless to say, in such conditions no one was excited about the exercise. This was the main reason as to why Evan was upset, as he hated the cold. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stop arguing. It doesn't matter anymore who was at fault. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The exercise only lasts 2 weeks. Next year we will have to endure even harsher environments when the practical training starts. Might as well get used to it. Celia intervened timely, trying to settle peacefully the argument. And she was right. As students in the second grade, their studies would be diminished in favor of practical training in forests. They would have to visit packs and start learning beside their seniors. Realizing she was correct, they immediately settled down, then started to check their backpacks to see if they missed something they might need. The packs were picked by the teachers to ensure fairness. Thus each student could not decide for themselves. They chose in ways to balance the strengths of the members, and because of this, unfortunately, being the alpha of the Watchers meant weaker students, and for the lowest-ranked Watcher students, stronger members were chosen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please everyone gather behind your alpha and we will start marching towards the forest. The combat teacher, Riddick Kane, said with a loud voice. He was currently speaking to about 50 students, and he wanted to make sure each one has words. Celia's new temporary pack reluctantly gathered behind her. If they had a choice, most wouldn't have picked her. Since the beginning of the year many rumors circulated around her, and the general opinion formed was quite bad. She spent all her time with the guys, and because of this she was considered a loose woman. Even if it could be seen that most of the time they trained and were actually attending classes, so like it or not they had to be together. She became the leader of the pack even if she did not look the part. And most girls could not stand her, as she had charmed her pack members to help her gain it. In their opinion, the problem was that most of the Watcher training was done behind closed doors, so no one had actually seen her strength. And the video of her winning the melee war could not be seen by the students, as only the teachers, the council, the close assistants and the king could actually see it. But the knowledge that only third-ranked members could be part of the Watcher pack was public information. It was just that this part was ignored by them. They only chose to believe what they saw with their own eyes. As most rumors don't follow common sense, the first rumor had degenerated in countless baseless rumors, each one nastier than the other. Celia was not that bothered by their words, though what she couldn't understand was how could they really think she managed to seduce so many alpha-ranked werewolves. In her previous pack there was not one boy who liked her while growing up. Most guys had liked her outgoing sister, instead of her introvert self. Even her mate had felt her sister was beautiful and perfect. It baffled her that everyone thought she had such an amazing ability, but the fact that she never tried to deny the rumors actually made things worse. She and the other guys thought it would die down, but it only escalated further. Behind her back, the Watcher students had even tried to threaten a few students when they caught them whispering and ridiculing her. But it made the matter worse, as it confirmed that they were in fact charmed by her. So the training that they would take part in would be quite difficult for her. She thought there could be no pack if the leader was not respected. She sighed and took the backpack from the ground and put it on her back. Well, at least she hoped that the training would go without a hitch, though it seemed highly unlikely as the girls, which were about 40 in the total of her 50 pack members, were already hating her guts. Chapter 17. Winter Magic. Celia's temporary pack settled down near a creek in the heavily snowed dark forest. Normally, the large area covered with trees that preceded the royal palace was rich in natural resources. Rabbits, deers, squirrels, all kind of animals and different kind of birds formed its rich natural above-ground ecosystem. In the river as well, even an inexperienced fisherman would surely catch a lot of nourishing fishes. Considering such facts, the makeshift packs would normally be well fed in this lush patch of nature. They had fishes as a main food source, and they could also hunt. The forest would be a perfect place to assure their daily lives in the summer. The problem was that it was winter now, not to mention freezing cold. So even if there were a lot of animals, most would be hibernating, and the animals that wouldn't would be scarce. The creek was also starting to freeze, and the fishes had most likely settled already at the deep bottom, if there were still fishes left in the creek. So each one of those rich resources, unfortunately, could not entirely be depended upon. The solution was to make the most out of everything they could find, which meant the students had to hunt on their own to assure their everyday meal, an activity that took most of the students' time. One might think that these were not conditions for the students to be put through, and the students would agree with such opinions, for they were not ordinary humans. They were werewolves. They were stronger than humans. Faster, their senses were hundreds of times better than humans. Their stamina far surpassed theirs, and they were also resilient to cold. At least they were supposed to be. But looking at the girls around her, honestly, if it weren't for the specific scent a wolf had, she could swear they were humans. I am dying of cold. I can't stand it anymore, Lisa stated aggrieved. The second-grade student, who most likely was the source of all the rumors about Celia. How would she know for certain? Well, the rumors that were said were very similar to what she knew from Marcus. It was the same word she said before, those that had determined Marcus to leave her in the middle of nowhere, so it didn't take a genius to figure it out. Lisa was dressed warmly, and was also besides the fire doing absolutely nothing, as she had done for the past week. Well, not that most of the other girls did something either, as they huddled around Lisa. So if they were cold, what could the ones doing the work with their hands in freezing water could say? Almost all the girls spent their time eating whatever the boys managed to catch, or resting in their tents or, if not one of the first options, then they spent time around the fire complaining of the cold. Most of the guys had enough of them. They thought that, if the girls were cold, actually doing something might make their blood circulate better and keep them warm, than just do nothing but complain. But seeing as Lisa's father was an assistant to the council, they kept their mouths shut. The girls, with a little bit of flattery towards Lisa, also dared to do the same as her. She felt proud because of their compliments, and so she defended them if a guy dared to say something. So as opposed to the first 3 days, the guys had given up on saying anything more and thought to bear with it. They were counting the days. The bright side was that, as the guys felt more and more that the previous most popular girl to date in the Royal Academy was nothing but had completely changed their opinion of her, their impression of Celia changed for the better. She hunted alongside them, and was actually the main catcher of prey. Her bow and knife handling were impeccable. She was also skilled in living in the forest and helped them get used to it as well. Not to mention, they realized that she was in fact truly fit to be a watcher. She was several times better than even the alphas of their home packs. During one of the hunts, the blood of a deer attracted to large bears, and she was the one who had killed both of them swiftly, gaining their deepest respect. The moves and strength she used at that time had left them speechless. They were werewolves, but most had been living inside packs protected by their elders. They had not come face to bears. So even though they had the power to kill a bear themselves, they were still late in reacting when they came near one. Even less too. And a second of distraction could mean a serious injury. Celia did not bother about Lisa, or the other girls for that matter. She assigned the tasks on the first day, considering the strength of each individual. But as the papers she handed to everyone were tossed in the fire and was followed by a snicker from the girls, she gave up. She had explained the importance of the exercise and that the grade they would be given would matter in their final grade. She also explained that the teachers were watching them, but would not intervene in any way during the exercise, only if it was a matter threatening their lives. But other than that, they had to fend for themselves. She tried, but only the guys listened and understood the importance, and only about 2 of 3 girls that handled the cooking. But most of the girls did not want to help in any way. She did not care about Lisa's father being a council assistant. She was not afraid she could be excluded from the Watcher course. The problem was that when she insisted on them doing their chores, they had made a mess intentionally. She did not want to risk the whole pack's grade for the rest of them. So when Lisa complained about the cold, none of the guys in Celia reacted in any way. They took their weapons and left the area near the creek, trying to find the following day's food. The large pack needed about 2 or 3 deer a day to feed. It was already getting dark, but it was better than staying near the campsite, and night also did not pose a problem for them if they used their wolf vision. Going deeper in the forest, they hunted the first deer. Celia's arrow swiftly found its way in the middle of the deer's eyes. A fast and without suffering death was the least she could do for the animal. Assuring there were no more prey around, they each left their hiding places and gathered around. "Wow, another clean kill. You are amazing, Alpha," one of the guys enthusiastically stated, a sentiment shared by the others too. It wasn't the first time they had seen her shots, but it still amazed them each time. Celia nodded calmly and left to follow the scent of another deer. The expressionless face, which had made it difficult for them to understand her thoughts at first, no longer concerned them. The guys were not affected by her lack of response. They had gotten used to her personality. They walked slowly on the icy ground, following the tracks that had yet to be covered under the snow bed, with the last ranked wolf dragging behind him the prey. Walking some more time through the snowing and already dark view, the werewolf sensed the scent of yet another deer. For humans it would be hard to see through the multitude of fast-falling snowflakes, but they could easily check the position of the animal in the dark with the same ease they would during the day. They slowly got in positions, trying to not scare it away, hiding behind snow-covered bushes and trees. Most of them had dressed in light clothes, or at least in light-colored ones, to blend in the environment. so their camouflage was almost perfect. Silently they checked who was in the best position to fire his arrow. Looking around, Celia identified a guy who was in a better position than herself and nodded her head in his direction. The pack member understood the silent message and returned the nod, preparing to fire. He stretched his bow slowly, holding his breath. He wanted to ensure that his hand did not tremble in the slightest. Celia had targeted each time the head, but it was a difficult shot to perform, and as he knew he could not hit like her, he wanted to at least ensure a swift death to its victim. By targeting the abdomen, near its heart, he was about to release his arrow, but did not get to do so. The deer was frightened away and had already gone into hiding, as a loud sound was suddenly heard. It was a woman's suave voice. "Rel in hure illis non imperium. Celerity tet viri bas." The woman with a charming tone added to her voice spoke in an unknown strange language. Celia's thoughts only wandered around for a few seconds, trying to recognize what was said in the exact language, which seemed somewhat familiar, before figuring out the meaning of the words she heard. "Leave them without power, speed and strength," she slowly murmured the translated phrase. Rather than it being only a phrase, a better word to find it. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Realizing the frightening fact that someone was casting their spell on them, a witch to be exact, she quickly thought of the next course of action. She roared, and for the second time in her life, used her alpha voice, and her normal calm tone changed, becoming more powerful and fit for a leader. "We are under attack. Gather around now." Her voice boomed, echoing in the dark of night. There was no use to speak quietly, as they were most likely already under the eyes of the attackers. The meaning of the spell was to render them immobile and without the force to resist to whatever would follow, so the Alpha's order she hoped would work to group them up, before the effect of the spell showed. She did not know if the others had understood that it was a spell, but did not want them doubting her words, and be late in reacting, so she used waning strength to empower her words. Since she left her previous pack, waning had kept staying mostly in the back of her mind. Sometimes she would reply, but mostly her voice could not be heard, so she had not used Waning's wolf power since a while ago. But she was still able to use her strength now. For this she was thankful. Crescent was an alpha also, but she was not certain that Crescent's voice could overpower the spell. Crescent also would never take over her body, without Celia's permission. For now she would deal with the problem with her human side. The other werewolves gathered around her quickly, compelled by her words. The members were left speechless of how easily she had made them submit to her will. But realizing the dire situation they were in, they did not try to resist or second-guess her. All of them knew that the exercise was meant for them to bond with the different grades and types of students during harsh conditions. They were not meant to receive unexpected attacks, and certainly not from witches. This forest, although vastly large, was still in the area of the royal palace, and witches or other supernatural creatures were not permitted to even approach its border without express permission from His Highness. So naturally, they could only assume it was not a drill, but a real-life endangering situation. Just as the last werewolf hurried towards the group, finally the spell worked its magic. They felt their weight getting heavier, until most of them fell to their knees. Celia was still on her feet with a couple of the stronger werewolves, but the last were beginning to falter. Shortly, the spell was in full effect, so the stronger werewolves also fell to their knees. A second spell was cast not a moment later, as a white shiny mist glittered between the falling snowflakes, strengthening the first one, and preventing them from even moving. If not for the dangerous situation they were in, one would find that it was a beautiful sight. A true sight of winter magic was all around them. Celia as well could not be bothered to notice it, as she forcefully steadied her feet, and because of the struggle to fight the spells, her eyes darkened instantly and her fangs and claws grew pointed. Her breath ragged, and white steam could be seen in the dark. As her pulse and heartbeat heightened, the other werewolves were trying to move. They were even trying to shift into their wolves, but it was no use. They could not change their position in the slightest. She ignored their struggles, and the sounds they were making, trying to pinpoint the movements and sounds of the intruders, but she did not move her feet or even her head for that matter, trying to not give away the fact that if she tried a little harder she would be able to. The enemy was in the dark. They were in plain sight and vulnerable, as she was the only one who could attack. The only advantage was the fact that no one knew of her strength and the fact that the spell had not a strong effect it should have on her, and she did not want to make them aware without first knowing with who she was dealing with. Well, what do we have here? A girl still standing. Now this is something we have never imagined, said a male's hoarse voice, with screeching sound made by stepping on the frozen snow. She could slowly make out the contour of the male as he approached until the dark silhouette transformed into a clear image. He was followed by 10 or more others behind him. They were the last people she would ever expect to collude with witches. By their clothes and weapons she was certain. They were hunters. Chapter 18. First-hand experience. Now this is truly something you don't see every day. A deep voice rang surprised with a bit of a tinge of mocking tone added to it. The person who seemed to be the head of the hunters was perhaps no older than 45-50 years old. Dressed in khaki dark clothes, with a black puffed vest and a fur hat, he looked just like a regular animal hunter, and the rest who appeared from behind the man were more or less dressed in the same manner. What would differentiate them from normal hunters, though, would be the fact that in the multitude of guns and rifles which were hanging from their belts, backs and in their hands, wolfsbane-filled bullets were loaded. They most likely had wolfsbane smeared even on the small knives which were hanging from their thighs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How come she's still standing? Wasn't a witch's spell absolute? Asked confused one of the younger people coming out from between the lifeless frozen trees. Yup. This should be the case. The chief replied pensively, and quickly pointed his weapon towards Celia in a defensive stance, perhaps trying to test if the spell had also affected her. But even in the weapon's direct range, she did not move an inch. Even her eyes did not blink. Luckily her fangs were hidden inside the closed mouth. Her claws covered by the sleeves of her white coat and her dark eyes could only be seen clearly if you were to approach her. These facts added to the dark of night made it impossible for regular humans to easily perceive her partially transformed form. It seems she froze standing. It could be the second spell got to her before the first one. What werewolf would not move when a deadly wolfsbane-filled rifle was pointed at it? The older man reckoned. Oh, I understand, affirmed the young man enlightened. But he still felt it was weird. The second spell was cast after the first one. If someone would still be standing fighting the spells, wouldn't it be the alpha of the pack and a high-ranked one at that? But he did not have the experience of his superior, so he believed what the chief said. Not to mention she was a girl. How could she fight against it? Seeing the 10 wolves or so before them frozen on their knees, not even managing to shift, they relaxed their bodies and lowered their guard. As expected, having those 2 witches had so many advantages, since they used them from a year ago until now. The percentage of captured wolf rose from 10-20 to 1. They were so effective that they even dared to enter the forest of the Wolf King, which normally would be suicide. The witches were to freeze the wolves. They would load them in trucks and be gone. It would take no more than 2 hours. And their source had also assured him that the only being who could feel something was amiss so fast as to hinder their plan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was not in his palace tonight. Normally, even if this method of hunting was effective, it was difficult to attack a normal pack. Even the smallest pack they knew had about 1,000 wolves, and the spell could not cover enough ground to ensure they could capture every wolf, as only capturing a portion of a group would infuriate the rest. The consequence would be a united retaliation from the rest of the members and they would be killed immediately. This last year they mostly captured strays, but they were too few to help them in their goal. To find out about the exercise that was held these weeks coupled with the king's absence, such a large group of werewolves at once, also young and easily controllable, was truly a blessing. Another advantage was that capturing the werewolves under the watch of the king would tone down his authority. Each group of students had pups from packs from around the world. It would help if it riled the werewolves up to revolt and keep the king occupied for some time. Now then, while the non-combatant members of your little makeshift pack are captured, let's ask some questions, the chief of the hunters said, relaxed, lowering himself to one of the werewolves that seemed smaller and easier to interrogate. Normally under the influence of the spell, the werewolves were totally silenced, but the hunter had on his neck a small amulet that nullified partially the effect of the second spell. So even though the last-ranked werewolf, who still had the deer beside him, could not move, he would still answer the questions regardless of his will. Which one of the males here is the alpha? Little pup, he serenely asked, disregarding Celia's presence altogether through his question. The young wolf was scared, hearing the malicious voice and angry, feeling his inability to react to an attack. But even so, the solidarity with his pack would not let him answer honestly the question. He wanted to lie, but unfortunately the amulet also had the effect of making one answer questions truthfully. So instead of a lie, the truth came out. Celia is the alpha. The words easily slipped from his lips, making even him baffled of what he had uttered. Oh, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, repeated the name wide-eyed the hunter, briskly raising his gaze towards the only female between them. Then, after half a second, continued speaking. Now that is interesting. This explains better why the young female pup is still standing. Celia was more and more covered in snow, with small snowflakes littering her face and hair, as the small pieces of sculpted ice kept melting on the warm werewolf girl's skin. Small droplets of water adorned her beautiful face all around. One could mistake this water for sweat caused by the evident fright of the situation. Perhaps this was also in the minds of the hunters, but she still did not react to their words. To dare enter His Highness's forest, something important was happening. She already found out that they wanted them captured, instead of killed. When would hunters not kill a werewolf on sight? Why the need to capture them alive? Perhaps she could find out a little bit more. She also did not dare act trashly, knowing now that they only wanted to capture them. If help was already on the way and she did not wait, what if it resulted in the death of some of the werewolves? She could still wait a little longer. As long as the hunters talk, she would not act. But how can a female wolf be the alpha? What is her rank and what type of student is she? Asked again the hunter. He was really curious. Might as well ask a little more. Before the trucks with the other werewolves arrived. Celia is a third-rank wolf. She is a watcher student. Slipped again the words from his mouth. Even though this time the werewolf did not want to answer at all. All the hunters that had been listening were fairly surprised at this piece of information, which made them listen more intently to the interrogation. All the attention was on the conversation between the two. A watcher student and a third-ranked werewolf all-in-one. We have never captured a watcher before. They neglected to inform us of there being watcher students in the exercise. Those stupid wolves can't even do this little work right. Well, at least the capture of a watcher student redeems them a bit, I guess. The older man sighed, shaking his head from side to side. Don't mess with our alpha. The young werewolf affirmed, angry through gritted teeth. He really cursed the man inside his mind. When he was asked a question, he replied easily, even without meaning to. But if he wanted to speak of his own volition, it was difficult. He barely managed to open his mouth to say those few words. Oh, it seems we have some very protective wolves. Smirking pleased, the hunter spoke mockingly at the futile attempt to retaliate, seeing that the other werewolves were also trying to move angrily. Because of the sarcastic words, all the hunters snickered haughtily, with some even whistling as though they agreed. With his smile growing even larger because of the response, the chief of the hunters got up and walked towards Celia. Seeing her up closer, only then did he realize her eyes were dark as night. But he was still not alarmed, as she had not tried to move at all this whole time. Werewolves were impulsive creatures in his preconceiving mind. A werewolf would have rashly attacked 100 times by now, if he or she could move. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Not one werewolf in the past had stayed still and assessed the situation before fighting against them. Naturally, Celia would be no different in his opinion, though the man seemed to be forgetting that the werewolves in front of him were not rogue ones that he had hunted in the past. They were pack-born and raised werewolves, who were many times more calm and rational. What a beautiful female wolf! Who would say you would be a third-rank wolf? Little pup, you look quite delicious. What do you say, boys? He said, licking his lips. The hunters got the lead remark and smirk even more. So do we get a shot? Some of them enthusiastically quickly tried their luck. Only after I get the first taste, boys. Only after that. The grinning hunter affirmed, indulgent, lowering his guard even more that he placed his rifle on his back instead of still carrying it in his hands. The trucks arrived where he still admired the unmoving Celia. He had even raised his hand to caress her face, but stopped himself when the other hunters got down from the trucks to load their prey. Hey Chief, could we also take the deer? How about some barbecue tonight? The young hunter, who was still standing next to the last-ranked werewolf, asked happily. Sure, that's a wonderful, started to say the distracted chief, taking his eyes off Celia to look in the direction of the young hunter. But he was stopped in his reply. Celia's hand was already on his neck. When he regained his mind a second later, feeling the choke, he realized that his feet were barely even touching the ground. Celia knew she waited for as long as she could, but in the distance she could not hear the sounds of help coming. If she were to wait to be transported, it would be even more difficult to save her and the others. So she decided to place her trust in her strength and that of her wolves. They helped her before when she was attacked by rogues. So even if it was a first-hand experience in dealing with hunters, she was determined to survive and help her pack survive also. If help did not come, she would be that help. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm, yelled afraid the young hunter, as he saw his chief held by one hand in the air by the female wolf and could not believe his eyes. She was supposed to be immobile. How could she move so fast that his eyes could not even keep up with her movements? Even if they had not dealt with the rank wolves before, the high-ranked wolf should still be at least slowed down somewhat, if the spell could not stop their movements altogether. But she did not seem to be the least bit affected by it. The other hunters also turned their eyes towards their chief alarmed. They were about to carry the werewolves, so they did not have their eyes on the older man and Celia. Seeing the unbelievable position of the man who was currently struggling to remove Celia's arm, they immediately raised their weapons, but could not shoot as the chief was in her hand. Even if the wolfsbane did not kill their chief, the bullet that contained it still could. They could not risk moving rashly. Let him go, you monster, or we'll shoot. One of the hunters ordered with authority. He was still under the impression they had the situation under control. Let the girls come down from the truck and leave. If you do not want your chief's neck broken like a twig, she calmly and expressionlessly said. She did not falter and give in to their threat. Even if she did not get along with the other girls, she was still the alpha. The alpha's job was to ensure protection. How? Was the only word that could come out of the chief's mouth as he felt his air cut off. His hands were on her right arm trying to break himself free, but even a finger he could not peel off of his neck. She was like made of stone, and her black eyes and calm cold face made him feel fear like no other wolf before her did. The beautiful ethereal girl that was currently and was moments away from actually killing him. He should have never let his guard down, but never in a million years would he expect her strength. The hunters were even more surprised. Her voice did not hold a speck of fear despite the 20 guns pointed at her. 1 bullet would render her wounded. 2 bullets would render her in critical condition. 3 bullets would render her body unable to regenerate, and 4 would kill her instantly. But she showed no fear in front of 20 potential bullets that could hit her, or even more if they kept on firing. They were in a deadlock, but she still said again, this time with more power. Let the girls down, or I will kill you all. You have 5 seconds, one. She raised her voice and revealed her protruded fangs. Snarling at them, she was determined to fight until death. She even raised the chief higher that his feet left the ground. To show them she meant her words. Her left hand was raised counting the seconds, and as she said the word 1, the chief being in her grasp saw her palm. The other might not be so well informed as him, but his sources had informed him of many details even about watchers, so even though he had not met one before, he could still recognize the mark of an alpha of a pack of watchers. It meant they were in the presence of a werewolf only ranked below the werewolf council. With this frightening realization in mind, another even more scary thought followed. They could not survive such an encounter unscathed. They were screwed, he finally thought. Chapter 19. The hunters who cried wolf to, counted loudly Celia, her voice never faltering. She did not want to give the least bit sign of weakness, but her heart was pounding in her chest. Please help me be strong. She reached out to the only ones who could offer support right now. Her wolves. I am here, Celia. Immediately acknowledged Crescent. It seemed that Waning was still not able to answer, but she felt that at least her aura increased and she was certain that the power that coursed through her far surpassed Crescent's. So it was surely the white wolf lending her strength. Still, she should really hold a proper conversation with her, she thought. Waning had always been quiet, but she had never been this quiet like she was these last few months. Well, the conversation would be later. That is if she made it out alive. With the corner of her eyes she checked on the other werewolves. They appeared to be still immobile, and as the hunters had said they were to be taken, most likely they would not be killed until the goal of the hunters, whatever that was, would be accomplished. It meant that even if she dared act on her own, the other werewolves would still be safe. They would still be kept alive as they were not an immediate threat. She continued louder and more determined, raising another clawed finger in the air. The situation was tensed. The hunters were confused on what to do. They could never lower their weapons. They already felt how fast she was. She would surely take down one or two of them until they could put her down. And no one wanted to be in those one or two people. But still, how could they abandon the chief? He was the brain of the operation, and without him other groups of hunters would overtake them. Not to mention he was the one controlling the witches. Seeing they appeared unwilling to listen to her words, she sank her claws tighter around the chief's neck, making him gasp even more, as he lacked the ability to breathe in the slightest. Perhaps she reckoned like this she would be more convincing. Or maybe it had only been a move caused by nervousness. Either way, unfortunately, it had its effect. A single loud sound was heard as a bullet was released from one of the rifles. The young hunter that was by the deer had lost his composure and, while trembling due to a terrifying fright, had accidentally pulled the trigger, putting an unwitting end to the stalemate situation. Feeling the wound in her left side of the abdomen and the wolfsbane that quickly entered her body, sending ripples of pains like she never felt before, Celia tightened her clawed hand, involuntarily cracking the neck of the hunter. It was the first time she killed someone, even if she did not mean to. Normally her own actions should have trapped her in confusion and stilled her into place because of the traumatic act. But the situation and the adrenaline pumping in her body made her continue thinking about the next step instead of breaking down. She could not waste time thinking about the life she took. Realizing that as he was dead the chief had lost his value as a hostage, she quickly tossed the lifeless body towards the hunters, hoping she could at least distract them for a moment and perhaps lessen their numbers. The hunters were hit by the older man's big-built corpse that she had thrown with force towards them, causing them to crash in a nearby tree, before losing their consciousness. She was not sure how much time she had left until her body shut down because of the wolfsbane, as it reacted differently for each wolf. Perhaps she had a bit more time than what she had learned in the courses because of her 2 wolves, but she did not want to take any chances. The most important thing now was time, so she retreated quickly under the cover of the heavily snowed trees and night. In this way, she also separated from the werewolves that were still on their knees. She knew that if she tried to fight while being in their midst, a stray bullet would surely hit them. The hunters wouldn't try to actively kill them, but while fighting her, she doubted they would be careful around creatures they usually killed on sight. She zigzagged between the trees while she was rained down on with bullets. The first gunshot had caused them all to open fire in her direction. She thought about shifting in her wolf, but she was much smaller in human form, so she could hide her presence easier. Not to mention the wolfsbane would also prevent her from shifting. To my agent extraordinaire, Mazen Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Her huge wolf's form could be hit easier. Circling around them with top speed, she took the bow that she had strapped to her back, then pulled the arrows in it, before firing it quickly, shooting 5 hunters in succession. She could have continued like this, just running between the trees and taking down even more hunters. But unfortunately, with no more arrows left, she could only discard her bow and use her bare hands in the next attacks, quickly changing her direction. As the hunters noticed from where the arrows were shot and were already focusing the bullets in that direction, she zigzagged again between the snowed pine trees and came from behind to other hunters. As she rose her foot, striking the back of one of them, she assured his body fell in the direction of another hunter who was preparing to shoot her. Then, not wasting any time, she took the other hunter, who had been near the first, by the neck, and briskly pulled it on the side, cracking it. With no other hunters near him, she only threw his body in the opposite direction, before quickly withdrawing. The hunters had already noticed her position in the few seconds she had attacked. But the swiftness of a high-ranking werewolf was no joke. She was already between the trees again. As the fires were shot, her advantages were that it was dark and she was so fast that they could not keep up with her. They randomly fired in the direction she was last seen, but it only helped her as it hid the sound of her exiting in another part of the forest and grabbing another hunter by his back. This time she dragged the hunter in the darkness and slammed his body in a tree, breaking his spine. Before running again, she could not use the same method as before, because she was not so sure it would work. Each time she had to change her movements to not lose the element of surprise. But even with the element of surprise, she was still hit by a stray bullet. In their frenzy, the hunters had fired even towards their companion when she tried to claw her long nails in another hunter's back. The second bullet's wolfsbane made her falter and she did not retreat in time in the dark. The half a step she missed in moving back was another opportunity for a third bullet to hit her and a fourth one. After the 5th bullet, Celia was already down. Stop it. It's enough. The next person left in charge, the right-hand man of the chief, said when she was already laying on the cold ground. The bullets they had in their possession were quite difficult to make. Even human lives were lost in the process to manufacture them. They could not afford to use them unwisely. Because of the witch's help, they had thought they wouldn't even have to use them actually. Who would have thought that in the hunt today? The firing of the rifle stopped and they did not question if she truly died. The 7th bullet that hit her while she was fallen on the snow ground did not make her even flinch. It was a sign that they managed to kill her. They hoped. They ceased their fire, but did not lower their weapons. They were still afraid of her suddenly sprinting on her feet again. Even with 7 wolfsbane doses in her, they were not certain they killed her. No werewolf had made them fear her as much as she did, beside the werewolf king of whom legends were written. So it was no wonder that even if they were assured of her death consciously, they still had the impression she could fight back again. They stood still for a couple of minutes, but they couldn't wait any longer. Time was running out. They would be caught by the patrol werewolves if they still hadn't left. The second in charge slowly approached her. She had fallen on her side with her face positioned in his direction. Her long hair, which had come undone, laid on the snowbed partially covering her face. Only a small part of the fair, white skin could be seen, but it was enough to make him feel awed by the beauty. She looked like she was a snow fairy. So breathtakingly beautiful, he thought. He shrugged his thoughts, knowing what happened moments earlier when his chief had not been careful in her presence, carefully under of any sound or movement. He came closer, only 2 feet away, and saw that indeed she was dead. She had to be judging by the pool of blood which was slowly enveloping the ground around her, with her wounds still dripping of the crimson-coloured fluid, as the wolfsbane prevented regeneration and deciding by how much blood was near her body, dyeing the white translucent snow bright red. Her death was certain. There was at least half of her body's blood, if not more, surrounding her, and it kept pouring uninterrupted. They would have never expected that despite losing that much blood and despite being shot that many times, Celia was still barely alive. She heard their movements like she was in a dream. They seemed like they were far away, but she did not have more strength to even move a finger. She was scared and helpless. Even her pulse and breathing slowed down until they were barely there at all. Laying on the cold white snow, she did not feel its coldness. Physically, she did not feel much at all. The wolfsbane had numbed her entirely. Mentally, she was suffering. She was upset because she did not accomplish her dreams. Her life had just barely begun a few months ago. She had just started to work for her goals, but it seemed like it would all come to an end. Her life did not pass before her eyes like one would imagine to before their death, but she still felt an enormous amount of fear and loss of everything that mattered to her. She thought of her brother, of her new friends, and involuntarily the last face she saw in her mind was of the werewolf king. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, shouted desperately Crescent, but she could no longer reply, even if to say one word mentally, seeing her helpless state. Crescent had lost all hope. These were their last moments before death. I am here. Do not worry. Waning, the previous absent white wolf, encouraged finally, the assuring voice and words, the presence of the one who always protected Celia and her, made Crescent feel like a stone had been lifted from her chest. Waning was always like the big sister of the three, the one on whom they could depend. Celia is not answering. Her consciousness is slipping. She immediately informed, frightened. Would Waning be able to still help like she had done in the past? The situation was as dire as it could be. It is all right. It takes more than a little wolfsbane and bullets to kill us. Now move back deep in her mind. Hurry. Waning calmed Crescent down briefly before asking her to take her place. There was no time to tell Crescent what she was about to do, and there was also no need to. Like always, Crescent did not question Waning. She hurriedly did as the latter instructed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know that you do not have enough strength, but I need you to meet me halfway, just like how we did for the seer test. Waning finally spoke to the human side, who had only been a spectator to their interaction. Her powers were quickly failing her. Celia heard her just before falling unconscious completely, and with her last bit of strength forced herself to concentrate. In the dark zone of her mind, the area where wolves would generally be, a white splendid wolf sat with her paws in front of her. Her stature was magnificent. Her grey eyes shine as she was calmly waiting for Celia. She could not move closer as she was already waiting in the middle. In the distance she saw her approaching with difficulty, but could not help her in the slightest. Even though in her own mind, Celia took the appearance she had on the outside, an evidence of the mental shattered state. Her white clothes were ragged and full of blood that kept dripping on the floor. A small drop of blood was even on her lips. She slowly, but steadily approached until she collapsed in front of the white wolf. She seemed so small usually compared to Waning. Even if she stood up, the latter would still be taller. Now, while laid on the floor, it looked like she was a child. Waning got up and with her nozzle approached Celia's face, comforting her. You did well until now. Leave it to me from this point forward. And, as she said this, their places were reversed. Waning was in the place where Celia was previously collapsed, while Celia was in Waning's previous place. Waning waited no more, only turned around and ran towards the way Celia came from. She would make them pay for forcing her out of her place. Their situation was already dire, and now these hunters added to their problems. She ought to show them just who they dared mess with. The majestic wolf angrily thought. The outside body was still in place during their interaction. The claws, the fangs, the blackness covering her whole eyes had already vanished when she had fallen unconscious, as she was not able to maintain them. It looked just like a normal human body. She was still like this, while the second-in-command ordered the other remaining hunters to quickly gather the werewolves and prepare to leave. The ongoing struggles would surely alert the werewolves who were supposed to keep watch over the students. The creatures had not intervened until now because of a third concealed spell, which could keep at bay the changes in the smells and sounds in the atmosphere for a short period of time. It was a spell that, although useful on a short period of time, detrimental for their situation on the long run. Turning around to direct the hunters, the second in command did not realize that he had made the same mistake as his former superior. He had utterly underestimated the first-ranked werewolf who was already transforming again to her partial shifted appearance. I, a ruthless king of the werewolves, personally carried an injured female werewolf to the hospital after an attack. Her life hung in the balance. And I, for the first time, felt unprecedented anxiety and helplessness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Salazar's POV at the opening ceremony for the new school year. He was asked about a week or so before if he was going to give a speech to this year's new students at the Royal Academy, depending on his schedule. In the 70 years of his reign, most of the times he would deliver it himself, but now he was swamped with work. It was practically endless. The budget for the next year was in shambles, and it was not long until the year ended. The report for rogue problems kept on increasing. The cash flow and new investments from his companies needed to be checked. The next meeting for the PAX Alphas needed to be programmed, and so on. And even though he had no time to even breathe, he had another problem. The council kept pestering about an heir every time they got the chance to do so. Honestly, those people needed to worry about their own personal lives. But each time one of them came regarding a matter, they would not leave until asking him again about this problem, as they put it. And each time they asked, his thoughts trailed off to a certain beautiful sight he saw some time ago at the airport, without even meaning to. Really, at first he thought she was interesting, and so he had read her file. Then he saw the video of the melee fight, which left him speechless, and he felt she was even more interesting. The girl in the video seemed quite equally ranked amongst the other werewolves for the first part of the fight. She did not fight a lot, but he could see that her moves were on point. She easily avoided most of the werewolves that came at her and kept them at bay effortlessly. Then when the werewolf that seemed to be her partner was hurt, she saved him with lightning speed, which as a side note made him feel quite annoyed. Afterwards she immediately changed her stance and went into offense. And what offense? Her move seemed so fast, almost like he saw himself fighting. After seeing her fight, he thought about her from time to time. What could possibly determine such a strong wolf to be so sad? And how could such a frail-looking girl be so strong? Such thoughts alternated. Then he started to ponder about how could someone who seemed like she was about to cry and did not even appear the least bit dolled up look so beautiful. Slowly the thoughts started to multiply bit by bit. Nowadays it got to the point that he even dreamt about her. He could not have a single moment's rest without his thoughts heading towards her face. And the strangest thing was that even though his wolf Sky did not recognize her wolf, he also kept talking about her. He previously asked the wolf if she was his mate. Perhaps Sky could sense the connection to her more easily than he could, but the latter had said he did not recognize her wolf. At his words, Solas had thought this would be the end of the matter, but now Sky kept mentioning her beautiful face and her superb moves, just like how he thought to himself. Could it be that his wolf did not care any more about finding his true mate, just like those guys? Because when Sky heard about the speech, he kept purring like a wolf girl and insisted for him to attend, telling Salaz they might see Sia at the ceremony. Really the most massive of wolves, a black as night-fed alpha that scared all the other wolves when transforming, was now jumping up and down in his mind like a small pup. At first he was going to refuse giving the speech. He even told Micah that there was no time, ignoring Sky's constant complaints. That just as the beta was about to exit his office, he changed his mind and reasoned that still he should find to give the speech. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everyone was expecting him to participate at the opening of the new year. Now at the ceremony before going up the stage, He kept on looking towards the public from the backstage. He was hidden in the back and he had also concealed his aura, so most werewolves could not feel him. Scanning the room hopeful, he saw her again after only a few glances. She was after all unique from all other werewolves. There in the middle of the group of Watcher students she was seated. They must have spoken through their pack link, as their expression changed from time to time like they were talking, and he even felt like they were trying not to laugh. Celia was the most composed of them, but even she had a small smile on her face. This was actually the sight that Sola saw as he was walking from behind the stage, informed by one of the teacher that the hall was full. Respectfully, the latter had also asked him if he was ready to give the speech. He saw that the beautiful girl he had seen only once at the airport, the one that kept him thinking about her until he was almost driven mad every day, now had a slight smile on her face. Seeing her rosy, healthy face and her eyes that seemed to smile sparkling, as opposed to her sad face at the airport, made his heart beat even faster than it did then. All these days he had thought he would soon forget her. He had hoped so, but her sad face kept him from forgetting. Giving the speech for the beginning of the year and seeing her again in a normal situation. A situation was most likely solemn. He hoped that it would take his mind off from her. But he was in trouble as her current face was even more unforgettable. He sucked in air in his lungs as much as he could, feeling breathless. In spite of this he could not look away. He finally ascended the stage, after what seemed like a lifetime, and while he was announced he tried to regain his composure. His Highness the King of all werewolves, Sola's Christian wolf. He was presented by a teacher, and like on cue every person in the room rose from their seat and bowed. They could only raise their heads and sit down when he allowed them. Please raise your head and take a seat. Trying to take his eyes off his ear, as he had kept looking at her, he feared that staring at her longer would make her feel uncomfortable. Even if he was the king of all werewolves, who would want to be stared at for so long? Not to mention that all the attention from everyone in the large room was on him, and they would find out that he was ogling a female student, as his stare was that obvious. Really 100-years-old man losing his composure because of a 22-years-old girl. He would be laughable. He was especially scared of his best friend, Gabriel, finding out that Guy had tried along with the guys from the council to make him take any girl as a queen, just to have a mate. If he were to find out, or if the other members of the council would find out, he would not hear the end of it. Perhaps they would even take the poor girl and shove it in his room. Well, she was part of a pack of high-ranking werewolves and a Watcher student, so they probably could not do as they pleased. He thought, feeling both relieved and disappointed at the same time. Wait. Disappointed? Why would he think he was disappointed? He should really snap out of it. He coughed once like he had wanted to clear his voice and spoke. Luckily he was smooth enough and his speech went on without a hitch. Roughly 2 hours later the opening ceremony ended. It had been quite difficult to not look at her throughout it, but he managed in the end, albeit quite arduously. He only looked at her from time to time in passing, making sure he also glanced around, to not highlight her presence alone in the other's eyes. But seeing her leave with her pack, he still felt a pang in his heart. He still wanted to be in her presence longer. Even for a second more it was enough. Your Highness, do you want to eat dinner with me? His friend Gabriel asked smilingly, just as he was pondering about what to do. He wanted to refuse the man who he felt had the capacity to see through his thoughts. But the most brilliant idea struck him and he refused no longer. Sure, it has been quite some time. Invite your students also. It is the first time we have so many high-ranking Watcher werewolves with us. I would like to meet them. He tried to look uninterested, like it was only a suggestion, nothing more. But the bastard already narrowed his eyes, studying his face. It seemed like just looking around and trying to not look at her alone was not enough. Surely he would now bombard him with questions. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It is only normal to meet the Watcher students. Of course you should give them the honor to eat with you. Gabriel affirmed while nodding his head in understanding. It was unusual that the noisy person had not suspected him more. The teacher had not asked any more questions. He just left to bring the students to his office. The abnormal, disinterested attitude of Gabriel made Solace doubtful, but perhaps the latter had not noticed anything after all. For this he was thankful. Only later would he find out that Gabriel had known all along his thoughts, when he would finally confess his feelings for her to his friend. The latter would keep on teasing him that he was aware from the moment he saw how Solace looked at her at the ceremony. And the teasing would be endless. Waiting for them in his office. It felt like it took forever for her to come. After what felt like a lifetime, the Watcher's students accompanied by Gabriel finally arrived outside in the hallway. Her specific scent and presence could be detected by him easily amongst the others, and from the moment she stepped through the door he did not dare look up from his documents. He waited for them to take a seat and for his unrest to calm down, and only then did he leave his desk and sat on the couch. He started with the introduction. It was the logical thing to do, and in this way he made sure that he would hear her voice. "Celia Blair," she said shyly, with a little stuttering, trembling tone, but it only made her more adorable. Her face that had almost no expression suddenly turned pink. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her voice that said the name Celia was more like a whisper, but it was sweet, sending tingles to his heart. And the name Celia coming from her lips felt like little bells ringing, like a small song. Then when she finally looked in his eyes, he was doomed, it seemed. He should have left immediately after the ceremony. He should have left and tried to never see her again, because in this moment he felt like he willingly jumped into hell. And there was no way up. For the first time in his life he fell in love. And quite hopelessly so. Chapter 20. How to break a stone heartbeat. Ever so slowly the heart monitor could be heard. A normal heart rate should be much faster than this. The interval between the heartbeats on this monitor was too long. Each heartbeat felt like the last. Beep. Her entire body was covered in bandages. It was littered with cuts and bruises everywhere. Her face was pale, almost white. Her lips were cracked. Her cheeks had lost their color and her eyes showed no sign of opening. It was already 3 days ago that the attack happened, but she had not shown any signs of waking up. Beep. Her heart rate spiked again. Each time her heart beat, he felt his heart warm up, only to freeze when it took too long to hear heart again. His entire being was focused on that sound. He could not bother about anything else other than this. He had not slept since he found her. His normal clean look was now changed to a disheveled appearance. His hair that was previously always styled properly was now unkempt. His previous clean face was now darkened by the growing stubble and the dark cold circles around his eyes. The only thing he would do was just take showers. Other than that he did nothing but move between the hospital and his office. Fortunately the hospital was also in the compound of the palace, so he did not have to move around too much. In this way, he would check up on her several times a day, and at the same time he could also investigate the cause of the attack. To dare trespass his forest and try to abduct his people was punishable only by death. Someone was clearly not so afraid of him anymore. It had been 30 years since the last war. At the end of it, everyone knew of his name and cruelty. They would just tremble at the mere mention of his name. He single-handedly had massacred the same amount of rogues as supernatural creatures as army did combined. Now they must have forgotten. He would have to make an example of the ones behind the recent attack. Most of the ones who had trespassed were dead, and sadly one had slid past the borders. But he had found while they were trying to leave the forest and were now currently kept for questioning before they were to be put to death. It would not be long until leads were found. An operation this daring would not be under the leadership of those present in the forest. Someone was clearly behind them, studying her face close to her side. As he found himself doing each time he checked up on her, he found she was still as lovely. Such a frail-looking girl had managed to save every one of her pack members. She did not collapse even with wolfsbane in her system, which doctors were baffled about, as the amount in her body was enough to kill 3 higher-ranked werewolves. When he had arrived at the castle the evening the attack happened, the smell of blood and fighting had enveloped him instantly. His heightened senses immediately detected a disturbance in the forest, so leaving no explanations to the assistants behind him, he transformed into his wolf and ran towards the forest. The place he sensed the smells from was easy to spot. as the scent of blood became pungent with each closer step. Thus, with lightning speed, he arrived at the attack spot. There he saw werewolves frozen on their knees, bodies of human hunters all around them, even dismembered body parts. And a little further behind, there she stood. Blood was everywhere on her clothes. You could no longer see their original color. Her face and hair were also splashed as though inked in the crimson color. And as she was stilled in place, he could see her eyes were as dark as night, and her hand that was on a human hunter's neck had sharp long claws adorning it. She was partially transformed, and her wolf had taken over. But this sight of her did not frighten him in the slightest. Quite the contrary. He was mesmerized by her calmness and fearlessness. She stood proud and with little regard for her wounds as she broke the hunter's neck. Then, giving in to the pain, her eyes regained their original chocolate color. Her fangs and claws retreated to their normal appearance, and she slowly closed her eyes as she collapsed on the snow. It was in that moment that he sensed his heart break. The feeling of hurt in his heart was strange, as he had never felt such pain before. It felt like his heart had broken into millions of pieces. How funny it would be if the people who had said his heart was made of stone in the past would know just how easy it was to break it. Seeing no other danger for the rest of the werewolves who were beginning to move, and knowing for certain that Micah would soon arrive as he had seen him following a little further behind, he left them there and with her on his back ran to the royal hospital. Even though the doctors there immediately reacted at the sight of the king, and assured the best treatment was given to the female werewolf that had personally been carried by him to the emergency room, he still ordered every doctor there to take care of her to the best of their ability. If she died, he promised them they would share her fate. They did their best, but they trembling informed him that the amount of wolfsbane in her system was deadly. They could not even understand how she was still alive. He roared at them, looking with dark black eyes as if to tear them apart, his terrifying awe making them kneel in fear and show their neck in submission. They had been deliberating for 3 hours for the best course of action, while 2 or 3 younger doctors had been by her side. Maintaining the least bit of life, she clung on. But as they analyzed her blood and the quantity of wolfsbane in it, they gave him only bad news. I need answers from you. Solutions. Nothing else. The next to tell me she will die before her. He shouted at them, losing his composure. Doctors, the Alpha just saved 49 werewolves all by herself. We will not allow Watcher Alpha die. You must inform us of any solution whatsoever. Micah intervened timely, having barely arrived earlier with other assistants. If he had not, the beta feared there would be no doctors left to treat Zia in a few more seconds. Your Highness, I have a solution, said one of the younger doctors, stuttering. That won't work. I have told you already. Her blood doesn't match any werewolf we have data on. And even if it did, it is too risky for the other person involved, answered another doctor, looking at the younger one, wishing he could strangle him. You shut up, Solas roared using his alpha voice, making the older doctor shut his mouth, utterly scared, without even being able to give an explanation. Now you, tell me about it, he said coldly, looking at the young doctor, his voice toned down, but still authoritative. The wolfsbane in the Alpha's blood has the highest level of toxicity in it we have ever seen. Generally, wolfsbane that human hunters use is made of the plant's flowers, because it is also a little toxic for the humans who turn them into bullets-infused wolfsbane. So although the sap from its root has a higher level of toxicity, it is never used in weapons, as it would be fatal for even humans. The toxicity level is so high that if we were to consider that it would take for wolfsbane bullets to kill one high-ranking werewolf, with a 3rd rank normally, with the wolfsbane made from its roots, it would take only 2 bullets. Unfortunately, this exact more toxic version of the wolfsbane flows to the Alpha's veins. Get to the point, Doctor. My patience is running out. I do not have time for a general course in wolfsbane, Solas affirmed difficultly, at the same time trying to contain Sky from getting out of control. I am getting to that, Your Highness. Please let me explain the risks involved, he said, this time with a steady voice, seeing the confidence of the doctor in his presence, and also knowing that he was the only one willingly giving him a solution. Solas did not interrupt again and let him talk. Another problem is that we have never seen such strange reactions from the wolfsbane in her system. Each time we try to give her a blood transfusion to decrease the wolfsbane in her veins, it only decreases in the slightest, even though she has already lost so much blood from the 7 gunshot wounds. All the transfusions we have done only helped her a little, and we have not managed to make her body restart its own regeneration. It takes too much time with the transfusions, and she will die before then. What my solution implies is to have another werewolf's blood flow linked to her own, for her blood to circulate in the other werewolf's blood, until both their bodies share the same level of toxicity and slowly manage to decrease it. Two bodies would have the time it takes for the regeneration to restart. "All right, do it," he said immediately. Her recovery was the most important. This is where the attending doctor has a problem with my solution. First, we need another werewolf with the same rank as her, as the toxicity level in her blood will kill the other werewolf, without a doubt. If we use a weaker werewolf, if he is even a sub-rank or to lower, it might mean severely damage for the werewolf involved or even death. As for the alpha, it might damage her body further if he is higher ranked, or we waste our time and more importantly her time left, if he is lower ranked. And from the records we have from the academy it is said that she is a 3rd rank. But the testing process must have been wrong. As I previously said, 3rd ranked werewolves would have died by now. It is impossible for her to have this rank. And 2. Her blood type is special and very rare, and there is only one werewolf who matches her blood after going through our record, which holds most of the kingdom's population's data. But that person, he said with an intent gaze, looking up at Solas. "I will ask the teacher who oversaw the seer test myself, and I will check if there were some mishaps. As for the second problem, tell me who has the same blood type. No matter who it is, she will cooperate you. Your Highness, her blood type matches only your own." Chapter 21. Unbearable pain knock. Gabriel knocked on the conference room's door at the Royal Hospital. He more or less had suspected he would be called. In the attack some hours ago, a girl he had written down in the documents as being 3rd rank managed to withstand the effects of 2 spells, annihilate an entire group of armed-to-the-teeth hunters and survive multiple wolfsbane bullets. Even if she was struggling to stay alive at the moment, it was a feat surpassing her rank by many folds. If he would be in the exact same situation, he doubted he would have remained alive. A wolfsbane relied more on pack fights. Some did the diversion, some did the attacking, and others coordinated and directed the flow of the battle. As part of the team of investigators and as a teacher, he had already interrogated the students that were at the scene. He was informed just how fast and strong she was, even after taking 7 bullets, which made the hunters believe she had died. She regained her consciousness and attacked more fiercely than before, and stronger too. In a matter of minutes she had managed to dismember and kill most of the hunters at the location, only missing 2 who had lost consciousness and 1 that had run away, seeing the others slaughtered. What it meant was that she did a pack strategy all by herself. The diversion, the attacking and coordination that would be shared in an attack was done by a sole werewolf. Her fierceness felt like a déjà vu, like he already saw such strong, ruthless attacks before. "Come in," a strong and authoritative voice commanded. The person who made him have such a déjà vu feeling called him inside. That's right. The familiar savage attacks were none other than His Highness's specialty. He almost forgot, as it had already been several decades ago the last time he saw him in battle. He sighed and opened the door. Now he had to figure out how he should tell His Highness what he knew of Celia, preferably without being killed. The command of Celia to hide her rank was still in effect. He could not say it straight to Solas what her rank was. Solas must ask him the right question, and he also had to use his alpha voice. Otherwise he would have to lie, and it would only lead him to more troubles. "Gabriel, what is Miss Blair's real rank, and why have you hidden it in the documents? Speak truthfully or be prepared for an adequate punishment." Of course he would not have a chance for some greetings. Just bring him directly to the root of the problems, thought Gabriel. "What do you mean, Your Highness? What is the problem with her ranking?" He could not say it directly, but the only obvious solution at the moment was to use his friend's short temper. If he played dumb and redirect the questions back to him, then perhaps Solas would use his alpha voice. He would have to play a little more at being dumb. Ask him some more until Solas would question him directly. He was his friend after all. He had never used his alpha voice on him. But in the end he would. "Tell me her rank now," shouted Solas using the voice Gabriel hoped he would use. "Just not that fast." Gabriel looked aggrieved for half a second. Really now friends for decades. Never used his alpha voice on him. He would probably use it after some more questions. What a joke. For Celia he used his alpha voice only after the first 2 questions, which was said one after another, so more like one question. He would have to reevaluate his friendship. He suspected that Solas's mate was most likely Celia. Afterwards he thought that perhaps she might not be, but just felt attracted to her, because for the last couple of months they had not interacted in the slightest. But his temper just now confirmed it. Still he felt wronged. If Solas was acting this way now without getting the girl, how would he be after getting her? Would he forsake their friendship altogether? His soul cried, but his mouth moved to speak. "She has a 4th rank wolf," but he said, then looked at Solas and continued. "She also has a 3rd one. Why did you not write it correctly in the documents?" Solas continued asking with his alpha voice. After a few seconds of confusion, he was surprised by the finding. But first he had to know why his loyal friend lied. "The curse I am under which restricts me from revealing information aside. A lower-ranked werewolf cannot disobey a higher-ranked one. All werewolves, beside the rogues, follow this norm. In essence, she used her alpha voice on me. I did not have a choice but to conceal it and even lie." Gabriel replied willingly. And so Solas realized that the only thing that made Gabriel talk was the fact that he had used his alpha voice, and with him being a 1st-ranked werewolf the same as her, granted Gabriel the permission to talk about it. If others would have asked him, he would not have been able to respond truthfully. "I release the command she placed on you partially. You can speak freely about what you found out when she took the seer test, but only to me. Her command is still in effect." Gabriel finally sighed relieved. "At least now I can get it off my chest. I have not liked it that I hid it from you. Okay, tell me what you want to know. This time I will tell you truthfully. How come she is 4th rank and 1st rank at the same time? A wolf's power does not fluctuate. It will only go a little bit higher with a lot of training, but it will not go up and down." He asked without his alpha voice this time. It was no longer any need for it. "Yes, indeed, it does not fluctuate. That would be the case if she had just one wolf." Gabriel replied honestly. "There cannot be more than one wolf in one body. There is always only one," Solas stated, getting even more confused. "That is exactly how it normally is. I also did not believe her, so I made her bring out each wolf for the test. The orb first showed me a 4th rank wolf, and the second time around a 1st rank one. And let me tell you, the 1st rank wolf is quite a fierce one. When I tried to call you and inform you about it, she used her voice on me and stopped me in a heartbeat. I could not disobey in the slightest. She even called me pup. At my age to be called a pup. How do I look like her?" Gabriel started explaining, getting slightly off track at the remembrance of the encounter. He wouldn't admit it in front of anyone, but he even had nightmares about it. Gabriel did not deviate from the main idea. "I do not have much time. The main idea is that I do not know exactly how it is possible to have 2 wolves. But she indeed does. And the 1st-ranked one, for some reason, keeps herself hidden deep within Celia's mind. That is why her aura does not make everyone around her submit themselves. She also knows more than Celia about why there are 2 wolves. But for the moment she has not shared it with even Celia herself. But if it's true that she is a 1st-rank wolf, why did she struggle with the hunters and not eliminate them faster? For a 1st-ranked wolf, a couple dozen of hunters should be a piece of cake." Solas inquired again, curious about this fact. "Solas, from what I understood from the other students, she was hit by a bullet before she managed to react for one reason. So she was at a disadvantage from the start. And for the second reason, you have to understand that the 1st-rank wolf has been suppressed most of the time. She has never been used fully, so my best guess is that it has taken its toll on her. If she was properly trained and if her first rank wolf was used more, I think most likely she would stand a chance of even fighting on par with you. All right, I understand now. I have to go. We will talk more later, Solo said finally, cutting the conversation short. In the first place, he only needed to know her rank. Knowing now that she was a first-ranked werewolf was enough. He could give her blood himself to help her regenerate. He couldn't be more pleased with this fact. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, Herbert, tell me, how is she? The student said she was shot multiple times. Her pack members have also been gathered with the other students and are asking about her. I told them that I will inform them about her state. If not, they will likely barge in and find out themselves. Gabriel asked, following Solas with his gaze, as the latter was already at the door. Just inform them she will be all right. I will make sure of it, Solas replied and briskly exited. 10 minutes later, his beta Micah had assembled the group of doctors again. Doctors, I know that you are sworn to secrecy because of the patient-doctor confidentiality, but allow me to make sure of it. None of you are allowed to speak anything of the Alpha. Her name, her data, her rank, or the procedure she will undergo under your care. You will not even put it in your records. Now then, start the procedure without delay. I will assist Miss Blair in lowering the wolfsbane in her veins. Using his alpha voice, made the doctors do nothing but to agree to his words. So even though they were confused of how he could share his blood with her, when he was the first-rank werewolf and could possibly kill her in the process, they could only assemble the tools themselves, without the assistance of nurses, and begin working. His command implied no one else was to know, so they could not use them. Walking in the intensive care unit Celia was in, and seeing her pale face, her haggard breathing and her frowning face scrunched in pain, the whole image was difficult for him, but because he knew she would be all right, his heart was slightly alleviated. Not waiting longer, he stepped towards her bed and slowly approached her forehead, placing a gentle feather-like kiss. It was wrong for him to do so. He knew this, but he wanted to do something to assure her that someone was by her side. Maybe she felt him, because although she was unconscious, her face relaxed a little and the frown between her brows disappeared. The serene, beautiful face, although very much battered, still made his heart speed up. Your Highness, we are ready, the young doctor informed him, as the rest had already prepared everything needed for the process. At the doctor's words, he only nodded his head, and after glancing one more time to the frail woman, he headed towards the other bed. He took off his coat and his shirt also for the doctors to have better access to his veins, before lowering himself on the nearby bed. The doctors waited no longer and started to connect his blood vessels to an intravenous drip and then connected again to see his blood vessels. After all these years, His Highness had never needed their assistance and they barely ever saw him. But today it was the second time already to be in his presence and both times under submission of his alpha voice. That was frightening enough. Now to take care of someone clearly special to him. It only put more pressure on them. The blood steadily flowed from his veins, before transferring to the intravenous drip. It again went into her veins. On the other hand, he had another intravenous drip that connected her blood to his own veins. As her veins constantly dripped blood flooding his own, his face paled. It was a constant heart-wrenching, paralyzing ache. He did not gasp or cry out, even though the pain was indeed unbearable, as his heart hurt even more. For such a petite person as her to be under such immense pain, double the amount of pain in fact, as he now only shared half of it. He truly did not know how she could endure it. He had been hit by wolfsbane before. In frenzy of the last war decades ago, stray arrows managed to hit him, but they were nowhere near as powerful as these bullets. Somebody had done intensive research on them, it seemed. Clearly it was not just a group of hunters involved, but many more were behind the recent events. He would have a lot of tracking and killing to do, it seemed. The hunted would become the hunters. Chapter 22. unavoidable circumstances in the dark, infinite place. A single small soul was present. It was a small fluffy grey wolf with tinges of black. The little wolf was curled in a ball, with her tail covering her small muzzle and her paws retracted under her abdomen. Perhaps fearing the dark and loneliness, she kept trying to nestle more. This fact, coupled with a slow whimpering voice that could be heard whispering lie from time to time, made a heart-breaking image. "What's the matter, small wolf?" said someone using the mind link, as she was appearing from behind. Hearing the gentle voice, the small wolf slowly opened her eyes and raised her head. The presence of someone else besides herself was a cause of joy for the small furry ball in the vast cold place. In front of her, a bigger white wolf pup was majestically wagging her tail. She was enchanting with her fur so white that it almost seemed translucent, and her grey eyes that sparkled looking at her. The bigger wolf pup lowered herself to the small one's level and asked her again slowly, "Why are you trembling?" She gently said, using a soft, soothing voice, "I will soon disappear." The pup replied through her mind, her face and eyes full of sorrow and anxiety. "Why do you think so?" asked again gently the bigger wolf. "Because no one has claimed me yet. I do not even have a name." "Do you have one?" the little wolf admitted with a smaller voice, then asked the same question to the bigger wolf. "Yes, my name is Luna," the white wolf responded. "What does it mean?" "It is beautiful," appreciated the small grey pup, her eyes shining. "It means moon," replied the white wolf, who had already laid herself near the smaller one, cuddling her. Then she continued, seeing the eager eyes in front of her. "Do you want to name a small wolf?" "Yes, I want one also. But who will give me one?" she said sad. She had long ago given hope for ever receiving one. "I will. How about this? From this moment onwards we will share the meaning of my name. Do you know of the phases of the moon?" And the small wolf turned her head from side to side, as if to deny knowing. "When we look from the earth to the moon, we will not see the moon completely each time. Or better said, a full moon. As such, how much we can see from it, or each phase, has a different name. It takes the waning gibbous phase and waxing crescent phase together to make the image of one full moon. Enthusiasm, from this moment onwards you shall become crescent and I will be waning." Celia had been drifting in and out of sleep for some time now. She dreamt of the dream she saw when she was smaller, a dream that she kept having as a child. It was of the two most important beings in her life, her two wolves. Many times when she was feeling sad, many times when she noticed the differences of treatment whether consciously or not, she would see this dream. It would always comfort her for some reason, and make her want to rest more, to continue seeing it. But she eventually forced herself to open her eyes when she could no longer stand the aching in her throat, though she could barely distinguish some light. Quite difficultly she opened her eyes, before trying to mend her throat by coughing a bit. Placing her trembling hand on her neck, she felt around it trying to soothe the pain. Her throat felt dry and filled with small pricking needles. "Would you like some water?" she heard a mesmerizing hoarse voice say gently. She did not know who it was, but she felt safe in the presence of this person, so she only murmured a small yes with her cracked voice. A few seconds later, after hearing some heavy steps near the bed and the sound of pouring water, she felt someone putting their arms around her back, lifting her a bit. The smell of that person seemed to envelop her entire being. The musky, woody smell with tings of lavender filled her nose, and the warm hand placed behind her back sent shivers to her soul. Lifting her a bit, this person placed the glass near her mouth and was waiting patiently for her to drink. She realized when she felt a bit of cold on her lips. She sipped a few mouths of water before closing her mouth. Then she felt herself laid down again and heard the clinking of the sound of a glass on a table. "Thank you," she said, whispering, with a grateful tone. Her voice seemed to return a little after drinking the water. "You are welcome," the low-toned voice acknowledged. The sound seemed close. She thought, this person was surely still near the bed. Realizing this, she looked towards from where the sound came from. Her eyes were already clearing and adjusting to the light. Perhaps she moved too brisk, or did not assess exactly how close this person was to her. Her senses were still worse than a human's for now, so naturally they could not be relied upon. Either way, When she turned towards the side of the bed, the most handsome face she had seen once before was right in front of her eyes. A few inches away, in fact. She could even feel Salazar's breath, and most likely he could feel hers. Her pale cheeks instantly reddened. The person who had helped her drink water was none other than His Highness. She was stunned and even forgot to retract her chocolate eyes that were looking directly into his bright blue ones. Because of this realization, he did not move, liking the proximity, and only raised his hand and placed it on her forehead lightly. "You do not have a fever." "Enthusiasm? And that is strange. Then why are your cheeks red? Do you feel unwell somewhere?" he asked, concerned. With his hand still on her forehead, her cheeks reddened even more if that was possible, but she still did not say a word. "Cough, cough." The sound of Gabriel coughing resounded in the room. "Your Highness, every lady would feel embarrassed if you were that close." The teacher gentlemanly and subtly informed the woman unaccustomed king. At least this was what he thought subtlety meant. Hearing another voice, Celia regained her composure and broke the eye contact, directing her gaze towards her teacher, who was standing a bit further away. Solos did not ask anything more, realizing his mistake at the uncommon close distance. But still he was displeased, having lost contact with her eyes and touch, as he retracted his hand. So he only straightened his body, but did not move from the side of the bed. "How are you feeling?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "The doctor said that your regeneration finally kicked into the fullest. So all your wounds are closed and almost healed by now, and they should not pose any problems?" Gabriel friendly inquired. "I am all right, only slightly dizzy, but I am confused. I should not be alive right now," she said calmly. She had lost consciousness after the fourth bullet, but she was sure more shots followed. Logically speaking, no werewolf, having been shot that many times, should still be breathing. "Well, if it weren't for His Highness," Gabriel started to say, but was not able to finish as Solas already interrupted him. "We got you as fast as we could to the hospital, and luckily the doctors were able to treat you in time," the first-ranked werewolf man stated, his heart uncomfortable as he repeated her words inside his mind. "I shouldn't be alive right now." She only nodded in understanding. She realized that her stronger wolves had something to do with her fast healing, so she did not want to stir suspicions by being too surprised and asking too many questions about her health. "And my pack temporary members, how are they? And the other Watcher students, were they attacked as well?" she asked anxiously, clearing her head from haziness, while she tried to shift her body upwards, worried. "They're all right. Do not worry. The temporary pack members are already attending classes as usual, and your classmates also are attending theirs. The other students, who were in the same pack as you for the exercise, have had a week to rest and to recuperate from the psychological trauma, but otherwise have no injuries. As for the other packs that participated in the exercise, they were not attacked. Either your pack was the only target, or your pack was nearer from where they entered through the border. If the latter is true, they were just unfortunate enough to attack the leader of the Watchers first. Quite unlucky hunters," Gabriel stated, chuckling. Solas, who was still closer to her, although the highest rank in the room, and the king for that matter, had not replied to her question himself, as he was busy arranging the pillow behind her back to a more comfortable position, earning himself another blush from her, which was quite endearing. "Tea, thank you," she whispered, stuttering. It seemed like each time she talked to him she lost her voice. Her usual calm self changed to 180 degrees. She really should stop doing that, she thought. Then she continued to speak, as she processed inside her mind what Gabriel said. "A week's rest. Does that mean I have been unconscious for a week?" She gasped as she realized exactly how much time passed. Solas had already distanced himself from her by this point, with his mission already finished, not wanting to make her too uncomfortable. "Yes, a whole week. You had us quite worried. Some more than others," Gabriel said, looking with squinted eyes in Solas's direction, and as the latter glared at him, he restrained his joking attitude and continued. Your pack members have bombarded my phone with messages and calls. We had to restrict everyone's access so they were not able to see you." Gabriel sighed, defeated by pups, then pulled his phone out of his pocket and raised it in the air, showing her the screen. Yet another phone call from Jake was displayed on the smartphone's screen. "Do you mind answering the call? Even if I told them you are all right and assured them it won't be long until you wake up. They keep pestering me every day. I don't know how they have so much battery on their phones. They keep eating mine away," he said, sighing again, while he was already handing her the phone. She nodded her head apologetic and took it from his hands to answer, saying her greeting. The loud, worried voice could be heard from the other end. She only exchanged a few words with Jake, not wanting to be rude in the presence of the king by prolonging the conversation and ignoring him, then managed to close the phone call after she promised she would call again to talk more detailed. She could not talk more even if she wanted to, a scrutinizing gaze upon her at all times. Soloz's probably. Gabriel was by the window waiting for her to finish her conversation. He was also gazing outside. So it was not in. And there was only one more person in the room. Maybe she was just overly conscious. But it kept sending an itch to her heart. So she cut the conversation as short as she could. It was also not polite to keep talking on the phone in the presence of the king. Hearing her saying her goodbyes, Gabriel retracted his gaze and approached her bed to retrieve his phone. "Now then, if you are feeling up to it, I would also like to ask some questions about the attack," he said smilingly. Glad he got the pack off his back. Truly enormously glad. We should let her rest some more. She just barely woke up. It would be better for you to come back to the palace tomorrow. She will answer then. Solos finally broke his silence. "I can answer now, it is not a problem," Celia assured quickly. And hearing the word palace, she looked around only to notice that she was not inside a hospital care unit, but in fact in a room resembling one inside a palace. A room fit for a princess. "No, he will come back tomorrow," Solos firmly denied. "Yes, Your Highness," Celia replied slowly. She could not disobey the king. Once he spoke twice. "But can I ask where I am?" She dared to ask at least this much. "Yes, of course. You are in the royal palace. You shall remain here until your complete recuperation," Solos calmly said. One could not detect a single emotion in his voice, but Gabriel would have sworn his friend even had a small tug upwards at the corner of his lip, though barely noticeable. Solos looked practically akin to a wolf in human clothing. He was really happy about this particular unavoidable circumstance, if you could call it as such, as he had practically forcefully moved her to his palace the moment she was stable enough to do so. Chapter 23. Living under the same roof, but I am already mostly recuperated. Teacher just mentioned my wounds are closed and almost healed. I can recuperate further in my own room at the academy. There is no need. Celia tried to explain. She could not be so close to Solas. The strange feelings that invaded her heart felt foreign and confusing. Her calm and solemn face felt like it was starting to crumble, and if she did not leave it would only crumble some more each time she would see him. One would be able to read all her feelings clearly in her eyes and face if her mask broke apart. What if the king realized her shyness and loss of breath was not because of the same sentiments as other people? It was not because she respected and feared his alpha aura. This is the protocol for the people who have been injured in the premises of the castle. I am sorry, but you will have to remain here at least a week more. We will make sure all your needs are taken care of. Please understand us at this time. It would also help us with the investigations of the attack if you are near while we need further information," he told her with an apologetic look. Hearing Solas's honest word, she could not insist more. He was a king. He did not need to explain so much to her. He would only have to order, and she, as his subordinate, could only comply. But he had said, "I am sorry and please." Moreover, it was a protocol for all the people. Who was she to be the exception? She nodded her head in understanding, albeit a little reluctant. It was only a week, she should be all right. Anyway, it was a huge castle. At most she might see him once the following day when she would answer the questions. He was the king. It was not like he would cater to all her needs himself. Her thoughts had gone too far. Watching the conversation before him, Gabriel was trying to maintain a solemn look, but inside he wanted to burst out at his friend. What protocol? He had never heard such rules before, and he would know. He was teaching general knowledge at the academy, which included the laws of the kingdom and, of course, all protocols of the palace and its executive members. He was also an executive member of the royal palace himself. Lies. Nothing but lies. Gabriel thought. Well, but it was all good to him. Wait until they left the room. He would ask Solas why he was not notified of the changes to the protocols. Though he was laughing inside his mind mischievously. She sighed relieved when the two men left. Her teacher aside, His Highness had quite the presence. She felt like she was losing a bit of air each time he was near. He was the king of all wolves. Such sentiments were not appropriate. As a daughter of a beta of a mediocre pack, she was thinking too much of his actions and was being too self-conscious. Helping her up and handing a glass of water, even arranging her pillow. Not to mention, telling her when he left that he would return to check up on her, and even living at the palace to recuperate, could be just normal actions that the king did. It could also be because he had interacted with a lot of women in his life and so was generally accustomed to act in this way. Thus he did not mind the small distance between them, and even closed that distance even more. Or it was because he had felt guilty that the incident was inside his personal territory, and she was just overthinking. She had never been close to men in her life, never had a boyfriend, and she did not know what the appropriate distance between women and men should be. With the guys from the pack it was much easier to interact. Either way, a wider distance was better than the opposite. She finally decided, lest he sensed her blush. Her heartbeat and her slight tremble at his touch were for a reason other than shyness. It would be embarrassing if he noticed her turmoil. She really did not understand why he had such an effect on her. Even if she had rejected her mate, he most certainly would have a beautiful and strong mate. She was nothing compared to that. Wait, why was she comparing? She massaged her head, bewildered of her thoughts, and tried to push these ideas out of her mind. A few seconds later, she removed her legs from the warm blanket and tried to move to get up. She really needed to use the bathroom. They had told her she had a landline phone near the bay and could use each time she wanted something. But she could do it herself. It only took a few steps until the bathroom. She slowly positioned herself, with her legs dangling on the side of the bed, and propped her hands for support, but it was more difficult than she thought. She finally got up when the dizziness went away and steadied her feet. She took 1, 2 steps. The door of the bathroom was in sight, but she suddenly felt a numbing pain before her feet gave out under her weight. Her only reflex was to close her eyes tightly and wait for the pain caused by the fall. There was nothing to hold on to, even if she wanted to stop herself from falling. The expected pain did not come as she bumped into something, and it was not the floor as she was still on her feet. Her face was pressed into a hard chest. Strong hands surrounded her waist, holding her from falling, and, as she felt the warmth of the other person, Solas's strong natural scent hit her nose. Why did you not use the landline? Your injuries are almost healed, but you are still frail. You could still get hurt. The soothing, gentle voice scolded. But even his reproach of her actions held a tinge of endearment. She looked up to see him gazing straight down at her. Really, this man was too beautiful for words. Realizing the closeness, one even more evident than before, she quickly lowered her eyes and tried to steady her feet for him to let her go. I am sorry. I thought I could manage to walk. I all right now. Thank you, Your Highness. Celia apologized, but even though she slightly pushed her hands against his chest and tried to back away, he was like a stone wall. Where were you going? He asked again, ignoring her attempts to create distance between them. She could not openly push him away and could only reply hoping he would let go. He was the king. How could she dare be rude? I just wanted to walk a little. I am fine now. I can go back to the bed myself. Thank you, she said, trying to tell him with words that he should let her go. But he still ignored her attempts. He looked behind him to the direction she was heading to and realized that she was too embarrassed to tell him she was going to the bathroom. He looked again at her and smiled a little, although she could not see it. as she was still looking down, averting his eyes. He did not say anything more, just bent a little, put one hand under her knees and another on her back, lifting her up, with her legs swept from the floor. It felt like she was about to fall, so in a startle she extended her hands and quickly grabbed his neck. "Why, Your Highness," as she wanted to say she could walk on her own, but there was no chance to. He walked fast, and in seconds he had already closed the distance she was from the bathroom. With the door to it already opened, he went inside and gently sat her on the bathtub's edge. Before he exited and closed the door behind him, Celia could not even utter a word of thanks or deny needing to use the bathroom. The embarrassment was too much by this point. His Highness had realized she needed to use the bathroom. He had also personally helped her there. She couldn't be more ashamed than she was just now, feeling all the blood from her body traveling to her cheeks, staining them a bright crimson color. She helplessly raised her hands to cover her whole face, but this action only had the opposite effect. Instead of calming her, it had brought about more unrest. The hands that had been around His Highness's neck were utterly infused with his wonderful smell. No, not wonderful, she immediately denied to herself, before again realizing her rudeness. How could the highest werewolf not be wonderful? Of course he was. Wait, why did it sound like her thought meant something else? She pondered again, her thoughts changing rapidly, but even the need to use the bathroom was forgotten. 10 minutes later, she slowly opened the door and poked her head out a little through the crack of the opening, hoping he had left. She had stayed a little more time in the bathroom for this exact reason. There was no movement in the room, though it still smelled like him inside the bedroom. She sighed, relieved. He smelled so strong that the smell must have lingered, and that was why she could still feel his scent. But a man as busy as him would surely not wait until she exited. But to her bewilderment, she did not even fully exit the door. When he appeared and gently grabbed her arm, she gasped at the sense of his touch, but still tried to keep her face as calm and as collected as it could be. "Has your dizziness gone away?" he asked gently to not startle her further. "Yes, it has," she whispered back. No other words besides those three. The shock had made her forget to use the right appellative for the king, but of course the man wouldn't point it out to her. Without the appellative, he did not feel a distance because of their positions. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "That is good. I will only hold your arm until we reach the table. You should have some dinner," he said, still as tenderly as before. She nodded, pleased, her relieved mood projecting on her face. She felt happy that he was a gentleman. He explained his actions and, perhaps seeing that it had made her uncomfortable before, did not carry her again. The table in the bedroom was filled with all kind of different foods. One could find at least 1 or 2 things to eat no matter how picky one was, but it wouldn't have been a problem either way. She was not one to be selective about her food, though she did not understand why there were 2 plates set on the table. At least she was confused only for a little while because, after he led her to one of the chairs and helped her sit near the table, he took the one opposite to her and plopped down. He was planning to eat with her, but why she did not know. Wouldn't His Highness eat in the dining room with his family or something? Why would he eat with her? Of course these questions would remain unsaid. She could not ask him directly. It would be rude to ask the owner of the castle why he was eating in a particular room. He also did not say anything about the situation, only nimbly took some different kind of foods and her plate and on his as well, then started to eat. When she still did not begin eating, he raised his eyes to look at her. He did not say anything, but she felt like his eyes were saying what he did not say with his mouth. So she took the fork and knife that were placed in front of her and slowly started to eat the food. He was common while eating, only made a little bit of conversation. He only asked her about the university and things like that. He did not intrude on her privacy. Never in her life had she imagined that she would have dinner with the king of all werewolves, much less in a private setting with only the 2 of them. The rumors about him being stern and ruthless were entirely wrong. He was every bit of a gentleman a man should be, and, although she felt awkward at first, the atmosphere slowly relaxed. Finishing their dinner, he did not accompany her further. He left after making sure one of the maids that collected the plates and leftover food remained behind with her to help, and also after telling her they would see each other the following day at breakfast. She said her goodbye greetings, but inside her mind was chaos. Sure, she felt a bit more relaxed in his presence. The atmosphere was not as awkward as it was at first, but she still averted her eyes each time he tried to look directly at her, and her pulse still beat with force each time his face came in her vision. And now followed breakfast. It could not be that each meal she would have here would be in his presence, right? And what would happen if it was necessary for her to stay more than a week? She was a werewolf watcher student. She was stronger than most werewolves. Why was it a need for her to stay and face him each day, considering the fact that just meeting him 3 times before, and she was already feeling helpless? I was forced to witness the love between my sister and my former fiancé, and that's not enough. I have to clean up the mess they created. Chapter 24. Walking side by side, waning. Crescent. She tried to reach out to her wolves, but she did not hear a single reply from either of them. She had been trying to contact them since she had remained on her own. She stopped when she fell asleep, and now in the morning she tried again, but still with no luck. They must have been in a lot of pressure to heal her body, and that was why she could not reach them. She thought she would try again later to contact them, but now she had to change her clothes and go to the dining room for breakfast. Earlier the maid had said the king asked her if she would like to have breakfast in her room or in the dining room. Of course the dining room would be better. She would feel more comfortable there. She also hoped there would be other people there dining as well. She glanced at the clothes the maid had brought when she came to inform her regarding breakfast. She had wanted to ask Jake to bring her some from her room at the academy, but the maid insisted she choose from the ones she brought. Without another option, she changed into a maxi-knitted long dress which had a V-neckline and was of nude color. It was the most comfortable of the clothes, and it would look not too formal, but not too casual as well. She was not at the academy where she would usually wear her uniform, and this dress was perfect, as it was not tight around her abdomen where 3 of the gunshot wounds were. What was weird was that they did not bring shoes to her, but a pair of fluffy indoor slippers. She did not say anything about them, but the maid explained that it was necessary for her to be comfortable. It would not be a problem if she wore them. Once she was ready, the maid knocked on the door and asked for permission to enter. "Are you sure you are all right enough to go and eat in the dining room, Miss Blair? His Highness said to ask you again. Please do not force yourself. We can bring the food to your room," the petite, beautiful maid asked with a small smile. She was enchanted by the beautiful tall woman in front of her. The clothes that His Highness had picked himself personally from a catalogue fitted her well. Perhaps they could finally have a Luna. She sincerely hoped. His Highness had never had a female stay inside the palace before, much less take care of one personally like he had been doing with Miss Blair. Every day she had been unconscious. He would visit and inquire about her well-being. They even caught him touching her forehead or her cheek, and looking at her once or twice when they entered her room. He also repeatedly instructed them to take proper care of her, and keep the room warm enough, and even made the doctor come and check up on her several times during each day. It was no wonder he had been beside her when she finally woke up. For the 3 days she had been moved from the hospital to the palace, every moment that he did not spend walking was spent near her. He had even brought some documents that he needed to read in her room and worked from there when he could. She and the other maids already knew of the existence of the female alpha since Celia took the admittance test, and had admired her strength. With the opportunity to care for her and see her up close, they now admired also her beauty and called her secretly the Sleeping Beauty and wondered what she would be like awake. They were also curious, if only for the fact that His Highness showed so much care towards her. When they came and delivered dinner, after they were notified she had woken up, Celia had completely charmed them. She did not smile much, but she was also not arrogant, and she spoke softly to them despite the power she possessed. Her mild personality, even though she had a poker face and the aura of an alpha, was soothing. She had even tried to clean the table herself, but of course they would not let her. She was a guest and also a patient, they informed her and said was their duty. Unbeknownst to Celia, she had a growing fan club, and the maids from the palace were avid members. After assuring the maid that she indeed was well enough to eat in the dining room, she was led through the hallways until she reached a double door. The dining room was closer to the guest room than she had previously thought, as they only made a couple of turns before reaching it. She studied about the castle at school in the past, as it had a 5-year-old history, and knew it was immense, so she expected the walk would take a longer period of time. "We are here, Missy," the maid informed her, smiling. Celia had tried to make the maid call her by her first name, but she only succeeded in making her say her first name preceded by Miss. "His Highness expressly chose your room to be closer to his personal quarters and us closer to the dining room, so you will not have to walk a lot," she continued, saying cheerful. Celia nodded to show she was listening. Her face was as expressionless as always, but her heart unwillingly skipped a beat. She shyly walked in the room and took a seat on the chair the maid had indicated. It looked like she was the first one there, and, glancing at the table, unfortunately the tableware sets were arranged, she could not even sigh. As the maid stood a little further in the rear waiting, she did not start eating. It would not have been polite to do so without the host, and just placed her hands on her lap and patiently waited. Soon the double door opened and in came Solas. He was not dressed in a black suit like all the time she saw him before, including yesterday, but in comfortable home clothes which consisted of a nude V-neck sweater, black pants and black casual shoes. Just as he entered the dining room, she immediately noticed him as her seat was facing the entrance, so she quickly rose on her feet to bow. But before she could bend her abdomen, he was already by her side, stopping her. "Please, there is no need for formalities. Your body is still not well. Take a seat," Solas quickly said with the same indulgent tone as before, and also took his seat at the table. "You can leave us. We will call if we need you," he ordered the maid that stood behind Celia, and also looked towards his assistant, the same one who had showed him the video of the melee fight. The maid nodded in understanding and immediately exited, but she still stole a glance towards the table in passing. The two people looked more like a couple having matching home clothes. She was eager to inform the other girls and to cook off towards the kitchen. His assistant, exchanging a glance with Solas, knew that His Highness was referring to him as well, so he quickly followed the maid out the door, leaving the both of them completely alone. "How are you feeling, Celia? Did you manage to get some sleep last night?" Solas asked calmly, as he took a sip of his coffee. "I am feeling much better." The room was cozy and warm. "Thank you for your care, Your Highness," she replied with a poker face, but still with a tinge of redness on her cheeks, almost unappeasable. She was so nervous that she did not notice he had dropped all formalities and called her by her given name. "I am glad. Please let I or the maids know if you have any discomforts," he expressed normally at a polite tone, but inside his mind he was glad that she was feeling comfortable inside the palace. In this way he could make her stay longer. And even more importantly, he was pleased she had not shown any irritation because he had called her with her first name. "Everything has been perfect. I could not ask for more. Thank you." Everyone had treated her with care. How could there be discomforts, she thought. She lightly sipped her coffee, trying to keep her eyes from wandering around. She was not a big eater, and for breakfast she would eat even less. At home she was always the one cooking, so, because of the smell emitted while preparing the food, she was accustomed to feeling full without finishing her meal, trying to seem she was busy with something in an attempt to disperse the awkwardness. She sipped from the coffee again, but when she tried to sip once more she could not lift her hand and cup from the table. Confused, she looked to see what was obstructing her arm. On top of her slender small hand there was another bigger one. It had enveloped the whole back of her hand. "That is enough with the coffee. Please eat a croissant or some fruits. You have to replenish your energy," he advised her, then removed his hand from her own and with it added a plate with pastries and some strawberries in front of her. She nodded obstinately and ate the croissant bit by bit in silence. The electrifying touch of his hand had numbed her. Seeing her with her eyes out of focus, he wanted to speak, but as he opened his mouth the sound of his phone untimely interrupted. "Speak," Solas said, answering the phone a bit displeased. Your Highness, the items you have requested to be brought from Miss Blair's room at the Academy have arrived. His beta mic had quickly informed. He noticed the annoyed tone on the other end of the phone call, so even more would not drag the conversation. He only said briefly the call's purpose. All right, bring them to her room. Solas ordered concisely, then closed the phone call. I have been informed that your books, laptop and phone have arrived. You can find them in your room. Solas informed Celia, his tone miles apart from just now. It was like he was a totally different person. Thank you, Your Highness. Celia quickly expressed her gratitude, snapping out of her thoughts. They had asked her yesterday if there was something in particular she wanted from her room, just so she could have something to pass the time. But all her focus had been on studying, so she requested her books. But she did not think they would bring them so fast to her. She felt bad of having inconvenienced them. They were already housing her, and now she even rose up with demands. But she was afraid of her studies faltering. After all, the material to be learnt was quite extensive. Now then, let's go, Solas said, looking brightly at her, just as they finished their breakfast. Yes, she replied, but did not ask where to. They talked yesterday about informing Gabriel and Solas of the attack. Although the other students had already said most of what happened, her testimony was important for the investigation. Of course she was aware of this, and they had even mentioned it to her yesterday. Naturally, the place he was taking her to was the room her teacher would be waiting. Knowing this, she followed behind him with her head lowered, looking at the floor. She could not walk side by side with the king. It would be disrespectful. A few steps walking down the long hallway, he started to slow down, so she also slowed down her steps. But she felt it was strange as he walked even slower after a few steps, but did not stop. He was still walking further down the hallway. She once again slowed down her pace, following his own. She intended to walk behind, so of course each time he walked slower, her steps would be even slower. But as she was still following behind, looking at the floor, he stopped walking unexpectedly, making her bump into his back. She yelped as she hit her nose in his back and immediately moved back a step, embarrassed. In her tuftlessness, she must have increased her pace. She flustered, realized. Forgive me, Your Highness. She quickly apologized, but he only sighed before speaking. Walk beside me. Why do you keep moving behind? I am sorry. I did not mean any disrespect. She quickly apologized again. Before moving to his side, he sighed but was not in any way angered. He really liked that they were walking together, even like how they currently were. Whether she was behind or parallel with him, it did not matter on this regard. But behind him, he could not see her face. He could not see her, so he looked towards her direction, and gently explained, How can we talk if you are behind me? I only meant you should be by my side. There is no need for apology, Sia. She did not speak anymore, because she would have only said sorry again. So instead she slowly moved near him to his left side. Satisfied, he did not say anything more and just walked again. They walked this time side by side through the hallway until they reached a door, and Sully stopped to open it, then beckoned her with his hand to enter before him. She thanked him and stepped inside. But as she was expecting to see his office and Gabriel waiting, the image in front of her eyes stunned her. She had never seen something quite like this in all her life. She was so bewildered that she did not even move forward to allow Solas to enter also. Chapter 25. A light blue rose. It was the middle of winter. The snow was already falling hard from the beginning of December. Even when the attack happened, it snowed a lot. The trees had lost their leaves and were covered in snow. There was no grass or any kind of plants and flower anywhere outside. Everywhere you looked there was only white snow and frost, but contrasting to the white frozen nature of the outside world. In the royal palace, inside of a huge room with a glass ceiling and windows all around, Celia was sitting on the floor looking all around her at the beautiful multicolored flowers. She thought Solas would bring her to his office to discuss the information she held about the attack. But instead he had brought her to a beautiful indoor garden. Do you like it? He asked as he approached her. But there was no words with which she could describe the beauty of the place. It seemed it had been made by fairies. She could not believe she was sitting on the floor, which in fact was not a floor at all. covered in all kind of different types of flowers, each one more beautiful than the other, and fragrant green grass which invited the feel of summer. It really couldn't be considered an indoor ground. A bed of flowers and grass best described it. There were butterflies all around on the flowers, in the small trees and in the air. Even bird songs could be heard. She looked his way when she heard Solaz's voice. He had disappeared for a bit when they entered, but she had been too charmed by the colors and the enchanting atmosphere, and just by seeing so many flowers in one place in the middle of winter, so she had not noticed he was not with her until now. "It is beautiful, breathtakingly so," she said with a calm and serene face, but one could see a small smile adorning the corner of her mouth and her eyes sparkling. He smiled and crouched to her level. He did not say more and only slowly approached her hand and gently took it in his own. Seeing his actions, she did not visibly react in any way, as she was confused of what he wanted to do. Moreover, she could not retract her hand even if she felt uncomfortable, even if his touch sent tingles through her skin. The werewolf kingdom was not a society in which the ruler was elected. The words of the king was the final law. Solaz had never been a tyrant about it. He had never issued unfair or restricting laws. Quite contrary, everything he did was in the interest of his people, so all the more reason he should be respected. Though she would never have expected the aloof and unapproachable king everyone made out him to be was like this. It seemed he quite liked to touch people. He had touched her a few times now already. She nervously and a bit unwilling let him hold her hand. But fortunately he only took it and turned her palm upend with the other hand, which he had kept behind his back until this point, covered her whole palm. Then he immediately retracted both of his arms, as Celia felt something small and soft inside her hand. Bringing her arm back in front of her, she found he had placed a small dwarf baby bunny. The tiny white furry ball kept wriggling inside her palm until it found a comfortable position before closing his eyes and falling asleep. "So cute," she whispered, looking at the bunny. She was afraid to scare it awake, so she had talked very gently. "Yes, you are," Solaz said even more quietly than she said, almost inaudible. It was so quiet that the charmed by the bunny Celia had not noticed and so did not react to his words. "I have never studied about there being a garden inside the royal palace before. There was no such information in the books at school," Celia stated, while petting the small furry ball. "This was my mother's garden. She did not want people to know about it. She did not even bring guests here often because she was afraid they would ask for her flowers or damage it in some way." She stopped petting the bunny, hearing this information, and wide-eyed suddenly looked at him as he was still crouching near her. "Then I should not be here. What if I harmed something by sitting here?" she alarmed mentioned and frantically looked around her to check the flowers. When she had sat down she was careful enough and had not stepped on any, but now hearing his words she was even more nervous of damaging something. "Do not worry, she would not have minded you entering. You trod carefully and sat down with attentiveness, even without knowing this from me," Solaz assured her. But still, Celia wanted to say it was not right for her to trespass in her garden, but he did not let her speak further. "No, but no one has been here to appreciate its beauty in some decades. I have only cared for it as a remembrance of her. I do not know of flowers and do not see beauty in them. It is good that at least there is another person knowing of its existence and appreciates it. As long as you will be staying here, please come whenever you want." I am sure she would have loved for someone to actually feel what she felt looking at the flowers, he gently affirmed, with an honest tone. He truly meant what he had told her. "Thank you for showing me Her Majesty's garden. It is a privilege." She thanked him for his thoughtfulness, and did not refuse his offer of coming to see the garden. But whether she would come again or not, it was another matter. He had said she could sit comfortably, but she still rose on her feet, afraid to damage a plant. She also wanted to place the baby bunny back inside his burrow. After returning the small furry ball, they walked a bit through the garden slowly, and as she looked around she would stop from time to get a closer look of the flowers. Each and every one of them were beautiful, but the most beautiful flowers were in the center of the garden. The flowers everywhere were of so many different colors. They were red, pink, white, yellow, magenta, purple, and mixtures of those colors. But what attracted her attention the most was the bush of flowers in the center of the garden. They were colorless roses. They were white, almost translucent. Only the leaves were green, but the flowers themselves could be said to be made out of glass. She had never seen something quite like this. Seeing her stop before them looking surprised at the flowers, he explained about them without her asking. These roses are called the fairies' flowers. They have no color until a person touches them, and depending on the one who touched them they would show a different color. She was listening to his explanation as she approached the flowers. The petals looked like they were made of glass, but she wanted to gently touch a petal to see if even its texture resembled that of glass. She once told me about the flowers and the meaning of the colors it would turn into. He continued explaining, nostalgic, even more so than the garden itself. This particular rose bush was the one who best reminded him of his family and childhood. She said that dark-hearted people would turn its flowers black. Pure-hearted people would turn them into white. They would also turn into violet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All different kind of colors, depending on the soul of said werewolf, that they would only turn blue with. Solas was saying before swallowing the rest of his words as he saw that Thea touched gently with her hand one of them. The colorless rose changed slowly as if by magic from a translucent, white and a light blue with tinges of white on the edges of the petals. White meant a pure-hearted person, which he had expected her color to be. Few would ever try to save an entire pack of werewolves by him or herself. But the rose was white only at the edge of its petals. The rest of the petals until they reached the stem was a light blue hue. It turned blue. It indeed changes color, she said gently, happy to see the magic of the flower. What does the blue color mean? Celia asked, intrigue, still looking at the enchanting rose. He regained his composure hearing her speak. It means a noble heart. Solos replied simply. He did not truly lie, but also did not say the whole truth. He could not even explain it to himself why the flower turned blue, much less explain it to her. The meaning made her flustered. She could only look at the roses with a tinge of red on their cheeks, trying to look composed. It felt like he had complimented her, even though he only explained the meaning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The awkward atmosphere was fortunately dispersed because of the ringing phone. Yes, Solos answered, after he took out the phone out of his pocket. Perhaps he was also happy about the interruption. The blue rose had his mind bewildered. Your Highness, Gabriel has arrived. His assistant informed him briefly, not wanting to disturb him for too long. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tell him to wait in the office. We will be right over, Solas ordered succinctly, before ending the call. I am sorry. It seems we can't look around more now. Gabriel is waiting for us, Solas informed apologetic Celia, as the latter was still looking mesmerized of the rose that had returned to their translucent look after she had taken her hand away from its petals. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She simply said and proceeded to leave the garden. The view was wonderful and she would have liked for nothing more than to spend her time here as long as she could. But the information about the attack was the most important after all. She could not delay their investigation. Side by side again, as she did not dare tarry and walk behind the king to his annoyance. They soon arrived at the door of the garden, when Salah spoke once more, just as she was about to exit. I know fighting for your life, killing to stay alive and to protect others at the same time, was not easy at all. I cannot begin to fathom your thoughts about it, and perhaps the memory of that night will haunt you for some more time. Whenever thoughts about it resurface, come take a walk in here, at least during your stay. My mother always said this place was capable of healing her spirit. I do not know if you feel the same way about it, but if it would help even a little, Solos gently said and continued to walk, not finishing his words, not waiting for her reply. It meant he did not let her agree or disagree. But he seemed more of a gentleman because of this. She had a feeling he tried to bring her here to take her mind off of the attack. He also did that the day before, when Gabriel wanted to talk of that night. His attentiveness warmed her heart. At the same time at the council's general office. Has Lady Yvonne arrived yet? The head councilman Reynolds, who was currently overlooking some documents at his desk, asked Elias, as he sharply directed his attention to look at the young man who was standing near him. Not yet, master. Her plane is scheduled to land at 2 p.m., and she will arrive here 2 hours later. Elias replied immediately. After the scolding he had received the last time, he did not dare delay in informing the councilman about matters related to His Highness, or better said to His Highness's possible matchmaking. Good, nodded satisfied the elder, then directed his attention again towards the documents. But Emery, are you sure about this? What if it angers His Highness? He is now dealing with the attack from a week or so ago. Nobody has dared pass the borders of the forest without permission before, much less intrude and try to kidnap our kind. He has his hands full. Not to mention he should still be upset about the meeting we held a while ago without his permission. Asked worried the second-in-command of the council, Councilman Stephen Simons, as opposed to the head councilman, who still dared to interfere directly in His Highness's matters. He and the rest of the members were still more docile in this regard. Councilman Reynolds had always been a close friend of the royal family, and His Highness would still turn a blind eye to his actions as long as he did not exaggerate too much. But would the rest be so lucky? Although, if you were to think about it, they had already acted more than they were allowed. By far, even. Stephen, there will always be something happening. That is how 1 year have already passed. Moreover, precisely because there has been an attack, His Highness must have an heir. For one, it will solidify his position. For 2, it would be an insurance for the future. And 3, stop it with the Emery. My name is Victor, he explained, and the last part he even emphasized it with a harsh tone. But the second-in-command wanted to try to reason, but as he was about to call the head councilman by using his hated name, he quickly stopped and immediately reversed his words, especially seeing the latter's angry eyes. But Victor, His Highness is the strongest werewolf. What is there to strengthen? I mean, who could ever compete for his position? It would mean certain death for the one trying to shake his throne. Not to mention that it would only be treason, and we the council will never allow it. Stephen affirmed, sure of his words. Not even one councilman had ever tried to betray His Highness in the slightest. Not one councilman would ever try to oppose him. Apart from the air problem, that was. The newly developed wolfsbane bullets are twice, if not more, deadlier than they were a few decades ago. We have no certainty of the future. Of course, we will do everything there needs to be done to stop the one behind the attack. And 99 of the cases, His Majesty and us will not have a problem with dealing with this problem. I just want to make sure about the 0.1 chance that there would be one. The royal family has only produced one at each generation. The family has already shrunk until His Majesty is the last werewolf with the highest rank achievable. He is the last one of the royal family. His child is our future. We can't wait any further. The elder sighed as he spoke, and taking another breath continued with determination. Lady Yvonne is one of the most powerful female werewolves of our kind at the moment. She is the prime candidate we have selected. Whether it is status, beauty, ability, and most importantly rank, she has them all. He would surely fall in love with her, no matter how stoic and stern His Majesty is. If there is one woman capable of making him attracted to a female, I am sure she is the one. He finished the words with conviction. But what about the student watcher? She is the first female watcher ever. Surely her rank would also be high enough. Stephen asked as he pondered about high-ranked females. When he heard the head councilman talking about rank, Celia Blair's ability came to his mind, as he recalled the bewildering fight he had watched on his laptop the day the Academy had emailed it to them. The female watcher is a third-rank wolf. But so is Lady Yvonne. Not to mention that Lady Yvonne is already 45 years old and has trained for a longer period of time, so she should be even higher in rank now. And another fact to keep in mind is that His Highness has already seen the Alpha a couple of times already. If he was attracted to her, he would have done something about it by now. The elder stated objectively. He wasn't a partial man to one particular lady. As long as His Highness would notice the said female, he would be satisfied. But it was true that Lady Yvonne had more advantages at this moment. But Victor, have you not heard the rumors? The second-in-command inquired, surprised. The news about His Highness would always be known by Emery before anyone else. It was the first time that the elder was not already aware of it. For some reason it seemed to him that the attention of the leader of the council was misplaced. Rumors? Which one? The head councilman asked, intrigued, but still did not take his eyes off of his files. It came to my knowledge that His Highness has moved Celia from the hospital to the royal palace to recuperate. He has never done so before. Perhaps it is his way of doing something about it. As you previously said, what if the presence of Lady Yvonne causes problems? Hearing this information, the head councilman was stunned. It seemed that his intelligence line faltered so much that even his second-in-command found something as important as this before him. Quite annoyed at this fact, he directed his gaze towards his assistant with narrowed eyes and hum-fed. Before looking back to Stephen, his assistant sighed. Truly everyone was implicated in investigating the attack and other Watcher problems. He did not have time to inquire about the matters in the palace. He had thought that his attention for when Lady Yvonne would arrive and where she was at this moment was enough. He really had the worst of jobs. He finally thought. The elder was never satisfied with his work. Well, even if Lady Yvonne's presence causes problems, it is all right. It would still be a move forward from this point onward. Something to stir up the stalemate situation. His Highness knew of the female Watcher and saw her some months ago and did not react yet. So whether he likes her or not, it is not certain. Also, even if His Majesty does not take a liking to Lady Yvonne, her presence might make the female Watcher want to be closer to His Majesty, wary of somebody stealing his heart. Truthfully speaking, I would not mind Celia Blair as his partner or Lady Yvonne either. If His Highness has a baby with someone, anyone, I would be satisfied. Emery replied with the same conviction as before. He was a stubborn man. It would take more than 1 or 2 reasons to make him change his mind. Once he set his thought on accomplishing something, his assistant and Stephen both sighed, looking at one another, understanding the other's thoughts just by looking at each other's faces. They only hoped that the interference of the old man did not make matters worse. If there was truly something going on between Celia and His Highness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Salas's POV. It was already more than 2 months and 2 weeks ago. The last time he saw her, he met her at opening ceremony and, for the first time in his life, fell in love. He felt like it was a joke. He was already 100 years old werewolf and he fell in love with a 22-year-old pup and was now missing her like crazy. Whenever he would close his eyes, her smile and her blushing face would appear in his mind. Would everyone laugh at him if they knew? Let's go see her. Come on, it has been a long time already. Make an excuse or something. It is our academy. There must be something for us to do there. Sky, his wolf, urged him for the 100th time, but he already knew there was no viable reason. Unfortunately, in this case, the management of the academy had been handled by him too well and things went so smoothly by themselves that, other than the annual inspection, there was no need for his presence. We cannot go to the academy. I already told you we have no reason to go there, he explained to his wolf. For the nth time, even if we do not have a reason, we can still go. Don't tell me I am the only ones to see her, Sky insisted again, with a persistence that was truly uncharacteristic for the alpha wolf. No matter what you say, we cannot go. Solos denied firmly, trying to end the conversation once and for all. If he could call it a conversation, it felt more like the wolf was threatening him. And as to how he could do it, considering they both shared the same body, and thus could also harm himself in the process, where even though someone might think it could be practically impossible, it was in fact quite easy. If we do not go, I will howl until you go. I will not let you work. Every time you close your eyes you think of her as well. So why don't you want to go? Sky asked again, this time growling. Sky, I admit I like Celia. All right, I love her. How it is possible to love someone after only meeting her twice, I have no clue. But I do not understand you. I have asked you if you felt like she was our mate, and you said you do not recognize her. I like her human side. But what about her wolf? He sighed and rubbed his temple as he spoke inside his mind. I have no clue about her wolf. Indeed, I do not feel she is my mate, but still her human side. I do not know how to explain it. It is like she is half a mate or something like that. Sky mumbled, confused. He tried to phrase as best he could his feelings, but he himself did not understand why he felt attracted to her human side, but not to her wolf. Solas did not question Sky's affirmation at all. The wolf's words, although strange and unusual if someone else other than him would hear it, to Solas they made sense in a way. That was how he felt about her as well. Like half a mate. But would such a thing be possible? He shrugged his thoughts. He had thought about his feelings many times in the past 2 months and a half without any conclusion. He also did not know who to ask without sounding weird or raising suspicions from the council. Knock knock. Come in, he ordered shortly, looking again at the documents he was trying to read before with no luck. Your Majesty, I have been informed that the students entered the forest for their exercise. The assistant who had just entered the office informed Solas. Very well, keep an eye on them. Make sure everyone is well protected. Solas ordered, not even looking to the young man who confounded and left again shortly after. This entire time he continued looking at his documents. Or at least tried to. Sky had really begun howling inside his mind. Like he had said he would. The wolf was a really determined being. He sighed inaudibly. Sky was really being unreasonable this time. He had already heard from the assistant that Celia had gone into the forest for the exercise, so naturally wouldn't be at the academy. But it seemed the wolf thought it was even better like this. He was now trying to convince Solas to go to the forest and meet Celia there. Like he could just do that suddenly. To just go and be like, hello everyone. I just left my entire work and ran inside the forest just to meet one of the students. The scandal of the century, Solas thought dejectedly as he plopped his head on his desk. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sky was still howling unbothered inside his mind. Unluckily for Solas, the wolf, while not shifted and thus still in a spirit form, would not get tired. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At the time he did not know that even with his protection the attack would still happen. A week later, finding her like that and then the agony of waiting to see if she lived or not was unbearable. So he did something he had never done before. He transferred her to the royal palace where she would be near him. His order of moving her had surprised the doctors and the people from the palace, but nobody dared question him, waiting for a week for her to regain consciousness. He kept her company as much as he could, only by being near her to see if she was well. Could he breathe easily? Then seeing her wake up, he did for her something unthinkable. He personally cared for her needs, even knowing it would raise more suspicions, causing people from the council to find out. Gabriel, the blabbermouth, was in the room with him after all at that time, so he could tattle on him, but he could not stop himself not to help. They let her rest for a bit that day, but Solas was still worried about her, so he returned to her room just in time to see her walking and almost falling. With swift steps he reached her and quickly held her in his arms to stop her from falling. With his werewolf senses and speed, he could have easily reached her in time to assist her by only reaching for her arm. It was not really necessary to keep her so close to his body. It would have also been the gentleman thing to do, but at that time his body reflexively moved on its own. Not to mention that Sky also wished for nothing more than to hug her, so he held her against his chest tightly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If he was to admit, this had also been his wish, his yearning. Feeling her body in his arms, he felt completed, although his face did not show it. When she raised her eyes to look at him, The only thought in his mind had been how kissing her pink small lips would feel like. He barely restrained himself, as he really did not want to scare her. How would she react if he gave in to that feeling? Perhaps she would never want to see him again. So he only helped her to the bathroom and then informed the maids to bring dinner to her room. He at least wanted to be near her. The next day, at breakfast, dark circles surrounded her eyes. An experience like the one she went through was not an easy thing at all, especially for a young girl like her. To kill someone for the first time and to also fight for your own life must have taken its toll on her. Coupled with the wounds, her entire being felt frail. He was supposed to interview her after breakfast, to find out more from her about the attack, but seeing her like that he could not bear to. So he did the one thing he knew cheered up his mother whenever she felt upset. He took her to his mother's garden. There he also searched for a baby bunny from the small burrow inside the ground, bringing it to her. Seeing her slight smile and the light in her eyes, he knew then that he made the right choice. They walked around some more, as he saw her spirit would get brighter by the second. Knowing he was the one who made this happen, he could not be more pleased. He was also thrilled seeing her in the place that was the most nostalgic from his childhood, one of the few places that held happy memories of him with his mother. But something unexpected happened when they arrived in front of his mother's most beloved flowers, the fairies' flowers. It was not his intention to check which color her touch would show, but perhaps liking them, Celia herself leaned towards them to touch one of the roses. He was just in the middle of explaining to her their meaning, when the color of her heart reflected on their previously translucent petals. The blue was a color only meant for the royal family. No other werewolves could turn the petals of the roses to this color. Dark blue color would only appear if he or his father touched the flowers, and light blue only appeared if his mother, the mate of the king, touched them. Because of this his mother had often teased him as a child. She would always say she could not wait for the day the woman who would turn the rose petals light blue to him as well. As a quiet child, he did not react to her words and always evaded her when she teased him of this. But in his heart he had always expected and yearned for the person who could turn the roses into the same color as his mother. Seeing the beautiful girl bent over the flowers, smelling the blue rose with a tinge of red on her cheeks, his heart rate went up. It almost felt like it would jump out of his chest. He looked for so many years for his mate. He had checked all the packs one by one when he came of age. He was certain he would find her, but over the years he had lost all hope. When he saw Sia at the airport that day, he felt for her what he never felt for another woman. And when he saw her again at the academy, he fell completely under her spell. So as he saw her laying in her own blood, he felt his heart die with her, and only managed to revive when she woke up again. Sky, his wolf, was also mesmerized by this person, but strangely only by the human side of her. He did not recognize her wolf, so she did not feel like she was his mate in spite of such things. His mother had told him that they would recognize each other at first glance, that there would be only one word which would come to both their minds, and there was, in that moment, mate. But sadly this word did not come to his mind, and he was certain it did not come to hers. So the light blue color of the roses was an impossible color for her to appear. Was it because she was truly his mate, as his mother had said, and she concealed her real strength so well that he could not recognize her? Or was the rose blue because she was ranked first, the same as him, so the flowers recognized her as royalty? His trail of thoughts was interrupted when she spoke to him, asking what the color meant. He wanted to say the real meaning, but he was afraid that it would shatter his hopes if she was indeed not his mate. So he only said it meant a noble heart. His mother had been the kindest person he had ever seen in his life, and Celia, judging by her previous actions, was not far from her. The small tinge of flush on her cheeks as she registered the meaning behind the color was truly endearing, he thought, though he could not fully enjoy her expression because of his own inner turmoil. The awkwardness was dispersed completely as he received a phone call to inform him of Gabriel's arrival. To be interrupted when he was with Celia, he really would get annoyed if it had happened normally, but this time perhaps it was for the best. He barely opened the door to his office and gestured to her to enter first when Celia was wrapped around by big male hands. Seeing her in another man's arms, he did not yank her out of the other person's hands for fear of hurting her, but he let out a low growl, making the other person release her, but unfortunately still be near her. Gabriel, I did not mention for you to come alone, but surely not bringing someone was something I did not need to mention, Solos said, anger spilling from his voice even though he did not raise it. I am sorry, Your Highness. I insisted and came on my own accord. I am the beta of the Watcher Pack, Jake Black. I could not stay relaxed in the academy ground knowing my alpha is injured, so I dared. Jake tried to say. He was already lowering his head, showing his neck in submission. From the moment the door opened he felt an oppressing aura, and it kept on increasing. I was not talking to you, Beta, Solos simply said. He felt pangs of jealousy all over his heart, and Sky was also growling in his mind. He only dared to touch her hand and she slightly flinched. But this guy hugged her? He was only the beta of the pack. Why was there a need for such familiarity? Your Highness, I am sorry. I have not instructed my pack members well. I must not have assured Jake last night well of my health status. It is my fault. I apologize. It will not happen again. Celia quickly apologized. Seeing her frightened face, he immediately released his oppressing aura. It was not his intention to frighten her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do not apologize. It is not your fault, he said with a gentler voice. Joshua led the beta to the waiting room. You will wait there if he wants a word with his alpha, and afterwards help him on the way back. He ordered, looking at Celia, but the words he said were for his gamma, who had been in his office as well. By doing this, he made sure that they would talk a little and only in the presence of his gamma. Joshua complied and immediately took the reluctant Jake to an adjacent room, leaving the others to discuss in the office. When the meeting was over and Celia had provided valuable information to them, she took her leave and went outwards with Micah, Solos's beta, to direct her towards the room Jake was waiting. Well, you do realize your face changed completely, from dark to light in a matter of seconds just now. What would the council say seeing you like this? Would they prepare the lunar ceremony or just skip right on to the wedding night? Gabriel teasingly said. As he was the only one left in Solos's office, he did not retort his words, but Solos's eyes felt like they could kill with just a look. Hey, go back to the previous light look. What if Celia comes back? You would not want to frighten the girl, right? Gabriel continued joking, not knowing he was stepping on a lion's tail. It seems like you have less work than you should have. Let's see what we could add to your schedule, Solos said with a deep voice. Wait. Maria is going to kill me if you add more to my work. I am sorry, Your Highness. Gabriel quickly apologized, appearing truly repenting. The time he had to spend with his mate was already less as it was. Solos just stabbed at his weak point. But jokes aside, is Celia your mate? You have never shown such care to a woman before. Gabriel asked, sighing. Solos was quiet. He did not know what to reply to Gabriel, but feeling the need for an advice, he finally spoke after some time. I do not know. Sky does not recognize her wolf, but we are both fond of her human side. Is she a mate? Solos asked himself. While he was massaging his temples, he was truly going mad for asking advice from Gabriel, but he did not know who else to turn to. How is this possible? Both wolves would recognize each other at first glance. Gabriel frowned, confused. That was what I knew too. But Sky said he does not recognize her wolf. Still, my head is only filled with thoughts of Celia. Am I going crazy? Solos finally admitted dejectedly. Wait a minute. You said wolf, not wolves. Do you remember what I told you in the conference room at the hospital? Gabriel said, enlightened, and as if realizing something gestured with his hand as he raised fingers, showing the number 2. She has 2 wolves, not 1. Which one did Sky not recognize? Gabriel asked as if to confirm his suspicions. It was a grey wolf with tinges of black. Solos conveyed Sky's description. That is her for friend wolf. Did he not contact a white bigger wolf or so? Gabriel questioned again, his words filled with more hope each time. No, he said he only felt a grey wolf's presence. Solos replied pensively, as Sky assured him there really was no other presence inside her wolf's chamber. The white wolf is first strength, but she keeps herself hid and deep within Celia's mind. We must make Celia bring out waning, then you can check again. Gabriel reasoned. We cannot do that. Solos firmly denied. He did not even wait for a second to think before he replied. Why not? Don't you want to find your mate? Gabriel frowned, not understanding Solos's thoughts. The man had always wanted to find his mate. Why was he so stubborn now? I do. But I do not want to force Celia. Sky may not have sensed waning because she keeps herself too deep in Celia's mind. But Sky is in plain view in my own. Waning must have felt him. If she truly was his mate, why still keep herself hidden? Sodas explained briefly. We can ask her when she is in the open. Will you keep on waiting? Gabriel tried to convince him again. He was surprised by how calm Solas was. His friend had searched high and low for his mate. Now with the opportunity in front of him, he did not try to do anything. Was he afraid of getting his hopes up for nothing, and was that why he did not dare act? He sighed when Solas did not answer, but still left something for Solas to ponder over. Whether she is or not your mate, you should find out. Wasn't this what you have been waiting for all this time? Even keeping the council at bay with regards to another woman. Solas, if you wait longer, someone else might act faster than you. Gabriel stated with one last reason and without referring to who. Solas already knew that he was referring to the overly worried Beta from before. Chapter 26. A convenient person, she tried to cut the conversation with Jake as short as she could. Earlier His Highness had been angry at him coming to the palace. Normally the palace was only open for official visits, so he must have been upset about students coming and going as they pleased. Perhaps he thought that as Jake visited her, others would follow as well, which breached the security and the protocols. She made Jake promise not to come anymore. Moreover, she would only be staying about a week or so, and she also received her phone and could contact him freely in the future, so there was no need to. Leading him to the door of the palace, she said her goodbyes, and wanted to turn around to go to her room. Despite being a patient, she walked quite a bit and was actually feeling tired, but she only made one step when Jake unexpectedly stopped her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am truly glad you are right. I don't know what I would have done if something happened to you. He said and did once again what he had wanted to do when he saw her entering the king's office. He hugged her with all his strength, even forgetting her wounds in the process. She was stunned by his familiarity towards her, but considering how close they had gotten these past few months, she did not stop him. She only gently patted his back with her hands. It is the last time you will ever go somewhere alone. The next time the entire pack will be with you. We will never permit for such a thing to happen again. He affirmed more like a whisper in her ear. She nodded and smiled a bit. She really felt her pack's care towards her. It was not a feeling she was used to, but it wasn't a bad sentiment at all. Releasing her from his embrace, Jake finally walked away towards the door, this time really leaving. She turned around once more, wanting to climb the stairs leading to her room, when she came face to face with Solas's eyes as he was at the top of the stairs. She walked slowly up the stairs as she was a bit shy seeing him, wondering if he had seen the embrace between her and Jake. There were no rules stating watchers could not date each other or be so close to one another. But what if he had misinterpreted the situation and it actually bothered him, considering this was the royal palace? Not to mention that she somehow felt guilty of hugging Jake in front of him, but she was too intimidated by his presence to realize it. Has your beta left? He asked with a gentle voice, but still his face did not show any emotions. Yes, Your Highness. I am sorry once again. I have made sure he will not visit anymore. Anyway, I will be staying for only 1 week here, so there will be no more visitors. She replied, trying to reassure him that she or her pack would not bother him again. But as she lifted her head and looked into his eyes, she remained still in place. The usual ocean blue eyes that were capable of making her feel embarrassed with just one simple glance were now losing their blue hue, darkening a bit. It was almost as if he was trying to keep his wolf under control. Noticing her startled reaction at realizing its cause, he quickly turned away from her so she could no longer see his face and only said a few more words before briskly leaving. She understood the reaction of His Highness. She knew the reasons behind it without him having to actually say it, but it still took her aback. His gentle behavior until now as opposed to the aura he released some hours ago were miles apart. Coupled with the fact that he had almost lost control of his wolf just now, she felt she was understanding him less and less. With each passing moment, she had gotten used to his behavior from the previous night, and in the morning and thought perhaps it was his normal way of speaking. Though indeed he still spoke gently to her. Towards Jake he even growled threatening. Perhaps he was gentler to girls and not to guys. These were the thoughts that were roaming through her mind as she was charging and opening her smartphone. She barely turned it on when the phone began ringing. She even saw she had a dozen or so missed phone calls in the second that the phone opened up before it rang. It was her brother Daniel, so she did not ponder much and answered. Surely he was not worried about her, as she had explained to him she would be in exercise for 2 weeks and would not take a phone with her. She was in the forest for a week and unconscious for another week, so for her brother, not contacting him for this period of dove time should not have her in any worries. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Finally you answered your phone. I have been trying to contact you all morning, Daniel quickly said. Relieved she finally answered. Sorry, the phone had no battery. I only just noticed and plugged it in, she explained simply. If he only just tried to contact her this morning, there were no reasons for him to know about why she did not answer until now. She did not want him to worry. What is the matter? She asked him, curious and worried because of the sense of urgency she could feel in his tone. I know what happened to you was inexcusable. What Brianna and Mon did to you. The fact that they schemed in stealing your rightful mate can't be forgiven. That is why I never mentioned them when talking to you these months. I did not want to add to your pain. Daniel frantically tried to explain his reasons for bringing up these unreasonable problems, matters of which he had not once spoken to her about since it happened. But he felt he needed to, otherwise he was not sure she would help. Daniel, it is all right. Don't try to motivate what you really want to say and just tell me what the actual problem is. She interrupted him, as a sigh left her chest. She was feeling tired both mentally and physically about the attack. Flashes of memory of her dismembering and killing the hunters kept appearing in her mind whenever she was alone. All she wanted now was to sleep. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He said, then sighed, trying to rephrase how to actually tell her. But he did not speak again, as the phone was snatched from his hand, and another voice could be heard through it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. After you left, Brianna was made the Luna of our pack. She is already pregnant and everyone knew the ceremony was for her. So Richard forced Strahan to make her his Luna. Otherwise he would not hand over his leadership. You also made your position clear that you will not accept him as a mate. The problem is that, even though he conducted the Luna ceremony for her, they are not getting along at all. The situation between them has gotten so strained that they fought countless times and he even hit her. At the moment she is in the hospital with the risk of losing her child. Her father explained coldly as he took the phone from Daniel. Between the words he had just heard fully laid out in front of her. Not even one was an apology. Not even one word expressed regret and reflection for their actions. Even less repenting for causing her harm. She did not know how to react to what she just heard. It pained her that her sister was suffering. It hurt her if an innocent child suffered because of irresponsible adults. But still, not only did they not try to contact her all this time to see how she was, considering she was the one who was most hurt of what happened and their betrayal, now they even phoned to inform her of Brianna, of a person who was suffering as a consequence of her own actions and most probably wanted her to do something about it. A week ago she almost died, and nobody from her family would have cared if she did. The common knowledge was that werewolves from the same family would feel somewhat if their loved one had been hurt, especially if it got to the point of their life ending. They should have felt her being attacked. They should have felt the feeling of utter powerlessness as she felt her life drained from her body, if she was considered a loved one by them. She listened to her father as these thoughts flooded her mind without a word of interruption. She kept waiting to hear a word directed to her by him, a word from him caring about her well-being. Her eyes were getting moist as he explained. Not even a hello, he said, and as she thought this, a small single tear fell on her poker, seemingly emotional as his face. He did not even ask her how she had been and how she was surviving. Another tear fell from the other eye, reaching her cheek all the way until it reached her jaw. I know you are a smart child and you love your sister. You would do everything for her. The peace of the pack depends the most on the Alpha and Luna getting along. They are already together and expecting a child. But because you did not reject Trey and formally, the bond between you two is not completely severed, so he still cannot fully accept Brianna and mark her as he should have done after the ceremony. Her father sighed as he explained the premises of what he was about to ask of her, finally touched the matter he wanted from her. I know you cannot leave the academy grounds as you please and come to our pack, but on the 20th of December the annual ball for the gathering of alphas and betas will be held at the Royal Palace. You will also be on vacation for a few days, so you can leave the academy at least for a couple of hours. Try to ask permission from the teachers to visit us at the Royal Palace. Your mother, Anne, Brianna and I will be staying at one of the buildings adjacent to the palace, so come and finish things with Rayan once and for all. Reject him properly this time so everything will settle down. He finally said, already quite calm. This daughter of his had always listened to his words. The last time had only been a mishap, because she had felt upset. But surely in this time, she had already gotten used to the situation. Her face was already flooded with tears at this point. She could not even see properly. Her father first said Brianna was injured so much that she was on the verge of losing the child. But at the end he said she would still be at the ball, which was for days from now. If she was injured so badly, how come she would still travel? They were still trying to manipulate the feelings she had towards her sister, and on top of that they were also trying to instill in her the consciousness to do the right thing. She closed her eyes as she was trying to stop herself from losing more tears. She was so shocked at the time she went to the lunar ceremony and only wanted to get away from her pack territory that she had omitted to formally reject Rayan. All this time she did not even think that he was her mate, so she still had not realized she did not reject him formally. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, she said with a cracked voice, the only word she said to her father during this entire phone call. Good, that is my daughter. Study well and make me proud. He replied, pleased with her answer. He didn't notice the strangeness of her voice, though it wasn't unusual, as he had not really paid attention to her state. In the next second, only the sound of the phone call ending could be heard. He got what he wanted from her. What was the point of still talking? She was only acknowledged as his daughter for the fact she accepted what he wanted. She let the phone fall from her hand and did not check her other missed calls or messages. She no longer even wanted to sleep. With unsteady moves and already hazy eyes, she rose on her feet and called again, inside her mind waning. Crescent. But with no answer, she called again desperately, but no one responded this time either. Could they have left her as well? With unsteady steps, she left her room and followed the hallway until she reached the indoor garden. His Royal Highness had said she could come again any time she wanted, but she had not expected she would need a place of comfort so soon. In fact, she thought to herself she would not come again to this place. It was after all a private room of His Highness's mother. How could she, a simple werewolf, just waltz inside as she pleased? She opened the door and stepped inside and, with slow steps, reached the center of the garden. Gently, with soft moves, she touched the transparent petals of the rose. So beautiful it was almost blinding. The petals soon turned blue with white edges, the same color as before. She smiled to herself with tears still flowing down. A noble heart, what a joke, she thought. More like a rag to be used for everyone's convenience. More like an object used for one's wishes and disregarded once it was no longer of use. A convenient person. Feeling defeated, she slumped down on the floor, no longer crying, still admiring the roses in front of her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A familiar voice called from behind, just as she was at her lowest point, but she did not dare turn around. This person only saw her at her worst, injured then frail and now even crying. Embarrassed by her current messy state, she quickly used her hands to wipe the tears away as she felt him approaching her, but she could do nothing of her red eyes. She was frantically wiping when a hand reached her arm and stopped her from wiping again. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" he asked, worried and flustered, not knowing what could possibly be the cause of her unrest. Had she been too frightened by his earlier darkened eyes? What should he do to make her not afraid of him anymore? What should he do if she wanted to leave the palace because of him, unaware of the million wrong thoughts inside this person's head? Celia looked towards him ashamed. He had said the words she wanted to hear from her father. She saw in his eyes the care she wished she received from her family. At his gentle words, she said nothing at all, only kept on admiring his inquiring and worried face. Such beautiful eyes had frowned because of her. With just a look he tore apart her poker face, and without realizing she found herself putting her arms around his waist, hugging him and crying like she never cried before. One dreamy morning, I woke up to find myself sharing a bed with the prince. To make matters worse, our lips accidentally touched, and in that moment of embarrassment and racing heart, I was left speechless. Chapter 27. A feather-like kiss. She had been plagued by nightmares when she fell asleep the previous night, but waking up after such a comfortable sleep now, she felt refreshed. Since she left her packed territory, this was the best sleep she had. So comfortable that she did not open her eyes yet, trying only to cuddle some more in the warm bed, with the smell of fresh flowers and a familiar comforting smell of musk with tints of lavender. This was strange, she thought. She did not have fresh flowers in the guest room, so why could she smell fresh flowers and musk? Trying to clear her mind, she hugged a bit more the pillow in her arms when she felt a soft moist touch near her temple. It almost felt as a feather-like kiss. It startled her, and she immediately opened her eyes and looked in the direction of where the touch came from, only to look straight in the pair of deep blue eyes of His Majesty. But this was not the most embarrassing thing. No, the most embarrassing thing was that when she moved so suddenly like that, not only were their eyes locked looking at each other, their lips had locked together also. She was so stunned that, even though their lips were still touching, she did not move back. She could not even breathe in this moment, and her heart felt like it would jump out of her chest any moment now, not only because of this unfortunate accident, which was the smaller problem perhaps, but most importantly because His Highness had not moved as well. After a few more moments of this immobile state, she suddenly moved back, regaining her senses. Looking at her surroundings, she discovered that she was in His Highness's indoor garden, and, until she let go and moved back, she had been cuddling in his arms, sleeping. The comfortable pillow she had held was his waist and chest. Her face was flushed red. Why did she think she would be in her bed when she clearly went into the garden? "I am sorry, Your Highness, I touched." She was trying to apologize, but she fell silent as she could not utter with her mouth that she had hugged and accidentally touched his lips also. "But I am not sorry," he calmly affirmed, looking straight at her. She was looking down apologetically as she spoke with stuttering words, not daring to meet his eyes directly, but his words made her instinctively look at him, and, seeing his serious eyes, her body and face froze. What was she supposed to say after hearing his words? She stood silent for some time, feeling suffocated by his eyes that seemed to have captured hers. It felt like it was impossible to break eye contact. He did not speak, but his eyes felt like they were ordering her to not look away. "I did not mean to touch Your Highnesses." She apologized again with great difficulty. Perhaps she had only misunderstood the meaning of his words. Her mind was not functioning too well at this moment, after all. That was not a touch. He interrupted her, not permitting her to brush it off as an accident. Even though it clearly was. It was a kiss. Solars continued with a hoarse, determined voice. She widened her eyes, as her face flushed even more than it did when she realized what she had done. He dared to say the word she avoided. A word she had only referred to as a touch. Only a contact between their skins. He so easily unembarrassed used. That was not. She tried to refute with difficulty. She was barely capable of choosing her words at this moment. How could she do such a thing to a man she barely knew? Not to mention the king. What is a kiss, Celia? As his generally gentle voice seemed to have changed its tone, it was like he was implying something. She could not answer. How could she say the definition of a kiss with her own mouth? It would only confirm his words. What is a kiss, Celia? He repeated his question, still with the same tone. He never left her gaze, making it impossible for her to blink or think. Making all the sad thoughts from before vanish like they were not in her mind in the first place. What is a hug, Celia? He inquired again, not leaving her any time to calm down. She did not even manage to answer the first question, but he reminded her of the hug also. By this point her breathing stopped altogether, and, feeling like her heart could no longer bear his presence, she did the only thing that felt logical. She got up and ran away with all her strength, forgetting she was a patient, forgetting that he was the king, so it was rude of her to walk away from him. She ran and ran, only stopping when she reached her room and closed it off, still pressing with her back against the door, blocking it. She breathed heavily. It seemed she was compensating for the air she could not breathe in his presence. As her legs gave out under her weight, she slid down until she sat on the floor. She could do nothing about what happened. She was the one who hugged him first, so she could not refute even one of his words. But why did His Highness not try to brush it off as an accident? That would have been the polite thing to do, and he had been nothing but courteous and polite so far. In a span of almost 2 days he had managed to make her change her opinion of him each time she saw him. First he was gentle, then stern, and now incomprehensible. Which one was the real him, and why would he show her so many kinds of faces? And lastly, why would his face and touch linger in her mind, dominating her thoughts so? She was still crouched down on the floor several hours later. She was at least thankful he did not pursue her. But how would she face him for the rest of the time she was here? Knock. Knock. Her heart jumped at the sound, but managed to calm down when she heard a maid's voice. Miss Celia, may I come in? The polite maid inquired, then waited patiently for the answer. She got up from the floor, not answering. She had locked the door when she came in, only now realizing it was rude of her, as this was not her home. Taking a deep breath to calm her still erratic mind, she slowly turned the lock, trying to not make a sound. She was quite silly to do so, as the maid was also a werewolf, and most likely had the door unlocking. But she was still not thinking clearly. Then, with the same novelty thoughts, she stepped away from the door and went toward the bathroom. Please come in, she committed a bit louder, as if she had stepped out of the bathroom, feeling awkward at her own actions. Miss Celia, I have brought dinner for you, replied the maid, entering with another maid carrying with food. Thank you, she thanked, still awkward, not even daring to meet the 2 girls' eyes. She was wondering what to do if she had to face him at dinner, but she could see that there was only enough food for a person. If indeed she was to eat alone, how wonderful that would be. You are welcome. His Highness had to leave for the day, so he instructed us to bring the dinner to your room. Unfortunately, he will not be able to dine with you tonight, the maid explained, smiling, even though she did not ask. Oh, it is all right, she affirmed, just because she felt it was the polite thing to do. But she was really wondering why the maid felt the need to explain further. It was not necessary to do so. Late into the night, after eating a few bites of her dinner and preparing to sleep, she was still perturbed. Her mind kept jumping from thought to thought, when she was interrupted. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 2 voices were enthusiastically calling out to her, causing her to snap out of her thoughts. Crescent. she quickly replied in her mind overjoyed. Yup, it is us, Crescent affirmed playful, while she was jumping up and down in her mind. Are you all right? Waning asked worried. She was the calmer one of the two of them, and was just sitting down. Yes, I am. I was so worried. You did not reply to me, she quickly said. I am sorry it took a long time to heal you, so we needed a rest. Waning replied apologetic. They had never been disconnected from the human side for such a long time. Yup, Crescent affirmed as well. She will not believe us with you jumping all around like that, Waning said, chuckling to the enthusiastic wolf. But I need the exercise. It has been so long since I was out and even longer since I shifted, Crescent stated, restless, still jumping around. I can understand the need to shift, but exercise. We don't have a body at the moment, so what exactly are you exercising for? Waning reasoned calmly. If Celia had a poker expressionless face, Waning was even more like a statue. But it never bothered Celia or Crescent. That was her natural way of being. She had a cold personality, but only meant the best for the other two. Crescent pouted but was not really upset, seeing them like this in her mind. Celia giggled, putting a little bit her mind at ease. They spent the night like this with Celia talking to her wolves. But this relaxed state of mind unfortunately was not carried to the next day. In the morning, while she was getting ready for breakfast, she could feel her heart going up. Last night she felt more at ease. But now she was alone again. Her wolves needed some more rest and had only woken up because they felt her changed mood. Knock, knock. She heard knocking at the door, making her jump from the sofa on which she was seated. It felt like the sound was made by something actually hitting against her heart, rather than the door. Please come in, she said with a higher-pitched tone accidentally, while she was trying to abstain from showing her preoccupied state within her words. Miss Celia, we have brought breakfast for you, the maid informed her, just as cheerful as the day before, as she was entering and opening the door more for the other maid to come in with a tray. She breathed relieved. She had thought that she would have to see the king again soon, but it seemed like he was avoiding her too. Her heart felt a pang when she thought the last part. Why was she disappointed of him avoiding her when this was what she wanted? Thank you, she simply said, hoping her emotions could not be seen. This was not the time to think of such things. Wait, she should never ponder about this, she convinced herself. You are welcome. His Highness left early in the morning today, so he did not want to wake you up and only ordered us to bring your breakfast when you wake up. But do not worry, he will be dining at the palace in the evening, the maid cheerfully informed. She nodded her head, not acknowledging with words. Although she did not understand why the maid informed her each time about the king, it was not like she could ask her this directly, so she brushed the matter over, only trying to enjoy her meal, at least for now. She got through the breakfast time successfully and it looked like there was also no problem for lunch. But the troublesome matter was what she would be doing at dinner. In dirty hustle, typing on a laptop and reviewing some documents. Solas was at the same time listening to reports from Micah. Your Highness, there have been movements from the council again. I was informed that yesterday Von Riemann landed at the airport, Micah said with the usual tone, among other things. So Solas asked interested in the matter. Yvonne Riemann, if he remembered correctly, was one of the granddaughters of the third councilman, Narek Riemann. She must have wanted to visit her grandfather. Why was there a need for him to know? She did not come to visit her grandfather, Micah explained more as if reading his thoughts. I was informed that she came at the command of the head councilman. She does not have a mate as he died soon after they met some years ago, and she is one of the leading candidates that the council selected to be your mate, Micah stated with more details, as Solas appeared to still not get what he was trying to explain. At least this was how he saw his expression as being. The air in the car got suddenly chilly, as Solas realized his meaning. Solas's aura was something difficult to bear for Micah and the driver, even though they knew his anger was not directed towards them. Inform the council that they must prepare for me the reports for related problems from this year and also a preliminary report on their budget expenses for the next 3 years. They have until the last day of this year. Solas ordered expressionlessly, after what seemed like a lifetime. If those geezers had so much time, then he would make sure it was filled to the brim with work. At least like this, he could his revenge. Yes, Micah confirmed. His Highness was ruthless as always. The reports he had asked for would take a month or to compile if they worked constantly without interruptions. Normally the council would give His Highness the reports by February of the following year, but now he was taking all the free time they had, including their winter vacation. Also in from the palace guards. Nobody can enter the palace today without my knowledge, Solos commanded simply. Before restarting to read documents, Celia was in the palace alone. He really did not want the old man to meet her. What if he suddenly thought of some bright ideas? And also, Emery was capable of bringing that woman directly to the palace for him to see, without letting him know first. He knew this with certainty. It would not be the first time after all. If Celia met that woman, what if she thought of him as a casual, relaxed man? A man who just had flings without a care? It would be the worst. If she formed a bad impression of him, visualizing her upset face did not sit well with him. But thinking a bit more about the beautiful woman who had stolen his lips, a small impatible smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He never thought she would be that daring, hugging him like that. It meant that in her moment of weakness, she thought of him as her support. Right. It also meant she liked him. Right. She did kiss him after all. Of her own accord, dreaming some more with eyes wide opened. He felt that he did not know what best course of action should be from this point onwards. How to use this opportunity to change things for the better. He searched in his mind, and sighed when he finally realized he had no other choice but that man. He had no other person who could advise him on what to do, unfortunately. Well, that guy had always bragged about his relationship to everyone. He must have done something right to get his mate. He hoped. Gabriel, are you home right now? Solas asked as the call was answered on the other side of the phone call. If Celia would have known Solas's true thoughts, the whole idealized image that she had formed about the thirst-tranked werewolf, the most powerful werewolf in the entire kingdom, would plummet to the ground. Her opinion of him as a stern and somber man would shatter into pieces. The rest of the day quickly passed by and, even though Celia knew His Highness was not in the palace, she did not dare leave the guest room. But she was still not relaxed at all. As the hour for dinner came, she still had not managed to figure out how to face the king. She paced left and right more and more, dreading the knock that would be heard any second now, informing her of dinner. She thought to refuse. Perhaps she could tell the maid she had no appetite to eat. But what would she do if the king decided to still come to her room to check on her? What other reason could she use to not go and eat? She was still pacing in the room when a sound made her turn towards the door. Knock. Knock. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kishut's enthusiasm. The art of a shameless man. As he finished his phone call, Gabriel was in deep thoughts when his mate walked into the room. Why are you so focused? Are you still struggling with finding the culprits? Maria asked him, worried. That too worries me. But we have another more pressing matter, he said resolutely. What problem? She asked, even more worried. What was so important that he included even her? His Highness called. He is coming to our house, Gabriel succinctly replied. Why would he? He always calls you to the palace. He never came to our house before. Maria stated, surprised. Well, we are about to find out. He will be here in about an hour, he replied with a pensive look. What? So soon? I have to go get things ready. I do not know if we have enough food for lunch or if it suits his tastes. What if he decides to eat with us? She said, frightened, and did not wait for Gabriel to reply as she was already out the door. Maria could hardly breathe in the alpha aura that His Highness was releasing. She was sitting with her mate on one couch, trying to not lower her neck in submission, gazing at the opposite couch, where Solas was sitting, with one of his feet crossed over the other. He was looking at the both of them expressionlessly. She still had not heard why Solas had visited them yet, but, seeing his frowned face and the pressure he was releasing, she was certain it was something of utmost importance. After a few more moments like this, second of unimaginable tension. Solas looked towards his beta and spoke to him some words which the latter acknowledged before leaving them alone. No sooner had Michael left, when finally Solas started to speak of the motive of his visit. What I am about to tell you will not leave this room. Defy my order and you will suffer the consequences. His voice was calm, but his tone still made the sixth-ranked wolf frightened. Gabriel had told Maria that it would not be something scary, but she was now sure that he had been wrong. The fate of the kingdom depends on your advice, so think carefully before you speak. Solas continued. Maria was already starting to tremble. She never thought there would ever be a day when the fate of the entire werewolf race would be on her mates and her own shoulders. She was the mate of Gabriel, who had a very important post. That was true, but still, holding her breath, she waited for the king to speak. What must I do after a woman who kissed me fled? He serenely asked, looking intently at them, waiting for the answer. He was still not willing to call the act of touching their lips anything but a kiss. The both were stunned. Maria, because she had not expected this to be the reason for the potential downfall of the werewolf race, and as for Gabriel, because he did not expect that such a radical development would take place from yesterday until today. Celia's presence in Solas's life had made the future unpredictable, but in a good sense. He had thought that Solas would not react as fast as he did. At least yesterday he was still not thinking of acting. But what happened since yesterday? What caused Celia to kiss Solas? It must have been something Solas made possible. Otherwise he doubted she would make such a bold action by herself. Her quiet and solemn personality was not capable of such a feat, and Solas would never let anyone so close to him, much less kiss him, without his permission. If only he stayed longer at the palace yesterday. It was such a pity. Your Highness, what exactly happened? Gabriel probed, perhaps at least finding some more details. That is not something you need to know. Only answer the question. Solas calmly replied. You at least have to tell me what your purpose is. Do you want to pursue her into a relationship or avoid her altogether? He inquired, letting go of finding out more details. But he was still curious about this. Solas kept quiet for a moment. He did not want to let them know too much, but he understood that he must at least say this. Pursue her, he concisely responded. Maria was still surprised. Never in his life His Highness talked about a woman, much less have a relationship with one. She was incapable of imagining what type of woman the person who made Solas like this was. Could it be he found his mate? She thought, overjoyed that His Highness asked for his opinion. Gabriel cleared his voice and changed his way of speaking to the scholarly tone he had at the Royal Academy. He coughed a bit, clearing his voice, and said after a moment of thinking, Your Highness, the most important point that you have to retain is that you have to be a shameless person. Gabriel explained with a serious face. Solas frowned. Why would being a shameless person help in any way whatsoever? Gabriel, don't teach His Highness stupid things. The most important thing is for His Highness to be a gentleman and show care towards the lady. In time it will surely win her heart. Maria quickly denied. Did I conquer your heart by being a gentleman? Even when we discovered we were mates, you did not want to be a couple with me. So how did I win your heart? He asked her with his eyes squinting, as he was looking in her direction. Maria blushed and could not say how he did it, but it was certain he was not a gentleman. The things he did, seeing her look away with a red face. He smirked, pleased. His point was demonstrated right in Solas's eyes. So, Your Highness, as you can see, he said with a hand in his mate's direction, earning a glare from Maria, and then continued after a small cough. I think my point is explained. Gabriel continued, proud of himself. Solas fell in deep thoughts. If he were to think about it, his behavior last night was also somewhat shameless. He was filled with jealousy seeing Celia in the arms of another, so much so that, after calming Sky down from shifting, he sought her out again, in the indoor garden. Seeing her like that, frail and upset, she had hugged him defenseless, lie and fell asleep. Logically he should have carried her to her room to sleep comfortably, but he did not. In a sense he took advantage of the situation, He hugged her, liking the closeness of her body, and even dared kiss her temple when her face was so close near his. This gesture woke her up and she accidentally kissed him on the lips. All right, he admitted. Touched his lips. But instead of being a gentleman and ease her worries, he had insisted on it being a kiss. Moreover, he previously also did not even back away when their lips touched. He liked her flustered side that appeared because of him, because he felt like in that moment she saw him as a man instead of a king. He was still thinking with a hand on his chin, when Gabriel interrupted his thoughts. Solas, listen well to what I am about to teach you, and there will be no way that you will not be able to get the girl, he said again with a serious face. Gabriel cleared his voice and started to explain. He was about to share with Solas the art of being a shameless man. Generally, Solas would brush Gabriel off if he felt he was stupid, but now he found reason within his stupidity, so he kept silent, listening to his advices. Even Sky had his ears wide open. Oria had given up on trying to convince them otherwise. She just sat on the couch in silence, massaging her temples, but even then she still participated from time to time, the time when the adversaries got too exaggerated. Chapter 28. Oh, shameless man. Celia walked with slow steps until she reached the door of the dining room. Opening the door, the maid turned towards her and, with a smile, gestured with her hand for her to walk inside. Without even breathing or looking around the room, she entered reluctantly. She thought the maid would enter with her, but contrary to her expectations, she did not, and this only made her more anxious. How much longer will you stay by the door? The voice that made her heart jump out of her chest asked, as she was still not daring to approach the table and sit even after some time had passed. Hearing his familiar low male voice, she once again wanted to do what her instincts were screaming, so she turned towards the door to open it and run towards her room. But unfortunately, this time she only managed to put her hand on the doorknob, when another hand was on top of her own, stopping her from turning it. Where are you going? The table is the opposite way, he said with a gentle voice tickling her ear, as his face was right beside it. Really, he was kidding her. He was always touching her, but it seemed that his touching was even more forward than before. He took his hand away, but still stood near her. He was clearly waiting for her to sit down, so having no other choice and trying to not disrespect him further, she went towards the chair and sat, following behind. Solas also went to his seat. He had not yet begun eating as he had waited for her, as he did when they previously ate together. He selected different types of foods and put them on her plate, before also selecting some for his own. They ate in silence, and at first she barely tasted the food, only nibbling some. It was difficult as she felt like her heart was stuck in her throat, but it was better than not eating, she thought. With food in her mouth she would not have to speak, so she forced herself to eat even though she did not taste a thing. After the meal she wanted to retire to her room. She was about to speak of this, but he beat her to it and spoke first. Let's drink some tea, he said, and directly put the cup in front of her. She thought she could still retire early. She just had to gulp down the tea and quickly go. So now then, about the kiss, he started to say, just as she was about to take the first gulp, but stopped when Celia started coughing. Having choked with the tea, drink slowly. It's still hot. Why are you so clumsy? He sighed as he grabbed a napkin, handing it to her. She took the napkin and wiped her mouth. Really, this man, who exactly was at fault for causing her to choke? Are you all right? Solas asked her, worried. She only nodded, not wanting to speak. She was afraid she would stutter if she uttered even one word. She also did not dare lift her eyes to look up. Last night he had captured her gaze and she was afraid of it happening again. He verbally sighed a little louder than he generally would. You did not even want to look at me anymore, he gently asked. More like whispered. But of course she heard him. She was mostly recuperated, so her hearing was back to normal. Like it or not, she had to move her gaze up and look into his eyes. He was as expressionless as always, but she did not know how it was possible that she was still able to detect the small fluctuations of his mood. His ocean blue eyes were sad, and his handsome face looked clouded with worry. Tea, That's not it. She apologized. She felt guilty as he had been nothing but caring towards her, and it was indeed her fault. She had clung to him, and she was also the one who touched his lips. She had been confused when she woke up and thus did not remember that in fact he was the one who kissed her first. Then, what is it? After doing something like that to me, he sadly said. She felt her heart drop seeing the frowned and sad face. It was an accident. I am truly sorry. I did not mean any discourtesy toward your highness. If I can make up for my error somehow, she quickly said. She did not know of his personal life, as he had a tight security around him and nobody knew much of the king outside official visits and business. Perhaps he had many women, perhaps he had none. But even so, it was not like he would accept such a personal contact with anybody. He must have felt insulted. Please don't call it an accident. For a first kiss of a person to be called an accident, he said again with a dejected tone, but did not continue. It was like he had already gotten his point across. I am so sorry. It really was Anne. She wanted to say accident, but because of his pleading, she could not actually say it. To have committed the blame of taking the king's first kiss and then not acknowledging it. How would he think of her? At this point she did not even realize that their roles had reversed. Or that it was her first kiss also. I do not blame you. Yesterday I was only worried about you, seeing you stagger towards the roses. So I came to make sure you were all right. And when you fell asleep hugging me, I was concerned to move you. So I let you sleep. I did not expect for you to run away like that from me. If I offended you in any way, I am sorry, he said, looking at her. His face was one of pure honesty. No. It was my fault. If there is anything I can do to right my wrong, I will do it. I truly mean it. Celia quickly apologized. Well, there is something you can do. But never mind. I do not want to make you uncomfortable, he said briefly, dismissing the problem. No, your highness, please tell me. As long as it is within my abilities, I can do it, she affirmed with eagerness. She was accustomed to help others. She had done many things for her family until now without them deserving it. For his highness who had done so much for her, she could do it without question. Then for the winter ball that is on the 20th, could you accompany me as my partner? Solos asked immediately and, seeing her confused look, continued explaining. It is imperative for me to have a female partner, but unfortunately I do not have one. The problem is also that the board is for alphas and betas and their partners. As you are an alpha, you would be the perfect fit. Of course, if you do not want to participate, I will not blame you. Forget it. On second thought, it is too much. I should not have brought it up. I will go alone, Solos said, still expressionless. But she could see in his eyes that his pride would have to suffer. She was the kind of person, especially now after learning what her family did, that could not be pressured into doing something. But if you would not insist, then she would help you immediately. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will be your highness's partner. Leave it to me, Celia quickly offered, without a second thought. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you. Now that I have some work to do, we will discuss more later. Solos thanked, pleased, and, without even drinking his tea, briskly left. His sad attitude changed immediately, brightening up at her response. Moreover, he was previously sitting relaxed, like he was not busy at all, but now he quickly left. It felt a little suspicious to her, how he changed from one moment to another, and also the fact that he left suddenly. It felt like he was leaving so she would not change her mind. She brushed the thoughts away. There was no reason for his highness to do that, and at least now it would not be awkward to see him again. Actually, it was better that they discussed the previous day's situation, and perhaps deep down, a tingling feeling rubbed a corner of her heart, knowing that the king had been her first kiss and she had been his. The following day she ate breakfast and lunch alone in her room, as his highness was once again absent from the palace. So her time passed peacefully until the afternoon. She was reading books, trying to catch up on her studies. when four maids interrupted her learning time. Because the ball was only a few days away, they were instructed to help with her outfit and accessories. The maids brought with them dresses in all kind of different styles, and even though she tried to tell them she was satisfied to how the first dress she tried on looked, they did not want to hear it, forcing her to try on every single dress. Only after she tried all the gowns, they would settle on the one that looked best. "This is the one. It looks absolutely stunning and it matches your body," exclaimed one of the maids. When Celia tried on the last dress, in reality they had arranged the dresses in the order from the least beautiful to the best, so naturally the last one she tried on was the most suitable one. The other maids were quick to agree, and even Celia knew the last one was the one most fitted for her. She was the one who had done all her dresses in the past and could see that, even though each dress was made from the finest materials, the last one was the most beautiful. "I cannot wait to see Miss Celia and His Highness side by side. They will make such a beautiful pairing," enthusiastically noted one of the maids. Imagining the picture of the two of them made her eyes sparkle. "That's right, I can hardly wait. His Highness has never brought a partner to the winter ball. How lovely the two of them will look," agreed another one. "Yes, they will look stunning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It would have been better His Highness to inform us earlier. We only have prayer-made dresses. We could have dressed Miss Celia in a custom one. I had no idea he would bring a partner with him this year. I thought His Highness would go again alone to the ball like the previous years." Another maid affirmed, slightly dissatisfied at the lack of time. "His Highness went alone to the ball the previous years?" Celia asked, curious, only now paying attention to the conversation between the maids. "Yes, Miss Celia. His Highness has never brought a female partner. You are the first one," assured the maids immediately. Perhaps they were afraid she would be sad if she thought the king was used to having a female partner each year. "But isn't it imperative to have a female partner?" Celia inquired again, slightly confused. "Miss Celia, of course it is not necessary to bring a female partner. The only ones obligated to attend are the alphas of the packs. Their companions and the betas are an optional presence. If there are some who do not come, there is no problem," explained one maid who was still arranging her hair, checking which style best suited the dress. "And even if it was mandatory, who would dare to say something to the king? So many years he has went alone and nobody said anything about it. The alphas can barely breathe in His Highness's presence, much less gossip about him," added another maid, with the other three approving. Hearing their words, Celia was even more confused than when she started to ask the maids. Even when they left, she was in deep thoughts. If it was not mandatory to bring a partner, why did His Highness make it seem like it would be a problem? Thinking some more, His Highness was the first-ranked werewolf and in fact was the strongest of all werewolves. His words were the law, so why would he care about anyone saying anything? Why did he make it seem like his pride would be tattered? She thought some more from the beginning of yesterday's conversation to the end, realizing that the maids' words actually cleared her suspicions of when he briskly left, after getting her to agree to be his partner. Clearing her thoughts now, as she was not under the pressure of explaining about the kiss. Touch. It was a touch. The entire conversation had been steered in the direction of her being his partner to the ball. Did His Highness trick her into feeling guilty so she would not refuse his request? Indeed, if he had not confused her, or if there was a situation, she would not have agreed to be the king's partner. Such unwanted attention was not something she wished for. She could not believe it. All her life until this moment she had respected the king of the werewolves. She had studied about him and admired his strength, his relentlessness in pursuing for the causes of the werewolf race, his fairness and his honesty. She had looked up to him. She had considered him the ideal of a person she wished to become. She would have never thought she would come to consider his relentlessness as brazenness. And most importantly, she would have never, absolutely never, thought that she would end up thinking of the king of all werewolves as a shameless man. Chapter 29. You are the reason it was already the day before the ball. In Enthusiasm, she had met His Highness several times for the meals, but she did not dare ask him why he lied. Anyway, regardless of his reasons, she had already agreed to accompany him, so she would just participate in the ball and then ask His Highness to permit her to return to the academy. She was behind in her studies, not to mention she was already healed, so there were no more reasons for her to stay. She felt like if she stayed longer she was bound to misunderstand his actions. She already had a mate. There would not be another, but the proximity to the king and his close distance each time she was near confused her. But how to inform the king and actually return to the academy was something for later. Now she had a huge hurdle to pass. In her life she had been to balls. Her mother had forced her to, but she still had a problem. She had never danced. Mentioning this fact to the maids when they asked her had set them with a goal to accomplish. They promised her that even if there was only a day left, she would at least learn to waltz. She had not asked them for the lessons. She even said that there was no need for her to dance, but they did not want to hear her. And in front of their eagerness and friendliness towards her, it was difficult for her to make them stop. So now here she was in a room within the royal palace waiting for the dancing instructor. She was dressed in a wavy peach maxi dress and high heels, with her long hair put up in a ponytail. They told her it would be easier for her to learn how to dance in a dress, so she would not have any problems the following day in her ballroom gown. She was only waiting for a quarter of an hour, when she heard movements at the door and immediately rose up to greet her teacher. "Are you ready for the lesson?" the king asked with a hoarse, elegant voice. "Your Highness," Celia stated, surprised. Why would the king come and ask if she was ready? "Yes. I will be teaching you how to dance." Reading her mind. "There is no need to. You are busy. How could I ask of you to teach me?" She tried to refuse. "I am not busy today. I already have a clear schedule for the ball. Might as well fill it with a dance lesson," he calmly answered with a normal tone, but his face seemed bright and happy. She still wanted to refuse. The proximity of their bodies would suffocate her. Moreover, by being so close, she was afraid of her heart exploding. Still, he did not leave her a choice as he gently held her hand and guided her to the center of the room, but not before placing his phone on the chair she was previously sitting on. The phone was opened on YouTube with the song already playing. Reaching the center of the room, he took her right hand and placed it in his left palm, then slowly placed his right hand on her waist, with both hands touching her. She felt electric shocks all around her body, but she could not give any sort of indication when he was staring intently into her eyes. She was a tall girl if compared to normal standards, but now next to Salas she looked petite. He explained a bit the movements, then slowly started to move her on the rhythm of the song. In such close proximity to the king, enveloped in his touch and smell, she was already feeling giddy, but with the romantic song in the background, the atmosphere felt even more ambiguous. She kept looking down, trying to not make any mistakes, and hurt his feet, but perhaps he felt she was trying to look away for another reason. "Is something wrong? Am I dancing too fast?" he asked, worried. "No, of course not," she quickly denied. He was holding her tenderly and trying to match her movements, so how could he be dancing fast? But he inquired again, approaching her face. Seeing him even closer, she tried to redirect his attention. "It is nothing. I was only confused to why Your Highness chose this song. I did not think it is a particular song for waltzing." Praising herself inside for finding a proper reason, she did not know she would come to regret asking him this, and she would regret just moments later. "It is because this song suits you," he stated honestly, slightly moving her around in slow steps. "How does this song suit me?" she asked, confused, but also a little interested. "There goes my heart beating. You are the reason I'm losing my sleep," he gently whispered near her ear. Her face flushed hearing his voice so close, and his words stunned her so much that she stopped dancing altogether. What?" she finally managed to say. When she had stopped dancing, he had stopped with her, but he still had not let go of her hands. "It fits perfectly for you. You seem like the kind of woman a man would lose sleep thinking about," he said with a small smile on his lips and eyes sparkling. She was still confused. not to mention shy and with a bright red face. Her lips were trying to form words, but could not, and seeing the smile on the usually solemn face did not make her concentration any better. The song is called You Are the Reason by Callum Scott. Not teasing her more. Hearing his words, she finally listened to the background song. Paying attention, she only now understood that the words he previously said had been the lyrics of the song. She felt flustered for overly reacting like she did, even stopping her steps. But she was still feeling even more embarrassed that he considered her capable of causing a man to lose his sleep. She was not that beautiful. She had never been sought out by guys all throughout her life. She did not have such charm that could make guys fall in love, much less keep them up at night, thinking about her. Please do not tease me anymore, Your Highness. She finally managed to plead quietly. She felt that since she woke up after the attack, he had kept toying with her, whether through actions or words. I have never joked with you, Sia. Not even once, Solas affirmed with an honest face. In that moment, she felt like he was saying that he too would lose sleep thinking of her, so she dared not take this conversation further. Fortunately, he stopped talking and only slowly made her dance again. For the rest of the lesson, Solas properly taught her to dance, not teasing her more. Perhaps he sensed that she was already nervous as it was, without him doing anything. If he had said more, it was likely she would leave earlier. The day of the ball started with an early wake-up call from the maids. They came prepared to keep her occupied the entire day, getting her ready. Even breakfast and lunch were brought to her room to save time. The king was also caught up in preparations and would not eat with her. Night came faster with the girls around her. Normally, when they were in the presence of the king, they were quiet and only answered if they were asked something. But now, even though she resembled him in personality, as she was also a quiet and expressionless person, the girls kept on laughing and talking. She did not mind, as they brightened up her day and relieved some of the nervousness she was feeling. She had quickly agreed to be the partner of the king, but only now realized what it would entitle. All the council members, all the alphas and betas, every guest would have their eyes on her, if only for the fact that she would enter with His Highness. She had never had that much attention on her, as she was what one would call a wallflower. Each time she participated in a ball before. Still, regretting or not, she had agreed, and now here she was walking down the stairs to meet His Highness. Perhaps he sensed her, so he turned around. Looking up, she was nervous to how he would see her, if she was presentable enough to be his partner. Her long hair had been styled in big loose curls, cascading on her back, with only a small flowery hairpin keeping in place several strands of hair. And even though the maids had insisted, only a simple natural makeup was applied on her face. She hoped that the makeup, her hairstyling and natural colored dress would blend her in the background as much as possible, as her presence at the king's side was already enough. The dress the maids had chosen did not look too flashy. It was quite pleasing to the eyes, but even then, she still worried that she was not beautiful enough for it. The off-shoulder dress was champagne-colored with small embroidered flowers all around it. On top of the opaque material, grey tulle and lace were overlapped so the color was toned down, making the overall aspect of the dress not too sharp. As she did not like to stand out too much, the color was perfect, but it still felt like it was made for a princess. It wrapped around tight the upper part of the abdomen, before it fell on the floor in waves. Reaching the last step, she slowly approached him, conscious of how she looked. She did not dare meet his eyes, as she felt him looking at her before she even descended. Fortunately, the tall man in front of her, dressed in a black suit with a grey handkerchief in his breast pocket, did not say anything. He only offered his hand, which she hesitantly took. Even though the ball was in the compound of the palace, they still had to exit the building they resided in and drive towards the avenue where the ball took place. She heard from the maids that the ballroom was a little farther than where they were currently living, because this were the private quarters of His Majesty, so this building was located deep within the palace ground, far away from prying eyes. This was also the reason why there were only a few maids, as the king liked his privacy. She previously thought that the maids she saw inside the personal quarters were a lot, but she had been wrong. When she reached the ballroom, standing in front of the door, welcoming them, several dozen persons were waiting with their heads already bowed. He alighted the car first and permitted them to raise their heads, then turned towards her with his hand holding her own, helping her alight as well. She took a heavy breath while holding his arm, preparing herself for the hundreds of gazes that would come from the guests. It was already more than 6 months ago. The last time she saw her family as a real loving one. It was the time before she left her home for the Watcher test. And it was more than 5 months ago when she returned home, surprising them with the fact that she had passed the test. It left them shocked at the time, because nobody had expected her to pass. How could Celia have the ability to become one of the Watchers of the Packs, one of the few people directly under the command of His Highness, the King of all werewolves? Encouraging her to take the test by her mother had only been an easier way to get her away from the pack, so her younger sister could steal her mate. They had thought that, considering the time it took for the training and the test itself, she would be away from the pack for 6 months. In this time her sister would have already become the Luna in her place, so she could do nothing about it. But fate helped her to see the real face of her loved ones. The period of time had been shortened by the academy. It went down from 6 months to just 1 month for the test to take place. So when she came back, it was just in time for the lunar ceremony of her sister. She left her pack territory then, thinking she would never return to her home and would never see her family again. She did not mind so much the mate she lost, because her family's actions had hurt her more. But now 6 months or more later, what it would have been the time she would have returned home, if the timing for the testing had not been changed. Here she was holding the arm of the Werewolf King, the most powerful of werewolves. She was waiting with him for the massive doors of the ballroom to open and for the doorman to announce their presence. She was moments away of seeing the parrot she had thought she would never see again. Chapter 30. His Highness's date in the afternoon. The day of the ball. Mom, I am so excited to participate in tonight's ball. What do you think of the dress I bought? Is it glamorous enough? Asked Brianna, looking satisfied and happy, as she was checking out her dress. You girl, you are already 6 months pregnant. Why did you buy a mini dress with that big of a cleavage? Not to mention the red bright cut. And what if you trip with those high heels? Asked her mother. She had thought to accompany her daughter when she searched for a dress, but the latter had already said she bought one alone. If she knew there was the dress Brianna bought, she would have stopped her from wearing it. But now there was no time to buy another one. Really, it was easier before. When Celia was making her dresses, she always took notice of what fitted Brianna and the occasion it was for. But now her youngest daughter, so what if I am 6 months pregnant? I still have to look my best, don't I? I am the Luna of the New Moon Pack. People might say we are not powerful and influential enough if I dressed too shabby. Brianna answered arrogantly, not even looking at her mother. We also informed your sister to come and reject Trey and properly. If you show up all up like that, do you think she will still take pity on you? Her mother asked, trying to reason with her more. Brianna snorted hearing her mother, as if she cared about what her sister would think. She was some months away from giving birth to Ray-Ann's heir. She had checked and the pup was a boy. Her position was already solid enough. Like it or not, her sister should reject Ray and get it done with. Her sister was the third person in her and Ray-Ann's relationship. She had met him first. She failed to consider the fact that Celia was the true mate and, in the werewolf society, the mate was always the right partner and the first choice for another wolf, especially for an alpha, who would become more powerful by mating and marking his rightful mate. Mom, she said she didn't want him then. She left just like that. How can she do something about it now? Brianna asked upset. Even if she does not want Ray-Ann. Your father told her you were in the hospital in critical condition, and now several days later, here you are attending the ball dressed up. What if she suspects that we only tried to trick her into letting go of Ray-Ann? Her mother asked. We will be meeting the king tonight. I've heard His Highness is quite a handsome man. Shouldn't I look my best? Who knows? Perhaps I can even warm up to him and he may just help me get rid of the bond between Celia and Rayanne. If His Highness uses his alpha voice on her, she would have no choice but to say the rejection words. Even without her willingness, Brianna stated, like what she said was the righteous thing in the world. Brianna, His Highness meets so many werewolves each year. Do you think he would take notice of every member of every pack? Even if we are talking about alphas, there are some who have never spoken to him. In all the years I've went to the ball, I have never gotten even in a few feet away from him, much less speak with him. Her mother reasoned, trying to suppress the childish dreams of her daughter. You never know, Mom. Perhaps he might just talk with me, and even if he doesn't, I still will not talk to Celia. She has to let go of Ray, and no matter what. How can the aunt's baby become his stepmother? She will have to let go, one way or another. It is not my problem how. Brianna said, getting angrier. Her mother, Diane, did not argue with her longer. She tried many times to reason with Brianna, to make her call her sister and end their differences, but she never succeeded. Although Diane explained to her daughter that Celia could harm them if she wanted to, by using her position. Unfortunately, Brianna not only did not listen to her, she had even scolded her by using her position as Luna, making her submit. So the relationship between them was strained each time Diane mentioned Celia to her youngest daughter, and she did not want to make the situation worse. In the end, her mother gave up trying to argue further, or even talk with Brianna. She was more preoccupied thinking of how to talk with Celia and mend a little her own relationship with her eldest daughter. She was Celia's mother, the only one she had. Her daughter had listened to her always. If she talked a little more with her, she should be easier to convince than Brianna. She had let her cool off for this period of time, so by now Celia should want to talk with her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was for the better. The opportunity she gave Celia, the chance to become a watcher, was even better than becoming a Luna of a pack. The Luna always had to listen to her alpha, but a watcher would make even an alpha submit. A couple of feet down the hallway, from where Brianna and her mother were in, Rayanne was pacing up and down in another room. Will you stop moving about? You will give me a headache. Rayanne's mother. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, said displeased. Why aren't you going to your own room? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Also inquired, and sit with the mother and daughter while they are getting ready. Why should I stay with those two, when only seeing their faces and it makes me want to puke? Rayanne stated sarcastically, with nothing but venom spouting from his mouth. He was forced to accept that woman and make her Luna, even though she had pretended to be an innocent girl and his rightful mate. Nowadays, having accomplished her goal, she revealed more of her true face. Her words, her personality, her shyness, even her clothing had turned to 180 degrees. She only knew how to spend money and ask for this and that. In the end, just so he did not have to see her often, he had given her a credit card and tried to stay far away from her. But more and more, she was getting even more insufferable. Having accomplished her materialistic desires, she now wanted him as well. She kept purring near him like a cat, enticing him. Did she really think that after seeing the real her, he still stood a chance? He was only waiting for her to give birth. By right, the alpha's children would always remain in the pack, especially a boy. The second Brianna gave birth, she would be gone from his life, one way or another. Rayanne, she is your Luna, whether you like it or not. You are the one who chose her. Now own up to it. She's the future mother of your children. His father sternly scolded him. Richard was already upset because of his son. He had failed to recognize his own Luna, even though he should have found her at the summer ball before Celia left the pack. Now there was no more point regretting. Also Celia had said that Rayanne should marry her sister. This coupled with the fact that everyone knew she was the would-be Luna, had made him force his son complete the lunar ceremony. Not children, only one child. As if I would ever have another child with her, Rayan said, disgusted at the mere thought of spending another night with Brianna. Just you watch, father. Once the ball is over, I will go to the academy and talk to Celia. I will convince her to come back with me. She must have suffered these past few months being away from me. Once I reason with her, she will come back with me. Only then I will have my rightful Luna, Rayan continued saying, with hope clear in his eyes. The night of the ball, Rayan, you have to hold her hand. Richard ordered his son. Why should I? Rayan asked, visibly upset. Because every couple that enters the ballroom does so. It is one of the many royal protocols I have asked you to take notice of and read. Don't tell me you did not read the protocol manual. What if you disrespect His Highness in some way? Richard whispered to his son, but his voice, although not loud, was authoritative. I read it. I read it. Don't worry, father, I know how to act in the king's presence. Rayan assured his father, dismissive of the matter. The fact that you called His Highness the king in a place where everyone could listen makes me doubt you. Richard immediately scolded. After repeated scolding and reminding from his father, Rayan finally reluctantly held Brianna's hand, who was by now grinding her teeth, and it was only the beginning of the evening. Finally, at 8 p.m., as the guests arrived, murmur could be heard from the hallway. It signified the arrival of the king, so everyone that was still in the hallways quickly entered the giant ballroom. I can hardly wait to see His Highness, Brianna exclaimed, enthusiastic. Rayan said nothing in response to her affirmation, only irritated rolled his eyes and looked disgusted towards her. All who were seated, rise on your feet. The doorman's voice boomed in the large ballroom, but even without him raising his voice, the high-ranking wolves in the room would have heard him nonetheless. There was no need for him to say it again. In the next moment, all were standing and looking at the door. As always, the king was last to appear, so everyone that should have come was already in the ballroom. Two doormen opened, each one a side of the double door, revealing the king and his partner, as well as the closest associates of the king, his beta Micah, Gamma, Joshua, Gabriel, along with their partners, followed behind the first-rank werewolf, Solace Christian Wolf and Nissia Blair, the alpha of this year's Generation Watcher pack, are in attendance. Almost everyone in the room deeply bowed their heads, but there was still a general small murmur. His Highness had never brought a partner to the ball. The only two people who had not reacted and bowed were Rayan and Brianna, as both of them froze at the mention of Celia's name. Fortunately for them, they were far behind in the ballroom, having their table located with other smaller packs. Rayan looked starstruck. Celia seemed even more beautiful than the last time he saw her. Under the twinkling light of the chandeliers, her manner, her beauty as in her overall appearance was nothing but elegant. There was longing and love at his eyes, but also confusion. Why would Celia appear at the arm of the werewolf king? The way the king held her arm as he entered showed care towards her. He walked slowly to accommodate her long dress, and his gaze never left her. You would recognize that gaze anywhere. It was the gaze of a man in love. If it was not for the fact that the opponent was the king, he would have already ripped his head off. He could not go and fight for his mate, but a low small growl still rumbled in his throat. At the same time, Brianna had only briefly looked towards Celia, before turning her eyes to the most handsome man she had ever seen. His Highness was the embodiment of the ideal man. Moving her gaze between the two of them, she kept her fingers clenched in her palms, with blood threatening to come out because of the force. She already had Celia's mate. She was finally supposed to surpass her, even though Celia was a watcher and had a higher ranking in society. In terms of romance at least, she was supposed to be the winner. She had Celia's mate, an alpha of the pack, but the latter now appeared at the arm of the werewolf king. Her eyes were filled with hate, but she was still convinced that Celia had such an honor only because she was part of the Watcher students, the first Watcher female. Don't be nervous. I am here with you. Solos encouraged Sia with a small voice, feeling a slight tremble on his arm. She was nervous when she heard the announcement before walking inside the ballroom. Feeling a bit more at ease because of his thoughtfulness, she inhaled a deep breath and nodded. "You can all raise your heads," Solas ordered with a stern voice. Only then, the numerous alphas, betas, nunes, council members and other invited guests dared to look up to see his partner. Some looked only a little to satisfy their curiosity, while others stared more intently. But there was not a single person who did not at least steal a glance. "Please enjoy yourselves this evening and be at ease. Although tomorrow we will talk serious matters, tonight we are only a large extended family," Solas continued as a greeting to all of them, before heading to his own table. As the king, his table was the one in front of the room. At the same table also sat his most closest associates. As such, at a table, the ones who followed behind Solas when he entered, also sat plus the head councilman and the second-in-command council member. The next ones were occupied by the other council members. Then followed tables of members of other packs, with the closest to the king's table being the most powerful of werewolves and members of the strongest packs, getting further away from the king's tables at the weaker alphas and members of the weaker packs. As a true gentleman, he pulled Sia's seat and helped her get comfortable, and only after pulled his own seat and sat. "Your Highness, it has been some time since we last saw each other," the head councilman affirmed with a small smirk on his face. "Has it? I do not think it has been that long, Emery," answers nonchalant Solas. "It has indeed, Your Highness. In fact, I had some urgent matters to discuss with you, but did not manage to find you at all. Even when I came to the palace, I was obstructed to come to your personal quarters. Not to mention I have not even been able to get in touch with you on the phone. Did the guards not at least mention my visit?" The councilman continued with his questions, unfazed by Solas's lack of interest. "Really, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Solas asked like he was surprised, but his voice was actually monotone. "I was not aware you had tried to visit me. I was under the impression you were just touring the palace, since the guards informed me you were accompanied. And you know my personal quarters are not available to the public for sightseeing. Next time call in advance if you are coming to visit," Solas replied calmly, with the same expressionless face. The head councilman was baffled. He tried to prick Solas, but there was no chance to do so. Not only that, he had even called the attempt to introduce Yvonne to him as a sightseeing tour. The lady was right next to him at the moment. What if she felt disrespected? The councilman peeked to the blonde blue-eyed beauty that was sitting at his right, but no evident emotion could be seen on her face, other than pure interest towards the king. She was even slightly smiling. Since Solas had said, she had followed every step and move he made. She did not even bat an eyelash or turned a gaze towards Sia, a bit relieved that the lady was still hopeful. The councilman looked towards Solas again. "Well, never mind, Your Highness. It was my fault. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I would like to introduce to you Miss Yvonne Riemann. This lovely single lady just flew from England to be here tonight. She is one of the highest-ranking female werewolves at the moment," explained the councilman quickly. He was afraid that Solas would interrupt him. He was also afraid of Solas saying something wrong to the lady. That was why he had said just how powerful she was. Solas respected a powerful werewolf, so by informing him, he would have a little more restraint in his choice of words. "It is nice to see you again, Your Highness. I have not met Your Highness since," a sweet voice started saying. "Is that so? Congratulations, Emery," Solas interrupted, not letting Yvonne finish her greeting. He never even looked in the beautiful woman's direction. He was more interested in the person that sat at his left side. Seeing her with her palms under the table, a little fidgeting because of the constant stares, his heart ached. Perhaps she tried to look at ease, so she took a glass of wine and was about to drink from it. What are you congratulating me for, your highness? The councilman asked with a frown. He was upset that Solar still behaved unbothered towards the lady, even though he had told him just how powerful she was. But he would not dare scold the king, especially not in front of so many people. Well, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For your new love, at your age to manage to charm the young lady. It is quite an accomplishment, Solar stated relaxed, and at the same time took Celia's glass from her hand before it reached her mouth. What are you saying, your highness? She is not my lover, quickly affirmed the councilman. What was the king thinking? Normally he would not be so sharp with his words in an official setting. Even though it was not the first time he had introduced ladies to him, he had never reacted like this. He would just listen a bit and find a reason to dismiss them. Wine is not good for you. You have barely healed. Here, drink some strawberry juice, Solar gently said to Celia with a changed tone, as he set the glass of wine on the table and replaced it with a juice-filled one. She only nodded. She felt like she had unintentionally stepped in the conversation between the two men. Receiving the glass, she drank a few sips. The juice was quite sweet and yummy. She liked it a lot, as it was made from her favorite fruits. Oh, she is not your lover. But at this table, other than us that are working together, only our dates for this evening are allowed to sit. If she is not your date, then why is she sitting with us? Asked Solas, returning to his stern voice. Hearing his words, and especially the word that Celia started to cough. Having choked with her juice, Solas immediately took notice of her and grabbed a napkin from the table, and with the same warm tone he had used the other day when she had choked, gently scolded. Drink slowly. No one will steal it from you. She again nodded and, taking the napkin from his hand, gently patted her lips to not smear the lipstick. Oh, is because she is the granddaughter of Councilman Marikand, I thought, the councilman said. He was upset by the words Sars was using to toy with him, but at the same time his heart was jumping for joy, seeing his attentiveness towards a woman, even if it was not the woman he was trying to introduce. He was thrilled. Well then, if she is Marikand's granddaughter, why is she not sitting at his table? Her memory, Solas asked, finally turning his gaze to look at the elder. The councilman was trying to find his words, when Yvonne took the lady in, answering Solas. At the glamorous ball, my family turned out to be my greatest enemies. My sister publicly exposed me, trying to use me as her substitute, even forcing me into a life or death battle. Chapter 31. Battle Royale. I am sorry, Your Highness. Please do not be mad at Councilman Reynolds. It was my selfishness to be here tonight. But please believe me, I did not mean any disrespect. I can leave at this moment if you wish for me to do so. Yvonne quickly apologized, her blue eyes filled with worry. To show her sincerity, she was even about to rise on her feet and truly leave, it seemed. Normally, seeing such a beautiful lady flustered because of him, any man would react and tell the lady not to leave. Normally, but unfortunately Solas was not any man. He was not gentle at all with women. Celia had expected him to help the lady and prevent her from leaving, but he did not say anything, even though he had been nothing but courteous to her so far. To Lady Yvonne he had not spared a single glance. It made a seed of doubt sprout in her mind about his intentions to her. Lady Yvonne, there is no need for you to leave. If I say you are my date tonight. Right, Your Highness, intervened Councilman Reynolds. He was satisfied that Solas was finally showing interest in someone, but he still had to make sure that the king truly liked Celia and had romantic intentions towards her. As such, he could not let go just yet of Lady Yvonne. The lady had done nothing wrong so far and she should be given a chance to. She was also the prime candidate he had chosen from many others, and an heir born from her would be as strong as one born from Celia. So he prevented her from leaving. Not to mention, She could be used to test Celia's feelings towards the king. The feelings of Lady Yvonne could be seen clearly, but Celia's face was unfortunately as expressionless as the king's. Solus showed some indication through his actions somewhat, but he could not tell from her so far. Solus did not say anything about what Councilman Reynolds said, so Lady Yvonne ended up remaining at the same table as them. For the first part of the night, Celia had greeted and was introduced to many strong alphas. By being at the king's table, she was also included in conversation each time someone came to greet the king. Her position as an alpha of a pack of watchers made the alphas respectful towards her. She would be one who, one day, could possibly pay a visit to their pack by establishing some friendly relations now. If there were some problems and investigations later, perhaps she could lighten their sentences or at least judge fairly. She was also respected because she came arm in arm with the king, and the king was known to respect strength. Although some might have suspected a deeper connection between the two, most were in fact sure she came as partner because she was the first female watcher. It was not that they thought she did not suit him. Quite the contrary. Most alpha and lunar pairs at the ball thought they were a perfect match. They made a beautiful picture together. The problem was the king. He was already 100 years old and he had never had a lover before. Perhaps they were accustomed to him being by himself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I believe your parents should also be here tonight. Do you want to go meet them? Solus asked near her ear. When there was a moment of peace, she flinched at the mention of her parents. She knew she had to meet them, but she did not want to see them yet. She had thought she would go briefly to their dormitory, but only to reject Ray and quickly leave. Thankfully, she did not see them for the first part of the night, because for one they were seated at quite a distance away. For two, by using her werewolf sight she could spot them if she tried to, but she did not want to. Meeting them in the presence of the king meant that she had to act civilized to them and actually treat them as her parents. She was not one to wash dirty laundry in public, so she would have to act courteous towards them. By doing this, would they take advantage of her again? Would they use her to get closer to His Highness? Before she would have said no. But now she knew better. Fortunately, it seemed they still had the decency to at least respect the king. They had attended previous balls before and knew of the royal protocols. One of the protocols being that they could not come to the king's table uninvited. Only strong alphas that had been leading packs for a long time and had a previous connection to the king could come near the table without the king giving them express permission to do so. Her parents were betas, so they had even less right to come. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was another matter. If they claimed they came to meet their daughter. No, I do not want to meet them right now, Your Highness. Thank you for asking. I will do so in a private setting later on. Celia replied grateful. Solus nodded and did not insist on it. He did not know how the relationship between Celia and her family was, but he could see in her eyes that she truly did not wish to meet her parents. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you change your mind, let me know, Solus briefly said, then resumed talking with another alpha. It had not been long after his question when an uninvited person that did not seem to know of the royal protocols still came. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A high cutesy voice called from a distance, making Celia frown. She should have known that. Although her parents were still mindful of the place, there was someone who was not. She looked towards the direction of the voice to answer. She knew that even if she had ignored Brianna, the latter would still come towards the table. And just as she expected, she did not even answer, when her younger sister was already close. She also made it seem like only now she had spotted Zia and thus came near, conveniently forgetting the protocols. I am sorry. Please forgive me for intruding. I was so happy to see my sister that I forgot time and place this was. Your Highness, I am Brianna Blair, the Luna of New Moon Pack and the younger sister of Celia. With red cheeks, seemingly flustered, Brianna quickly greeted politely. Even Celia would have been proud of the wonderful greeting her little sister gave, if she had not known what Brianna was capable of. But now, Celia could only see a woman, not a little girl that was growing up. No, a woman who knew exactly what she wanted. In a few words, she managed to introduce herself to the king innocently and coincidentally, to inform everyone around that she was a watcher's sister and at the same time that she, Brianna, was also the Luna of a pack. Salas looked towards Celia and then to the person in front of their table. The petite blonde person had her body bent in a reverence. He did not say a word to her and only gestured for her to rise. Brianna did not wait a moment longer, having gained permission and, proud of herself, approached even more the table. She waited for a few seconds, thinking that His Highness would speak to her, but he did not say a word, nor did anyone else at the table. For that matter, Celia even less, thought to say something. She was thinking that if Brianna had the audacity to play a game of sisterly love, then she should play it by herself. Having all the eyes of the high-ranking wolves on her, she felt intimidated and quickly spoke again. Sister, I have missed you dearly. I did not know you would participate at this ball. Were you trying to surprise me? I was truly surprised. Really, you have not called home in so many months. We were so very worried about you. Since you came to the academy until now, why haven't you contacted us? Brianna stopped for half a second, like she was joking because she was feeling over-emotional. Then she continued, I know that all that mattered to you always was to fulfill your dreams, even leaving before my lunar ceremony. But you should still contact us sometimes in your free time. Brianna stated aggrieved, with eyes filled with tears that were threatening to fall. Just like always, Brianna was determined to gain the upper hand. If she posed herself as a victim first, then no matter what Celia said, it would only seem tacky. It would make everyone around her think that she was trying to make excuses. Brianna was also trying to let everyone know that her sister was not at all the kind of person she appeared to be, having kept her participation a secret from her family. Celia was still listening expressionless, but, inside her mind, she thought that in the time she did not see Brianna, it seemed her acting rose up a notch. Well, either way, she did not mind or get upset because of Brianna's ramblings. Celia slightly coldly smiled with no affection on her face and was about to answer her sister. But Gabriel cut her words and spoke first. Were you very worried about your sister? He asked, surprised. He was her teacher and was, along with her pack members, present every day at the academy with Celia. He had never seen her receive any phone calls from her overly worried family. One could say that, because Gabriel was with the students most of the times during classes, he did not know if she received phone calls during breaks. But Celia had been hurt and was in a coma for many days. If he included the exercise time in the count, then her family had not called her for more than 3 weeks. If one was truly worried about a person, then he or she would call first. He had also heard a bit from Jake, when he pondered on whether to let her family know of the injuries, that Celia had a strained relationship with her family. Jake had not said it in so many words. Celia had not said anything bad about her family, but something was strange for sure. Jake told him that she had ended her vacation on the same day she went home, even though she was previously very enthusiastic about returning to her pack territory. So one could draw their conclusion from that. And if those 2 reasons were not sufficient, then the reason Gabriel gave Brianna next was sufficient enough, as he continued speaking, not letting her answer the first question. Since the time she left home and until now, did your worry for your sister lessen or heightened in particular? Gabriel asked cryptically. Brianna frowned at the unknown man's intervention, but she knew that at the king's table there were only important officials and so could not ask him why he intervened. She could only carry on her act. Of course we were worried every day we did not hear from her. How could we worry more on a particular day or worry less? We are her family. Since the moment she left her home we were worried. It is just that we did not know when we could contact her, so we asked her to call us whenever she could, but she never did. Still, she must be learning a lot at the academy, so we cannot blame her," Brianna replied, smiling. She figured that was what the man was trying to reason with her, the fact that they did not call themselves, so she said it first. "Really now? Quite commendable of you to be so understanding," Gabriel said, also smiling like her. Still, one would think that, as a Luna and a high-ranking werewolf, you must have felt the bond with your older sister slightly disturbed when the latter was attacked and hospitalized. So knowing for certain that in that period of time she would not be studying, and Celia could manage to answer your calls, as there was no need to worry about disturbing her classes, considering she was not participating in any. You still waited patiently for her to contact you on her own. I mean, she could call in her unconscious state if she tried a bit more after all. You are a real loving sister. Truly, quite commendable of you, Gabriel said sarcastically, still smiling. Maria sighed at her mate's intervention. The man could not sit still when dealing with sneaky-to-faced people. Well, he really had a point, so she really applauded him inside her mind. As for the others at the table, of course they would not dare comment in the presence of the king. Brianna froze, not knowing what to reply. Her sister was hurt, but they, as her family, did not feel it. The bond had been weakened between them because of what happened at the lunar ceremony, so none of them felt it when she was attacked. The only one who was still close to Celia, Daniel, had not shifted yet, so could not feel the bond. Her answer of worrying equally each day was a wrong step. She should not have said that. At this time, Salas did not speak at all, and Celia was still looking expressionless as always, like the discussion was not about her. Feeling suffocated on what to say next, Brianna felt agitated, and it made her belly hurt a bit. This helped her clear her mind. "My sister was hurt?" she asked worriedly, placing a hand on her protruding belly. She also bent a little to show she was in pain. Celia sighed. She did not know if her sister was truly hurting or not, but it was never her intention to hurt a child. She closed her eyes and opened them again, and finally spoke. "Your Highness, my sister is not feeling well. Can I go and help her to the bathroom and check up on her?" Celia asked Solas respectfully. "Yes, of course. Go and look after her," Solas said gently to her. But no worry on his face about the other person could be seen. He had not looked in Brianna's direction since he permitted her to raise her head. Having said this, he quickly rose on his feet and pulled her chair away to help her up. Celia thanked him and excused herself from the table, walking in her sister's direction. She lightly took her hand and really walked her to the bathroom. They did not say a word as they walked. Celia was too disgusted with Brianna to actually talk to her, so after arriving at the bathroom, she only instructed a passing maid to inform Diane to come and help Brianna, then quickly left. Brianna also did not say a word. She did not even look behind her when Celia walked away. She was frustrated that nothing went as she had envisioned. It seemed that she would have to use the other method. Opening the door of the ballroom, Celia came face to face with Yvonne. She apologized and slightly bowed, making way for the latter and giving her priority to pass through the door. Yvonne passed and did not even say a word of thank you, walking confidently ahead. Celia was not one to mind such things, so she did not bother and was about to go inside the ballroom. "Do you know of the event called Battle Royale, Miss Alpha?" asked Yvonne, with a high, screechy voice. It was a voice totally different from when she spoke to His Highness. It was a type of voice Celia recognized hearing once before, some moments ago. Indeed, her sister had the same change in the tonality of her voice. She changed so fast from sweet to bitter in a matter of moments, depending on who she was speaking to, or depending on whether she needed something or not. It was a character trait she had found cute when her sister used it when she was young, but nowadays it annoyed her quite a lot, as it made her seem like she was a person one could easily mock. "Yes, I do," Celia replied, as she turned around looking at Yvonne. The unwavering look from Celia's eyes and the tinny street bit of aura she sensed from her made Yvonne flinch a bit, although unapateable. But she still did not back down. She had done a lot to become someone worthy to be the queen of all werewolves. Just a small confrontation, after a long road that she had already followed, was nothing. And do you know what it implies? Asked Yvonne again, with a small smile on her face. Can you please get to the point of why you stopped me from leaving? Celia said, sighing. She did not want to seem rude, but she was a straightforward person. Talking in a roundabout way was not her cup of tea. I will. Miss Alpha, I just wanted to make sure you knew of it, because I wanted to invite you to hold the battle royale together with me tonight, confidently said Yvonne, folding her arms in front of her chest. She looked as though she was offering Celia an opportunity to make Yvonne herself shine. Studying history and general knowledge at the academy, Celia knew of the battle, but she did not understand why Yvonne wanted to select her as an opponent. The battle royale was a fight in which enthusiasm. At the end of each year, a single werewolf could challenge the king for his throne. But as the gap in ranking got wider, the battle was deemed futile. The difference of the first rank of the king was about 1 times greater than the second rank. Which werewolf alone would want to battle away their lives to obtain the throne? When 100 or more werewolves were necessary to defeat the king, but as it was a tradition, it slowly transformed and gained another purpose. Nowadays, the battle royale could be held at the desire of 2 werewolves, and the winner of the fight could be granted a wish from the king. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There were certain conditions to ensure fairness. The first condition was that the opponents must hold the same ranking, but they could still have different sub-rankings. The second condition was that there were limits to what their wish could be. They could not ask the king to punish or kill someone, or grant them official titles. It meant that the wish had to be a reasonable one. The third condition was that the wish should be the same for both opponents. The wish would remain the same, so they had to agree on it beforehand. And the fourth condition was that it could not be a fight to the death. If the opponent that was about to lose surrendered, the winner would hold back and the fight would stop. I am sorry, but I am not interested, Celia replied calmly. She did not want to make a show of herself or ask something from the king. Why should she comply with Yvonne? Well, I wanted to ask you of your own volition, but it seems that you think you have the upper hand on me, so you do not want to lose your advantage. Where even if you don't want to participate, you still will, Yvonne said confidently with a smirk. I doubt you could make me, Celia stated unbothered and wanted to walk away. She was tired of such people like Yvonne and her sister, so she did not even want to think of what advantage she was referring to. Well, I can and will. Do you know? You may think you are a part of your little academy pack, but in fact technically you are still also a part of your previous pack until you graduate. So if your Luna orders you to take part in the fight in her stead, you have to. And what a coincidence, she already agreed for you to take part, Yvonne explained, laughing. Celia did not respond, but her emotions were fluctuating, slowly getting angry. Her chocolate brown eyes started to change their color, slightly darkening. Really, first her family, now even a woman from who knows where, thought she could use her how she wanted. Chapter 32. She is mine. Celia was not one to give in to provocations. Far from it. Even when nasty rumors about her spread in the academy, she minded her own business. She was accustomed, and from years of living in her pack, with people having wrong assumptions, so she never fought back. She never bothered to do so. But now this woman, who she did not remember wrong in, was not only provoking her, she was even collude with her sister to ridicule her. She knew for certain that her sister wanted to harm her, because she was forced to participate in the battle at the order of the Luna. But her sister was not obligated to nominate someone else to participate in her stead. Brianna could have simply refused the battle royale and that would have been the end of it. So from her sister's side it was intentional. But she could not understand what Yvonne had against her. What could have been the problem, when they had not discussed at all after the initial greeting? Either way, she considered it would be better just go through the battle and be done with it. There was no point in further. She also could not make a ruckus, even if she wanted to, as she did not want to embarrass His Highness. She was his partner for this evening, And most likely the two had already prepared and informed the officials of the battle, so it could not be retracted. Later, she will rescind her previous pact, so another situation like this would not occur. This was her oversight, her fault for not cutting the ties clearly, whether it was with Ray, Anne, or her pack. Looking a bit more scrutinizing at Yvonne, she could tell from her appearance that she was quite a high-ranking werewolf. But the aura Yvonne was releasing did not scare her. It was only tingling, like someone was tickling her. For as long as she could remember, she never felt frightened by another werewolf, never felt the need to submit to anyone. She only showed her neck in submission when her parents did at pack meetings. Even towards the council members, she did not submit. The only werewolf she was not certain of was His Highness. He never released his aura directed towards her, and so she wasn't sure. "All right, Miss Yvonne. Let's hold the battle royale. I assume you and my dear sister already picked the wish. When do you want to battle?" Celia asked, resigned to the situation, but still retaining anger in her voice. "How about now?" In the ballroom they are already clearing the center of the dance floor. "We also have some more comfortable clothes prepared in the bathroom," Yvonne said, smiling, satisfied with the results. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She had begun to be slightly wary of Celia, seeing her darkening eyes. It made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. She had hurried the timing of the battle to ensure that the king was not informed by someone who would participate. If Celia went back and told him, perhaps saying she was still injured, he would prevent them from battling, and she could not afford for that to happen. It was her moment to shine, stepping on Celia's body or corpse. If she had it her way, they really thought and planned everything thoroughly. Celia thought, when did they manage to find the time to plan such things? It was only a couple of hours since the beginning of the ball. Well, Yvonne did indeed the table multiple times. At first she had tried to participate in conversations, especially addressing His Highness, but gave up when her questions remained unanswered. And her sister was a social butterfly. She could discuss with anyone. A remarkable friendship had blossomed in this short time. Solas had begun to worry about Celia. It was already more than a quarter of an hour ago, when she left with her sister. His eyes started darting everywhere to check her current location, but he felt she was not in the ballroom. As her strawberry scent was beginning to lessen, he did not look for long, when a side smaller door of the ballroom was opened. Recognizing her specific scent, he looked in the direction of the door, but frowned when he noticed her changed clothes. She was wearing tights and a slim t-shirt, clothes meant for training. He was notified moments earlier that there were 2 werewolves that wished to hold the battle royale. It was even approved already by Emery. The cleared dance floor and her changed appearance gave him a bad feeling, which became certain when the other woman emerged with a similar appearance, following Celia inside. She dared to, Solas said, and a low growl rumbled his throat. Gabriel, who was seated on his right side, immediately heard him and followed his line of sight. At this point Solas was trying to rise on his feet. "Stop it. Don't go." Gabriel stopped him quickly, using the mind link. "She's still injured," Solas replied, angry, with Kai approving his words. "She has already healed. And you are also forgetting her rank. She handled that many hunters on her own. Do you think she isn't able to handle a single werewolf?" Gabriel reasoned with valid facts, but Solas still wanted to resist. "Solas, she is a Watcher student. She is a born fighter. Have some faith in her." Gabriel used a reason which Solas could really not refute. Solas was still angry, but Gabriel was right. Her first rank wolf. Even if she did not show herself, her strength should still be far greater than that woman's wolf. He was also here. If the other woman made one wrong step, then he would just break her neck in a heartbeat. Both Celia and Yvonne went each one on the side of the dance floor, and in the center of the floor, an announcer stood. "Can I have your attention, gentlemen and ladies?" the announcer said with a loud, clear voice, and everyone looked towards him. They had guessed, when the maids had asked them to clear the dance floor, that a battle royale would follow. They were already talking and murmuring before about who would take part. Now they were looking with interest and, seeing the two women, everyone was even more curious. By this time Brianna had returned to her seat satisfied. "Brianna, why did you go to the king's table? You were not allowed to do so," her mother asked anxiously, using the mind link. "I did not go to the king's table. I went to see my sister. Now let's watch the fight, it should be interesting," Brianna said, then closed the link, not letting her mother nag at her. "Now then, as you might have guessed when the dance cleared, we have a battle royale tonight. These two lovely ladies will be fighting for a wish from the king. I already have it written on this piece of paper, and you will find out what it says exactly after the fight," the announcer informed, also showing the folded paper. After a brief reminder of every rule the opponents must follow, the announcer retired on a side and said only one word. The two approached a little more the center of the floor, while still keeping a wary distance. By this time, the applauses, which had started after the announcer retreated, had died down. "Would you like to attack first, Miss Celia?" Yvonne said complyingly, with the sweet voice she had used at the table. It was nothing like the voice she had used with Celia moments earlier. Celia stood as aloof as always. She did not even bother to reply. Her silence meant that Yvonne could do as she pleased. She wanted the fight, so she should be the one to lead it. Seeing her lack of emotions, that also implied that a fight with her was nothing. Yvonne grew angrier and she started to get impatient. She would show the young pup what the experience she had could do in a fight. How easy it was for her to defeat Celia, even though they held the same rank. With swift movement she was already on one side of Celia, and taking advantage of the weakness her lack of guard had opened, she rose one foot in the air, intending to strike her head. The force behind her move was so great that it should have gotten Celia on the floor. So great that she did not think of another move after. In fact, it was a deadly move, but the expected recoil that Yvonne should have felt did not come. It surprised her as her foot actually landed on the floor, cracking the marble tiles and making her lose her balance. Now was a perfect opportunity to be hit, and her heartbeat rose up, expecting just that. But, in the half a second she looked up, Celia was already on the other side of the dance floor. She was once again waiting. She did not take advantage of the failed strike to fight back. This made Yvonne angrier. It was like saying that Celia did not need any advantages, and could take her full strength face to face, even though just now she moved away, avoiding her first blow. With her claws already extended, she again moved near Celia, trying to scratch her face with her right hand and the other her abdomen. She did not use her feet again, as she realized that Celia was even faster than her. The time it took for her to strike was an unguarded moment. What if Celia decided to hit her, rather than retreat the next time? With both hands attacking, Yvonne was certain there was no chance for Celia to retreat, as she would have scratched her. Before she could, Yvonne's mouth smirked, as Celia grabbed the hand that was trying to scratch her face. Just as she thought, any woman would protect her face first. So, almost at the same time, she extended her other hand, but not to scratch Celia's abdomen. No, she was trying to use her claws as a dagger, to stab it. Her cruelness could clearly be seen, even by those watching, but she was left with no choice. At first she did indeed want to just scratch her, but the aura Celia was releasing and the strength with which she was holding her right hand scared her. Celia was almost on the point of literally tearing her wrist apart from her arm. She heard from her grandfather that Celia killed many hunters on her own, that seeing the actual person in front of her when she came in the ballroom, she did not think she was capable of such a feat. She must have gotten hold of one of the hunters' weapons. That was how she managed to defeat them, she thought. But Celia now, without meaning to, was proving capable of truly ripping her hand away. Yvonne was the same rank as Celia. She should be almost equally matched, the only difference being her experience, which should have been the deciding factor. Celia let go of Yvonne's right hand, which was numb by now and could not be used. at least for a few seconds. Having both her hands empty, she grabbed the hand that was inches away from her abdomen. Her move was so fast that even the high-ranking werewolves in the room had trouble following. Solas was the only one who could actually see her perfect counterattack and thus did not move to intervene. She was proving to him her first rank. Yvonne was surprised, as this move was even faster than the first time. She did not have enough time to figure what Celia did, or the fact that she let go of her right hand. The only thing she felt was the force with which her body hit the nearby wall. She yelled in pain as she slid down, revealing the cracks the hit left on the wall. By this time she was truly terrified. She felt several bones in her body had broken, and the hand which Celia held, sending her to the wall, was even dislocated from her shoulder and her elbow. Her body started to heal itself the moment the wounds appeared, but she still felt the pain, and she would still be feeling it until her regeneration was completed. Celia walked towards her relaxed. Her body was not at all tired. She was not even wheezing because of the workout. Stopping a few steps away from Yvonne, Celia looked down at her. "Would you like to try again? Or is it enough?" There was no mocking in her voice. It was like she was asking a random question. But the wounded and disheveled Yvonne felt exactly just that. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He filled her heart with hatred. How was the woman in front of her a third rank? Her blows were few in number, but each of them could not be stopped with a single hand. She had fought even men with the same rank as her and defeated them, but Celia had not even one little scratch. Not even one blow landed on her. Hearing her question, she was still thinking of fighting. Her regeneration was halfway done by now. She wanted to try other moves, because she had underestimated Celia and did not fight with her full strength from the beginning. "I advise you to stop here. The next time you try and attack, I will not only defend." Celia spoke again, when Yvonne stalled for time to complete her healing. Yvonne flinched at her words. It was true, Celia had only defended. How would she be when she was attacking? She also started to tremble when Celia released an even greater pressure directed to her. Unbeknownst to her, Yvonne bowed her head, showing her neck in submission. "Well then, ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner." The announcer intervened, making the crowd clear their minds. Never a battle royale had ended so soon. Never an opponent showed that much difference in strength while holding the same rank. All the guests started clapping. "So then, Your Highness, please grant our winner her wish." The announcer continued. After the sound died down, Yvonne was already carried away by her grandfather at this point, with only Celia remaining in the middle of the dance floor, near the announcer. Solas nodded and waited for the announcer to unfold the paper and read its contents. "Our winner's wishes a date with His Highness." The announcer spoke loudly. He had raised his volume not only because he wanted to be heard by all, but he was surprised as well. Solas flinched a little, but it wasn't unpalatable, as did Celia. What kind of a wish was this? Would His Highness think that she had fought just for a date with him? Celia thought. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Solas almost immediately permitted, earning the gasps of all in the room. A date with the king of all werewolves was something no one had expected for the wish to be, and even less for the king to agree to it. The swiftness of his reply satisfied the councilman, who had his mouth in a smile from ear to ear. Gabriel did not say a thing, but he was chuckling. Even Maria was slightly smiling. Celia blushed red, because he had agreed so quickly. She thought the king would only agree with reasonable wishes. Would a date be a reasonable wish? "Then I declare the battle royale finished. May Your Highness and Miss Blair have a wonderful date," the announcer said, smiling, and then retreated. Celia also immediately darted towards the bathroom to change her clothes, not wanting to be the center of attention anymore. "Your Highness, I object." Brianna's voice resonated in the ballroom, just as Celia left. "Celia has participated in the battle royale for me. Her Luna, I am the winner of the date," Brianna confidently informed. Her mother and father were silently trying to make her sit down, but the latter ignored them. "Did you fight yourself?" Solas addressed Brianna for the first time, but even now he was not looking at her. "No, but Celia fought in my stead." She tried to reason. "The winner is the person who fought, no one else." Solas affirmed expressionlessly and rose on his feet. Brianna still wanted to reason with him, but Solas walked towards the door Celia had exited from. Not looking back, Celia was briskly walking towards the bathroom to retrieve her clothes. She had one hand on her face, shielding the redness. Perhaps she should have just suffered a blow and then surrendered. But then Yvonne would go on a date with him. She would hate that. Wait, why was it her problem? A date with the king. A date with the king. These were the thoughts roaming her mind. She was so immersed in thinking that she did not even notice the person in front of her. She did not see Ray and blocking the door of the women's bathroom, only a few steps away from reaching him. Did she finally regain her senses and recognized him? "Celia, we have to talk. I gave you enough time already. You must return to the pack and assume your rightful place," he said decisively. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please move away from the door. I need to change my clothes," Celia said, not bothering with him. This was already the third person this night who seemed to have an issue to discuss with her. Why was she so unlucky today? "But we need to talk. I miss you. I missed my mate." Ray raised his voice, getting more aggrieved by the second. His mate did not react in the slightest to his presence. He could not find a shred of longing in her expression. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you missed your mate, she's in the ballroom. My heavily pregnant sister is waiting for you at your pack's designated table," Celia calmly replied. No emotions in her voice. "But I love you, Celia. Please, we can wait for Brianna to give birth and we can raise the pup together." Ray pleaded, but his voice kept getting louder. "I am the baby's aunt. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Not his mother. I cannot raise the pup, nor do I wish to. You have already made your choice. Live with it." She concisely denied and wanted to leave, but then realizing that this was as perfect a moment as it could be, as she could avoid seeing her parents in private, she continued. "I, Celia Blair, Alpha of the Red Blood Moon Pack, reject you, Ray and Eamon, Alpha of the New Moon Pack, as my mate," Celia formally informed him, feeling the bond breaking. Made Ray lose his breath, and his heart felt like it was pierced by countless needles. He looked toward her surprised, as he did not expect her to reject him at this moment. He thought that she would also feel wretched like him, but she was still looking fine and calm. Celia did not feel anything when she said those words, although she also thought she would feel a little bit hurt. "Why are you all right?" he asked with heavy breathing and a hand on his chest. "Why are you not suffering as I am?" he asked again, when she did not show the smallest of emotions. "How could you do this to me? Why is it because of the king?" Ray asked, almost yelling, and did not wait for her to answer, because only when he said the last two words did her eyes waver. Only then she showed a little emotion, but it was not directed to him. Angry, his eyes darkened and his claws extended. He was going to hurt her. He wanted for her to be at least physically hurt because of him, as he was incapable of hurting her emotionally. He jumped towards her with his clawed hand, attempting to harm her, but he was stopped. He did not even get near her, when a shadow stepped in front of her. Solas's rage in Alpha aura could be felt even in the ballroom. His deadly aura was leaking everywhere, making those present at the ball hold their breath and bow in submission, even though they were not present in the same room as him. His normal blue eyes were now as black as night, and his fangs protruded his mouth. "She is mine. Do not put your dirty paws on her again, if you do not want to die." Through his protruding canines, strengthening his hold on Rayanne's neck with his clawed hand. Rayanne was at this moment held by the neck in the air, not touching even with his toes the floor. Chapter 33. Real feeling. Celia's heart trembled at his intervention. He called her his. She was so startled by his words that her face became as red as a strawberry and her feet turned to jelly. He affected her so much that she did not even realize what Solis was currently doing. Rayan was rapidly losing his breath. The hold on his neck was so powerful that barely any air passed through his throat and into his lungs. He was gasping for air while also trembling. Because of the suffocating aura, he was moments away from passing out and even dying. Fortunately, Celia recovered from the startle and reacted before it was too late. "Your Highness, please let him go," she pleaded, going over to Solas's side. But Solas was too immersed in his rage to see her. "Your Highness, please let go," she pleaded, again louder. But he still did not react. Thinking of what to do, she clenched her jaws and steadied her heart. Looking at his face that did not seem to notice her presence upset her. It made her sad that she was not reflected in those blue eyes that now were black as night. She raised her hand and gently put it on his arm, but she still did not manage to move him and make him look towards her. "Your Highness, please look at me," Celia said, and slowly raised her hand from his arm and cupped his cheek with her palm. Her warm touch comforted Solas a bit, clearing his mind. It was the first time she had made such an intimate gesture towards him, of her own volition. It made him release his hold on Rayan's neck, who, as soon as he was released, fell on the floor and started to take breaths to compensate for the previous lack of air. "Thank you," Celia found grateful. She knew that to rein in your wolf when it was agitated was difficult. More so for the king. But he did just that for her. "Are you happy I did not kill your mate, even though he was trying to hurt you?" Solas asked, upset. He knew that Celia was rejecting her mate, but seeing her help the offer did not sit well with him. He was barely holding on to his control. A sky was raging in his mind. Depending on Celia's answer, Solas was likely to lose control again. "I do not want you to kill the father of my nephew. I do not want you to leave an innocent child without his father, no matter who that person is," Celia said quickly. She knew that Solas was about to lose control again, and then she continued to talk, not even realizing what exactly she said next. "And I especially do not want you to be called a murderer. Because of me, I would not be able to bear it," she said with a trembling voice. Hearing her words, he was still reining in his wolf, but the last part felt like she was worried about him, so he finally took control properly. After a brief moment of silence, Solas only asked her the following. "You were going to reject him?" Solas inquired, calm, returning to his aloof self. "Yes," she replied, not understanding his meaning completely. "Accept a rejection right now, Alpha," Solas ordered using his wolf voice. He was forcing the reluctant Rayan to finish severing the bond. "I accept," Rayan confirmed through gritted teeth. He had barely finished healing and thus could not previously intervene, even if he wanted to. The finished formal rejection left Rayan gasping for air. His heart felt like someone was breaking it with their bare hands and stealing half of it. The pain was so difficult to contain that his body fell on the floor. So it was true that there was something between the king and his mate. How dared she do this to him? Was the social standing more important than him, her rightful mate? To be the lover of the king was more important than becoming his Luna. These were the thoughts his mind kept thinking of before passing out. At this time Solas was looking at Celia's face. He was studying her expression, trying to find if there was even a hint of an emotion, but he could not see any. If a werewolf that had been cheated on decided to sever a bond, normally, he would not suffer. The goddess allowed the phantom pains for a cheated werewolf to make sure of one's fidelity. The stronger the pain, the more inconclusive a werewolf was cheated on. But when that werewolf would sever the sick bond, the goddess took back the pain. The innocent werewolf felt nothing. Nothing would hurt her or him physically, but mentally he would still suffer if she loved her or his partner. The fact that Celia was not suffering meant that she was not in love. Calming down Solas for good, ignoring Rayan, Celia passed by him with Solas following behind. The situation had been an unexpected one, but she was happy to have the bond severed. She walked until the door and was about to enter the bathroom to change her clothes, when she turned around. "Your Highness?" Celia shyly asked. "Yes," Solas immediately replied. This is the women's bathroom," she gently whispered. Solas looked around him and noticed that he was about to enter with her. His face froze and he immediately took a step back. "I am sorry. Please go on ahead." He quickly apologized, and she seemed to notice a tinge of red on his ears. Hearing these words from him, she instantly turned around and entered the bathroom, then closed the door behind her. His face was too deadly to be seen up close. She quickly changed into her previous dress and finally had a minute to process what happened. Solas may have wanted to help her just now, but the words he used, why would he say she was his? She could not fathom his thoughts, but she felt it was for the best to leave the palace. The sooner the better, before something out of her control happened. Finishing changing her clothes, she exited the bathroom, but was surprised to find Solas still there. He had his hands crossed in front of his chest and his back was leaned on the wall. Thankfully, at least Rayanne was nowhere in sight. Seeing her in the doorway, Solas cleared his mind and quickly came to her side, taking hold of her arm. The warmth of his hand and the electrifying tingles she was feeling through her skin shivers through her heart. She wanted to say something, but there was no chance to, because as soon as he held her hand firmly, he started walking away. They walked a few steps, when she finally spoke. "Your Highness, the ballroom is in the other direction," she exclaimed confused, noticing he was leading her away. "It is all right. There is no need to stay longer," Solas reasoned. "But your Highness's guests, they have not left yet. The maids said the ball would continue until after midnight. Do you not have to stay until then? We are leaving too quickly," she said, raising her voice, as she was at the same time trying to keep up with his large strides. It seemed as though he wanted to leave before someone noticed their prolonged absence. "You are more important. I did not know of your past. I should have not brought you here," Solas stated apologetically, but still did not slow down his steps. Celia's heart warmed up at his words. She realized that Solas' son figured her entangled family's relationship. Her mate was her sister's lover. She was his Luna and she was also carrying his pup. But in spite of this, they did not show the slightest of remorse. They had all come together as a happy family, with even her parents approving of their relationship, seeing as they had all stayed at the same table without any hint of displeasure. The traitorous pair also had the audacity to still seek her. Her sister wanted to make further use of her and her mate, to ask her to raise his pup. In their eyes she was, as always, someone convenient to be used. Her eyes turned red thinking of this, but she was also grateful for his thoughtfulness, and at the same time afraid, so very afraid to hope for more than she deserved, to become greedy for something, someone who was not her own. She stopped her steps, not following his anymore, making Solas immediately stop when he felt he was about to tug her hand, and questioningly look at her. "What is the matter?" Solas asked, confused, as he saw her somewhat upset expression. "Can I talk with you a bit, Your Highness?" Celia asked slowly, not looking at him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's go to the private quarters first and we can talk," Solas immediately replied. Was she still sad of all that happened tonight? Well, to go through such things must have taken its toll on her heart. Celia walked again, allowing him to still hold her hand. The drive on the way back was a quiet one. Neither once said a word until they arrived at his personal office. Reaching the door, he invited her inside. They sat in silence for the first few moments, each on a different couch. Although they were sitting face to face, she still did not dare look in his direction. Solas had felt her stiffness and did not talk. He was waiting for her to put her thoughts in order. On the way back, he had replayed the situation with the Alpha, and realized exactly what he had said at that time. So he did not want to rush her, but he still felt anxious because of what she wanted to say. He had called her his, even if it was in a moment of not holding control of his wolf. She must have realized his meaning. "Your Highness, I would like to return to the academy. Please give me your permission to do so." Celia requested the permission after some time. Solas looked towards her, inspecting her face. She seemed tormented of something, and he felt it was not because of her studies. She was rushing to get away from the palace, rushing to get away from him. Why? Solas asked her, as calm as he could be. "I am healed already, so I must return. I will fall behind the others if I don't restart my studies," she reasoned, stuttering. "Celia, you are a bright student. You would be able to quickly regain what you have missed. This is not the reason why you are trying to leave. Why do I get the feeling that you are trying to get away from me? Have I offended you in any way?" Solas asked. A frown was deeply settled between his brows. He was trying to figure her out, but he could not understand her emotions, so the best thing he thought of was to ask her frankly. "No, of course not, Your Highness." Celia immediately denied, but her heart was thumping loud. He had figured out she was trying to hide from him. "Then, what is it? Is it because I intervened earlier? He was trying to hurt you. How could I watch him do that? How could my heart bear for even a strand of your hair getting hurt?" Solas stated. He had laid his heart honestly and told her exactly what he thought. Again he had made her heart a mess. It had been so many times he had done it. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She thought he was that way with everyone, but he only acted that way around her. The words he used around her, his way of speaking felt like she was someone special to him. With other people he acted more mechanically, less human. Celia stuttered again. Unlike her usual calm self, he had the ability to turn her stoic and expressionless personality into a stuttering fool, into a new person. Was it intentional on his part, or was he trying to toy with her? She was tired of questioning herself and him. "Your Highness, I really just want to return," she said resolutely. "Why do you?" Solas started to say, and for the first time in his life he was stopped by someone from speaking. Being the king, nobody was permitted to overstep him. "Your Highness, please don't care of my affairs from now on. Please just let me leave," she simply pleaded, feeling like someone who was defeated. She had even forgotten the royal protocols because of the chaos in her mind. "Why should I not care for your affairs?" he asked with a normal voice, but he was notably upset. "I have to handle my own problems. They are not worthy of your Highness's time. Even previously, I could have handled my problems by myself. Because of me, you even left the ball earlier than intended," she explained, worried. "They are worthy if I say they are," he replied firmly. He was getting more and more sad and upset. Even Sky had become agitated. They were both feeling as though she kept them at bay from her life, even from the issue of her mate. Could she still have feelings for that bastard, even though she rejected him? "Your Highness, why do you care?" she asked with her voice getting hoarse. She felt like there was a lump blocking her throat. "Do you really not know why? Have I hidden it so well that you do not know?" he asked, trying to keep a calm voice. How can I know?" she answered, stuttering. How could she not realize at least a little bit his reasons for treating her this way? She had denied it to herself. But deep down, no matter how clueless she was, she felt he treated her different from other women. "Celia, you do know. Or have I not made my intentions clear enough? Should I say it in words?" Solas asked one more time. He felt that if he did not speak truthfully with her tonight, she would avoid him in the future, and he would not be able to talk again privately and openly. "Celia, I like you. I like you how a man likes a woman. Is this reason appropriate enough for me to care for your affairs?" Solas continued looking straight into her eyes. Celia was captured by his gaze, by his eyes that were telling her he was speaking the truth. He was breaking all the walls she had built around her heart. The walls she made to make sure nobody would hurt her again, like her family had. "What if you have a mate somewhere?" She voiced her reasonable worry. A perfect excuse to reject his feelings. "I am 100 years old already and I still have not found a mate." Solas dispelled her reason with ease. not telling her the suspicions he held, as she was not aware he knew of the existence of her two wolves. Whenever she wanted to tell him herself, then he would speak of this. He was also sure of his feelings towards her, whether she was his mate or not. He felt he would not be able to feel for another woman what he felt for her if she also now had no other mate. What if your feelings are temporary? Her thoughts were turning jumbled by the second, as she was searching for her words, her heart thumping louder and louder. They are not. Would they be? Considering you are the first woman to move my heart in 100 years. Solas replied patiently, trying to clear her doubts. You are the king and I am a simple. She started to say, getting distressed by the second. He was replying too fast to her words, and thus she could barely keep up with finding other reasons. She had never thought the discussion would come to this, so even more so did not know what reasons to refute him with. The first female alpha of a pack of watchers is not a simple werewolf. Solas denied firmly, not liking the fact she tried to say she was just a simple werewolf. What if the council or someone else opposes because I am not your rightful mate? She remembered the woman that the elder tried to match the king with. Her heart hurt thinking of that woman, but she could not let it show on her face. I am the king. I would never let anyone oppose. I would never let someone harm you. Once again he refuted, cursing in his mind at old man. He had been afraid that Celia would think of him as a frivolous person because of that woman. And now lo and behold, she really did think of this. Her tongue was tied and her mouth could not utter more words. What could she say more? He was sealing every reason she had given, and he probably would have sealed other reasons. If she thought of more. Do you have more reasons? Other than the reasons you mentioned so far? Asked Solas, seeing her not asking any more. On the outside he appeared quite confident in his words, but Celia would not know. Inside his inner self he was also very much desperate and perturbed as her. He was worried about the next word she would reason with. Are they not enough? She slowly and bitterly stated. I am asking you again. Are those all the reasons you have? He calmly stated, railing in any emotions leaking from his heart. Yes, she said, looking towards the floor. She could not think of more reasons, but she was still trying to find the words to deny a bond forming between them. Celia, you have given me many reasons for why it is impossible, but not one of those reasons is the fact that you do not like me in the way I like you. Solas had hoped she would not use this reason to deny him. Unfortunately, she indeed had not, because if she had, then he really could not force her any longer to accept him. Moreover, like this, the opposite was also true. If she did not think to say it, then it meant she did not think of it at all. It meant she was not refusing him because she hated him. Right. His words sealed her completely. She could not answer, because she indeed had said those were all her reasons for rejecting his advances, and this reason was not included. She tried to open her mouth, but she could not speak. She could not say that to him. She had been so firm in turning him down, but it was hard to say those words to Solas. Even to her mate earlier it had been easy. It was so easy to firmly reject him, even severing the bond. But as easy as it was before, now it was the complete opposite. It was so hard that she felt that to say she rejected him would rip her heart from her chest. At the start of the conversation, she was already agitated and her eyes were red. But now hearing him speak and trying to reject him, small teardrops filled her eyes, threatening to fall. When one finally fell, he was already close to her, caressing her cheek and wiping the tear away. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've said that I like you, but do you know, it is not entirely true, he said gently, more like a whisper. She raised her brown chocolate eyes that were sparkling because of tears, questioned edgily and looked in his eyes. Much like her own, his eyes were red. He was as honest as he could get and she could see it. So why did he say now that it was not entirely true? She did not need to question his words more as he already continued to speak. Celia, I do not like you. I love you. I love you as I have never loved before, and will not be able to love someone else for my entire life. Please do not question if my feelings would waver, and please do not offer me more reasons to why this would be impossible. I just want you to tell me how you feel. That's it. Nothing more," he said gently, but with a hoarse and determined voice. At this time, he had already approached her face even more, and had his forehead rested on her own, and she could see that truthfully speaking of his feelings had taken its toll on him, because when he said the last words, a single tear fell from Solo's ocean blue eyes. He was the king. He was one above millions of werewolves, the strongest and most powerful werewolf. Nobody had managed to equal him for the past 100 years. He had fought in countless wars and had stood solitary safeguarding their entire race. His expression did not show much emotions. The passing of time had hardened him, but she could see loneliness and longing in his gaze. How could she be able to say she only regarded him as a king and nothing more? How could she be able to say she did not love him? Chapter 34. Blood transfusion. Celia was affected as she was never before. His words made her heart tremble, and his warm touch sent shivers through her entire being. She was shaken to the core. He still had his forehead touching hers, but he did not say more for fear of being rejected. "Your Highness, I cannot," she tried to say. She was still trying to resist his advances. She was scared to love someone else. She had loved before, even though not in the same way, and it had only left her bitterly disappointed. Her family had left her. He was different from her family, that she knew, but mentally, in her subconscious, she was reticent of trying. Knock, knock. Someone interrupted, and so Celia did not finish what she was about to say. In a way, it was fortunate for Solas, at least that what his raging heart told him. Perhaps he had pushed her too much and he would only be rejected. She was about to say she could not. "Please just think about it. I do not need an answer now. I will wait longer, so please consider it properly," Solos pleaded. Then finally removed his forehead and walked to an appropriate distance away. "Come in," he said louder. "Your Highness, there are problems. There are rogues attacking our borders," his beta Micah informed. He could tell that His Highness had left the ballroom with Celia, and he knew from their smell that both of them were inside his office. But it had been decades since the last time rogues attacked. To have such courage, something was amiss. So he was forced to inform him. He could not make decisions on his own. "To our agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Solos asked, frowning. Things were getting out of hand. The previous investigations had not produced any leads so far. First hunters and now rogues were attacking. There was certainly a connection between the two. "I understand," he replied to Micah, and then looked toward Celia. The latter was agitated because of their conversation, but she was now also thinking of the rogues. "I will go now. We will discuss more tomorrow. Even if you wish to go back to the academy, with rogues attacking, I cannot let you leave. It is not safe. Please at least obey me on this," Solos said gently. Celia nodded. He had said to obey him, but she could tell it was a request, not an order, so of course she would not be stubborn about it. "Let's go," Solos ordered Micah, after glancing one more time at Celia. But hours later, "Are you sure of this, Doctor?" Gabriel asked, tated, trying to keep his wolf from getting out of control. "Yes, I am certain," quickly replied the young doctor, who was also trying to keep calm. After treating Celia last time, his aptitude and knowledge impressed Solis, so he was now a chief doctor and thus the one in charge of the current patient. "The concentration and the chemical analysis we did confirmed it without doubt. It is the same wolfsbane," the doctor continued explaining. Gabriel was baffled. How would rogues possess weapons that hunters owned? And not only that, the wolfsbane in them was the same one that the hunters used on Celia. It had the same toxicity. He slowly massaged his temples and sighed. Anyway, it was not the most pressing matter. The current issue was vital. Anything else, they could figure out afterwards. "How is he? Has the regeneration kicked in yet?" Gabriel asked, worried. If it was the same wolfsbane, then it meant his life was in jeopardy. No, the wolfsbane prevents the regeneration from happening. It attacks his system too fiercely for it to start on its own. The doctor said, truly worried. Then do what you did in Celia's case. Treat it how you did in the Alpha's case. Gabriel immediately reasoned, remembering her recovery. I cannot help him like I did for the miss. The doctor explained a bit, but could not say more even if he wanted to. Why? Gabriel inquired, frowning. If it worked for Celia, why wouldn't it also work for His Highness? I cannot say it. The doctor firmly refused. What do you mean you can't say it? Do you realize who you have to treat? No one is more important than His Highness. He is our killer, our highest ranked werewolf, Gabriel said, not understanding his reasons. The last time when Celia was hurt, it was Solas who helped her. Although he did not understand exactly how, but he knew for certain that he had found her in the forest, and he also participated in her treatment. Because for several days after he felt sluggish and out of breath. This was after he talked to him in the hospital. So it was clear that he helped. Why wasn't it possible for him to be treated as well now? Unless, is it a higher rate werewolf's command? Gabriel asked, realizing something. His Highness must have done something to help Celia, which was related to her rank. He asked him, that time, her rank, and it did seem to have something to do with the treatment. His Highness kept Celia's rank a secret. But for the doctors to keep the secret also, a higher ranked werewolf's command was necessary. One could not know if they kept the patient-doctor confidentiality. What if there were traitors amongst them? The doctor only nodded, but did not verbally reply. Having the confirmation, Gabriel turned around and rushed towards the door of the doctor's office. Where are you going? The doctor asked, concerned. He was still unable to help the king without mentioning the treatment, so he was at an impasse. I am going to go find someone to override that command. Gabriel replied and did not stay to talk further. Every minute depended on that person. There was no time to waste. The doctor was bewildered. Who could override the king's command? It couldn't be the Alpha. Right. But she indeed received help from His Highness last time, so she was most likely the same rank. If it was her, then perhaps he could say the treatment he had to do and also ask for her help. It was late at night, or better said early in the morning, when Celia was woken up by the persistent knocking on the door. Well, not woken up per se, as she had quite some trouble falling asleep in the first place. Better said she was in the middle of trying to sleep, but was plagued by nightmares the moment she finally managed to shut her eyes. She had felt like something truly terrible was happening, so the noise in front of her door was in a way a confirmation of her fears. At this hour, for someone to look for her, it was surely not good. She swiftly got out of bed and opened the door without delay. This was the royal palace, so she opened the door without worry. This was the most secure place. No stranger could enter uninvited. Yesh quickly said, as she opened the door. To my agent extraordinaire, my Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I need your help for something, right at this moment. Your presence is vital. Can you come with me? Gabriel asked her succinctly. He felt he did not even have time to stay and explain what they needed to do. He would talk later, once they would be in the presence of the doctor. She could see the worry in his eyes. Could something have happened because of the roads? To my agent extraordinaire, Mylin Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She immediately answered. She did not question him. He was an important person in the kingdom. If he came for her, it was something urgent. Out of worry, she did not change even the pajamas she was wearing, only took an overcoat. Even her fluffy indoor slippers she did not change for regular shoes. Gabriel also did not comment on her choice of clothing. It was clear that no second could be wasted. Celia's heart started to beat faster, from the moment she saw the hospital in front of her eyes. It kept getting louder and louder, up until she arrived at the doctor's office. In a corner of her heart, she feared the worst. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I need Dr. Young to treat His Highness, as he was severely injured in the rogue's attack tonight. But the doctor can't help His Highness unless a higher-ranked werewolf rescinds the order His Highness has placed on him. Gabriel explained quickly. Celia looked at Gabriel, then to the young doctor he was pointing to. Her eyes were filled with worry. Hearing of His Highness. How, W? He is the strongest of all of us. Celia replied, worried. I know he is, but the rogues had weapons used by hunters. This has never happened before, so we were not properly prepared. The problem is His Highness was hit with wolfsbane bullets, just like you were several weeks ago. He helped you then in some way, but he has placed an order on the doctors, so they cannot help him how they helped you then. The only way for us to know what they did back then is for Dr. Young to be given permission. Gabriel said. He was also under a higher-ranking werewolf's order, so could not expressly say for her to rescind the order. He could only insinuate it. I give you permission to tell us of the treatment you did on me, Doctor, Celia said, not asking for more explanations, using her alpha voice. She was deeply concerned to know the severity of His Highness's injuries, but it was more important to act fast rather than find other details. For the time being, having gained her consent, the doctor started to explain her previous treatment. His Highness had risked his life to save hers. The treatment that the doctors did implied a transfusion between two werewolves of the same rank. The shared blood had the burden on one body suffering from wolfsbane, and thus allowing its own regeneration to start. It was not in any way a risk-free solution. On the contrary, it could have killed him. The wolfsbane in her system was capable of killing several normal werewolves. As Gabriel explained, His Highness was quite lethargic for several days because of the treatment. It was such a dangerous way that the doctors had previously tried to discourage His Highness from doing it himself. But he did. Regardless of his own life, he demonstrated his love through actions, without trying to gain anything from her. If not for the current situation, she doubted she would have ever found out. He had prohibited anyone from speaking of it after all. He never even mentioned to her the fact that she lied about the existence of her two wolves, or the fact that her rank in the documents was a false one. He had maintained the lie for her. He was also so worried about her that, even though he was suffering from the wolfsbane in his body, he still visited her every day and stayed with her for several hours. Each day, touching his white pale face that did not react to her touch. Her heart felt heavy. Big teardrops were flowing from her eyes. Seeing his condition, the strongest of werewolves was so frail in her eyes right now that she could barely control her trembling, waiting in his room for the doctors to start their treatment. As she gave her consent to them to perform the same procedure, she was remembering the brief conversation she had with Gabriel after the doctor went to gather the other doctors. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you know, even the previous queen did not hold the same rank as His Highness's father, but, unexpectedly, you do. You have the same rank as our king. That particular fact and the fact that His Highness fell in love with you at first sight. What do you think it means? Gabriel asked her seriously. Why are you asking me this, and why now? Celia asked, surprised. She did not understand why Gabriel talked about this with her, especially now when His Highness was injured. She was also embarrassed that he knew of His Highness's feelings towards her. You are a smart person, but quite naive and foolish in regards to His Highness. Or perhaps you are trying to be. Do you not think you could be His Highness's mate? Gabriel asked, still maintaining his serious face. But teacher, I already have a mate. Celia replied, confused. You have one? Who? Gabriel asked, surprised. It does not matter who, as I have already rejected him. But the fact remains I can't have another one. A werewolf has only one mate for life. Yes, that's true. A normal werewolf indeed has only one. But you are not a normal werewolf, are you? Gabriel rhetorically asked her, looking straight into her eyes. And let me ask another question. Did both of your wolves suffer when you rejected your mate? The question left her thinking. Only Crescent at that time reacted to her mate. But Waning did not. She had thought that Leaning was probably also suffering. But Waning never mentioned it expressly. I can see that you realize something. Am I right? In fact, only your fourth-ranked wolf suffered. The first-ranked one did not. As your first mate was not hers. What if indeed His Highness is also your mate? But Waning has never mentioned it. She would have wanted her mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Since the moment His Highness laid eyes on you, he fell in love with you, and even his wolf sky likes you a lot. His Highness mentioned to me before that they both feel you are their mate, but only your human side. I know that Waning does not come out a lot. If she never came out when you were with His Highness, it is likely that she does not know. Or perhaps it could be she has another reason. Now is not the time to ask her, but I am begging you to do so afterwards. Do you know, Solars is the most skilled warrior. He is the strongest of us all. Even if the wolfsbane was toxic, normally he should have been able to evade the bullets. But he seemed out of focus and disturbed by something since he arrived at the borders. I initially thought it was because of the rogues, that he was upset because of them, but the more I reflect on it, the more I think it is because of you. Celia knew that before he left. Solars was indeed upset. She was about to reject him. Miss Celia, we are ready. Please lie down on the bed, the doctors said, interrupting her reminiscence. Like before, she had also gathered the doctors, under Gabriel's advice, and ordered them to not unearth the treatment or the severity of His Highness's wounds. No one could know the king was injured, so now in the room only doctors were helping out. She nodded and listened to their instructions. Shortly after, they connected the intravenous drip to her hand. His blood quickly entered her body, paralyzing it because of the sharp pain. It hurt so much she was about to cry from the agony, but she railed at her instincts and stopped herself from screaming. Her face was becoming paler, and she even felt she was about to faint. Should we stop it? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can you handle it? Gabriel asked, worried. His priority was the king, but Solars's priority was most likely Celia. If there were irreversible repercussions, Solars would not forgive those who participated in his treatment. Right now he was a peaceful man, albeit a stoic and solemn one, but he knew just how ruthless he was when angry. It is all right. I can handle it, Celia said, through gritted teeth, but she knew it was only the beginning. The more blood passed through her body from him, the likely she was to pass out, or even die. Everyone, listen to me, no matter what the treatment for His Highness continues. Until he's well, no one is allo. Wait to enter. Venny, Celia said with difficulty, using her alpha voice. She had to make sure the doctors would continue. Even if she passed out, yes. The doctors replied in unison, showing their neck in submission. They felt from her almost the same pressure they felt from the king. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You should not have done that, Gabriel exclaimed, worried. Now he could not stop it anymore. If something went wrong. Celia smiled a little, but she did not say anything. She did not have the strength anymore to speak coherently. She only managed to turn her head towards Solars's bed and look at his pale, bloodless face. Only hours earlier she had seen that now white face adorned with tinges of red blushes because of her. Only hours earlier she had seen that same face professing his love towards her. Only hours earlier she had seen that now silent face shed tears for her. Only hours earlier she had seen that now expressionless face frightened of her rejection. Only hours earlier she was about to reject that same face, denying the happiness and future they could have together. Time was so fleeting. As werewolves they had hundreds of years ahead of them, but she was now certain, looking at his face, that she was facing the possibility of living it without him, and she would not be able to. It was better if he was the one alive, rather than her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She heard Gabriel shouting, before closing her eyes and passing out. Desperate and sorrowful cries were heard in complete darkness, in the middle of nowhere, in the darkest of places. The only light that could be distinguished was the silvery white fur of a majestic wolf. She howled in pain with her muzzle turned towards the sky. She seemed so lonely and powerless, even though there was nothing but strength and royalty emanating from her large body. It took some time for Celia to recognize Waning. She was a common collected wolf. She was always the mature one out of the three personalities. She was always so beautiful and strong, but now when her large eyes small hair droplets could be found. Waning, Celia called. It made the wolf stop her cries and look towards her. Waning, what happened? Celia asked, worried. She was still confused of why she was in the wolfed place. She did not remember why she was there, but she wanted to comfort Waning first. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sky, Waning said, using the mind link. What about Sky? Celia asked, with her eyebrows furrowed. She felt that name familiar. Sky, my mate. He is suffering. Chapter 35. The only mate. Hearing the name Sky and the word mate made Celia snapped out of her haziness. She remembered that just moments earlier she was exchanging blood with His Highness. She must have fainted, and her human consciousness was brought here. But why? Was it Waning, the one who brought her? Sky is the name of His Highness's wolf. Then, he's your half. His Highness is truly our mate. Celia asked Waning with eyes wide open. Yes, he is our rightful mate, and we his rightful Luna. Waning replied telepathically after a moment of silence. She had kept the burden herself all this time, but by doing so she hurt him, even though she did not mean to. Perhaps she should have said it earlier and it could have avoided this situation, but it could have also made it worse. Their mate was strong. That was why she had counted on him doing all right even without her, at least for a little while longer. But, Crescent, what would have happened to her? You told me he is suffering, but we are now helping with His Highness's treatment. Is it not going well? Celia asked, worried. The most important thing was this. Above all else, even if her mind was chaotic and bewildered by Waning's earlier statement, he is at least getting more stable. Before his life was slipping away, I was just overwhelmed by almost losing him and by my inability to do something about it. Waning replied honestly, so the treatment is effective. Asked Celia, getting a bit relieved. If he was stable, then the dangerous period should have passed. Waning nodded, making Celia finally settle down in regard to this issue, and now she could return to the previous topic. She kept silent for some time, trying to understand why her wolf had kept things hidden from her. She sighed and tried to collect her thoughts. No matter what, Waning had always put Crescent and her first. She always thought about them before herself. She was the one who had sacrificed the most. Celia knew Waning kept herself hidden all these years because she was too strong and did not want to disrupt Celia's life. She was even content with only Crescent shifting. Whenever Celia felt lonely, she was always there for her. The only time she ever took control was when her life was in danger. Waning would never intentionally hurt someone, so if her actions did hurt a person, then she must have had a proper reason to do so. But how? Why? But His Highness is my mate. Then why have I not felt it? Why did I not realize it when I first met him? Celia asked, finally deciding on what to ask first. There were too many questions she wanted answers to. I hid myself deep within your mind, so deep no one would have felt me present, Waning replied, bringing her muzzle down on her paws. In remorse, Celia realized Gabriel was right for. His Highness, on some level, had recognized her as his. But she did not. She loved him, but because Waning was mostly hidden she did not feel like he was her counterpart, her health. Then where did Ray-Ann fit in all this? Then, Ray-Ann, why did I recognize him as my mate? And he also recognized me, Celia asked, confused and bewildered. Ray-Ann is not our mate entirely. You could even say he never was. He is Crescent's mate. And you, having her consciousness, felt like he was indeed yours too. But he's only Crescent's. Wailing replied, but seeing that Celia was confused, explained more. There were supposed to be 2 of you at birth. Diane was pregnant with a pair of identical twin girls. But each time a queen of werewolves is born, her existence is strong. More so with us being as strong as our mate. And even if there was another baby with her in the womb, the other baby would vanquish. It would be absorbed by the stronger one, which was our case. We remained the only ones in your mother's womb. I felt sorry for the other girl, but there was nothing that could be done for her to survive. The problem was, just before she was completely absorbed, I felt another consciousness in her. I felt her wolf. In general, a normal wolf gains self-consciousness later than the human side. So the other twin should not have had a wolf yet. But unfortunately, Crescent was already there even though your sister's human side was not. Her strength and her elements of fire and water had made her much stronger and thus surface earlier, without a body to be born with. Crescent was dying, so I did the one thing I could think of. I stopped us from sinning before even being born. I took her consciousness and placed it alongside mine. Waning tried to explain as best she could. But why did you never tell me this? Celia said, as she was putting the pieces of the puzzle together. How could I tell you? We are supposed to be the queen of all werewolves. I am supposed to safeguard and be a mother to all wolves. But even before being born, I was killing another wolf because of my existence. You were a baby at first, then a child. Even if I told you, you would not be able to understand it. And as you got older, it was even more difficult to say. The human side is always the more to be burdened by the daily life. You were the one to interact with our family, the pack and other people. Because of their actions, you closed yourself from the world. You chose to hide your feelings, bit by bit every day, until you do not share your emotions at all now. This was the least I could do, so I carried this burden by myself. And Crescent, she knows nothing. She was barely a young pup, frightened and alone. Informing you then, she would know as well. Waning replied, getting even sadder. Small whimpers could be heard from time to time as she was explaining. Then, she knows now because you told me. Worried asked Celia. Enthusiasm, Crescent was the most cheerful of the bunch. She would not take this information with ease. To find out that she was not supposed to exist would break her, to say the least. No, she does not know. She is in a dormant state. To keep her safe, I can only do this for now. Waning replied. Why is she not well? Celia asked, concerned. For now she is safe, but this is only a temporary solution. Waning sadly affirmed. Crescent had been so dear to her, and the pain of losing her was the same as the pain of losing a sister. But she has been with us all of our life. We can still keep her with us in the same body. Why is she getting weaker? When I placed her with my consciousness, I thought it would be enough. I hoped she could live with us. But for both of us to coexist in a place meant for only one wolf, a fine balance was needed. I am stronger than Crescent, but I suppressed myself as much as possible. I tried to avoid even shifting. I tried everything to prevent us gaining more power to maintain that very frail equilibrium. But by rejecting Ray-Ann, Crescent lost more of her strength, making it harder for me, as I had to lower mine also. So I suppressed myself even more. I hid in the deepest corner I could, but as the dominant side, finding our rightful mate, made the tip of the scale become even more unbalanced. Meeting Salas and Sky, recognizing and accepting one another as mates, I knew I would gain more and more power. The more we would be fond of them, the stronger our bond would get, making her consciousness slip away. I would kill her, so I temporarily tried to hide from my mate. I thought he would not love us if he could not sense and complete us. Person and wolf. But he still fell in love, and now he was about to die. It was only supposed to be temporary, just until Crescent was saved. Then I would have told you, Antin. I never thought that. Waning said, sad, trying to acknowledge all the information she just learned. Celia now understood her reasons. Honestly, if she would have been in her place, she would have done the same. She would also not be able to accomplish her wishes, if it meant hurting someone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Being selfish and fulfilling her desires and enthusiasm, in the process, kill Crescent or Waning. If she's in a dormant state, then will she die? Celia asked with a heavy heart. Even though Crescent was never her wolf, the bond they had was stronger than family. It had only been the three of them, one person to wolves. Not to mention that for her, it still felt like Crescent was her wolf no matter what. Clarissa has been trying to find a solution all this time. That was why she is traveling. She is close to finding it. Waning replied. She was getting a bit more relaxed. Having shared everything with Celia, Clarissa knew of this. Celia asked wide-eyed. Yes, she has always known. From the moment she found us in the forest after we killed those rogues. From the moment we first met her. But I asked her to not tell you. Waning said. Will there be enough time for Clarissa to find the solution? Can we also help? We can't just stay and do nothing. Celia said, anxious. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She knew Waning was level-headed. If they could have done something with their own hands, Waning would have already told her before, and they would all search for the solution. But it was most likely not something they could do themselves. Clarissa was a witch from the most powerful of covens, and some time ago she even assumed its leadership. A witch was the best problem solver. She had the best connections with every other supernatural creatures. The spells, curses and potions of a witch were sought out by everyone, and, generally, the payment for those were a favor the witches would get from said creatures. That was their traditions from long ago. Clarissa had helped a lot of high-ranking creatures in her long life, so she must have gotten information from them. The best suited to help us as a witch, no one else. And as werewolves. Because of the last war 30 years ago, most connections with witches were weakened. They would not help us. They would even try to sabotage us finding the solution. If we would ask ourselves, Clarissa is a fortunate exception. Do not worry. With Crescent in dormant state in the deepest corner where I previously was, she can hold on for longer. Keeping her in one place is easier. Clarissa also informed me that she would be coming any day now. Waning tried to comfort Celia. As Celia thought, she could not have helped, or else they would already be in the middle of doing something. They could only wait. But even waiting, Waning had been doing it herself. Celia looked at the majestic white wolf, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Waning was already a queen. Her sorrow and loneliness in being the only one aware of everything could be felt and seen all around her. She resembled Solas in this way. Celia did not ask more questions for now. Waning was safe and like Crescent, but she felt the need to keep her close. She approached her wolf that was towering above, burying her body in the white fur, embracing her large neck. Are you all right? Waning. We have been talking about Crescent, but how are you doing? Celia asked gently. The white wolf said nothing more, but small whimpers could be heard as she lowered her head near Celia's, trying to hold her close. Since young they only had each other. The rare light rays of the winter sun that entered the window kept Solas from sleeping longer. He opened his eyes, a bit disturbed by the blinding white light, and tried to accustom his eyes and cure them from their haziness. Hearing the beeping sound that he did not recognize, he looked around him, realizing he was not in his room inside the royal palace, but in the hospital. Only then did he remember the rogue's attack. He thought he had been sleeping, but in fact he was previously unconscious, trying to find someone to get some information on the current state of things. He looked around, stretching his neck. If he could find a nurse or maybe his phone, then he could get Michael or Gabriel to come. But he did not find one or the other. as his head moved. While looking around, his eyes froze, captured by the view on the right side of his bed. Like his own attire and appearance, the love of his life was also laid on an adjacent bed. She was dressed with a pale blue hospital gown and covered with a white-colored blanket. The only parts of her body that were not covered were her small soft hands connected to machines, and an intravenous drip going in her smoost. She was sleeping, or perhaps unconscious. It frightened him, seeing the petite woman again in this state. He had sworn before she would never have to suffer like that, and here she was looking how she looked several weeks ago. It scared him, thinking that the rogues had managed to get so deep inside his palace and hurt her. Luckily, his anger and anxiousness, that kept on rising, were easily subdued when the frail woman slowly opened her beautiful eyelashes to reveal her chocolate brown eyes. Locking her sight with his, he was left speechless. He could not utter a single word. As the feeling of completeness overwhelmed him, his heart beat faster and faster, until it felt like it would jump out of his chest. The captivating gaze of her eyes that were revealed from under her long eyelashes managed to fill every corner of his entire being. He had loved her so much from the very first moment he saw her, until he felt like he could no longer love her more than that. He felt it was impossible to feel even more love. But right in this very moment he did the impossible. He could not look away, although he felt he could not even breathe. But strangely, he did not feel any discomfort still, as only one word came into his mind, and without thinking of saying it, slowly opened his mouth and reflexively whispered, "Mate, mate." The small woman mirrored his answer, affirming for him what he had desired with every fiber of his being for the last 100 years. He had finally found her, the half a soul the goddess split from him at the moment of birth. He had found his soulmate, his reason for existing, his everything, feeling shy under his relentless scrutinizing stare. As Solas did not look away even after some moments passed, Celia slowly fell toward. Even her cheeks were getting warmer and redder by the second. Trying to dispel the silence, she thought to say something, but the only meager word that managed to escape her lips was only 2 letters long. As he slowly whispered, "Hello," he whispered back, showing the warmest smile she never thought was possible to be seen on that solemn face. It was not the unappeasable smile that he would show from time to time. It was a blinding smile that warmed up her heart until it felt she would be scorched from within. That was it. She could no longer take being under his constant gaze, so she took the blanket that only covered her abdomen and concealed her body whole. Not even a strand of hair could be seen outside. He opened his blue eyes more, surprised by her cute reaction, before breathing out in a low, hoarse laugh, as his lips widened into an even bigger smile. Seeing the cocoon she turned herself into flinch under the covers, he realized that even his laugh affected her emotions, making his heart swell from happiness. "You are so cute," Solas appreciated, voicing out his real inner thoughts. "Don't," she said from under the covers, as she did not dare to look at him. "Don't what?" Teasing her. Although he knew she meant to not speak further, she did not speak again, aware of his taunting. This man would be the death of her. The room became silent once again, making her wonder what he was doing. Why couldn't the doctor come faster, or someone else? Anyone, it didn't matter who. Just so they wouldn't be alone, Celia thought. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He voiced takes of pain some moments later, scaring her. She had been so mesmerized by him that she had overlooked his wounds. She realized. She quickly uncovered her face and tried to sit up. What if his life was still in danger? But, as she sat up and took the cover off her face, she remained petrified. The foreign feeling that she thought she would never come to know again, the warmth and touch of his lips covering hers, shocked her, numbing her resistance away. He kissed her softly like one would peck a small baby, barely touching her small lips, afraid she would retract them, but she stayed still, delighting him. Moments later she finally reacted and slowly moved back. She was lost for words. Opening and closing her mouth, she finally said to the lying man who still had not backed away, who was still leaned over her bed. Shameless, he had dared use her concern for his well-being just to make her look at him and take advantage of the situation. Celia thought. Realizing he was still the king, she instantly regretted her words as she gasped and covered her mouth with both her hands. Would he reprimand her? Would he feel she had overstepped? She looked into his eyes trying to find the answers. But he was still smiling unaffected. You are mine, he chuckling affirmed. Chapter 36. Unconditional trust. She flinched once again, hearing his declaration. As the king, his confidence was supposed to be high, considering no other werewolf was above him. But his audacity to declare her as his still shook her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. She would never admit, perhaps even in death. She quite liked this part of his personality, a side of him only known to her. That is, she tried to say, when he was still looking at her cheekily. What? Are you going to deny that you are mine? Solos asked, a bit playful, but a fleeting bit of anxiousness could be sensed in his look. She had tried to reject and keep a distance from him before. She had even ran away from him in the garden previously. So though he knew she was his mate, he still needed confirmation from her. He wanted to hear from her own pretty lips that he had just kissed. Her willing answer, not a conditioned response that was spoken regardless of a person's will. Each time one had found their half, only then could he finally believe it to be true. It seemed he had grown quite greedy. Solos thought. Finding his mate was no longer enough. He wanted her to want him for he was, just as much as he desired her. Without thinking too deeply, Celia wanted to deny. That was her fault. She was not used to having someone she would call her own, so how could she be someone's as well? Not to mention, she knew he wanted to tease her again, as she did not want to be caught up in his trick. But she detected a flash of uneasiness in his eyes. I am not, she slowly said, as her voice gradually got more lower, until it resembled a whisper. It made Solos's heart pang, as he clenched his jaws and fingers because of the nervousness. Did she want to reject him? Did she want to say she was not his? He had been a bit more confident moments earlier, but now it felt like his very life's fate was rested on those rose-colored lips. Going to deny? Celia whispered the last part, but his werewolf ears heard it loud and clear. The answer that came willingly from her was even more precious to his ears than when she said the word mate. It made his heart hurt from joy, even though a second earlier it suffered from pain. She did not even manage to see his reaction, as she was engulfed by his strong arms in a tight embrace. She was so tightly held that even if she wanted to, there was no space for her to separate herself. Not that she had such intention. In all honesty, she had never wanted a mate. She had never felt someone would want to be so close to her. She had never thought of herself like someone worthy to become someone's one and only. But he made the desire she did not even know she had, the deepest secret held unknowingly in the deepest parts of her heart, fulfilled, and he had done so with just his presence. Awkwardly, she put some strength in the hands that were loosely dangling before, and slowly raised them up. Feeling his hug returned, Solos hugged her even tighter, without much concern to the wounds he had which had not yet healed completely. He was afraid it was just a dream and he would wake up to find himself alone on the hospital bay and Celia nowhere in sight. But it could not be a dream. Her petite frame with her head resting on his chest, her small hands on his back warming him, the feeling of her lips that still lingered on his, and her strawberry scent ever present all around him. These were too vivid for it to only be a dream. Is it a bad time? Should I come back later? Gabriel asked, scratching with his hand the back of his head. She hurriedly let go of the embrace at the sound of his voice. Embarrassed of her actions, the loss of the warmth of her soft body against his made Solos frown in annoyance as he looked towards the disturbing factor. Was Gabriel really his friend? He knew he had suffered for the last 100 years because he had no mate. If he saw the scene of them in an intimate setting, shouldn't he have quietly left them alone? What Solos was not aware of was the fact that he had also prevented or interrupted Maria's and Gabriel's time together many times in the past, with all kind of different requests that had lessened the time he could spend with her. And Gabriel had held a bitter grudge in this regard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The official version, if someone were to specifically ask him, would be the fact that he interrupted them because he was worried about their health. Satisfied with his little revenge, he approached them more with a warm, innocent smile. After closing the door behind him, he had maintained his warm expression, even in Salas's obvious anger, and stared seemed to be able to blow a hole through him. "Are you all right, Celia?" asked Gabriel, going for the less aggressive one of the two. "Yes, I am all right," she replied hurriedly, though truthfully, the wolfsbane in her veins was not completely removed yet, and she was feeling under the weather. It was only because the interaction with Salas had caught her off guard, and so she did not pay any mind to how she was feeling. But Gabriel's question reminded her of the fatigue and pain. "What happened to you?" Salas asked, remembering she was dressed in patient clothing, as the joy of finding his mate overclouded his mind and the fact she did not have obvious injuries on her. He had previously admitted this particular fact, but looking closer at her, she did have a slightly paler face with small dark circles around her eyes. He had not noticed before, as he felt she was beautiful no matter what. It was nothing important," Celia said, dismissing her current state. "It was not nothing. She helped your treatment against the wolfsbane, just like you previously helped her. Really, you and Salas as well. You both have to say these things clearly. You are too innocent. Even though you are the highest-ranking werewolves currently, it seems to me you are also in need of a teacher in shamelessness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Gabriel said with conviction. Really, the best way to have a firm grip of the other's heart was for that person to be aware of all the things you did for him or her. But it seemed to him that both of them did not take advantage of such facts. Salas had also not informed her before what he had done for Celia when she was injured. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Perhaps could have avoided all the drama. A teacher in shamelessness, asked Celia, not understanding one bit of his last phrase. Gabriel coughed, realizing his blunder. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I misspoke. I only meant it is shameless of us, if we do not inform His Highness of everything that has happened while he was unconscious. Gabriel revised his words to give them a different meaning, trying to cover his mistake. Wait, does it mean you did the transfusion for me? Why did you? You could have died, Salas said, his anger raising. He remembered just how numbing the pain of the wolfbane was when her blood had entered his veins. Not to mention he had no pre-existing problems at that time. He was completely healthy and he still suffered for days after. But for this delicate woman to also go through such an experience, it was the only solution. She gently answered, refraining herself from also adding that she could not watch him die. "Who said so? I could have regenerated myself. There was no need for you to go through it. Did you tell her about the treatment, Gabriel? Or was it the doctor? Who was the culprit?" Salas asked angrily, looking towards Gabriel the whole time, even though Celia was the one who had answered his question. It was like no matter what she said or did, someone else would be to blame. Gabriel stayed quiet, afraid that anything he would say would incriminate him. Salas looked like he was about to murder the one who had put her in jeopardy. "Your Highness, you are contradicting yourself. First you said that I could have died, and now you say you could have regenerated without help." Celia sighed as she eyed him, changing her gentle tone to a sharp one. Then she continued to admonish him. "It was your fault that you could not keep yourself safe, even though that should have been your first priority. Now you blame the innocent people who helped you. Neither one of them are to blame. Gabriel did not know what the treatment was under your doctor, was under your command and could not speak of it, even if he wanted to. I was the one who ordered the doctor to tell me what he did for me and made him do the same for you. If you want to punish someone, then punish me, Celia said, raising her voice, while she appeared upset. The sound of her sweet voice, which had never spoken so many words to him at once before by her own choice, and the care he felt from each scolding that came from her sweet mouth, calmed Solos down. It is not your fault. Of course it is not. It is my mistake. You are absolutely right. Please don't be upset. You will hurt yourself more, Solos said gingerly, trying to pacify the cute woman. Gabriel looked baffled at the obvious display of affection. If he could, he would bow down to Celia. It was a commending feat, having tamed the big bad wolf. Nonetheless, he was also thankful that she had intervened. When the doctor wanted to separate the two and move Celia to a different room, he instinctively stopped him. He told the doctor that, no matter what, they should be kept together. His survival instinct was on point. Perhaps if she was not present in the same room, but Solos felt her weak presence in the hospital, he would wreck the place and people to get to her. Now that you know what happened with the treatment, let's talk about something else. Did I just witness you hugging Celia when I entered? Asked Gabriel, trying to redirect his attention. Who knows if the king would still blame him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madame Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Celia's face flushed. She was so flustered by his question that she did not know what to say. Why would the teacher have to talk so bluntly of what he saw? His Highness and Gabriel, both really were good friends. They resembled each other. Both liked to point these kind of things out in the open without any shame. She thought, it is not your concern to notice that, Solos said, with a voice full of authority. It made Celia ease up, knowing that she would not have to talk about it. Of course mates would hug each other. It is only natural, Solos affirmed with the same voice, making Celia become uneasy again. Really true friends these men were. Are you mates? Have you talked with Waning yet? Gabriel asked, thrilled. He just knew he was right. Not yet, but Sky has already acknowledged her presence, Solos confirmed. The black wolf was pacing up and down in his mind, itching to shift to also meet his mate Utcher. He had only managed to talk with her using their mind link, but he was already smitten. That's great and all, but can you tell us why she did not reveal herself until now? Asked Gabriel, curious. It was not her intention to hide. She could not come out yet. Celia immediately defended her wolf. She was afraid the latter would be misunderstood. Seeing her worried face, Solos immediately intervened. It is all right. I trust her. Don't worry. You can tell me whenever you can. Don't force yourself. I can say it now. I am not forcing myself. I will tell you, Celia replied. She felt assured by his unconditional trust, but she still wanted to tell him her reasons. At the same time, somewhere else tap, tap, tap. That was the only sound that could be heard in the large dark room. The room itself was already eerie enough, with its blood-colored walls, black drapes on the large mahogany windows and dark candles placed from place to place that barely managed to provide it minimal light. Coupled with the lack of furniture, other than a black iron throne decorated with gargoyles, and the constant tapping sound, this frightening image would make a normal human run for their lives. That was what the people that were kneeled on the floor also felt. Although not humans, it took a lot of effort to abstain themselves from doing just that. Run as fast as their feet could manage, to the farthest place they could, but they knew that they would only be able to reach the door, or perhaps just barely manage to get up on their feet, before their heads would swiftly be separated from their bodies if they tried to run. So they could do nothing at all, just have their head lowered with their neck shown in submission, holding their breath and hope they could survive this night. The tapping sound continued, making them feel like someone was actually tapping on their hearts. They had been waiting, for what it seemed like forever, for that person to open his mouth. The agony of not knowing one's fate, terrifying them to their very core. So then, what you are telling me, The hoarse, deep voice that made their head bow even lower casually started to say. One who did not know him could say he was having a normal conversation, but the peoples on the floor would beg to differ. Just for the fact that his voice was to calm, they already knew that he was angry as he could be. He is not dead. The person on the throne finished asking. If, from what we could gather, the person in front stuttering tried to explain. He was already feeling the cold air against his neck, as though it was actually a sharp claw that was about to rip his head off when he started to explain. But by only 5 words later, he was already regretting his choice in how he phrased said words. From what you could gather, repeated the person on the throne, still tapping rhythmically his finger on the throne's armrest, realizing that prolonging the silence was not in his favor, as it only made that person in front of him angrier by the second. The man continued to speak with more concise words. Sodor's Christian wolf is not dead. Closing his eyes as he felt small droplets of water covering his face, he was already prepared to be executed for his failure. Hearing this, the man with platinum blonde hair and cold grey eyes finally stopped tapping his fingers. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How? I was assured that at least 5 bullets passed through his body. Still calm. Yes, 5 bullets indeed hit him. Of this I can personally assure you. The kneeled person quickly confirmed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The blonde man asked. We did not know for sure. My king, we are still. These were the only words that the kneeled person could utter before he was struck down. Red blood spilled from his lifeless body, scaring the others, but none of them moved from their places, even though the ones near the body could clearly see that his blood was about to reach their feet. They did not dare even flinch, in fright that they would be next. Is there someone else who can tell me with certainty, or are the rest of you not sure as well? The king asked. He was still calm, like he was not the one who killed his subject, but the red blood on the fingertips that previously kept on tapping were proof of his cold act. If not for his red-dyed fingers, you could not actually tell he was the one who killed the kneeled person, as he was still sitting on his throne for the entire time, or at least that was how it appeared. Moments passed, but no one dared answer his question. The next one to answer would be the next one to die. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No one wished to do so. The person who had just died was the highest ranked between them. Even if he did not want to, he was the one who was obligated to provide the information for the cold-blooded person on the throne. But the rest were the same rank. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, it seems I was just being a bit impatient. I should watch a little bit my temper. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We are still in the researching phase. Forgive me, I was getting a little ahead. The king sighed, as he returned to tapping his fingers. Only then did the people relax a little, although they still did not dare move from their position. Chapter 37. Unmarked mate. So basically, let me know if I got this right. Crescent was actually your sister's wolf, but because your sister was absorbed in the womb, she was brought by waning in your mind to share the same place, thus preventing her death. But now with you rejecting Crescent's mate and finding a true mate, Waning is no longer able to maintain Crescent alongside her for much longer, so the latter is once again in grave danger of perishing. Gabriel tried to summarize what Celia had just informed them. Frowning, he waited for Celia to affirm if he understood correctly, while also trying to think if there was a precedent for such a thing that could help the future queen. But he did not need to think much. For the previous queens, or at least other high-ranking werewolves, to have 2 wolves in the same body was without a doubt an information one would never forget, especially him who taught history and general knowledge at the academy. Celia listened to his words and, confirming she indeed made herself understood correctly by them, nodded her head. Okay. Understood. About the witch who is currently trying to find a solution. Will she be able to handle it on her own? Or is there something we can do to assist? I could at least analyze a little more crescent state with the seer, to see how she is. Gabriel asked. The seer was the tool the pack doctor mostly used when healing werewolves. One of its abilities being that it could check the health of a wolf. He used the special seer in his possession to mostly check the student Wenks and Sabranks. He was not a doctor, but he could at least also check the wolf's current condition. No matter what, we will do everything in our power to ensure the wolf's safety. We will also delegate some trackers to investigate alongside the witch and the watcher teams that are on stand. I will join in on the search for a solution. Do not worry. I am here for you, Solas assured her. Thank you for offering your help. But Clarissa is the only one who can find it. Also, if there are too many people checking, it could have the opposite effect. She now has some leads. But if others intervene, those leads could be lost, Celia earnestly said. She was thankful for his support and trust, but she had talked more with Waning, after calming the wolf from her sorrow, and for now they could only wait. Solas looked into her eyes to seek in a small sign of wavering, but he realized she indeed was not holding back, and there was nothing he could do currently. Well, even if she did not need help right at this very moment, who knows about the future? Just to make sure he would keep track of what was happening anyway, and if she really needed his help later on he would offer it, even without her asking. Clarifying the situation with Celia and Waning, they redirected their attention to the attack that happened more than 3 days ago, which was also a major problem. To attack in less than a month, when they previously had decades of peace, was not a minor problem. It was early evening when Gabriel left, after having informed Solas of all the information they had collected about the rogues, which unfortunately were not detailed. All the werewolves that were caught had killed themselves before even a piece of information was extracted from them, and no other evidence of their identity or other clues could be found in their possession. Their information network contained data on every werewolf in the kingdom. Each member of every pack had their data stored by the officials. But rogues were lawless. They mated and had pups in the wild without a proper doctor, who could tell how many there were even where they came from. Lastly, Gabriel had also asked Solas's approval on other urgent matters that needed Solas's express permission. It was already 2 a.m. in the morning. By now Solas should have been for quite some time already, considering the extent of his injuries and the wolfsbane, which had kept him unconscious for the last 3 days, following the rogue attack. But strangely, he could not close his eyes even for a moment. He barely even blinked as he stared at the bed next to his. The beautiful girl was breathing slowly and at an even pace. It was a clear sign she was sleeping. But he could not do the same. He could only stare at her face, which fortunately was inclined towards him, studying her every lovely feature. Fatigued by the regeneration that was still taking place in her body and by the constant pains caused by the wolfsbane, which drained even more of her energy, Celia had fallen asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow, shortly after Gabriel left. In a way, it was perfect for Solas. If she had not fallen asleep, perhaps she would have asked to be moved to another room, depriving him of openly admiring her loveliness, even though she was not in the best conditions. Even though no makeup adorned her face, he could not help but trace his eyes slowly from the lovely forehead, to her defined neither thick neither thin eyebrows, to her lovely closed big eyes that could barely be seen hidden by curly eyelashes, to the tall nose that seemed small between the plump cheeks, to her pink moist lips until the sharp small chin. One would think that he would have seen and known her features by now by heart, as he had kept repeating these same steps for hours. He should have been bored of looking already, but even though he could draw her face from memory, he still kept on gazing, as he could not get enough. Each time his eyes reached her chin, he traced them up again, towards her lips, nose until he would reach her forehead, but this time his eyes stopped when they reached hers, not going up again. Her eyes were already open now, making him unable to look anywhere else, but straight into them. He could get lost in those chocolate brown eyes. "I am sorry, Your Highness. I must have fallen asleep." She immediately apologized. After a second of confusion, "It's all right. You must recuperate. Keep on sleeping," Solars gently said. She shook her head. She had already slept long enough. And now, knowing he had been watching her sleep, she was even less likely to manage to close her eyes and fall asleep. Solars no longer insisted. She was already laid on the bed. Even if they talked a bit, if she felt sleepy, she could immediately do so. Not to mention, when she was sleeping she was beautiful, but awake he could also talk to her and hear her voice, so it was even better. "Your Highness, actually I wanted to tell you something," Celia said slowly, a bit uneasy. He did not say anything, waiting for her to put her thoughts into words. "I know that I said, when Gabriel was here, that what I informed you both was the whole situation, but in fact it is not," Celia said with the same tone. Looking at him, she felt a bit relieved that his face did not change, even though she had just said she withheld some information. But she still felt awkward at the same time about talking of his problem with Solars. "Tell me, whatever you have to say will not anger me," Solars replied with a small smile, which he showed to make her comfortable and talk without anxiousness. He could see she was troubled about the issue. No matter what she had to say, he would not blame her. She had justified Waning's actions when they talked, and he understood that they had never meant to hide indefinitely from him. Sky had also talked with his mate, and he felt the same as him. Even though the king of the werewolves was always more ruthless and prone to violence, the queen was actually his exact opposite. Perhaps the goddess made it so to maintain a balance and to keep the king's rage in check. That was also the case for his mother, who was a gentle and caring person, so he knew that it was in Waning's and Celia's interest as the queen to act and help others, even if it could harm them by doing so. "I know from the history class from school that whenever the king met his mate in the past, the mate would be marked almost immediately," Celia said, even slower and a little stuttering, with her cheeks burning red. It was a very embarrassing thing to say herself, to discuss about the marking, but what if Solars would want to do the same? If he wanted, then it would be a problem, so she wanted to be fair and explain herself first. She had already said everything else. Might as well get everything out in the open. "Yes, that is correct. More so than the average werewolf. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Following the will of the goddess, marks his mate immediately after finding her. This is a tradition from a long time ago. It is to prevent or at least diminish the number of rejections in the werewolf kingdom, as the king sets the example for his subjects. The will of the goddess implies free will, so there is no law in regards to forcing the mates together. But if the king marks and immediately recognizes the legitimacy of his queen, then the subjects will have no choice but to do so with their respective mates. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There are still idiots, every now and then, who deny their mate. Fortunately for me, Solars added mentally, if Rain had recognized and marked Celia before he found her, then it was possible that there was nothing he could have done to take her away. In this regard, he was very lucky that Rayan was an idiot. He dread of what could have happened. What if Rayan had been someone who waited for his maiden? At the winter ball, he had come with Celia holding his arm, while she was pregnant with his pup. He might have lost all his sanity and gave in to his ruthlessness. Perhaps all the guests at the ball would no longer be alive. Realizing his thoughts had trailed off, he immediately tried to recollect himself. Anyway, Waning would not have let that happen. He hoped, but still to protect Crescent, he could not know to what extent she was willing to sacrifice herself and Celia. "But why are you asking me? Do you not want to be marked?" he continued, showing a hurt expression on his face, an expression he could not hide, even if he wanted to. An unmarked mate. Was she still not certain of creating a proper bond with him? It is not a problem if whether I want to or not. You see, when I discussed with Waning, she said that even if Crescent is dormant for now, a major increase in power could still damage her. The marking would certainly make her stronger. In Crescent, Celia tried to explain. Do not worry, I can wait until her problem is solved. Then I will mark you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Solas interrupted her and immediately assured her, if it was not because she did not want to be marked, then he could wait a little longer. He had waited for decades. What difference would a little more time do? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Since she was now with him, it only meant that he would just have to do something else to keep the flies away. Is it really all right? Won't the council have a problem with it? I could see that at the ball. The head councilman was trying to introduce Lady Yvonne to you. Celia asked, worried. The council has hoped for the longest time that I would find my mate. It was just that after 80 years of searching, they gave up on finding the real one, settling for the next best thing, a strong werewolf to bear an heir, to have the real mate by my side and give birth to my heir, or another one less strong werewolf female who would give birth to a weaker heir. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They would choose the former, even if they have to wait a little longer for you to give birth. Oh, she replied. It was already awkward enough, bringing up the marking first. Now that babies were mentioned, her face turned betrayed. Your Highness, can I ask you another thing? Celia said quickly her last problem. It was also a mean to dispel the awkwardness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This problem was also not something he would easily agree to. She knew that he had already been lenient towards her. He had listened to her reasons without doubting even one of her words. Just now he had also agreed to not mark her, even though there could still be repercussions from the council. He had made it seem easy, but she knew that it could also be just to protect her. Perhaps it would put him in a difficult spot. And now, she wanted to ask something else of him. She was already overstepping herself, but it had been her dream since young. It was the wish she had put her heart and soul in achieving. She had only recently started working for it. She had barely begun studying to be a watcher, so she did not want to stop. A queen had so many responsibilities to fulfill, so never in history had the queen held other responsibilities other than those she held in that particular position. Sure, whatever doubts you have in your heart you may say them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You must understand a queen is her king's equal. I wish for you to tell me and discuss with me everything. I do not want secrets between us. I will also discuss with you my problems. Never be afraid to tell me something. As long as it does not involve your safety, I am willing to compromise. Solar said lightly, but his tone showed sincerity. He wanted her to be able to tell him anything, without being afraid of the consequences. Their relationship was just at the beginning of the road. If they started on a wrong step, he feared it would lead to a crossroad, and perhaps she would choose to leave him. He wanted to build a relationship built on trust. He cherished her too much to do otherwise. Can I still live in the dormitory and study being a watcher? I know that I am, perhaps asking a difficult thing, but I cannot give up my dreams, Celia said, even though she usually shed her solemn and stern face in his presence. At this moment her determined face could clearly be seen. His silence made her think that it would truly be a difficult wish to be granted. Was it really unachievable? Well, it is not something that a queen in the past ever did, but it would not be an impossible task. If you would agree to 3 conditions of mine, I will fight for your cause in front of the council. Solor said also with a solemn expression in his face, as though he would really have a hard time convincing those old men. Yes, I agree. She suspected a bit when he said she would have to agree to his conditions, but he had granted 2 of her wishes. It was only fair she would also compromise. So she immediately agreed without even asking what those conditions were. The corner of his lips rose up in a smirk, satisfied she had agreed so quickly, and without waiting a second longer for her to change her mind. He quickly enumerated them. The first condition is for you to call me Solas. You are to be my queen. It is not right for you to keep on using formal speech. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. If you chose to use a pet name, like Darling or My Love, I would not mind, Solos said, checking her face. He had started with the easiest condition, for her to let her guard down. Pet names. I could not call you. Your name is fine. Solos is fine, she quickly stated. And like he expected, she quickly responded. A bit of a pity that she would not use pet names. But he would work towards that in the future. The second condition is for you to live at the palace on the weekends. I know students have to stay during the week, but please grant me the weekends at least. With a sad smile on his face. All right. If the academy permits it, then I will come to the palace on weekends. Celia replied happily. She had thought that his conditions would be difficult, but fortunately they were not. She quite liked them as well. Spending time with her mate would be wonderful. Once mates found each other, it would be difficult for them to be apart for a longer period of time, so she could understand his reasons. The third condition is I would like us to be engaged. I can understand the reasons behind not being able to have the mark on your neck, but I would still like for you to have a mark. A promise of our future together, Solar said gingerly. Oh, okay, replied Zia. An engagement was something that was common between the humans. Werewolves did not necessarily need or wish to get married. What valued most was the mark on their necks. Most of the werewolves abided by this human tradition, only if they chose to live in the human towns and cities. But considering she could not be marked, it was understandable, as the regeneration had started to heal Solas's wounds and they both were no longer unconscious. They got the okay from the doctor to be moved to the royal palace. The personal quarters of the king were in close proximity, so the ride was short and it would not make them too fatigued and uncomfortable. Walking down the hallways of the palace, with Solas holding her hand, as he had become a bit dizzy on the way, her brows furrowed, not recognizing the direction they took. But she quickly realized that with him being dizzy, it was only natural for her to accompany him to his room, before returning to her own room. The simple, but elegant room fitted Solas's personality like a glove. The king-size bed, 2 nightstands, a small couch and a coffee table were all the furniture that she could see at a first glance. The lack of furniture, and personal items such as photos or other decorations, coupled with a generous amount of light that entered through the large windows, made the large room seem like it was a guest room, more than his personal bedroom. She averted her eyes from looking around too much, guiding him to the bed. He had already dismissed the maids before they entered the room, so even though she felt a bit awkward, she was the only one to help him lay comfortable on the bed. She turned around, after she made sure there was nothing else she could help him with. But instead of walking towards the door, she found herself in his large arms, made on his embrace, with no room to escape. Why, Your Highness, I must leave. She tried to resist, prying the arms that kept tucking the blanket on her. Why? This is your room. Where would you go? Solas asked, seemingly confused. To the guest room you assigned for me. This is Your Highness's room, she tried to explain, giving up trying to move his hands that would not budge under her strength. She could only convince him with words. Perhaps he was still a bit dizzy and thus did not recognize the room. But this is your room and mine. Why would you go to the guest room? Solas asked, still confused. Why, Your Highness, what do you mean? Her face was already red from the close proximity, but his words made her blush even more. You agreed to my condition, so logically from now on we will live together, Solas said, with a bright smile on his face. I agreed to live in the palace, Celia said, realizing bit by bit that she could have been tricked by his words. I never said which room and you never asked also. Solar said confidently, removing a small strand of hair from her face, to better see her redness. But that applies to you also. You never told me I would live in your personal room, she said, a bit upset. She felt like he was ready to take a mile. If she agreed to give him an inch. The contract is already signed and sealed. I am sorry, but there is nothing I can do. In the future, be careful on signing contract. Someone could trick you, if you were to trust in. Sonos, said Kiki. Celia was left speechless. She even regretted thinking she liked this part of his personality. A bit angered, she opened her mouth to contradict him still, but he quickly smothered her words away, covering her small pink lips with his, not letting her utter a word more to reject him. When I needed my parents the most, they chose indifference. They came to the Royal Academy, only to be turned away by a mere secretary. Their concern felt so distant from me, leaving me in utter loneliness. Chapter 38. Unexpected guests at the Royal Academy. Hello. We are sorry to bother you. Is this the building of the Watcher students? We were directed here by the guards, politely asked Robert, while still retaining his proud beta face. For days had passed since the ball, but Celia's parents had not managed to catch even a glance of their daughter, so they had no choice but to visit the academy. Yes, this is the building. May I ask the purpose of your visit? Asked the secretary, still scribbling in her notebook. Other than the first glance, she had not looked in their direction, focusing on her work. We are here to visit our daughter, Celia Blair, Diane affirmed proudly, slightly raising her voice. Being the mother of an alpha, how could she not make it known for all those who were passing by? I understand. Please wait a second for me to check. The secretary informed them, finally closing her notebook and verifying the current location of the alpha on her laptop. It was one of her most important responsibilities. She was the one who kept track of the Watcher students, even if they were on vacation or during their personal leaves. I am sorry. Alpha Blair's novel Blair's is not on the academy grounds at this moment. I was not informed of when she will return. If you want, I can let her know of your visit when she returns, the secretary briskly said, and resumed her work, not granting them another glance. She is not on the academy grounds. Then where is she? Asked Robert, surprised. Celia was an introvert person. She did not have friends and was not one who would leave to walk around. Not to mention, she should have been aware they still had not left and would probably visit her. They knew that she had already rejected Rayan, the main reason for which they phoned her some days ago. He had not told them that, but for a reason unknown to them, the night of the ball, when they had barely returned to the guest quarters, Rayan had forcefully dragged Brienne in their bedroom and marked her. Celia must have taken away any hope he had, so he finally completed the new bond with her sister. How could anyone even guess that a certain someone, jealous of their Pax Alpha, had ordered him to finalize the marking of her sister as soon as they retired for the night? The order of the highest ranked werewolf, no matter how that person struggled, at the end had to be fulfilled. I am very sorry, but the location of the students cannot be disclosed to anyone. We are her parents. We are not anybody, her mother stated, flabbergasted. How could this little secretary deny her the right to know of her daughter? You are her parents. Please contact her yourself. The Alpha has her academy-issued phone with her. I am certain she will respond if you call her. Now then, please excuse me, the secretary answered, finally losing her patience. The fact that Celia was at the palace was not a secret, but she still would not inform others of it, even her parents. Those were the rules he had to abide by. This little, she's not answering her phone, stated loud Diane, getting angrier. If Celia had answered the phone, would she come all the way to the academy? Why would she bother coming all the way here from their guest quarters, when it was the daughter's duty to see her parents, not the other way around? The fact that the Alpha is not answering her phone means that she does not wish to speak with you, not that her phone is closed. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then I am sorry. I have nothing else I can help you with, replied the secretary sharply. She knew that the Alpha was in a secure environment, so she was not concerned of her safety. Not answering the phone was her private matter, and frankly, she could see why such a common, polite person would not want to see her parents. It did not look like they were here, as concerned and thoughtful parents, to visit their child. Diane wanted to still argue with her. It was not the secretary's business to comment on other things other than telling them where Celia was, but she was stopped by her husband. Thank you for letting us know. She probably has some things she is doing and is inconvenient for her to answer the phone right now. We will talk with her later. Goodbye, Robert said, maintaining his politeness, then quickly walked away, harshly dragging the unwilling Diane. Why did you walk away? If we talked with her some more, we could have found where Celia is, Diane told her husband, while they were still walking down the stairs towards their car. It is the secretary's job to know of the student's location, but it does not mean that she would just tell it to others. Forget it. The girl probably has a reason to why she has not answered her phone yet, Robert said, sighing. Could it be that Celia's anger had not passed yet? But still, I am worried, Diane replied. They had already let that girl cool down for some months already. That should have been enough. Really, that stupid girl. She got arrogant ever since she became a student. She was not like this in the past. Do you want everybody to know how poor our relationship with our daughter currently is? Did you not see that even the secretary had begun to notice some strangeness after only a few words? Robert said, upset, using the pack link. They could have so many benefits if others knew of their daughter being a watcher, but that would only be the case if they also knew of her care towards them, which right now was non-existent. Diane finally settled down and did not speak more. She realized her husband was right, but they had no other means to contact her. The only one to whom she would answer the call remained Daniel previously, but the last time he called how they intervened. So even to Daniel she would no longer answer too. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you the parents of Alpha Blair? Hearing their daughter's name and title our voices man, the couple stopped just as they were about to enter their car. They looked towards the handsome blonde young man. From his appearance, he seemed to be a student at the academy. Yes, we are. We have been trying to reach her phone, but we are not getting through. We are deeply worried about her. Do you know where she might be? Her father asked. His appearance certainly looked the part of a concerned father. Oh, it must be because she is recuperating still. Perhaps she does not want you to worry, replied the young man, trying to justify to why she had not answered her phone. They had also tried to call her, but for 4 days now she had not answered. Their teacher, Gabriel, informed them to wait a while longer, but they were still concerned. Perhaps their Alpha was truly hurt gravely, if even to her parents she could not respond to. Recuperating? Why, what happened? Her mother asked, confused more than worried. Oh, she was injured during one of our exercises. She is at the palace at the moment, the young man answered. Thank you for informing us. Young man, let's go quickly, Robert said, not staying a moment longer. Diane agreed and quickly got in the car, but she was no longer concerned. That girl of hers was now even good at lying. To purposely stay beside the king, she faked her injuries and claimed they were graver than they truly were. Just some days earlier she was looking fine at the ball. She even fought another werewolf. She never would have thought of her being this capable of seducing a man. She really misplaced her hopes on Brianna. Marcus, who were those people, and just why did you inform them of the Alpha's current location and state? Asked Ellen, just now climbing down the stairs. They were Celia's parents and they were looking for her. Our Alpha did not want to see them concerned and did not tell them of her injuries. She has not answered their calls, Marcus replied, glad that he managed to avoid her parents from misunderstanding their daughter. I really do not understand how you managed to pass the exams to become a watcher. Honestly, the Alpha should have tossed you out of the ring back then, Evan stated, sighing, while holding his hand on his temple, massaging it. What do you mean? Asked Marcus, quite upset. He had just done a good deed, but Evan still thought he was stupid. Our Alpha has been injured for several weeks now. Would her parents visit just now? If they were truly concerned about her, they would have visited ages ago. Not to mention, though she's injured, even to us she has replied from time to time. Not answering any of her parents' calls means she's not close to them at all. Or have you forgotten how quickly she came from her vacation last time? Evan explained to the confused Marcus. Only now Marcus realized that Evan was right. But what could he do about it? Forget it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Our Alpha can handle herself. It is not like she is in danger just talking with her parents. And also, if she truly does not wish to see them, the guards would not let them inside. Just be more careful next time. Evan tried to ease the pale man's worries. At the palace, having rested like she never rested before, so comfortable and cozy, Celia slowly opened her eyes. Waking up, her eyes did not even accustom themselves with the morning light. Before she widened them in surprise, she had previously thought that she would not get a wink of sleep, when Solas had pulled her in his embrace. But not only had she slept like a baby, she was now, from her own accord, clinging onto him like, for lack of a better word, a monkey. Solas had his hand placed under her head, though that was the only part of his body that seemed to touch her from his will. She was the one who not only hushed on his hand with her face near his, but her hand was also sprawled on his chest hugging him, and her right foot was hugging his legs as well. She did not dare move, only checking with her ears if his breathing was even. Confirming he truly was still sleeping, she slowly raised her leg which, in her own opinion, was in the more compromising position, and placed it on her other foot, trying to not make any sounds, but, perhaps feeling the movement, he murmured a bit, shifting his face even more towards her own. His curled long eyelashes were now right in front of her eyes, with his nose barely not touching hers, and his lips were also at a dangerously close distance away. She closed her mouth, which she had opened in fright a second before, afraid that even the air she breathed could be felt by him, waking him up. Then, with as much gentleness as she could muster, tried to remove her hand, but she had barely clenched her hand's muscles, lifting only a little bit her weight, when he placed his own hand on hers. Her first thought was that he woke up, but his eyes were still closed. Still she froze, not knowing how to take it back, without waking him up. She was too ashamed to be caught in this position. If she had slept curled up in a corner with him hugging her, it would have still been better. At least, he would be the one clinging, not her. Unfortunately, she did not need to consider more of what to do. His full lips were raising slowly in a devilish smirk, while his blue eyes slowly opened, just in time to see her helpless face. "What are you doing?" he hoarsely asked, his voice with a tone lower because of sleeping. "Nothing, Your Highness. I was just trying to take back my hand that you snatched away," she quickly said, proud of herself for finding a proper reason for the hand that rested on his chest. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," he asked playfully. "Yes," she assured, trying to maintain her confidence. "Then I was also the one who placed your foot on mine. Such a heavily sleeper you are, not feeling both of those movements." Chuckling, realizing he was always up, and felt all of her movements, she frowned upset, trying to snatch away with force this time her hand. Not that it could budge as he held it. "Your Highness, please let go," she said, upset and shy as well. "Solas." "What?" Celia asked, not understanding why he had said his name. "Call me Solas and I will." Looking in her eyes, pleased. "S. Solas. Please let go. This time with her voice lowered. He complied, not wanting to embarrass her more, so she could finally move. She did not wait for a second longer before she sprinted on her feet and quickly went to the bathroom. Seriously, how could she fall asleep so easily at a man she barely knew some months ago, when she previously did not even have a crush or held a boy's hand? "'Cause he's our mate," Waning replied to her rhetorical question. "If that were true, I would not be so flustered each time I wake up and see him near." Using her mind link. When you are sleeping, your subconscious mind takes over. It does what your conscious mind truly wants. That does not dare, Waning said, amused. Celia no longer replied to Waning, and also did not contradict her. Waning was her wolf. She knew Celia. How could she fight against herself? It was a battle that she could never win. Fortunately, at least, by the time she dared exit the bathroom, Solas was no longer in the room. She did not have to ponder where he went, as a maid shortly knocked on the door. The maid, Jenna, was the one who had attended to her when she was staying in the guest room. As such, she was familiar with her, and she also helped Celia by bringing her clothes and some daily necessities from the other room. This was the bright side of receiving help from someone she already knew. The downside was that she felt awed because of the room where they currently were in. Jenna, on the other hand, was an experienced maid, so she acted normal like she always had, helping Celia feel a little bit comfortable. She had also informed her of Solas's current location and asked her what she would like to do for the day. The condition that Solas had asked her to abide when they previously talked was that she had to live in the royal palace on the weekend. As the day before was a Friday, Celia would still be in the palace until Monday morning, when she would return to the academy for her classes. Luckily, breakfast was uneventful as Solas was still caught up in his work and had eaten in his office, so she ate alone, getting some time to herself to get used to all the changes that happened in so little time. During the last 6 months, her life had turned 180 degrees around, but the last month was even more eventful, to say the least. Having some quiet moments, she went to the place she found herself most comfortable these days, the royal garden. Jenna had been thoughtful and had also brought her a book to have a relaxing moment. Sitting on the grass, while reading a nice romance novel was wonderful. The only problem was that even the romance novel kept reminding her of Solas. And how could it not, when the male character was exactly like Solas? Had Jenna did so intentionally, or was it a coincidence? Especially the part where he had declared his love for the female character. Thinking about it again, she found herself blushing with her lips raising in a small smile. I did not think the royal garden was a place anyone could waltz into, without a care in the world, a high screechy voice stated loudly, interrupting Celia from her daydream. It was a voice that she could recognize even if she did not wish to. I was also under the same impression. His Highness had said that it is not open to the public, Celia said calmly, not even bothering to look towards the person who had come and directly patronized her, without so much as a hello beforehand. You should not think you're all that. Just because you were His Highness's partner for the ball and got lucky when we fought, does not make you a queen. Get off your high horse, Yvonne said, annoyed. This woman that came out of nowhere had stolen a man she had worked years to get. This brat was not even born yet, when she had fallen in love with Solis. It was only because she knew that all those who came near him with the purpose of being his mate had been harshly rejected, that she did not do so as well. She worked hard first, because she knew he appreciated strength, and if not him, at least the council. A little advice from her grandfather would make the other council members come and get her to become his queen. And, as the idea would not come from her own lips, she would do them a favor and would innocently accept it. In the time she got ready to face him from a high position, he would also have gotten over the wish to find his real mate, and would accept her, if only for the fact that she was the strongest female werewolf. But then, this girl had to come along, the first female alpha, and a watcher as well. She ruined everything for her. All her plans turned to dust. That was why, even if she wanted to still keep her FA aid. It was impossible in front of Celia. She was so angry that she felt the urge to even squeeze the life out of the rose that she had approached while he was talking. She kept imagining that the black as night rose was Celia, and its small fragile stem was actually her throat. "Would you please stop hurting the rose?" Celia said a bit more forcefully, with wailing letting her alpha aura spread around, seeing Yvonne about to crush it. She was already on her feet and had her hand placed in front of the rose protectively, as the former had already let go of it a bit frightened. Touched by Celia, the black rose turned transparent, before becoming blue with small tints of white on its edges, under the very eyes of a dumbfounded Emery. "Do you need more proof?" Solas asked the head councilor, as they approached the two women. Yvonne flinched at the unexpected voice. She did not know that the old man would convince Solas so easily to come and meet her, and had wandered off, away from the waiting room, seeing the indoor garden that had fascinated her since childhood. She dared enter it and was angered to see Celia there. She let her anger get the best of her. Could they have heard the previous exchange? "No, I do not," Emery denied quickly. He was maintaining his calm on the surface, but inside his soul he was crying tears of joy. The mate of the king that they had given up on, the only person who would make the fairies' flower show a blue color, the queen of the werewolves. Solas had just informed him that there was no need for him to keep insisting on finding a mate, as he had found his true mate. But Emery, perhaps because they had hopelessly searched for such a long time, did not dare believe him. They had come to the garden just for the reason of asking Celia to touch one of the roses, proving that she was the queen. Who knew they would find her doing just that? Honestly, if Solas had not asked him to keep it a secret for now, just until the one behind the attacks was caught, the elder would already be bowing to the mother of all werewolves. But he could not. But the least he could do was to remove the person who had disturbed her. "Let us get going then, Lady Yvonne, if you please," Emery said, gesturing with his hand for her to go with him. He could not even talk to Celia, for fear he would call her by her title. Instead of her name, he would convey his greeting, later in a private meeting. But head councilor Yvonne tried to protest. "Lady Yvonne, now please let us go. I will talk to you on the way," Emery said, this time a bit more forcefully. Yvonne could no longer say anything. The council was her greatest support. If the head councilor was dissatisfied with her, she could lose the chance to approach Solas for good. "Oh, Your Highness, I forgot to tell you. On my way here, I met the beta of the New Moon Pack and his wife. They are in the waiting room, waiting to visit their daughter," Emery remembered before exiting. Solas was annoyed by the old man. Really, what was he thinking by bringing those people to the palace? Celia had not said a word, and only sighed. Really, she just got one morning without any events, but her afternoon was full with visits from unexpected guests. Chapter 39. Yearning for a family left alone in the garden. The atmosphere became a little awkward. It was the first time meeting each other since she ran away in the morning, hiding herself in the bathroom. "Do you wish to meet your parents?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If not, I can go in your stead," Solas said, finally breaking the silence, as he was walking towards her, waiting for her answer. "There is no need. How can I ask that of you?" "I will go myself," she said resolutely. "I am your mate." "Of course you can. Just say the word and I will immediately dismiss them," Solas affirmed with a firm and confident voice, arranging a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Thank you. Truly, I can handle them. Perhaps they only came to check up on me. I will talk to them for a bit," Celia said, looking up straight into his eyes, blushing a little at hearing the word made coming out of his mouth. She was touched by his care, but she had to deal with her parents herself. Seeing the moist, sparkling brown eyes looking from below, Solar's heartbeat spiked up, and he was already checking her pink lips. By now, Celia could already tell what his dilated pupils meant, and seeing him moving his gaze toward her lips, moved back a step, before quickly walking towards the door. Her backing away did not affect him in the slightest. Recognizing her embarrassment, he actually found it cute, so he only smiled a bit and did not stop her from leaving. The sweet and cute beginning of a relationship had its perks, so he did not feel the need to speed things up too much. He quite liked the current atmosphere, for now at least. Celia followed Jenna, who had been waiting at a garden's door, to lead her towards the waiting room. She already knew where the room was, and from the last time when Jake visited her, but Jenna had insisted that she had to be next to her every time Celia was not resting alone or with Solas, especially now more so when there were guests. It was an order from His Highness, one that she could not disobey. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not wanting to put her in a difficult position, did not insist longer to go alone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was better than Solo's coming with her. He had already realized, from the last time, that her relationship with her parents was far from a loving relationship, but knowing about it and actually seeing it were two different things. She took a deep breath, before nodding towards Jenna, who already had her hand on the doorknob. The latter was only waiting for her to give the permission to open the door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The sweet voice, as if drowned in honey, called from inside as soon as the door was opened. She took only 2 steps in the room, when she was already engulfed in her mother's arms, who already had tears falling from her eyes. It was a look foreign to Celia. Her mother had never hugged her, much less cry because of worry towards her. "Are you all right?" Diane asked, releasing the stiff Celia, who had not returned her hug. "Yes, of course I am all right," Celia replied, surprised by the question. "Have your injuries already healed?" Diane continued with her questions, while checking with her own eyes if there were visible wounds on Celia. Celia replied with a question. She had been injured several weeks ago. Why would her mother ask her now about wounds? We came from the academy, and a young man told us that you have been injured. You have no idea how we felt, finding out about your injuries from someone else." Diane blamed her, a bit more upset than concerned. It was only some minor injuries during an exercise with other students. "I am fine already. My regeneration kicked in shortly afterwards." Celia minimized her actual problems. The attack was still under ongoing investigations, so she did not know how much she could actually talk about it. They could stay longer visiting her, having a proper reason to do so, and she wanted to avoid that. She was still not comfortable around them. She wasn't even sure if she would ever be again, spending the last 5 months away from them. She had pondered many times about her past, trying to find at least a tiny moment when her parents actually did something for her with her best interest in mind, only to discover that she was an utter fool, dedicating so much of her care towards them. Looking back, she could not even consider that they at least clothed. Considering she did most of the chores, it would become more of a salary she received from them, like a maid, and thus paid for her necessities herself. In her conscious mind she knew it was wrong of her to think so, but involuntarily she still felt like that. What kind of parents would let a child do her homework only after assisting her siblings do theirs and completing most of the chores in the house? And while it was true that her mother was the one who most ordered her to do this and that, her father always turned a blind eye to her actions, silently approving them. At some point, Daniel started to do his homework by himself, refusing her help. But because of her mother, Brianna gladly accepted it, and did not bother to do her projects at all after some time. Even when Celia informed her mother of this, fearing that Brianna would suffer on the long term lacking a proper education, Diane took no actions, doing the work of 2 people. If she had not put enough effort in her studies, spending countless sleepless nights, it was clear that her mother did not think of her future at all. But the young man who talked to us at the palace said that you are still recuperating. Oh, I just realized, why are you at the palace? Diane asked, seemingly confused. But she already had her suspicions. Oh, that is because, said Celia, dragging her words. She had no valid reason for why she was here, because the true reason was not something she wanted to inform her parents about. Knowing her mother, she would be quite eager to become in laws with Solas. Perhaps she would even insist on him marking her, causing problems for Crescent. Not to mention, Diane could even try to intervene in her decision to keep being a watcher. Not that she would listen to her mother. But why bother? There are no separate dorm rooms for girls at the building meant for the watcher students at the academy, or spare rooms in the buildings of the other courses. Realizing this particular fact, His Highness has decided for Miss Blair to live at the palace where there is enough space, at least during the weekends. Jenna intervened in her stead. It was actually the reason His Highness himself had made her say a no to them. Jenna was in real time reporting each word to Solas, using the pack link. Celia sighed in relief. She was thankful to Jenna for saving her. Instead, she was an experienced maid, as expected for one who worked so close to Solas. Is that right? We must thank His Highness for his care, intervened Robert, for the first time since she entered. Right. We should. Her mother quickly agreed. It was a perfect opportunity to meet the king. He must have some affection for Celia. He did not only let her live in the palace, he also brought her to the ball with him. Even at the ball, although she could not see properly their interaction because of the distance, His Highness did not leave her side. And when Celia left unexpectedly, the king also disappeared a short while afterwards. It was such a pity that they could not go to the king's table before he left. Brianna was young and she could just say she was still ignorant about the royal protocol. But they were not. They had participated too many times to the Winter Ball to use the same reason. Well, at least they could meet him now. Surely, being acquainted with the king, their status could only rise. I am sorry. His Highness is busy. Even I do not see him while living here. I will let him know if I see him, Celia said, with her usual expressionless face. A face one would show when talking to guests not her parents. She was getting tired of talking with them, with Jenna in the room, and considering Solas was also nearby and could probably hear their conversation if he wished. She had tried to keep her words as polite as possible, but to speak in this manner to the parents who had betrayed her, she was starting to get a headache. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patient enthusiasm. Her father replied after some time. He was a bit upset that he did not get to speak to the king, but considering Celia would be here for a year or so if not longer, as long as they mended their relationship, then it was only a matter of time before they could also meet the king. After a moment of awkward silence, as her parents were the only ones keeping the conversation alive, her mother spoke again. Let's sit and talk for a while. I missed you, my baby girl. Let's catch up with each other, just us three. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Diane tried to insinuate for the maid to leave. She could feel Celia's stiffness and her polite words, which only made their distant relationship more obvious. To cajole her daughter into letting go of past issues and renew her authority over her, she needed to discuss with Celia in a private setting. How could she say forget about your sister stealing your mate and we your family helping her? With the maid still in the room with them, she would be shooting herself in the foot. What if the maid reported it to the king? From ages in the past, the royal family had the most loyal werewolves towards their mates. If the mate of the king turned out to be even an Omega, that king would immediately recognize her as his maiden marker, acknowledging her legitimacy, without a second thought. Even the current king was rumored to have searched for his mate for decades. Before giving up, the majority of werewolves would speculate if he had a lover here and there, hidden from public sight, but he had never made another his queen. Hearing the words baby girl coming out of her mother's lips, she felt shivers running along her spine and the hair on her arms and the back of her neck stand up. She was long way past the age she had wanted her mother to call her indirectly, and the tone only made it worse. "That's right. Honey, we have some things to discuss with you." Her father agreed, his words adding to her already awkward stance. "I am sorry, but Miss Celia already has prior engagements to keep. I think you are well aware that a watcher student has a limited free time." The maid intervened sharply. Even though she was speaking the words Salas was instructing her to say, the choice of tone was hers. Even Jenna could realize that their words and care were not from their hearts. She had attended to Celia every day. The latter never received a call from her parents. Not one at all. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." "We are her parents. Who are you to intervene? Please leave us alone with our daughter." "Really now the audacity," her mother said, raising her voice, showing a glimpse of her true temper. "Please do not raise your voice at a person who is just doing her job. If you have something to say, you can say it now with Jenna in the room. Otherwise, we will talk on the phone another time," Celia said, also raising a bit her voice. She was used to her mother's short temper, but there was no need for Jenna to know of it also. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We are only worried about you. We just wanted to check up on you," her father said, trying to relax the tense atmosphere. "If you really cared about me," Celia said, losing a bit her composure, but quickly realized her real emotions were slipping out. "I appreciate your care. As I said, we will talk later," she stated, and did not allow them to speak more. Turning around and walking out, Jenna did not follow her, stepping in front of the parents who had wanted to follow after her. "I am sorry that you cannot walk inside the royal palace on your own accord. Please return to the opposite door and follow the guards out," Jenna informed them, not moving even a bit from in front of the door Celia had walked out of. "She is my daughter. Who are you to stop me?" Diane yelled, losing for good her self-control. She seemed ready to snap and bite Jenna. She felt like it was the last time she would get a chance to see her daughter. Even before, if they did not find the head councilman at the palace's entrance, they probably would have not managed to see Celia. "She was your daughter," Jenna affirmed sternly, releasing an oppressive aura, frightening them and making them show their necks in submission. Diane was not aware, but Robert knew. The maids of the palace were carefully selected werewolves, not one of them with an age less than 100 years old. They were as powerful as betas from an actual pack, and regrettably the one in front of them seemed even more powerful than a regular beta. They had no choice but to leave, even if they were not satisfied with the result of their visit. Celia returned to her guest room, wanting nothing more than to be alone. The meeting had resulted in Omi making her remember the past, reminding her that she never had a real family. Several hours passed before she felt like even raising herself a bit from the bed to drink a glass of water. She was thankful that at least she was left alone for a bit. Knock, yes," she answered, with her voice a little bit hoarse, wiping the tears away. "Monsieur, His Highness asks for your presence in the dining room," Jenna informed her, smiling a bit reassuringly. "Could you please inform him that I am not hungry? I want to rest for a bit longer," Celia said slowly. She did not want Solas to see her puffy red eyes. She also did not have an appetite. "Please come with me. His Highness has said that, no matter what, you must come. Please do not put me in a difficult position," Jenna pleaded. She used the reason that she knew would make Celia have no choice but to come. Celia did not refuse longer and walked to the dining room. She expected Jenna would enter with her, but the latter excused herself and asked her to enter alone. Opening the door, Salazar's distinct scent that had a calming effect on her instantly hit her nose. She clumsily entered, thinking of what to say to Solas if he asked her of the visit, but such thoughts flew away as soon as she stepped through the door. The beautiful sparkling lights that decorated the room, the warm light that the countless candles emitted, and the countless flowers that she had not even noticed the scent of before, stunned her. Rather than the usual dining room, the room felt more like a romantic restaurant enclosure. But what captivated her attention the most was the sight of the handsomest man she had ever laid eyes on, waiting for her in the middle of the room. What is happening, she wanted to say, but momentarily could not find the words. Solas, dressed in a black formal suit, was as expressionless and as solemn as ever, but his gaze was still warm nonetheless. He did not say anything, only came near and closed the door behind her, before pulling her by the shoulders towards the table. She walked like a puppet, following his pace and direction. When they arrived near the beautiful decorated table, he did not pull her chair out, helping her sit like he always did, but turned her shoulders so that she would face him, and slowly kneeled on one of his knees. The image was quite contrasting of the tall formal-dressed man in front of the home-dressed Celia, who was dressed in ankle-length wool dress with the usual fluffy slippers he had gotten for her. She looked towards him wide-eyed, with her heartbeat racing, not understanding his gesture. "Celia, I know that I have promised you that I will not mark you until we save Crescent." Solas started gently. She did not interrupt him, but still felt frightened, thinking he might have changed his mind. Perhaps the head counselor had opposed it when he came earlier today, her heart squeezing at the thought. "I will keep that promise towards you. However, I still want to mark you as mine. Even though I cannot mark you how we werewolves do, I at least hope to mark you as humans do." Solas, still as gently as before, said, moving his hand towards his pocket and taking out a small black box. "Celia, since a long time ago I have yearned for a family. Since the loss of my parents, finding my mate and becoming a family together with her has been my most fervent wish. Will you please marry me and become my family?" Solas asked, finally revealing the ring inside of the black box. The small ring and the promise of a family touched her heart greatly. She was certain now that he was informed of the details of the visit, but he thoughtfully did not embarrass her further, touching on the sour subject. Instead, he had comforted her, without even mentioning a word of it. He had offered her what she most wanted, a family. A real family. "Yes," she hoarsely said, between tears that threatened to fall from her hazy eyes, and for the first time, voluntarily, jumped in his arms, circling with her hands his neck, and timidly and clumsily kissed his lips. He immediately returned the unexpected hug, happily deepening the kiss. Chapter 40. Returning to the academy Monday morning. Beep, beep. The alarm sounded loudly in the quiet room, even though she had set it at a lower volume. It sounded one more time, before it went on to snooze for the following 10 minutes. Hearing the alarm, she sleepily opened her eyes. It took a second for her to realize she was in Solas's room, and another second for her to freeze, as she was still not used to waking up in his room. Luckily, she hadn't moved yet, so her first thought was to check the position of her body. She didn't want to risk finding herself like she did Saturday morning. The previous morning, when she woke up, Solas was already gone, so fortunately she managed to avoid the embarrassing situation of greeting him first thing in the morning, after she had boldly kissed him the night before when he proposed to her. Honestly, she did not know where she found the courage to do that, to kiss him herself, and on top of that, what was supposed to be a light peck on the lips turned into such a deep kiss. It left her breathless with her mouth gasping for air, before he released her lips. The emotions that had built up, with her parents' visit and his proposal, coupled with the effects of the wolfsbane that had not completely dissipated from her system, caused her to fall asleep, as he hugged her after their kiss, finally relaxing her body. As her senses dulled, she only woke up the morning after. Then for the rest of the day, most likely occupied with his official duties, she did not even catch a glance of Solas all day. Not that she was complaining. After such a kiss, she did not know how to face him. Did he really wait for her all of these years? His kissing technique. She had never kissed someone else before, so she did not know if she could compare how good or bad it was. But in her opinion it was. Her face flushed, as she remembered the intoxicating kiss. Even in her mind, she could not dare think how to classify it. Admit it. It felt wonderful. Waning frankly stated. Using their mind link, she really was more mature than her. Celia thought. But could you really kiss someone like that without a lot of practice? Celia shyly asked the wolf. A pang of jealousy, at the mere thought of him kissing another, sending knives through her heart. Just those words express your positive opinion on his kissing technique, even though you dare not say it. Waning giggled. I will no longer talk to you, Celia quickly said, upset to how the wolf twisted her words. Then once again, she remembered that she had forgotten her original purpose. Yesterday, she woke up alone, but today she could hear his steady breathing near her. He had not left yet. Well, it was to be expected. She had set the clock to 5 a.m. to ensure she had enough time to get ready to leave for the academy, as opposed to yesterday when she woke up at 8 a.m. She briefly felt her body, concentrating on her hands and feet, and could tell she was not touching him anywhere, sighing in relief. Very slowly, trying to assure she did not wake him up, she removed the blanket, as she wanted to already be clothed and neat by the time he woke up. At this point, it was already too late. By now he had seen her worst morning faces several times already. She knew that, but she still wanted to look presentable, trying to minimize her movements. She slowly raised her head from the pillow. She had barely steadied her elbow, trying to put some strength into it and use it to shift her body up, when she felt the force of a pull, and her body hitting the soft mattress. Losing the focus of her eyes for half a second, the next image she saw was his face hovering above hers, as his body had hers in a tight lock, before his head flopped down next to hers. What are you doing? I have to get ready to leave, Celia said, feeling the weight of his body on hers. She did not feel much pressure per se, as half of his body was still on the bed, but it was enough to make her face flush. What do you mean? What I am doing? I am simply accustoming you to our morning routine, he said gently, his hoarse voice muffled against the pillow near her ear, as he was still keeping his head near hers. Morning routine? What kind of morning routine is this? And since when did we have a morning routine in the first place? This is only the second morning we wake up together, she quickly asked, trying to move a bit her body from under him. Exactly my point. Every couple's morning routine is to cuddle. You were not aware of it, so of course we need to get used to cuddling. And secondly, you don't have to count our mornings anymore. They will be countless. I had to leave yesterday, because of an important matter, and it was too early to wake you up. I am sorry. I did not think it would bother you so much, Solos quickly said, squeezing her even more in his embrace. Really, this man. He so liked to twist her words. How did he get from a non-existent morning routine to her complaining he left her alone in the morning? She never said either of those things. Were all these words actually coming from the stern man he was known to be, or had someone taught him to act like this? If that was true, she would kill whoever that was, in a certain home, holding his mate as he cuddled with her, a certain someone who, hopefully, forever would remain hidden. Loudly sneezed. In case any of the readers do not know who I am talking about, please read the extra The Art of a Shameless Man. As for this particular person sneezed, well, in some countries it is believed that a person will sneeze if someone thinks or talk about him or her, and usually not in a good way. Solas, it did not bother me. Can you please let go? I need to get ready for the classes, she said flustered, trying to get away. She felt her heartbeat rising, feeling his warmth and touch. Yesterday, he said slowly, not answering to her initial request. Yesterday, she repeated, when he did not continue his words. She had not seen him at all for the entire day. Even as she fell asleep, he did not return to his room. But she did not do anything special. She only trained her body for a bit and tried to catch up with her studies. What was there to ask about yesterday? I miss you. Only 5 more minutes. Solas slowly pleaded. The words he said sent shivers down her heart. coupled with such a large part of his body touching her own. Her temperature rose up. She had never felt so needed by someone else in her life. Even by her sister, who could not function without her in the past. She stopped struggling altogether and let him hold her for a bit longer. She could not deny she also liked his embrace. The cuddling went on for several minutes, until finally the alarm sounded off again, giving her a chance to loosen his embrace and bolt to the bathroom. As she got out of the bathroom, looking in the room, he was no longer present. Even during breakfast, she did not see a glimpse of his shadow. The work of the king took a lot of time, and it would take even longer because of the work that had piled up during his absence. Jenna explained to her. Celia knew that in her heart, but she still wanted to see him a bit before she left for the academy, to at least say goodbye. She would not see him until Friday. Her nervousness got the best of her when she woke up, but she should have left him cuddle a bit more. In the morning, shaking her head at the thought, she cleared her mind. Walking towards the car that was prepared to take her back to the academy, she felt like his shamelessness was slowly rubbing off on her. Jenna, who walked behind her, gave her bag to the driver, as she was the one who had carried it from her room, vehemently denying Celia to carry her own bag. The maid, informed of her status, even frightened her in the morning when she bowed to her as soon as she came in the room. Celia had tried to stop her, but the latter did not budge. She kept her body bent, until Celia had agreed to say the words the Queen should say. That was, "I give you permission to raise your head." She had felt awkward saying it, but Jenna did not raise her head until she said those exact words. "Be careful, my lady," the maid smilingly greeted. While opening the door for her, she smiled a bit and nodded. Getting in the car, "Es sonas," she exclaimed at the handsome man that was already in the back seat, with his laptop on his knees, typing away. "Yes," he said, raising his head. "Are you coming to the academy?" A bit happy that she saw him before she left. "I will only accompany you until we reach there. I apologize I did not have breakfast with you. It is all right. You should not have come. You are already so busy." She immediately said he should not have made the effort. He still had work left to do. As she could see, he was still typing. "I do not know if I can see you until Friday. It is only logical that I at least send you off." Solos replied, smiling. The smile stunned not only Celia, who still had not gotten used to his handsome face, but also the driver. The man had always driven the car for His Highness, and he did not know the Stoic King was capable of such a warm face. They sat in silence for the short ride to the academy. She did not want to disturb his work. It was enough if she could stay a little more in his presence. "Keep your phone with you at all times. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Solos said, just as the car stopped in front of the Watcher Students building. "In my private time, I will, but I am not allowed to do so during classes," she explained, as she was just about to put her hand on the door's handle. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Solos said, no longer trying to convince her. "Then I will leave now. Take care," she said awkwardly, having no more reasons to talk with him. "Wait," Solos said, seeing her already turning her head towards the door. She turned towards him, hearing his voice, to see what more he had to tell her, but only found herself lightly pecked on the lips by his soft warm lips. "You forgot my goodbye kiss." Chuckling, she nodded a bit, with her face getting redder, and quickly exited the car. She did not have any words to reply to his. Getting her bag from the driver, she turned towards the stairs to climb them. She was about to be late for the classes. By now the driver, who had already closed the door she alighted from, returned to his seat and drove away. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," several voices exclaimed, with a surprised tone. Raising her head to the direction of the voices, a few men quickly descended the stairs to greet her. Finally, We get to see you, the young men happily said, just as they swiftly got to her. She did not even get to see exactly which members of her pack greeted her, when Jake had already put his hands around her, hugging her with all his strength. They were all so relieved to see her. They heard from her until 5-6 days ago, but then she no longer replied. Only yesterday did they hear from her again, as she replied to their texts. They were truly worried that she was not feeling well and that her state had relapsed. Jake did not release her even after a few seconds, and the other guys were also hovering around trying to join the huddle. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All right, that is enough. You are suffocating her, Jake said, trying to get the others away from her. But he only got strange looks from them, every one of them thinking that he was the most righteous one of all of them, when he hugged her first and the longest. Are you all right now? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your face is red. Do you have a fever? Asked Jake, worried, finally managing to get the rest away from them. No, I don't have a fever. I am all right. It could be because of the cold. She tried to justify her colored face, even though she clearly knew that was not the reason for the redness. Are you certain? Your cheeks look even redder, Marcus also noticed. Yeah, I am. I am really all right. Let's go to class. We are about to be late, Celia assured them, trying to change the subject. Happy they finally saw her, and could tell with their own eyes she was indeed healthy. They agreed and followed their alpha inside the building. They would talk to her more anyway, now that she finally came back. The pack that was lifeless these past few days was now happily talking away. When Gabriel entered the classroom, "See, you did not want to believe me. I told you she was all right," he reproached them, as soon as he saw Celia was also attending the course. "Really, you guys, you have no faith in your teacher," Gabriel accused them, seemingly upset. "Excuse us, teacher, but other than the courses you teach, you are not a reliable guy. You told us our alpha would return in a week, but 2 weeks passed before she really came back, so we had every reason to doubt you," Marcus said, with the others nodding their head in approval. Gabriel looked at them shocked, when they kept trying to get information out of him. The day Celia was not around, they were always answering politely, but now, with their alpha present, they regained their cockiness, ignoring them altogether. He used to be so respected by the Watcher students, but this year with 10 students, as opposed to the past when there were only 2 or 3, it was a handful to handle them. Anyway, let's get back to our business, now that we are a whole team again, like before, Gabriel continued, regaining his scholarly attitude. "Students, I was just informed from the Dean's office that the rules of the Academy will change a little, in terms of security. As such, from now on you will be obliged to have your phone with you at all times. So please carry your phones, even during classes," Gabriel said with a serious face, even while shamelessly lying. Seriously, he thought he would be a teacher for solace in terms of shamelessness, but the latter seemed to be a case of students surpassing his teacher. The girl barely arrived at the academy, and he was already bending the rules for her. Why? Evan asked, frowning. They all knew the strictness of the rules that had not changed in a long time, because of the recent attack. The academy will strengthen their securities and also review some of its rules. That's why all of you have the obligation to have the phone with you, no matter what, Gabriel explained with an answer, as logical as he could think of. They all nodded, not questioning him, but for some reason Celia felt like this reason was not the actual one for which they were allowed to have their phones with them. Could that man, perhaps, was that why he did not insist in the morning for her to have her phone, and agreed to her reasons? If this was true, she really was beginning to wonder if someone had really not taught him to act like this. Achoo! Gabriel sneezed loudly. Sorry, I must have gotten a cold. It's the second time I sneezed today," Gabriel said, wiping his nose with a tissue. "Are a werewolf getting a cold?" seemed to be the question on the students' faces. At the same time, elsewhere, with the wind ruffling her curly long black ebony hair, a bubbly witch rode joyfully on her black broomstick laced with dark purplish tulle. She rocked her head from side to side, singing along with the cheery music from her AirPods, chewing on a piece of pink bubblegum, even making the bubbles from time to time. Her Lolita, a short black dress embedded with ribbons and secured with a corset on her waist, with purple tights, black leather boots and a purple ribbon loosely holding a strand of hair, made her seem nothing like a witch. From to time, as she felt the music she was listening to, she would swing her broomstick in the air, going above the clouds and down so low between the trees. She flew so low in between them that she could even grab flowers from the ground, which she actually did from time to time, smelling the wild magnolia she picked from a tree. She smiled, dangling her feet in the air like a small child. But that one could not assume her as one. The small white as snow porcelain face, almond-shaped, hazel eyes, bright pink cheeks, the small pointy nose and pouty lips, made the witch look nothing older than an 18-year-old girl. Putting it optimistically, but if one would take a bet on her age, one would surely lose. Who could actually tell that the witch's real age was in the centuries? Not that she would tell anyone her real age. In actual fact, Clarissa would get mad if you were to guess her age, no matter if you would say she looked younger or older than she really was. It was a taboo subject, and the only thing that would change her bubbly, cheery personality to a dark one. "Are you sure it is the right way?" asked the small black cat that stood on the end of the long broomstick. The cute little fellow had a ribbon on his neck similar to hers, and was a ball of fluffiness, but had quite a sharp tongue if angered. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Elo and Claude are certainly this way. Look, the letter said so," smugly affirmed Clarissa, shoving the letter in front of the cart. Upset a bit, she was interrupted during her favorite song. "Look closer on the paper. We passed by the road that is indicated on the directions Lido wrote for you half an hour ago," observed the black cat, sighing while she licked her small black paw, widening her eyes. Clarissa quickly stopped the broomstick from going further, and turned around, without waiting another second. A bit more attentive this time, she thoroughly checked the contents of the letter, but not even once agreed that she was wrong about the way. Not that Herkett insisted on who was right or wrong. She only swung her head from side to side. "But will the ring work?" asked the cat, with her head on her paws, sitting lazily as she swung her tail from side to side. She had absolutely no problem sitting lazily about, even with the broomstick going faster than an airplane. Clarissa did not manage to answer, as she saw it quickly flying towards her. The white beautiful bird settled on the finger she had risen in the air, like it was the most natural thing to do, before transforming itself into a white paper. Clarissa read the letter quickly. It was one of the letters she would receive from time to time from Waning, wherever the wolf could while Celia slept, informing her about their current state. It was the way she would communicate with the Wolf Queen, as the latter cat had updated on how they were feeling. "What does it say?" the cat asked, when Clarissa still did not reveal the information she read. "Well, this solution better work." Waning had no other solution than to put Crescent to sleep. "It seems time is running out." The cat finally stopped lazing about. If Waning was keeping Crescent dormant, then it meant they, at most, had another year left to help the wolf. One might think there would still be enough time to think of another solution. If this one did not work, but he or she would be wrong. Even the current solution was one of 10 potential solutions they researched for the last 8 years since they found Celia in the forest. It was the last of them, not to mention the ring also needed time to work its magic. So 1 year. Would there be enough time? When an ordinary girl accidentally becomes the fiancée of the werewolf king, her life changes forever. She must face the pressures from the kingdom and resist the dark forces that want to destroy their love. Chapter 41. A Tamed Wolf. Okay, now that the matter with the changing of the rules is out of the way, let's get started on our history class, Gabriel said, trying to deviate the students' attention, fearing someone might find a flaw in his announcement or the reason behind it. Really, he even had to miss the meeting with the council for it. Can any of you tell me, what are the great taboos that have incurred the wrath of the goddess in our long history? Gabriel asked, grabbing his book, while he leaned in front of his desk. No one, he asked again, when he saw not one of the 10 students raising their hands. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can you tell us? He looked towards the girl, like a teacher who would appoint the student he favored in class. If she did not know the answer to his question, then none of them knew. The 7 great taboos committed along history are the acts collectively known as the peccati predecessor, the sins of the predecessors. They are the only times a mistake made by a particular creature made the goddess take actions with her own hand. Celia answered easily. Thank you. Indeed, as we all know, each and every creature under the rule of the goddess, whether we are talking about vampires, werewolves, fairies and so on, all have free will, which means that, as long as one does not commit one of the 7 sins, generally the goddess will never intervene in the creature's lives. But in our history, unfortunately, these 7 taboos have been broken at least once. Well, there will always be some idiot who will think the goddess will not intervene, that she did in some way or another each time. Can any of you enumerate them for me? Gabriel inquired again and, seeing that no one dared again, asked Celia to answer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can you enumerate them? Yes. Having been assigned Latin numbers, the peccati predecessors of the sins of the predecessors are I.N.U.S. the eating of the flesh of mermaids, which grants eternal life to the eater. I.I.D.O. the stealing of a black dragon's inverted scale, which grants the stealer ownership of said dragon. E.T.R.S. the creation of artificial werewolves, or commonly known as lycans, which granted a human the powers of a werewolf. I've equal to the stealing of the ashes of a phoenix before it could revive, which granted the stealer the power of regeneration, even healing him on the brink of death. The Kuenku the use of black magic to summon a demon by a witch, which granted the said witch 3 wishes. Thy hexa the creation of more than 100 ghouls by a pure blood vampire, effectively creating and Andidami. Vi septum the killing of any ruler of any type of supernatural creatures, directly appointed by the goddess. See, you said, finally sighing relieved, as she finished the enumeration. Thankfully, this was one of the things she reviewed the day before. Yes, thank you very much. That's an accurate description. Indeed, any of those particular facts will undoubtedly incur the wrath of the otherwise gentle goddess. And one of the proofs of incurring her anger is the killing of the queen of all the dragons, by the white dragons, said Gabriel to prove his point, and the fact that the 7 taboos were real, not myths, as they were rumored nowadays. Teacher, I didn't know there are white dragons. I thought there are only black ones. Asked Liam, a fact known by all of them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There are no white dragons now, but there were before, long ago. Enthusiasm. The goddess informed the dragons of the identity of their future queen, who was until that point a normal village girl, a bit naughty and easily controllable. The young girl was led by the white dragons into their palace, teaching and actively transforming her in a puppet ruler, instead of grooming her as an actual leader and showing her how to really use her power. Nyx, the queen fell in love with a black dragon, and one of the dragons had disapproved the white dragons' use of their queen for their own purposes. The frictions between the two factions led to a terrible war between the Black Dragons and the White Ones, a war which ended in tragic deaths, as the Queen of the Dragons lost control of her powers in grief for her lost lover, who had fallen on the battleground moments earlier, effectively decimating alone more than half of the entire population of dragons and herself in the process. Gabriel explained a part of the general history. But I don't understand. Why do you say the goddess intervened? If the queen killed herself, and did not die by another dragon's hand? Jerk asked, intrigued by the story, which seemed more like a fairy tale rather than actual history, because the dragons more or less indirectly participated in her loss. And because to maintain their superiority on the battlefield against the Black Dragons at that time, they had feasted on the queen's wings, which had the ability to continuously regenerate their wounds. They spilled her blood and caused her harm, without a care for her well-being, up till she lost control of her powers. Gabriel fervently explained, glad that he had managed to capture the students' attention. History was his favorite subject to teach. As such, they committed the seventh taboo. They killed their own ruler. This incurred the goddess' anger, and their total annihilation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kishut's enthusiasm. Today there are still Black Dragons alive. You will never find a white one. The moment the queen died, all the white dragons, even the ones that had not participated in the war, fell ill and died soon after. It was rumored that the white dragons that did not take part in the war still had a part in the goddess' anger, because of their passivants. The Black Dragons at least fought for their queen, but the white ones who did not actively fight against them also did not help her. Another point you should remember is that for us werewolves, the leadership of all the werewolves is given from the father to his pup, so the king's position is inherited, but the mate of the king has long been thought of as being decided by the goddess, as she decides which werewolf possessed the queen's half-a-soul. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kishut's enthusiasm. We do not have clear evidence for this, as the goddess never ascertained it herself, like she did for the dragons, and also a queen of ours has never died from unnatural causes. So I cannot tell you what would happen if someone were to murder our king, but the murder of a future queen could potentially cause an even greater calamity that could befall on us. If this fact would turn out to be true, frankly spoke Gabriel. In truth, at the time when he took Celia to help Solas with his treatment, he indeed had acted rashly. He was one of the most competent officials in the kingdom and one who would generally coldly judge a situation and act accordingly. But at that time he lost his cool, seeing his friend hurt that badly, and Celia's identity as the mate's king was also not certain. He asked for her help, but if she had died, would the goddess have done something to them? Not to mention only this, but also the fact that all the council members and him had tried to find a mate for Solas. If Solas had not waited for Celia, would this have also impacted them in some way? The seventh taboo only mentioned the killing of a ruler. It never said anything about forcing the king to accept his mate, as the goddess would not force mates together. Not that any king in the past had refused his mate, so this fact could not be checked for certain either. He sighed relieved that these questions would only remain what-if questions, and continued with his lesson. By this point all the students' attentions were fully on him. Now then, returning to the dragons. Do not judge them too harshly. We also have our own foolish werewolves. From enthusiasm from the distant past it is widely known that werewolves cannot bite a human and left to that bite, because the said human could possibly transform into an artificial werewolf. There is a small chance of that happening, about 1 in 10. 0, but the transformation in an artificial werewolf is still there. Can any of you tell me, why do we call the surviving bit inhuman an artificial werewolf? Asked Gabriel, and seeing that Evan raised his hand, nodded for the latter to answer. Because werewolves, normally, are born with 2 sides, a human one and a wolf one, but humans, by becoming an artificial werewolf through a bite, would not possess a wolf side, They would not have a distinct personality inside their minds granted by the goddess, so would never be able to transform into a real wolf, only partially transforming into a chimera of sorts, a lichen. Gabriel nodded, satisfied by his answer, as it was correct, then added more details to Evan's description. Yes, an artificial werewolf can never become a real werewolf, and thus would also never even have a proper mate, as the mates are separated into halves before birth. Not born as werewolves, they would not have a soul shared with another werewolf. Now here lays the problem. It is difficult for a werewolf to transform a human into a lichen, but once that human becomes a lichen, the possibility of him transforming another human into a lichen increases. 1 in 10 bitten humans become a lichen if they are bitten by him, with the 9 left untransformed, dying in the process. And also, lichens are savage creatures that cannot maintain their sanity. They viciously and indiscriminately attack everyone in their way, and they get more savage and mindless as the one who transformed them gets transformed by a lichen further away from the original lichen, the first one to be bitten by the werewolf. Even human towns are left destroyed in their plunder, which could lead to our exposure to the humans, as opposed to new empires, who retain their mind and have some control to their newfound instinct. You see, the goddess has maintained a frail equilibrium with the human world, as she has only dominion over the supernatural creatures, but would never dare to hurt others, even the humans that are not under her rule, not to mention that lichens are to her imperfect wolves, a mutation to her creation, incurring the goddess's fury. The werewolf who would break this taboo by creating a lichen would immediately die, along with whoever would help him do so, regardless of what type of creature that is. But teacher, why would a werewolf ever want to do that? Why would he or she transform a human into a lichen? Asked Marcus, confused. Why would any werewolf break the taboo and kill himself? Well, now in our time, no werewolves under the king would, but at one point before, in the distant past, when the packs were not yet united under one werewolf, they were severely hunted, though some rash decisions were made. Some werewolves just bit the hunters, thinking that creating lichens would make the other hunters refrain from attacking them, seeing that members of their families were also werewolves. But the fact was that they did not take note of how hard it was to create a lichen. They would have to kill thousands of hunters to create just one of them. In the end, they did not manage to create even one, and only got more hunted by the revenge-fueled hunters. To put a stop to their foolishness, the goddess created that taboo, and in a way it was also for their protection. As watchers, even though your main duty is to ensure the protection for members of a pack against a cruel alpha, you will also have other obligations. Ensuring that the 7 taboos are not broken is one of them. Now then, please take note that the 7 broken taboos will consist as material for the final exam, so please study them properly. By next Monday, please research at least one of the other 6 cases in which the taboos have been broken, other than the one we have discussed today. Your report should have at least 2,000 words. Let's continue with the war that happened 30 years ago. Before beginning the meeting with the council members, to discuss the information about the attacks, Solos took the phone out of his pocket and checked the time. At this hour, Celia would still be attending courses. If he remembered her schedule correctly, she previously had history course, and now would be in the training course. As she would not be able to answer his phone call, she would keep the phone with her in the classroom. He made sure of that. But during training, perhaps, she would not be able to carry it around. It was several hours ago that they parted, and he was already missing her. How would he be able to hold on until Friday? Would the petite woman also miss him? He pondered, hoping that she would. Having no other option, he at least thought to send a message. I miss you, my lovely fiancée. Please, let me know where you want to take me to, for the date you wanted. I am available this weekend. He smirked as he sent the message and returned the phone to his pocket. Several minutes later, all the members of the council took their seats so the meeting could begin. Normally, he would be last to appear, but as he drove Celia to the academy, He showed up earlier at the council's office and summoned them all earlier. Your Highness, before we begin our talk about the attacks, we would like to offer our sincere congratulations for finding your mate, said one of the council members, followed immediately by the others. They had already been informed of this by Emery, with the latter bragging about the fact he was the first to see Her Majesty in her new status. Thank you. Don't worry, you will all get to see her in due time. I can only hope that this settles your mind and will stop interfering with my personal life. With the last part using a harsher tone, slightly guilty, Emery coughed to hide his embarrassment. He had indeed reflected on his behavior. He knew that he had sinned towards the Queen. Would Her Majesty keep a grudge on him? Perhaps. Solas was right, he truly was becoming a child. He should be more careful in the future. Then should we start to talk about the information we gathered, Your Highness? Emery said, trying to deviate the subject. Even if he was regretful of what he had done, in front of the king he would never admit it. Solas nodded and did not insist on his words. The attack was the most important right now. If the attackers were not dealt with, he would not be able to have Celia in her proper position as the Queen. The council members, Micah, Gabriel and Jenna, the most powerful maid he had at the palace, were the only ones who knew about her. But more and more people could find out. The attackers dared at times to enter his borders. What would stop them to enter a third time? And knowing of the existence of the Queen, they might attack her to weaken him. He could not risk her life. And from the information Gabriel and his team has collected so far, and from Her Majesty, we know the following. 1. The attackers have someone on the inside. They knew His Majesty will not be present in the palace during the Hunters' attack. We have pinpointed some people, and have already released a bit of fake information to them. Now we are waiting to see which of the information make its way outside. Based on that, we hope to determine the exact source of the leak. 2. They used witches when they attacked. But as our connection with the covens is a bit strained right now, it is a bit difficult to determine if some of the witches are missing from their covens or have fled of their own free will. The witches also keep refusing to talk with us, reasoning that their leader is currently away, so before she returns they will not say anything. Micah shared the information he and Gabriel had compiled in a report. All they could know of the attack and are actually collaborating with the attackers. Perhaps they are trying to hide it. They were the one who started the war 30 years ago. When they broke the fifth taboo, said one of the council members, having no trust in the witches. It is not likely they know. The witches have a curse placed on them since the war, to not engage in fights with any creature. The curse should still be in effect for at least 20 more years. And also the current leader is a white witch, as opposed to 30 years ago. So we highly doubt that it is an action from the covens as a whole, and not just 1 or 2 witches. They could be solitary witches or new witches born after the last war. If the hunters found them when they had just discovered their powers, then it is possible to have them under their control. Also, Her Majesty said the hunters had on his neck amulet, which he used to nullify the spell for a bit. We found the amulet on the ground when we cleaned the forest. It is the one a witch cannot be without. She would never willingly give it away. The battle explained, before resuming to read the report. Beep. One of the phones rang, just as all of them concentrated on the meeting. The phones should be closed during the meeting. You all know that. Just who left their phones opened? Asked Emery with his voice raised upset. They were discussing something very important. There could be no interruptions. Beep. The phone rang again, just as Solas was taking it out of his pocket. Emery had wanted to keep admonishing the council members, but swallowed his words when he saw the king taking his phone out. What date are you talking about? The message on Solas's phone said. I never said I would take you out on a date, said the second message, making Solas brightly smile, as he was already picturing Sia's flustered face. The date you wished for the ball. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your hard-earned date, he replied happily, imagining an even more speechless face. Perhaps she would even call him shameless again. Coming from her sweet mouth, the word resembled more of a compliment, rather than an insult. He was so immersed in the messages he was exchanging with the petite woman that he did not bother to look around him. If he did, he would see 13 faces looking absolutely stunned at the small smile that adorned his face. Unknown to Sia, she had become the most respected werewolf woman in their minds, and not only because she was their queen, just for the fact she managed to tame the big bad wolf. Enough with my rambles. Here is a little scene for your amusement. Asola's kept her hand interlocked with his. On their date, and even when they had to briefly separate, he would immediately search for her hand again to hold it. Celia's embarrassment only grew more each time, until she finally could not take it anymore. In the cinema room, can we not hold hands? At least not like this. Just lightly touch. With her cheeks getting redder. Why are you shy? Solos asked, smiling. But seeing the petite woman pouting a little dissatisfied, immediately explained. You don't have to be. No one is watching. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please let me hold it. But there are people watching, she said, upset. There is no one. We are alone in the cinema room. Not understanding to who she was referring to. Of course there are, she said, upset, and got a little closer to whisper in his ear, an act he immediately approved of. He loved seeing her approaching him of her own accord. Oh. Don't worry. It does not bother them at all, he immediately said, looking to where she was also looking, but that does not mean that it makes it any less embarrassing, she simply said, with a hand he was not holding covering her cheeks. I know you are shy, but the readers have been here since the beginning. I assure you it really does not bother them. I can even do this and no one will say a word about it. They might even encourage me to do so, Salas assured her, leaning in to give her a small peck on the Chapter 42. The informant. She drove for a really long time. Perhaps it was more than 55 hours ago since she left her home. And, even though she absolutely hated to drive herself for such a long time, she had no choice but to. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Considering that no one should know of the person she was meeting, a person she hated to see, but was the only one who could help her now, she was already steadily losing all her patience on the way to this dark, gloomy place. Then she lost even more as she went through all the checkups. But now, waiting in front of the massive mahogany doors, her mood had shifted entirely. Her palms started to sweat nervously and kept getting colder no matter how much she held them together, trying to warm them up. This chilling, icy place seemed to freeze her down to her very core, that she could not tell you if her slight tremble was because of the cold, numbing atmosphere or of the coldness of the voice that someone her inside held. To what do I owe the pleasure of your presence? The cold, hoarse voice impossibly spoke. Kneeled before him, she had still not dared to raise her head up to look at him, regardless of how beautiful and ethereal his appearance was. Beneath that beautiful sculpted face adorned with grey eyes and platinum blonde hair, a monster hid. I need your help, she stutteringly said, half regretting the choice she made in coming here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Help. Oh, but have I not helped you already? The cold man stated. He was calm, but it did not soothe her all. All who knew him could tell his calmness was only a fade. The calm before the storm. Now was the time you were supposed to help me. Wasn't it so? So then why have you come to me for help? Have you accomplished your end of the bargain, so that you could dare have another wish? Or because it has been decades already? Have you forgotten about the initial arrangement? He continued without waiting for her to answer the first question. His questions made her kneel even more in submission, even though this person was not her king and could not demand from her to do so, even though they were not even of the same race. Scared of his pressing aura, she had no choice but to bend even more. I have tried to help as much as I could. I have informed you when His Highness was not in the palace last time. and even when they were getting closer to finding something about you in the past. Even now, I also come with the information that Solas has successfully interrogated the men he captured when they entered the forest to kidnap the students. Please believe me, it is not my intention to fool you. It took time for me to prepare myself to the level that the council would consider me as a potential queen, because without their backing he would not spare another glance to me, just like he had done in the past to many others. Not to mention, with me coming closer to him on my own will, I would have instantly been dismissed. And now, just as everything was falling in its rightful place, there is another disturbance that keeps interfering, one who must be eliminated at any costs. Without it out of the way, things would surely go in my favor, she expressed desperately. You want to use me again? Did we not agree last time that you will handle the rest on your own? The man asked her while he began to tap his fingers. She realized that he was getting impatient with her. Each time this man tapped his fingers, in the next few moments someone's head would fly off. And now she was the only one in the room. Why yes, but I have no other way. My grandfather had barely included me in the list of potential candidates, and a head council member had also supported me from all the others, but just as I thought my actions would bear fruit, he has changed. And not only him, even the head council member changed too. The woman trembling said, it had all run smoothly. All her preparations were complete, all for the day when she would stand above all. If it weren't for that little, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nothing but excuses. When you asked me to get rid of your mate, you were very confident in your abilities. Yvonne, you assured me you would be the queen. Now you blame your failure on others. Where has your confidence disappeared to? I wonder. The man asked her, smiling a bit, a smile that did not reach his eyes. I was confident. I still am. But if it wasn't for TH, Yvonne quickly countered, with an aggrieved voice. Lysiason, littered with arrogance she regretted immediate. She knew from the past just how much this man cared about etiquette, just how important it was to him for everyone who came, whether it was his subject or not, to kneel and deeply bow. Just that. Her injustice got the better of her. Now, as a consequence, she could barely breathe through the constricted neck that kept on getting more and more suffocated, as he tightened his hold on it. Luckily, she still had her feet just barely touching the ground supporting her body, or the current situation would resemble with a noose tightened above her neck, killing her almost immediately. It terrified her, as the man seemed determined to kill her. Without waiting any longer, he kept increasing the choke further. Lover, was the only word she managed to utter with great difficulty, hoping that the curiosity to know more would prolong her life. Enthusiasm? Asked the man, loosening only a bit joke, to barely allow her to explain more. An explanation that could cost her the life she was seconds away from losing. Would it not be satisfactory? Why, yes. Solas's change is due to a lover, someone. Even the council acknowledges. She managed to say slowly through ragged breaths of air. Oh, was it his mate? The man asked her, seemingly indifferent, loosening even more his hold, but she was still not assured the danger had passed, as his eyes seemed to burn in anger. Was it still because of her, or was it because of the information she shared? I don't think so, because if it was this, then the head council member would have not brought me to the ball still trying to introduce me to Solas. No one would ever try to interfere between the bond of a member of the royal family and his mate. One could be exiled, or even killed if one tried to do so. The mate of the king, more so, is the most respected werewolf after him, as she was chosen by the goddess, and Solas has also not marked her yet, even though he was supposed to mark her immediately after finding his mate. She tried to explain with a hoarse voice, as she was massaging her now freed neck. But you said earlier that even the council is not backing you anymore. Which one is it? Why would he help before and then immediately dismiss you? The man reasoned, as he was returning to his throne. He had appeared to not listen to her reasons before, But he had indeed paid attention to her words. "I do not know. That is why I wanted your help. I want to get rid of that little thief." She appeared out of nowhere, and in just a little time has the king wrapped around her little finger. She treats the royal palace as her home. She's even permitted access to his mother's garden, a garden no one was allowed to step in before. Yvonne explained, aggrieved, but now toned down her arrogance. "The royal indoor garden?" asked the man, as he returned to tapping his fingers, action that unsettled Yvonne a lot, making her give in more details than necessary to convince the man it was not her fault. Yes, the royal garden was the favorite spot in the entire royal palace. Of Salazar's mother, even after her death, he has maintained it and did not allow anyone to enter before. But she was sitting comfortably on the grass reading a book in that very place. Instead of staying on the designated pathway to not harm the plants, she even had the audacity to stop me from touching a rose from the garden, like she was the owner of it. It was at that moment that the head council member came and took me away. Since then, the council member said that he will no longer try to interfere with His Highness's personal life and that I should stop. "Which roses are you talking about?" the king asked, intrigued. He had even stopped tapping his finger, paying more attention to Yvonne. It was a transparent bush of roses but one turned black when I touched it. It must have been enchanted. Yvonne explained, confused. "Did the other woman touch it also?" he asked hurriedly. "Yes, when she stopped me from touching them. She also briefly touched it." "What color did it turn into?" he asked even more quickly than before. "I think it was a light blue." Why Yvonne tried to ask, but stopped herself, looking up to see the king's face. His ethereal beauty had transformed into a demonic, dangerous one. She could hardly breathe in his presence, just like when he choked her neck before. But he had not moved a muscle to step down from his throne. He had not attacked her in the slightest. Her breathing was suppressed because of the terrifying aura he released, an aura that made her plummet to the ground in terror. At the academy, Friday evening. It was already Friday. The time had sped up since their alpha returned to the academy. The pack members were thrilled to have her in their midst again, but their mood was slightly dampened when she informed them that she would still be living at the royal palace in the weekends. It was a courtesy His Highness had shown to her, a courtesy they wished he would have kept to himself. The weekends were a time they spent together deepening their bonds, going out to the city for a ride and some fun. Now it meant they could only see her from Monday to Friday, but, considering how much time they spent training and learning in that time, they would not have any time to socialize and just hang out with her. So their mood was sour, especially Jake's. He had taken it the hardest. She had explained to them a bit that there were unavoidable circumstances that kept her in the palace before, and that was also why she should still go live there. But she had not explained too much, and they also did not pry because of her introvert personality, seeing her off to the door. The pack members were returning to their rooms a bit upset, and no one had the mood to go play outside. Jake even more so, as he had felt a man's distinct smell on her the time she returned, a familiar smell that he knew the king possessed. The smell was so mixed with her own strawberry one that it did not seem like it was just from meeting him briefly in the palace. At that moment, it sent an alarm to his mind, but he had refrained from showing such emotions on his face. Still, it did not mean he did not feel hurt in his heart. He had been the one to see her first. He had been the one to discover her loveliness first. But he knew for a fact that she respected a lot the mating bond, and she would never accept his feelings. Not that he tried to show them openly to her. He was scared to break the friendship they currently had. He was scared of her rejection, because of a possible mate that existed out there for him. He was certain that Celia no longer had a mate. He had sensed it had to do something to why she had returned quickly to the academy before, and confirmed it when he had inadvertently listened to a small part of a conversation she once had on the telephone with her brother, a secret he had never told anyone. But even though she no longer had a mate, she would never accept him, the one who had not met his mate yet. And even if he didn't, he rejected his mate for her. It would make no difference. It would most likely incur her despising him, rather than accept him. He was unfortunately in a deadlock. He could not win against the king, who at least had no mate for 100 years, and was unlikely to have one at all, as perhaps something happened to his mate before he managed to find her, and Celia would not have a problem being with him. As such, the king was already in a more of an advantageous position than him. He sighed, opening his bedroom door, his heart hurting because of the helplessness of his situation. Closing the door as he entered, the image that appeared in his eyes stunned him out of his unhappy thoughts. He was so surprised that he could not even react to the unexpected thief. Could he call her a thief? What kind of a thief would wear Lolita Gothic-styled clothes and sit comfortably in the middle of the bed chewing bubblegum? She even had a pair of headphones on her ears and was by the music, singing along with it with her eyes closed. Had someone actually lost a kid, and she found her way to his room accidentally? But his room was obviously locked before. Still looking at her, a ball of fur tapped his little paw on her leg, trying to get her attention. Only then did she finally open her eyes and look towards the door. After seeing the small cat pointing towards it, the small beauty frowned at Jake's appearance. She was as confused as him. To see him in this room. Who are you? A question Jake believed was one that he should have been the one entitled saying. Not her. I am a student at the academy. But who are you? And why are you in my room? He returned the words to her. Oh, did I enter the wrong window? My mistake. She giggled, getting up from the bed. The cat sighed and swayed its head from side to side, following her towards the window. Did it waning say Celia's room was on the 3rd floor? Second room on the right, the petite woman asked herself, as she took the letter out of her pocket. She was as ditzy as ever, the small kid thought, but did not voice her thoughts. Oh, it was the left. She replied to her own question and was about to exit the open window, where a hand pulled her back. Who are you? And why are you looking for our Alpha? Jake asked, upset and wary of the person. What has it got to do with you? Asked the woman, a little annoyed at the fact that she could not budge the tall man's hand, and remove her hand from his grasp. What do you mean, what has it got to do with me? You entered my dorm room, and now you are the one asking questions, Jack asked, angered, getting closer to the small witch. Hey, let go of my hand, shouted Clarissa, getting angrier. What if I don't? Kid, answer the question first, kid. How dare you say I am a kid? Asked Clarissa, upset that the taboo matter was touched. No one called her a kid. How dare he call the leader of all the covens, the highest ranking witch alive? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you are not a kid, then who is? Jack asked, a little amused. Even though he was still angry, he could not help it. Her pouting cheeks made him act to annoy her father. Listen here, little pup. No one, absolutely no one calls me a kid, Clarissa said, also getting closer to him, feeling it was such a pity as his cocky attitude did not suit his beautiful appearance and the delicious bubblegum smell that she could sense from him. Order to you, teeny madatum. Clarissa spouted her spell, a spell that made Jake freeze, like he was waiting for her commands. Transform into your wolf, little pup, Clarissa continued, glad that he was now obedient, as he should be. Unwillingness was all you could tell from Jake's face, but forced to listen to the witch's command, he had no choice but to do so. He had not been weary of her being a witch. What kind of a witch dressed and acted like her? He never met one, but in his head he assumed a witch would be an old lady with a crooked nose, dressed in black clothes with a pointy hat. Her appearance and the feeling of powerlessness she previously emitted fooled him, seeing the big wolf that was as tall as her, even though she was standing. Overjoyed Clarissa. Honestly, the grey wolf with golden eyes was so much more beautiful and lovely than his human form. Sit, she said, just like one would tell a dog they trained. An action he again followed, although growling but otherwise obedient. Good little wolf, Clarissa said while standing on her toes, struggling to pet the head of the still giant wolf, although he was now sitting. Sometime later, At the mall inside the city, do we have to hold hands? Celia said, while looking at the hands Solas gingerly held. And not only held, even interlocked their fingers together. They were now walking around the mall, going to the promised date. Solas had insisted that they should have one today, and another date tomorrow, as he wanted to apologize for granting her wish only now, even though some time passed since the ball was held. An apology she did not ask for. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why, are you being shy? We have already slept together. This is only a small touch. Solas asked, cajoling her. You don't say that out loud. What if someone heard it? Celia asked, upset, and was already checking her surroundings, blushing hard. What are you thinking in that pretty little head of yours? I only meant we slept on the same bed, Solas chuckling stated, and with his other hand was pinching her small nose. Teasing her. You, why do you always have to twist my words? Celia asked, upset and pouting, an action that delighted him. He was pleased that she getting more and more comfortable with him, that she was even beginning to voice her real inner thoughts. Chapter 43. The solution. Their first date was interrupted. Shortly after it began, they had not walked around for half an hour, when Jake called Celia. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Solas was a bit bothered by the call. All right, jealous of it. But the importance behind the call washed such feelings away. So without either of them feeling regretful for the short date, they made their way to the royal palace, where they had agreed to meet with Clarissa, the one who made Jake call them, but which also had enough of fun playing with Jake in wolf form and released her spell on him. Before leaving, having accomplished her goal, she was anxious to see if the ring would work. Lilo had told her that the ring was indeed capable of holding and transferring a spirit, but it had only housed a tiger's spirit until now. Would it also work for a wolf soul? She was about to find out, escorted by the guards who had been waiting for her by the gates. This time, Clarissa followed the normal route to enter a place. She was coming to the palace, so even if she wanted to, it was more difficult to breach than the dormitory building was. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The puppy which happily ran towards her friend, and as she got near her, jumped and tightly hugged her. If one were to see them, they would no doubt think that Celia was the more mature of the two. But in fact, she was much younger than Clarissa was. Celia warmly hugged the witch, happy to see her. Her lively presence was contagious. They exchanged only a little bit of pleasantry before touching the important matter, as it was what mattered the most. Celia had also not asked Clarissa why the witch helped her, as Clarissa told her she would reveal it to her some day on her own accord. Well, here it is. My solution, Clarissa said happily as she presented the small box in the palm of her hand. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Asked Celia, looking at the box in which was stored a small silver ring with a ruby red stone embedded in the center of it. Yet this ring belongs to my friend, a pure-blood vampire. In it already resides a white tiger, but there should be enough room for another soul, at least for some time, said Clarissa, hopeful of the solution. But both Solas and Celia looked towards her, not understanding a thing. How would the ring help Crescent, the small cat at the side? Clarissa was a nerd at whatever she was researching, and she was a genius at everything she did. But she had two major problems. One, she had no sense of direction. The small cat doubted that she could even find her way back home if she was not with her. Two, she never explained to everyone's understanding. Being the genius that she was, she felt like everyone would understand like her no matter what word she used, without too many explanations. The ring in Clarissa's hand is a vessel. The small ruby at the center can actually host the souls of spirits who have lost their original bodies. If one wears the ring, is all her soul can't transfer to the ring, and effectively prevent them from dying, and as another person would wear the ring after the first person, her or his soul could possess the new body, explained the small cat. Instead of hurt its owner. The original use of it was in fact to curse a person, at least that was its initial purpose. But in case of spirits, it can also help to store them. You see, if a person who has 3 souls wears it, the ring would absorb first the weakest of them, and that would be Crescent Soul. Because for 1, her power is lower of course, and for 2, she does not belong to your body, so she is the easiest to snatch in a sense. Continued the small cat. But Ebony, if Crescent transfers to the ring, would she remain there? Celia asked, scared of that happening. Crescent was a wolf. She was meant to have a human counterpart, a partner. What would be the difference between Crescent now, who was dormant, and being in a ring? No, she would not be able to. As Clarissa said, the ring already has a tiger's soul in it. We promised Clarissa's friend we would only use the ring to transfer the wolf soul, and then return it to her. The tiger is very important to her and would get damaged if the 2 would stay in the same place. Something like what is happening now in your own mind. The ring is meant for only 1 soul normally, just like the wolf's place in your mind is made for 1 wolf. One of the 2 would get hurt in the long term. The purpose, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, is for you to wear the ring until the center stone turns blue. At that moment, Crescent would have successfully transferred to the ring. Then we will have another person wear it and effectively transfer the soul to the new person. Ebony, the black cat, explained. She was as smart as her owner, but had more common sense than the latter, and could explain what her owner could not. Yep, that's the gist of it. Clarissa added, as if she was the one who explained, to whom we would transfer Crescent. Another werewolf? Celia asked. She was a bit relieved, but not totally. Her most important wolf could not just be handed to another werewolf, and also the other werewolf would have to accept her also. Not the same problem would occur again. If we did that, one of the wolves would suffer. The person who could house Crescent would have to be able to host a wolf, but not have one already. Only a hybrid could have her. Ebony explained further. You mean, a being born from a human and a werewolf? But I do not know of any hybrids. There are none in the kingdom. Solos added. He was the king, he would know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His words worried Celia again, but fortunately the cheery wit resolved even this part of the problem. Enthusiasm, in the werewolf kingdom there are not, but we never said that it should be a crossing of a werewolf and a human. It can also be a crossing of a werewolf and a witch. Is there such a person? Solos asked, intrigued. It was new information to him. Yep, yours truly, Clarissa said cheerfully, pointing to herself. You. Both Celia and Solos asked together, surprised. Yes. After my father's mate died, he met my mother, a witch, and this beautiful witch was created. Clarissa appreciated herself. Proud. Yes, Clarissa should be able to have Crescent in her mind. Ebony also added, as the witch's words were not easily trustable. Not only because of Clarissa's childish face and bubbly personality, her proudness also did not help. But if she is a hybrid, how is she so powerful as a witch? She is the leader of the covens. Shouldn't her power be halved because of the mixed blood? Solos asked, a little distrustful of his fact. He knew of the witch, and he was aware that Clarissa, even if only recently, became the leader of the covens. Based on her power alone, she should have been made the leader a long time ago. But, interested more in research, the witch never wanted to take on something as bothersome as leading, as it would take too much time from the time she dedicated to her potions. She is mostly witch, because whenever a werewolf would breed with another creature, the hybrid that would result would almost never be a werewolf. It would inherit the genes predominantly of the other creature. Just like Clarissa, she is mostly witch, but still having Crescent in her mind should pose no problems, as she has a wolf's place, but no wolf in it. Only then did Celia finally sigh relieved. handing Crescent over to Clarissa. Other than her, she would not know of a better host. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then shall we test the ring? Clarissa asked. Celia nodded and took the ring out of its box, before putting it on. Once she slid it on her finger, the ring magically resized itself to fit her size. Is it working? Turning the ring on all sides to check it. It will not work immediately. There are a few conditions. 1. You will have to wear it until it turns blue. But this will happen slowly. It could take up to a month or 2. The stone will begin to turn blue around the edges, until the blue color will reach the center. 2. You cannot remove the ring until it turns blue. For any reason whatsoever. Her soul could possibly be torn apart if you do so. And 3. The most important thing to take notice of. In this time you cannot use Waning's power. It will interrupt the flow of magic of the ring, and it will also affect Crescent's state anyway. This could also cause Crescent to vanish. Ebony explained the graveness of the situation. Celia nodded and looked again at the ring. A little tiny bit of blue could already be seen. It was only a little, and she could only see it because of her keen eyesight. But it was a hopeful solution. So then, we don't have more to do than just wait? Asked Solas, already thinking of calling the academy. He had to find a reason to limit the trainings the Watchers did, to avoid Sia from using her werewolf power. Yes, when the stone turns blue, Waning can wake Crescent up and she will see some sort of portal. As Lies Lot explained, once she jumps in the portal, the ring would have engulfed her all. Then Clarissa will wear the ring and will do the reverse process. In some other place. At the same time, are you the hunter that returned alone from the royal forest? About a month ago. If my memory serves me right, you informed your superiors that the king had returned earlier than scheduled, and had caught all of you off guard. Right? Asked the blonde man, rhythmically tapping his fingers. Why, yes, my king, answered the hunter, already sweating. He was scared because he was summoned, just as he thought his lie had successfully fooled his superiors, barely escaping with his life from the savageness of that young woman. He had hidden the truth until now. How could he say that the entire group of hunters was single-handedly decimated by one little werewolf woman? No one would have believed him. Even less, because of the fact that she had been shot but many times with wolfsbane bullets. Bullets that had been researched for many years, doubling their deadliness. Would he have said that? Perhaps he would have died by this man's at that time, just for announcing the failed research result. Fortunately at that time, scouts posted outside had seen Solas's car enter the royal palace shortly after the attack, and the other hunters had mistaken him as the one responsible. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He did not contradict them, and even affirmed their beliefs. If he had known he would one day be summoned by this man, he would have never lied. But now he could nothing than stick with his original story, because if this man realized he had lied, he would die today for certain. So then why did I hear today that in fact your whole group was killed by one little werewolf female? The man asked calmly. That is not. The hunter, trembling, tried to reply. Say another lie and you will lose your head. The king informed him. He really was in no mood to torture someone, and with his patience he was unlikely to torture him. He would kill him swiftly, more likely, left with no choice, especially after knowing the king was aware of the truth. He recounted that day's happenings. What an interesting woman, the king thought, as expected of the werewolf king's mate. Enthusiasm, indeed the old lady up in the sky favored the king of the werewolves. Even his mate was perfectly engineered for him. He really did hate her a lot. How partial was she? He had initially thought that she had abandoned the king, and even left him without a mate. Because of the distant past, 100 years had passed and Solas had no mate. Was it to make his mate even more perfect for him? To ensure the chosen queen of the werewolves was flawless? But then why did Solis not announce her identity until now? Why had he not marked her yet? If Solas did, Then Yvonne would have known of it. Why, you said. You would. Not kill me, the hunter painfully said. These were possibly his last words. No, these were his last words. As his body fell lifeless in a pool of blood, I said, you will not lose your head. Whoever said, I will not kill you? The king replied, looking at the now dead body. Upset, his thoughts were rudely interrupted. Now then, I hope you will not have unfortunate news for me. Like this gentleman here. Doctor, the king asked, wiping his bloodied hand on a handkerchief. Your Majesty, although the hunter just said the alpha has survived the bullets of wolfsbane, I can assure you they truly are as potent as we promised. The captured werewolves proved so. Even the strongest the hunters caught died after 2 bullets of wolfsbane. The only reasonable motive for why she survived is her rank. Perhaps she's closer to the 2nd rank. We've never tried it on such a powerful werewolf before, explained the doctor. As opposed to the hunter from before, he was more composed. He had never lied to this man, and this man still needed him as well. I do not doubt that, Doctor. Otherwise you would already be accompanying this hunter to the netherworld. I am more interested in the other research. Time is pressing us. Unfortunately, the doctor stiffened a bit at his comment, but still answered coherently the question. In another year or so, the venom should be fully rid of all of its defect, the doctor said, proud. It was 2 full years earlier than what he had promised. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At what percentage is it now? The king asked, tapping his fingers, thinking. It is at 25-1 and for subject survives. It's good enough. By the end of the week, I want 1-0 successful subjects. But Your Highness, we do not have that many candidates available. We would need at least 3.0 candidates or more. At present, there are only 2 who survived the venom, and are waiting to be tested. We only have 2,000 more. We are still lacking 1,000 candidates at least. The doctor explained, confused. He did not understand why the man hurried. Not to mention he obtained 100 successful specimens in a year, and the king wanted 800 more in just 5 days. The venom was ready, and there was enough of it. But how many were necessary to be sacrificed? You will not lack specimens. Doctor, just start with what you have first. Lucian, gather the materials the doctor needs. Also bring the which you have left. She should still be of use. Even without her sister, he commanded one of the 2 bulky men, who were also in the room. Yes, my king, but if I gather that many, I will not be able to do so undetected, Lucian said, already needing to confirm his order. They had moved almost undetected all these years. They had gathered strays mostly. 1,000 missing people would attract anyone's attention on them, no matter how skillfully they collected them. It does not matter. It would be better to leave some tracks. We need some hounds on our tracks. The king dismissed his worries. He had used hunters and rogues until now, to mislead the werewolves, but there was no need to keep on tricking them. This would be the last time he used a diversion. The presence of the king's mate already changed the situation significantly. He would not give Sulla's time to mark her, and become even more powerful than now. As always, confirming the order, the man named Lucian did not wait longer and followed the doctor out of the door, dragging behind him the body of the hunter. It seemed they could finally play to their heart's content, without fear. They would truly have some fun, the bulky man thought. The king asked the other man, who was already waiting, kneeled for the command. How long has it been since you last saw your brother? I think it's about time to pay him a visit. His real self has been sleeping for long enough already, the king said thoughtfully towards his most trusted aide. They were forced to move up their plans in light of the new information, but there were also bright sides to the situation. Indeed it has, Your Highness. For you to permit his return, he will be overjoyed. Cain bowed even more his head. In obedience. His brother had suffered long enough. 30 years had passed since they last saw each other, with his brother having his memory intact. I will be happy to have my third aid return as well. It has been like losing one of my limbs. Take the crystal with his memories with you. You can restore them at the academy. There is no need to wait until you come back to do so. Yes, Your Highness. Thank you. My king, before I go, can I be presumptuous and ask you something? Cain asked humble. He had no fear of the king. As Lucian, he and his brother had been the longest with him, but nevertheless he still asked for permission. Of course you can, the king replied calm, and waited for his aide's question. He had even stopped tapping his fingers to pay attention. Why did you let the werewolf woman go? She has lost all her value to you. Why did you not tie the loose ends? She could pose a problem. If she talks of us. Cain expressed his worries. He knew his king never did something without thoroughly think of it, even if it did not seem so at times, but he still wanted to know. She told me that the 2 hunters that were captured were interrogated by Solar successfully. The king gave a hint to his aide, but that is not possible. The hunters were under a spell. If they were to ever be interrogated even under torture, then it'd only ramble a bit then kill themselves, before something usable would be extracted from them. Cain exclaimed confused. This was one of the reasons they were not worried about the captured hunters in the first place, and never bothered to silence them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It seems that Sola still has the complete loyalty of his council. The king smirked coldly. Then she was fooled by her own grandfather. She was told fake information. Cain deduced. Well, perhaps not exactly so. They must have realized, when the attack took place, that we have some people on the inside. So everyone who knew of the king not being in his palace, other than his council members, were fed fake information. Whatever traveled outside from one individual would help them determine the informant. Most likely, even the council members' families are not excluded from this rule. Yvonne has failed her grandfather's test. We do not need to do a thing. Her grandfather would take care of her. Not to mention, she doesn't not know too much of our origin. She never did. She truly believed that I only needed her just to have an ally on the werewolf throne. Nothing else. Poor thing. Truly stupid poor thing. The information she told me over the years were enough for payment for the favor I did back then. The king chuckled. But even so, how would they know she told us? We have magical barriers all around. She did not have a single spell on her for them to trace her. Who knows? It did not matter that much to me to check. Now, if your curiosity is satisfied, go and prepare. At the end of this week you will meet your brother. Cain nodded and rose on his feet to go rile up his men. The king stopped him, just before he opened the door to leave. The latter immediately turned around, waiting for his words. When you go to the academy to retrieve your brother, please bring another person from there for me, will you? I was once the most powerful she-wolf, but an accident stripped me of all my strength. Just when I was about to give up, a mysterious man appeared, promising to restore my power, but the price is my most treasured possession. Chapter 44. Unspoken love, how is it? Do you feel strange? Solas asked her slowly. That. Do you? Celia was trying to say, but could not. Enthusiasm, in the current situation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Solas murmured, oblivious of her turmoil. Do we have to? Celia tried again, but felt wordless under his close stare and touch. I am listening, Solas assured her, but did not react in any way whatsoever, still doing as he pleased. Do you have to hold me like this? Celia finally said aloud, unable to bear the situation any longer. Like how? I am only hugging you, Solas stated confused. With a soft mellow tone, she felt like his voice was scratching at her heart, especially when he spoke so close to her ear, and his arms that wrapped around her abdomen sent tingles all around. The problem is how you are hugging me, Celia said, with her usual expressionless face not so expressionless after all. At least, that is how it looked like in his eyes. Her moist eyes with unshed tears of frustration, her slight tremble at every touch. Even the rise in temperature of her body, all of it delighting him beyond words. She felt like a small caged animal, but perhaps it was to be expected. In the mornings, when he cuddled with her, she was still half asleep, but now at night as she sat up on the bed, with him hugging her from behind, and with his head rested on her shoulder, she was wide awake. So how does the ring feel on your hand? Is there something unusual? Do you feel strange? Solas asked again his initial question, ignoring her words, and even redirecting her attention. I don't actually feel anything. It feels like a normal ring to me, Celia said, fooled by his redirection, as she rose her hand in the air to check how much the blue had covered the stone. Unfortunately, it was still only a fine line surrounding the stone. It indeed looked like it would take a month or more. She was still admiring the beautiful ring when she flinched, as the man, who had promised to not do something, was actually doing something. You liar, Celia said, and instantly separated from him, raising on her feet in front of the bed. If he had tried, he could have stopped her from leaving his embrace, but he wanted to see her cute upset face also. How did I lie? Solas asked serenely, not a speck of guilt on his face. Why, you said you will not do anything, but in the next second you kissed my neck, Celia said, and even pointed at the spot. That's not your neck. At least, that spot is not, Solas replied, still devoid of any regret. You looked like he was the one who had been wronged. What? How is it not mine? She asked with a high-pitched voice, upset. She did not understand what he was getting at. That spot will have my mark on it. A month later. So technically. He said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. You shameless man. How can you say that with a straight face? Do you want to see what else I can do with a straight face? Solas asked, smirking, before quickly raising from the bed, going after her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jake interrupted her thoughts. She jolted at his words as her vacant gaze stopped, and she looked at him, trying to contain her flustered face. A week had already passed from that night, but she would still remember it each time she was alone. There must be something wrong with her. It was like that man enchanted her. All she could think about these days was him. Even now she was actually in the middle of studying in the common room with the others, and her thoughts flew to him. If she was like this even though she was not marked yet, how would she be when it happened? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jake called her again, seeing her drift once more into her thoughts. Why, yeah, she finally replied. Are you all right? Could it be that little witch actually did something to you last time? You told me it was all right to tell her your location, but you are spacing out too much these days. Has she enchanted you or something? He asked, worried. Every now and then, the alpha seemed lost, and the usual solemn face she used to show in the past softened somehow, as her cheeks turned bright red. Then moments later, she would frown and shake her head, but her face would turn back to the vacant flush gaze in a little while. If it happened once or twice, he wouldn't be concerned about it, but it had repeated for quite a few times already. If she wasn't enchanted, then he could not really explain her current state. No, of course not. She has been my friend since I was little. She would never do anything to me. She's helping me with something. Don't worry about it. She immediately denied. She did not want him to accuse an innocent person of something she did not do. Cursor was such a sweet witch. She would never use her spells on anyone, or hurt even a fly. What was it that you wanted to say? Celia asked him, to take his mind off of asking her more. I was already telling you, but I guess you did not listen, so I am going to tell you again from the beginning. Gabriel has someone visiting him at the moment, so he sent a secretary to let us know we will be training first, then have a history course with him. So we should probably go change. The training starts in half an hour. Oh, all right. Celia replied, already standing on her feet in her books from the table. With the table cleared, she followed the guys out, walking behind them to the locker rooms. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The combat teacher was informed that her health was not completely recovered from the attack. She still wanted to keep on training to maintain her shape. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This was not the real reason she could not train with her werewolf strength. The real reason was Crescent's transfer. But this was a secret. So this whole week, as the guys had their rough and harsh outdoor training, she would hit the gym exercising on her own, having an easier workout. "How is it, brother? Do you remember me now?" asked Kane, finally able to talk comfortable with his brother. After all these years, with the latter having his memories intact, his brother was a hero. He was the one who had volunteered to have his memories stored in the crystal, and stay as a dormant mole in the academy. The information he had gathered all this time would be priceless. The defenses, the securities, every bits of information he would have, would help them out a lot. But it did not mean he did not miss him. He was the only member of his family that he had. As rogues they only had each other, before His Majesty had brought them to his side. Yes, now I remember. It is a bit difficult, as all the memories keep overlapping, but I should not have a problem in a couple of minutes or so, the man said, breathing heavily. He felt his head was splitting in two, as all the memories he had missing came back with full force. Kane had come visiting about once every 3 years, but he had never known just who he really was until now. He had previously thought he was only someone who had helped him all those years ago, when he lost his memories. But strangely, perhaps because of the blood ties between them, he had never doubted the existence of the man before him, as someone he could trust. Only now he knew just why. "If you have come, does it mean I can finally go back?" The man hoarsely said. It hurt him a lot, the process of restoring his mind, but he was happy to be his true self again. "Yes, it has been long enough since you have been away. His Majesty has graciously called for you again," Kane replied. Good. Having my memories again. This place disgusts me. Being rogues and enjoying some good killings and tortures together. These are things I have truly missed. Don't worry, the cages are filled with some good praise. We won't have any trouble having a bit of fun, his brother assured him. Then let's leave. With my memory intact, I think I may just kill someone before leaving this place, Kane's brother chuckling said. Having reverted to his old personality, he was now only a killing machine. One could not see even a small sign on his face of his former memorable self. The teacher who had gladly taught his students, the one who had prepared them for their future, could now rip their throats out without even a small regret or remorse. He would do so, even with a bright smile adorning his face. Wait, before leaving, His Majesty has a person he wishes from this place. It would be a wonderful present to bring back home for him. "Oh, who?" the man asked, confused. "Who His Majesty want from the Academy? The alpha of this year's Watcher Pack. These past few days, Lucian has begun hunting some prey, so the kings and his officials' attention should be somewhat redirected towards that. Even now he is on their tracks, and we would be long gone before they could track us. But it still might be a bit hard to do. The Academy still has its defenses. That was why I came to get you first. Not to mention, the Alpha would surely put up a good fight. She should be a tough opponent. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I am sure you are already aware of that," Kane affirmed. He was troubled by this. To get inside was easy, as he knew someone who could vouch for him when he entered. But bringing someone out, now that should be nearly impossible. In huge academy grounds, even one student be missing from their place. It would alarm the teachers and the guards. More so if they were talking about the alpha of the Watchers. Not to mention, even if she was only a girl, her rank should still be high. As the hunter told them, they had put 7 bullets in her body and she had still survived. Such a person would certainly fight back, even if they caught her off guard. A little delay because of her struggle, and they would be captured in a heartbeat. He and his brother had always been powerful rogues, but they could not risk being found out before exiting the premises. Not necessarily. Salas has ordered us teachers to not have her participate in the normal training for the time being, for her to abstain from the usual training the Watchers normally do. It should not be something without a good reason. There could still be an opportunity for us to bring back the gift for His Majesty, his brother said, thinking a bit, smirking. Why stop her from training? I don't understand. Kane asked, frowning. Why would the king order them to stop her normal training? Not to mention, why would the king personally care enough to call himself? It seemed this person was quite special, so this was why His Majesty wanted her. The reason he gave is that she is still weak from the attack. But that was a month ago. No matter how injured she was, she would be perfectly fine by now. Without my memories. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I obeyed his order without second guessing. It makes me sick to even think about it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It is not the real reason. I think that she right now could be quite easily captured. Are you sure? Kane asked. He knew his brother was smart. This was why he was the one perfect for the mole job. Even without his memories, he had perfectly mimicked a normal pack werewolf, even though his personality was nothing close to it. But he wanted to be certain of a foolproof plan. For this whole week, Celia Blair has only trained just like a normal human would. She has never used her werewolf strength even once during her workouts. Think of it this way. If all of your life you were used to doing something, could you suddenly stop doing it just like that? Using a werewolf's power is just like breathing air. Sometimes even without meaning to. She would still use it. Right. Even if she was still recuperating. But not even once this week she did. She feels just like a normal human. My best guess is that there is something preventing her from using her power. Something that would be perfect for us to use, his brother stated, analyzing the situation. Kane listened intently. As expected of his brother, he indeed was the brightest. This was why His Highness had said he felt like he lost one of his limbs. His brother was always the one who followed His Majesty's orders perfectly, even though he never held all the details. Now as for how to do it. The pack has training, as their next class. Unfortunately, the training grounds are at the border of the academy. They are the furthest from the center. Trust me, we will be able to take her away without a hitch. Running on the treadmill, she breathed in and out, finding it a little hard to continue working out. Not using waning strength to regenerate her worn-out muscles, indeed was not pleasant. Since she was small until now she had always been an active person. But thinking about it, she perhaps relied a little too much on her regeneration and inhuman speed and strength. Not to mention, she had been a bit too lax in her training with all that had happened this last month. Well, even if she hadn't been lax, the exercises that she had been accustomed of doing, considering her werewolf strength, had been harsh, but now only using her human side. She thought that having the training would be enough. Apparently it was not. Full of sweat and with red cheeks, she hit the showers, before putting on her black uniform again and tying up her hair in a ponytail. Checking her appearance in the mirror, she left the gymnasium and walked towards the building where the courses were normally held. Unfortunately, the gymnasium was a little further from the center of the academy, so the training sounds and voice did not bother the students who were studying. As such, she had a bit of a distance to walk. She stepped quickly on the frozen path, but found it odd that she did not see the members of her pack running around, doing their laps. Could they had gone even further with the teacher? She wondered, but paid no more attention. It was quite cold, as it was still winter, and for the same reason as her training, she found the cold a little hard to get used to without her powers. Fortunately, it was only a little under a month she would have to bear it, as she could happily see the blue steadily surrounding more than a quarter of the ring already. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hearing the ringing sound, she took out her phone, and seeing Solaz's phone number on the caller read, happily pressed the answer button. "Hello," she shyly said. "Hello, my love. How are you?" Solaz gingerly called, making her skip a beat. She could not get used to this honey-like person. "I am all right. I just finished my training and I am heading towards the study building," she replied, with heavy breaths as she was walking. "Why do you keep on training? It should be quite difficult without using Waning's power. Look, even your breathing seems off," he scolded her, with a tender tone. Even if he was admonishing her, he could not be harsh. "I still want to train. I am only now beginning to realize just how much I rely on my werewolf power. I should still try to do my best training. It's not always good to depend only on them," she explained, walking slower to not breathe heavily and worry him more. He had wanted to keep her locked up in the palace, for this time when she could not use her powers. It took a lot of time and effort to convince him to let her come to the academy. What if he insisted again for her to not go out? "As always, you are so smart. That's why I love you," Solaz affirmed with a hoarse, elegant voice. She listened to his words, feeling like her heart would come out of her chest. Listening to his confession, she realized she had never told him those words herself. She had never expressed openly how she felt about him. He had told her several times already, and he had also shown it through his actions more than once. But what about her? Solaz, she called him, with a determined voice. For some reason, she felt like she wanted to let him know how much he meant to her as well. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he murmured, to let her know he was still listening. "I also love." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Solaz called her, shouted through his phone, just as he was listening to her words. Her voice was suddenly interrupted without her even managing to finish the word she was about to say, like she was blocked, followed by a loud smashing sound and total silence, increasing his uneasiness to maximum. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He shouted again, panicked, feeling helpless that he was too far away. If he had been at the palace, in several minutes he would already be by her side, but he was farther away this time. His heart felt like it was smashed into pieces hearing the deafening silence on the other side of the phone call. Chapter 45. The weakness of the strongest werewolf. So in the end, we found nothing. Honestly, you interrupted the Watcher's history class for only bogus information. I thought you were better than this, at distinguishing true facts from false ones. Gabriel reprimanded the young man at his side, and one of the investigators he had under him. The man had called him saying he had some important leads, but nothing turned out right. He was already feeling frustrated, having no substantial leads for all this time, and now he was interrupted even for fake information. It was like someone was deliberately toying with them from the shadows. Hunters attacked a pack of students with the sole purpose of capturing them, which was already weird enough, as the hunters' primary goal was always to kill rogues. Not to mention, they had a pact with the Hunters Association from decades ago, and the others wouldn't just break it for no reason. Investigating that, it only turned out that the hunters who entered the forest that day had nothing to do with the organization. What a joke. It was like they were rogues themselves. Honestly, rogue hunters capturing normal pack werewolves, when normally, There should only be hunters, approved by the association, hunting and killing non-abiding law oaks, and the witches they had brought with them were also not part of the covens. Clarissa, the leader of the witches, had not recognized the amulet they retrieved from the forest when the king asked her, the last time she was here, after she had given Celia the ring. Secondly, after hunters, rogues also entered their borders. And not just normal rogues. No rogues that were carrying hunters' weapons, not forgetting to mention that the first time their future queen was injured, and the second time, their king. Well, technically the second time the king was also partially at fault, for carelessly moving forward because of his unrequired love. What would witches, rogue werewolves and hunters have in common with each other? Why would they collude against them? Now probably only vampires and dragons were missing from the mix, and they would have the whole set. It was like someone was rounding up all the strays he or she could find. And beside the attacks needing to be investigated, he and the council also had to find reasons to dismiss the alphas and betas that had gathered at the palace, and were waiting for Solas to meet with them the second day after the ball. Some left easily when he told them the meeting would be rescheduled, but others from bigger packs were not as easily fooled, and it was not like they could just mention this highness was unconscious and could not hold the meeting. Now humans had also started missing, in a large number at that. Normally, it would not be their problem, but from the look of it, rogues were involved, and they did so without carrying about being found out by humans, in absolutely freaking plain sight. Really, things could not get any worse than they already were. He finally thought as he was entering the academy grounds. He barely alighted the car, coming back with his assistant from checking on the missing humans. When he was proven the contrary, things could get much worse. Much, much worse. Standing on the ground of the academy, the most wretched of sounds was heard from the distance. It was a terrifying violet sound. It was a sound filled with rage, sorrow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, regret, loss, all feelings jumbled up in one agonizing howl, making one's heart squeeze in fear and empathy. Hearing this sound, the assistant was already on the ground, barely managing not to collapse from fright. Gabriel was still standing, but even he had shown his neck in submission, with the hair on the back of his neck standing in fear. All around the academy, students. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Guards, all who were present, no matter where they were, began collapsing on the floor in fright, gasping for air. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With a higher rank, were still standing or at least kneeled with their neck shown, but all of the students were kneeling, with most of them even collapsed on the floor completely. This is, the assistant barely managed to stutter, as he felt that even the air was hard to breathe. He would recognize that howl anywhere. It was the howl of the most powerful werewolf, their king, but such a tone he had never heard him make in all of his life. Gabriel said fright and by what it meant. Even during the war decades ago, Solas had never reacted like this, had never been this savage and domineering, had never demanded submission like this from them. It was like he had wanted to rip each and every werewolf on the academy grounds. There could only be one single reason that could make the highest-ranking werewolf alive act like this, and specifically here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel whispered, and trying to free himself from the mental shackles Solas had imposed on them, partially transformed himself, his fangs and claws extended, with his green eyes turning black, before he swiftly ran towards the sound. On the path between the training buildings and the study ones, several teachers, the members of Celia's pack and a few guards, were kneeled a little further from the king. They were shaking in fear, as the latter was also collapsed with his knees on the snowed ground in front of a small patch of blood. "I will kill you all. All of you will die today," his voice resounded, as his horrifying howl stopped. The words filled with killing intent had frightened them even more, so they lowered themselves until they could reach the ground with their heads. But none present knew what they had done wrong to incur His Highness's anger. His Highness had come running in his wolf form, breaking all the gates in his path, not bothering to walk through the normal formal route, until he reached this location and inexplicably knelt on the frozen ground. Seeing him in such an alarming, terrifying state, they had quickly come, thinking something had been truly wrong, and wanted to offer their assistance. But until this moment, the king had not asked them anything yet, and had even threatened to kill them. "To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." His words did not feel like a threat, more like an impending reality. The Watcher students were also caught up by mistakenness mess. They were only now returning from running around the whole territory of the academy, as their instructor had ordered them to, and were about to go meet up with Celia, and return to their classes. But Solaz's howling had also stopped them in their tracks, making them fall on their knees, as they felt their air was cut off, gathering in his hands the small red snow that was starting to melt at his touch, falling once more in small drops to the ground. Solaz was already beyond the point of no return. As the blood-filled snow melted completely, he slammed his hands in the ground in wrath, hands that were already changing their shape, with his bones rearranging in massive paws. His clenched jaws elongated themselves, accompanied by countless cracking sounds, into a black furry snout with sharp teeth and canines, as his spine snapped to fit his now four-legged posture, extending to form his long tail, transforming into his midnight black wolf. Sky was stricken with grief and could no longer be suppressed. Not that Solaz was intending to. He as well wanted to kill all who had not managed to protect his beloved. "Oh no," Gabriel murmured, breathless, enthusiasm in the face of the massive wolf. The enormous black animal rose from the ground, a growling sound constantly rumbling his throat. He moved slowly at first, but it did not make the threat of his existence any smaller. His giant mouth opened, showing his huge protruding canines and small droplets of saliva of a raging beast. His head lowered with his ears standing up in an intimidating manner. As his tail swung slowly with each step, he was moments away from approaching the teachers and ripping them apart. Each step he took, sending small ripples under their feet, as they shook in fear, accepting their imminent deaths. Solaz in such a state had no cure. No one would be able to stop him in this condition, the one stronger than the Council of 12 combined. In such a situation, the king would only react to his mate, the only anchor to his savageness, but unfortunately they had no such person, thus no way out, as he was not even asking explanations for the crime they could have committed. "Gabriel, our queen, she's missing. His Highness is rushing to the academy," Micah informed, quickly using the pack link. As he was approaching the academy, he was near His Highness when the phone call was cut off, and the letter stormed off. Unfortunately, the link only worked at a certain distance from each other. This was why Micah only now managed to tell Gabriel of what was happening, or else he would have quickly informed the guards on the premises of what was happening and they might have done something about it. But even the phone seemed to have been interfered with. He could not get in touch with any guards. "Solaz," Sky Gabriel yelled, now aware of what had happened, rushing in front of the teachers. "Stop it," he told Solaz, but the latter was still advancing towards them. He no longer recognized any of them as friends, allies, only prey that needed to be dealt with. The people on the premises admired Gabriel's interference, his courage to stand up to the king they lacked, but they knew it was futile. The king could no longer be reasoned with. "To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Gabriel yelled just as the beast opened his mouth in his direction, and was about to bite him to death. The Watcher students froze at the mention of her name. Why would Gabriel call it now in front of Solas, as did the teachers, not understanding his reasoning, but the one that completely stopped in his tracks. Even in his current madness, Sky understood perfectly. He slowly closed his mouth but did not stop his growling, as Gabriel continued. If you waste time dealing with us, you are wasting precious time in saving her. You are not helping our queen by acting like this, Gabriel said loudly, to make himself clear to the creature, as the crowd let out gasps all around at the mention of the word queen even in their current scared state. Only then did the wolf stop his rage altogether, allowing the human side to take over. The savage beast transformed into Solas, as the latter collapsed once again on the ground with tears flooding from his eyes, his image contrasting the earlier madness. They took her from me, Gabriel. Even her scent I do not feel in the air. I have no way to follow. My mate, he hoarsely said, as Gabriel took his coat off and put it on Solas's naked back. Solas, you are too involved and do not think straight. Take a step back. You are the only one who can find her. Come with me. There's something that can be done, Gabriel said to his friend, not thinking more about the fact that he had been a step away of being killed. Above all else, that was what he had always been to Solas, his friend. After ordering all those present to not speak of what happened, Gabriel quickly instructed the guards to check all the missing people on the Academy's territory. This kidnapping could not have been possible without someone from the inside, but it did not take long to find a suspect, as the Watcher students, realizing something was off, and hearing his words, quickly told Gabriel of their missing teacher, as never before. Their combat teacher, Riddick Kane, had told them he would leave for several minutes, after instructing them to run around the academy. Normally, they would have only run on the training grounds, but they did not second-guess their teacher's intentions, thinking that the latter had wanted to increase the distance of their jog. The problem was, although considerable time had passed since he told them to do so, the teacher had not returned. Teacher, we also want to help. Celia is Alpha. No matter what, we can also search for her, Jake said, fearing for her life. If there is something to be done, we will let you know, Gabriel said, but did not offer more explanation. Time was of the essence, so both Gabriel and Solas quickly left, with only Micah remaining behind to check for other clues. At the royal palace, ascending quickly the steps of the stairs leading to the throne room inside the royal palace, Solas and Gabriel were greeted by 5 of his council members. Emery Victor Reynolds, Merrick Riemann and 3 others had quickly come at Solas's summon. The rest of them were gone in other parts of the world handling pack matters, and could not come on such a short notice. But, nonetheless, all of them had still sent the people His Highness had ordered them to. In the huge throne room, as Solas sat down on his throne, all the people consisting of the relatives of the council members and other close werewolves, who had known about him leaving on the night of the attack in the forest, had bowed down and waited for His Highness to give them the usual permission to stand up. The king would normally ask them to lift their heads almost immediately, but this time he did not, so they could only awkwardly still remain with their heads bowed. The atmosphere was weird and suffocating, while the circumstances for why they were gathered were not made clear by their families, no matter how the wives. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grandchildren and the rest asked. All who had over the age of 16 had been ordered by the council members to go to the royal palace, without the smallest information, looking from side to side, hoping that the informant would be between them, but at the same time wishing to rip them to threads were he or she truly in their midst. Solas released his alpha aura, an aura much like the one at the academy, had engulfed all of them, causing them to fall to the ground, with the stronger ones barely kneeling. Council members, I think I have waited long enough. Nobody is more important than my queen, Solas informed the 5 elders that stood on his right side in the front, with a sharp, harsh tone. The information baffled all the bowed people, as it had the teachers at the academy. although none would show it. The council men did not reply to the king verbally, and only obey by bowing their heads, a confirmation of their loyalty. Indeed, His Highness had showed them enough respect. Would he have wished to before? He could have found the informant using a cruder manner, but conscious of the fact he was not a tyrant, Solas had not used this method to find the informant. He had given the families the benefit of doubt, showing them respect for the years at his side. And where did it get him? His queen was now missing. He had wanted to lock her in his palace, until her powers could be used, but could not resist the petite woman's pleading eyes and voice, accepted her attending the academy. He was careless, knowing no one but his close associates knew of her existence as his mate, and thus no one would have a reason to hurt or take her away. But he would be careless no more. No, from now on he would take action as he should have from the start. All of you, close your eyes now, Solas ordered them, using his alpha voice, a voice they had no choice but to listen, even though were afraid for their lives. The person who, deliberately, leaked my location on the night the students were attacked in the forest. Stand up, Solas shouted, using the same alpha voice, but with a harsher tone this time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. She was trying with all her strength not to, even trying to grab the carpet beneath her to avoid standing up and clenching her muscles to not change her position. Her body reacted to the higher-ranked werewolf order almost immediately, at his words. Regardless of her will, Yvonne stood up, trembling and as pale as she could be. She had barely stood up when she was violently pulled by a hand and thrown across the immense throne room, landing in the hallway where she fell with broken bones. Terrified by the king's anger, she looked up, only to see that Solas was still sitting on his throne. The one who was standing in her place, and clearly the one who had thrown her, was none other than her grandfather, and the person that doted on her, since she was a small pup. Merrick Riemann was grateful to His Highness. He knew the king even now made all the people close their eyes to not dishonor any of the council members. Solas had tried to not reveal to the world what his own flesh and blood did. Looking disgusted towards the granddaughter he had adored and painstakingly raised, the elder made one single step, before disappearing from her eyes only to reappear in the second right next to her. Grandfather, I did not, Yvonne managed to utter slowly, but the smell of fear she emitted and the fact that she had been the only one to stand up earlier was enough to convince him she was about to tell lies. He had known Yvonne always aspired to more, and he had also felt she deserved more, but not like this, not in a traitorous way. He lowered his hand without talking at all, grabbing the back of her neck and dragging her with him through the crowd until he reached in front of the king, before releasing her, as she fell to the floor. Everyone else, but the council members and Gabriel, leave now, Solas ordered. Your Highness, I did not. Yvonne tried to speak again, but no one bothered to listen to her. No one said a word, until the doors were shut as the crowd left. Who did you speak with about matters concerning Syria? Solas asked, reeling in his anger to obtain the information he needed. At some other place, feeling an excruciating headache that jolted her out of the unconscious state she was previously in, Syria woke up, and quickly stood up a second later, as she realized that someone had hit her from behind, causing her blackout. Unfortunately, the pain persisted as she could not regenerate using her werewolf power. Checking her surroundings, she did not recognize the dark, eerie room, devoid of furniture other than the canopy bed she was on. The only thing she could tell was that it was already dark outside, as the full moon was steadily rising on the sky. She rose up on her feet, with her hand moving a bit to aside the loose pieces of silk that dangled from the posters of the bed, as her heart beat uncontrollably, frightened of the unknown. Approaching the window, the single source of light, her entire being trembled as the only thing she could see in the distance was nothing but a white-grey atmosphere that was made up of the countless snow-covered trees that enveloped the ground as far as the naked eye could see. The lifeless scenery sent even more shivers to her heart as she continued to look. It was the first time in her life she was alone, as even Waning could not be contacted. did not interrupt Crescent's transfer. The first time she had felt this alone and agitated in this unlit sinister room, where no sounds could be heard, other than her unsteady breath. Facing away from the window, Celia froze, scared out of her wit. Why did she assume she was the only one in the room? Her hard breathing from before stopped altogether, as she felt the ice-cold hand that was now almost gently touching her cheek. The beautiful man before her, with his platinum blonde hair and ice-grey eyes, felt nothing but a demon, even though he was as beautiful as Solar's, emanating even the same solemnity and strength. Hello, little Alpha, the weakness of the strongest werewolf. Chapter 46. A werewolf's hybrid child. Some centuries ago, living in a tiny house at the edge of a small village near a huge forest, a family of to happily live their days. The house, even though little, was enough for the mother and son. Their life was not exactly easy. In fact, it was rather a difficult one. To provide food for her child, the mother had to work a small patch of land that was not quite suited for planting vegetables, giving her a hard time taking care of them. The vegetables provided by her small garden, other than for cooking, also needing to be used to tray for candles, clothes and other necessities for the two. "Mom, I am going to go gather some wood," the little 10-year-old boy informed his mother, to ensure they had a warm home and fire for cooking. It was one of his daily chores. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Sweetie," acknowledged his mother, as the boy had already taken a basket and was walking towards the door. The forest seemed intimidating from the first step a person would take inside of it. If one would go deeper and deeper along the trail, it lost bit by bit its light, because of the ever-growing tall trees clustering together tighter as it reached its center, making it even more eerie. The faint light of the sun, not managing to reach the ground at all, as green vegetation grew all around. This dark scenery, accompanied by the sounds of owls, foxes and other small animals, not to mention the rustling of leaves that stood in the way of the ever-present wind, would frighten any adult out of entering the forest alone, much more a child. Even so, the small child entered it with glee, walking on his usual path, unconcerned about such matters. And why would he? In the forest, one of the scariest of animals to worry about would be a wolf, but he would never be frightened of one. "Hey," a voice spoke cheerfully from behind, making the boy suddenly turn around with a bright smile. "Hey, Vlad," greeted the boy, looking up at his friend, who was standing on the trunk of a fallen tree. Glad to see him. He was actually one of the reasons the smaller boy would never be afraid of entering the forest. The older boy, a 15-year-old teenager, cheekily smiled, approaching him, after he had jumped down on the ground. "Your sister Eleanor?" Fenrir asked, surprised. Vlad was most of the time accompanied by his older sister, each time he saw them, but now, looking around him, he could see Vlad was by himself. Vlad sighed, remembering the ungrateful girl who no longer spent any time with him. She was always hanging around that mound these days, and they would always be smooching or cuddling. He shivered at remembering such things. She found her mate, and now she is always with him these days. "I doubt you will be able to see her much in the future," replied Vlad, still looking a bit disgusted. He was not at the point to think about finding his own mate, or at least hope for one yet. "What is that?" asked the small boy, curious. Why would he no longer see Eleanor if she found a comrade? The boy thought, not understanding the true meaning of the word. Well, a mate is the other half of a werewolf. The goddess splits each wolf's soul into and places the souls into two babies before they are born. So the werewolves with the halves that manage to find each other will become mates. Young fuzz, they will become the most important partner a werewolf will ever have. Apparently, even more important than your own baby brother, grumbled the teenager at the end. That rotten girl was always with him, but now he would barely even see her shadow. "Wowly, will I ever have one?" asked Fenrir, already imagining a beautiful girl made just for him. to make a happy family like his mom and dad, even though the latter was rarely around them. I don't think so. You are a hybrid. My mother said that only full werewolves would have one. Vlad answered honestly. He had befriended the small boy a couple of years ago, when he smelt him entering the forest, and curious about meeting a hybrid, had from time to time talked with him. It was for this reason that whenever he learned something from the adults of his pack, he would also ask if hybrids would be the same as them. The adults frowned at him, as a hybrid was something to be looked down upon, so they did not take lightly his questions and had also told him to never interact with one. But he still met Fenrir sometimes with his sister, regardless of their words. I will never have one, asked Fenrir, shocked. He was aware that he was a hybrid. His father told him so, when Fenrir saw him turn into a real giant wolf, and asked if his mother could turn into one also. Knowing from his father that he was a hybrid, he never put much thoughts into this before, but a feeling of inferiority still sprouted inside his heart just now. No, well, the truth is, a hybrid closely resembles more his other parent, rather than a werewolf parent, so you would be mostly human, not a werewolf. Vlad answered again, not realizing how shocking and life-changing the information was for the boy. He was so shocked that even when night came he did not go inside his house, waiting to see if his father came to visit. He sat on the porch of his house, constantly seeking with his eyes his presence. Coincidentally, after waiting for several hours, a big black wolf could really be seen in the distance exiting the forest. Normally, he would barely see him once or twice each year, so he had not told his mother that he was indeed waiting for him, as the woman would have not let him do so, knowing it could possibly be in vain. He happily ran towards the wolf who, seeing him hurrying, had slowly started to shift into a human. The boy called, as the man had already hugged him in happiness. How did you know I would come tonight? The beautiful ebony-haired man with blue eyes asked the miniature version of himself. I did not, but I hoped you would. Listen to this. Vlad said I would never have a mate if I would never be a werewolf. The boy cried as he told his father his sorrow. The family had lived for years at the edge of the village because he was not a complete human, and they had to stay away from prying eyes. But now finding out that he was also not a werewolf, the boy felt lost, unaccustomed by both worlds. Hearing his words and sorrow, for the first time the man felt he had truly made a mistake. Seeing his son cry for a mate he would never have made his heart also shake from despair. That the sorrow was not only because of the uncertain future that he had created for the boy, but because of his unknown future also. Being the younger brother of the heir to the throne, he had felt lost in life. His parents' focus had always been on his older brother. As such, he had continuously rebelled against the norms the werewolf society imposed, in hopes of gaining their attention and love, but it always had the opposite effect. Reaching the age of 17 and shifting for the first time, he had at least hoped he would have a mate and start a family with her, gaining thus a purpose. But years had passed and he did not find her. Angry, especially seeing his brother with his mate, and jealous of the attention the latter had gotten from everyone, he had lost his way even more. Finding a beautiful woman in the forest one day, he had fallen in love with her, even though he knew there would be a mate for him in the future. And, regardless of the injustice he would make toward the future werewolf who would become his mate, the man had kept on meeting the woman, and even made a family with her, a fact known to the werewolf kingdom. Several days ago, he had met his true mate, a girl who had barely managed to shift for the very first time, and only then did he understand why he had not met her before. The beautiful and lovely girl was the apple of her parents' eyes and an altar of other Ventilentia members. Her parents had doted upon her since young. The petite woman was thrilled of meeting him, happy to find him so early, but that was only because she did not know of what he had done. His regret of not waiting for her, coupled with the regret of the lives he would destroy, were quickly sealed away, not bearing to face the consequences of his actions. So they were replaced by anger at the injustice of her late appearance and not wanting to admit he had done a horrible mistake. The man rejected his mate just as he found her, even though they were in the presence of the king and queen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Had tried to stop him. There had never been a member of the royal family rejecting one's mate, but he did not listen. Even when the beautiful woman fell wretched at his rejection, how could he tell them he already had a family? How could he say he mated a human woman and made a hybrid child? Infuriated by his son, the king had done what no other did before. He exiled him from the kingdom, even going as far as writing him off from the records of the royal family. Thus, in the future, there would never be anyone knowing of the future king's younger brother. His father had even gone so far as to prohibit anyone from mentioning his name. The man was upset at the father who never seemed to favor him, but he still never believed his exile would be forever. As long as his child would have royal blood, his father would be forced to accept his family, and he would finally take them to the royal palace. Don't cry, Fenrir. You are a big boy now. Don't worry. Even if you are a hybrid, you are my son. You would surely be able to overcome the human side. Did I not tell you always? The man assured his son, rubbing his head. Only then did the boy smile. He knew that Vlad was speaking nonsense. His father had always told him he would become a strong werewolf. He only wavered for a bit because of the new information. But, as expected, his father knew best. Look, I have brought you a gift. See this rose? This is called a fairy's flower. It is from your grandmother's garden. Now, as you can see, it is transparent. But if one with royal blood would touch it, it will turn blue. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hold it in your hand, the man joyfully said. As long as the rose turned blue, he would prove the king was wrong, and his exile would end. Touching with cheerfulness the rose, the boy waited for its color to change, but the enchanted rose remained transparent. It did not turn to any color, not to mention blue. In the present time, Celia was still standing still, even though she did not like the feeling of his hand on her face, as the only one who had caressed her cheeks had been her mate. In her current human form, she could not do much even if she wanted to, as the man before her seemed capable of killing her at the slightest of mistakes. But, even in her fright, she still understood the meaning behind his words. By associating her with the king, could this man know she was his mate? Why else would he say she was the strongest werewolf's weakness? I have no idea what you are talking about. Celia feigned ignorance. There were not many that knew of her existence as the queen, as long as she denied it. This man had no way of verifying the truth. She did not want to become a bargaining chip in his hands. The demon-like man chuckled at her failed attempt to hide the truth. The beautiful woman before him looked so innocent and pure, even in her sole appearance. Dressed in a black uniform, how lovely would it be if he had a mate? A mate like this woman before him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The man asked happy. Yes, Celia firmly replied, still standing by her words. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The man murmured, thrilled at the woman who had not avoided his gaze and did not shriek from fright. As expected of the future queen, he did not try to explain his words more. He only took his other hand from behind him, as if prepared for this exchange of words, and provided the evidence of his claims. The transparent rose, which his father had once hoped would turn blue at his touch, easily turned to a light blue hue as it touched her cheek gently. He looked mesmerized at the new color of the rose, but at the same time quite enraged by it. No matter how much his mad father had placed the rose in his hands, and repeated the word blue as if it were an enchantment, the rose never changed. Seeing the blue rose, Celia quickly stepped aside. In one of her usual walks inside the garden, Solas had finally revealed to her the true meaning of the blue color. This man, who exactly was he? How did he know secrets of the royal family? A secret only known by Solas and the council. Surprised, "Little Queen, don't worry, the secret of our royal family is still safe. I never told anyone of the blue rose," the man said with a hoarse, calm voice, a little sad at the loss of touch. He had clenched his hand into a fist to preserve the residual heat. His cold hand had never been so delighted at another's warmth, like it had been just now. Perhaps, in the distant, long-forgotten past, the touch of his kind mother had also felt like that. But it was too long ago to remember it accurately. "Our royal family?" asked slowly Celia. She was very frightened finding herself in this situation and of his presence, but did not know why someone had kidnapped you, for what reason, frightened her even more. She could not tell if he was only going to have a bit of a conversation with her and kill her, or another larger plan had been prepared. The man before her was the only one who could shed light on where she was and why, even though ironically his heart and presence seemed as black as night. Being the older cousin of Solar's, shouldn't I have included myself in the royal family? Pleased with her confused expression, at a royal palace, as much as she had tried to deny it, the order of the king had to be obeyed by the reluctant Yvonne, who answered the questions one by one, causing herself to be submitted to a much greater alpha pressure from all those in the throne room. With each answered question, she had tried to seek her grandfather's eyes in the beginning, but the latter avoided it, only showing an anger-distorted face. So in the end she only looked towards the ground, who came closer to her as she talked more and more of her sins. In the end, forced to speak even without her will, Yvonne had related to them what she knew of the one she had supplied information to, which unfortunately was not much. She had also lost all her desire to resist, realizing it was futile, as it only hurt her more not to answer. But she could not understand what role Celia had in all of this, why talking about her to someone had incurred this much wrath from them. She was an alpha, and a watcher also. But why would His Highness treat them in such a cruel manner, and had made all the family submit to him and force the truth out of them, when he had never done such a thing in the past? Just for her, she had always been certain she would never be caught, by being a granddaughter of the king's official, so she had dared gamble for a better future. But why for only a fling? Wait, she had remembered what he said in the beginning. He had said nothing was more important than his queen. Could that alpha perhaps be the much-awaited queen? Was that why that man had also changed his attitude when she spoke of Celia? Right. That man changed his attitude at the mention of the garden, and he also expressly asked her the color of the rose. Councilman Reynolds had also changed his stance, seeing that woman touch the rose. If that man knew more than he let on, then she had indeed leaked a very dangerous information. It could not be compared with telling him the king was not in the palace that night. For him to abduct some students. "What is going to happen to me?" she murmured slowly, a question more for herself rather than the others. She had dared conspire against the future queen, a ruler possibly chosen by the goddess. "It would all depend on how I find Celia. If she's unharmed, then you will only be exiled. Would she have even a small scratch on her body, your head shall fall." Solos said expressionless, hearing the question. At this point, Yvonne was much too pale and frightened to even respond or have a reaction. She was so shocked that she did not react in the slightest when the guards carried her to the dungeon. She did not even try to plead or beg for a lighter sentence. "I am going first. Gabriel, gather all the men that you can find. And come," Solos said, already getting up and wanting to go towards the doors. Wait, Gabriel exclaimed and immediately went in front of him. Stepus eyed Gabriel. "Or I will make you myself," Solos affirmed, already increasing his pressure. There was no time to wait. His little one must already be frightened on her own. "You can't leave on your own. You will not save her by doing this. We must go together. Solos, please listen, they want her alive, or they would not have gone through the trouble to get her out of the academy. If you go now, you will get yourself killed. They have hunters." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Who knows what else they have?" Gabriel quickly stated, trying to convince him. To my agent extraordinaire, Magellan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Salas did not listen to his reasons, and trying to not hurt his friend this time, like how he was about to do so at the academy, with lightning speed went around him, to still walk out. He did not manage to bypass his friend, when the council member stepped in front of him and immediately kneeled, to oppose the king twice. They were already being traitorous. Immediately Gabriel then spoke with more convincing words, seeing him stop for a second. Really, this man, the only words he would listen to these days were those accompanied by a magic name. To my agent extraordinaire, Magellan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What would she do if you go and get yourself killed? Do you think she would be happy? Do you think she would be thankful? You know how she is. She will blame herself for all her life. Have just a bit of patience. Just 2 hours. No, an hour. To gather some men. We will all go together, Gabriel said without even breathing, afraid Salas would already be gone before he got through to him. Corroborating the information from Yvonne, with the missing cases, and the few leads they had barely managed to gather. 1. This man had under him quite a few underlings, of which they did not know much. Salas was indeed the strongest werewolf, but he was mentally weak now. His mind was too chaotic of worrying, so who was to say that just like last time, could possibly get injured? 2. They were preparing something big. They analyzed twice as powerful wolfsbane and the missing people. They were most likely researching something, and had been preparing for a long time already. The werewolf kingdom had many strong werewolves, but this situation had caught them off guard. There were not so many in one place, so they could not just go to war. Right now, Gabriel could only gather about 3,000 strong werewolves. But would they be enough? And 3rd, the enigmatic man whom Yvonne spoke of. He was a strong man by himself. He was not a true king, although he preferred to be called one, and everyone around him was obligated to also call him as such. His strength could perhaps not be reckoned with, as Yvonne had gone pale at just mentioning his name. Fenrir. I was once a werewolf abandoned by fate, until my father broke the taboo, exchanging his life for my transformation. Now I am not only the first rational werewolf but also the strongest being. But the price is heavy. I must bear the death of my father and face this cruel world alone. Chapter 47. Torn between choices some centuries ago. Becoming a young 20-year-old man. Fenrir had learned the truth the harsh way. He was confident when he was little that he would become a great werewolf. His father had made him think so. But the cruel reality had become more evident as time passed. Living with his father who had no way of fending for himself, life became more and more difficult to bear. Without the backup of the royal family, and by not being around his kind, the werewolf was changing to worse with each passing day. He also no longer had his mother's love and support, as the latter had left them long ago. The night his father returned, announcing to them that they could not move to the royal palace, had enraged his mother completely. As a small child he thought their simple life was happy, the only problem being that he had expected to become a full werewolf. But apparently for his mother it had not been her dream life. She cursed his father in anger, telling him that it was not what he had promised her, not the life that she should have. The meager, insufficient lifestyle had only been the means to convince his father of the difficulties, making him finally take them to the royal palace. But with his father being exiled, any hope she had at that time died. Giving up on his father and him, his mother had left them in the dead of night, the only reminiscence of her presence remaining the clothes and small things she could not take with her. And Fenrir himself. She had abandoned him. This crushed Fenrir and changed his life completely. His father was not capable of taking care of himself, much less of a pup. It made him mature overnight, as he had to give up on all of the things that made him a child. But if there was one thing that he had not let go of throughout the years, even though he knew it would be impossible, It was the hope of becoming a real werewolf, a hope his father no longer held, even in his madness. He called desperately, after one of his outings to the village's market. Yes, replied hoarsely his father, getting up from bed. The former young prince, full of life, looked nothing like his old self, only a shell that resembled his older brother. The king of the werewolves vaguely remained, although he looked much older than he normally should have. Considering his werewolf nature, I found it. I found a way for us to return to the royal palace, he exclaimed happily, bursting through the door of his father's room. How? The man asked without any expression. He knew his son had kept asking around and had thought of different ways over the years, but he knew there was no way to transform a human into a werewolf. A person who did not have at least the aura capable of changing the color of the rose to any color. They were saying in the village. I heard a group of hunters speaking. They were talking about how some werewolves had bitten some of them, trying to transform them into werewolves, to make the humans stop hunting them. Can't we try that? If I knew it was that easy, we wouldn't have suffered so much. Fenrir hopefully informed. All this time the answer had been so simple. It was just they had been oblivious to it. No, his father denied, standing up from bed and reaching for a bottle of whiskey. It had been the only liquid that entered the unshaved, ruffled man's throat these days. Why? We could go back. Do you not want me to become a werewolf? Do you want me to rot away like you? Fenrir spat, spiteful, losing his temper towards the father for whom he had long lost any respect. You cannot. The werewolves who tried that are fools. The thing the hunters were most likely talking about is transforming a human into a lichen. But a lichen is a senseless creature. They listen to no logic. No norms can bind them. The only authority they could recognize would be the master that created them. But even that lichen would have lost his mind. So in the end, they wouldn't listen to anyone. Mad, savage creatures, without a shred of human morality, who would want to become something like that. His father raised his voice, disapproving him, for better or worse. He had given up his beautiful mate, his royal family for them, and now even his son dared to talk to him this way, when no other werewolf would have dared to even look him in the eyes. If it was in the past. Not to mention, it is virtually impossible to turn a human into a lichen. There is a high chance you would die. Forget it. You are a human. You will only ever be a human. His father's voice raising even higher, until it had become a shout. His young foolish son could not tell, but he knew. The failure of such an experiment would mean death. This was his son, even though he was only a human. The blood that coursed deep through his veins were his. Nonetheless, not to mention, in the small chance that a werewolf would manage to turn a human into a lichen, the werewolf who would succeed, he or she would meet their end. But I am a hybrid. It would be easier for me to become a lichen considering this. And I could still keep my sane mind because of this fact also. If you will not, I would prefer die, rather than keep living like this. From day to day. You are my father. You are the cause of everything. All of this is your fault. All of it. The angered voice, the spiteful words, the regrets, and the fear of being left alone. All it played with the werewolf's mind. He tried some more to convince his son of the consequences. He did not want to be the one to kill his own flesh and blood. But in the end, Fenrir really did not give him a choice. The man had not taken into account that he had instilled in his son for such a long time the faith that he would become a werewolf. As such, Fenrir did not want to think, or even could, of another way to live his life. Seeing the young Fenrir hurt and unconscious, and being afraid of losing the only family he had left, his father broke one of the goddess's taboos. He was not sure it would work, but as a father he hoped his son would keep on living, even if it meant his death. Moments passed, as the father held his bitten son to his chest. He hugged him as tears flooded from his eyes, before a small smile appeared on the werewolf's face. After what felt like a lifetime, Fenrir's pale face began to change to a healthier color. This, coupled with the fact that the werewolf was beginning to sense as though his life was leaving his body, meant that the transformation had been successful. Fenrir opened his eyes, feeling everything more vibrantly than before. Somehow he felt that the change was real. The trick that he had played on his father had worked. He smiled brightly, getting up, feeling the strength and power that was beginning to course through his veins. He exclaimed happily, shaking his father's arm, seeing that the werewolf had kept his seating position near him, but did not react. He would have never thought that as soon as his hand tried to get his father's attention, there would be no reaction. The werewolf's body fell due to Fenrir's touch, as his body slowly turned to dust before scattering in the wind. He had succeeded. He had become the world's first rational lichen, the strongest of all, at the cost of his own father's life. The present time. The sun had set for a couple of hours already, and without it, the frozen atmosphere became even colder and lifeless. There were no humans, no animals, no living beings as far as you could see. The only small presence of life, if you could call it that, were the trees that were burdened by piles of snow, with branches that felt like they would fall any moment now at the smallest of efforts, under their own weight. But still the piles of snow did not fall, as even the wind was no longer blowing, as it had also been frozen in time. This had been the inert state of nature for some time now, and it felt like it would continue to be so for a while longer, but, unexpectedly, even without the lightest of breeze, very slowly small snowflakes started to fall one by one, from the said trees. There were only 3 snowflakes falling at a time from each tree. Then there were 4. The number of snowflakes that fell kept on increasing, until you could no longer count them, as though it had started to snow again. It was truly strange, because there was still not even a small breeze blowing to move them and make them fall. One could not do anything but wonder why the snow fell, but you would not have to ponder too long, as the lifeless forest soon came to life, coming closer and closer, with the earth rumbling under their paws. Thousands of werewolves moved as one giant pack, one massive coordinated group following the biggest alpha there was. The midnight black wolf knew of no tiredness, knew of no pain, as it kept howling, stirring them in the direction of where his loved one would be. Following behind him, other alpha-ranked werewolves struggled to maintain his pace. If you would see them in the distance, you would say they were quite slow compared to their king, but normal ranked werewolves would tell you. Never in their life would they have seen such a fast and strong army moving steadily through the forest. The werewolves were riled up in anger. They had been informed of who they were rescuing, to dare capture the Luna of all packs. Such courage must be ripped to pieces. They would ensure they left none living in the aftermath. The pressure emitted by their bodies, their raging howls through the night, as they ran between the trees, even ripping some of them apart in their will to follow the shortest distance possible, were terrifying. But the scariest of all would still be Sky, being the one in control at the moment. He was the most savage of them all. Celia was suppressing all of her aura, which meant he could not feel even the slightest connection with her. He could not feel wailing at all. She was no different than a human. At this moment, as powerless as one, the severed connection making him feel like he was at the edge of an abyss. At Fenrir's place, the royal family does not have other descendants than Salars. Celia tried to speak. The children had been taught since young that the king's family line, for the longest of time, had consisted of only one male that passed the throne to another male. Well, I am sure that is what every werewolf thinks. Who would know of the skeletons in the royal family's closet? But that's enough from me. I did not invite you all the way here just to talk about me, Fenrir said, then slowly approached Celia again, snapping out of her thoughts. Celia felt uncomfortable at his close distance to her, and moved back again. She felt intimidated at his eyes that seemed to try to analyze her face and thoughts. Did you know, little Alpha, the king's position is hereditary, so in a sense he is not chosen by the goddess. Only the queen is. It makes you wonder if I were to become the king, with you as my queen, well, it wouldn't go against her wishes. Now would it? Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. she expressed, horrified at the thought of herself by the side of anyone else other than Solas. Where did this person come from? And why would he be so confident that he could take Solas's place? Not to mention, she would never accept another man, even if she could be killed for refusing. I am just saying, the rigid laws the royal family has imposed for such a long time, with rules of only mating a specific werewolf first at birth, and being a pure-blooded werewolf, they are such outdated thinking. I could be a fresh start, more so than the man already indoctrinated by the strictness. He had dreamed once of being part of the royal family, but he had given up with the death of his father, shifting all of his blame and anger that had accumulated over the years onto them. Wandering for a long time, gathering strays from all over the place, he had gained a new purpose, a new reason to be alive, in a world that had rejected his existence for all of his life. If in the current world he lived in, his existence was akin to only an anomaly, then he would transform this world in one in which the normal would be the anomaly, and his existence the logical one. Being with your rightful mate is the only way for a soul to be complete. This is not wrong. And Solas is not only a king because of his lineage, he is one because of his power, the first ranked amongst us. He is the strongest of all the werewolves. He is the one binding us all together. No matter what you are trying to do, stop it. You would never succeed in your purpose. Celia said, trying to maintain her calm, and her slight tremble from being revealed. If he was Solas's cousin, what had poisoned his heart, turning it so black, why wouldn't he want to get along with Solas? Now this is where you are wrong. Even the strongest of men is only as strong as his weakest point, and you are that weak point. You made the king of the werewolves, the weakest of them all, he said, looking intently at her. He could see why the werewolf king would be smitten with her. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but strangely there seemed to be more to her than met the eye, something that drew him to her, like a moth to a flame. In the short time he had been in her presence, he was beginning to feel that if Celia had asked him to give up everything he was trying to do a bit more stronger, his heart would waver in doing her bidding. Why did only Solas have a mate? Why did the goddess had to be so partial to werewolves? He had left him alone all this time, glad that Solas was like him, also an anomaly, one without a mate. But he was not. It only made him hate him more. It only made him want to kill more. If you are thinking of having me as a trading tool, or a weapon against Solas, I would fight you until I die. Do not think the mate of the king would just let you do as you pleased. She desperately threatened. For some reason she was afraid that Solas would give his life without the smallest of struggle. If this man asked him for it, she could not be his weakness. She did not want to be the cause of his death. I am sure you would struggle, but your struggle would not mean much in your current condition. I do not know exactly what your problem is at this moment, but for someone who defeated dozens of hunters on her own, for one who is an alpha, to not even admit the smallest of oars, surely there is something that binds you, something that forces you to be only a human at this moment. Or what? Did you think I don't feel your weakness right now? Hearing him speak, she really felt like she was in a deadlock. On one side, under no circumstances, could she release her pressure, as it could mean Crescent's death. On the other side, she could be used to bring down her loved one. There were only two choices, but no matter which one she chose, someone would die. My king, Lucian spoke, bursting through the door. He did not need to inform him further. His presence alone, Fenrir knew what it meant. That man was coming to rescue Celia. At the witch's coven, murmured Carissa, setting the potions she had in her hands on the table. She had suddenly felt very nervous. She had a bad feeling all day, but this feeling became more and more acute as night came, until she could not even focus on her research now. What is it? Asked Ebony, raising her head that had been resting on her paws. It is tonight. It has already begun. Looking horrified, she had figured out the reason for her anxiety. Are you certain? The cat asked again, raising on her feet, as she gained an expression similar to Clarissa's. The witch had not told her what would begin, But for her to have that appearance, it could only mean one reason. Yes, no doubt about it. The night of prophecy. The night when everything would begin anew or everything will fall. Is tonight. Clarissa said, trembling. They had not made it in time. How much of the stone would have turned blue by now? Would there be enough time? Ebony desperately voiced. Without her powers, what could Celia do? I do not know if even a quarter of the ring has changed by now. I thought we would have a bit more time. I thought we could get Crescent out before it would be too late. What set things in motion earlier than they should have? Couldn't we do something about it? Couldn't we help? Resigned. Clarissa shook her head. There was nothing they could do once the wheels of fate had begun moving. They had already done their part. The will of the goddess had only been for Clarissa to inform Celia's sister of her fate, assuring the latter would interfere and Celia would not be forced to be with a wrong mate, to assure that she would come to the academy and meet the rightful one, and for Clarissa to find a way to help the wolf that had been innocently mixed up in Celia's fate, to help Crescent. That was why she had told Diane all those years ago that Brianna had a lunar fate. For 100 years Celia's birth had been delayed to right the things that were going worse with each passing day. 100 years Celia's wolf had been prepared, had been reshaped, had been strengthened. 100 years to prepare for the most powerful queen the werewolves could have. But as waning and Celia had already shown in the past, for this queen to be so perfect she would also have one quality that could be used as a weapon against herself. They would always put everyone's well-being above their own. They would always sacrifice for their loved ones, even their very life. But for a ruler chosen by the goddess to do so, what would it mean for the werewolf race? For the ones who would not be able to ensure her survival? Chapter 48. A foolish man, an innocent wolf. The lightness of the full moon shone brightly upon the frozen earth, as the ever-present white snow glistened and sparkled, making the darkness of night not that much different from the whiteness of day. The small diamonds of snow seemed to glitter all around, like small lights of a theatre stage. A stage prepared for the most important battle in the werewolves' history, as though the moon goddess herself had wanted to witness this night, and prepared the battlefield beforehand. But, unfortunately, the light of the moon soon enough would have to be enough to light the battlefield for the only spectator of this gruesome play, as the white silvery snow was slowly beginning to be dyed in a bright crimson color. The thousands of werewolves had not ran much longer, before seeing in the distance what seemed to be a fortress-like castle, when their attention was redirected from the objective ahead, towards the obstacles in front. Thousands of werewolves were ordered to participate. Members of council, royal guards, teachers at the academy, and pretty much all ranked werewolves males that could have gathered within the hour, howled and growled at the sight of their enemies, ready to attack as the order was given. Enemies they would have never thought existed. Savage, mindless creatures that should never be allowed to see the light of day, roamed in front of them, beings that would have been brought to life by their ancestors' sins. Beasts created by breaking the third taboo. Lycans. Lycans could never transform into full wolves. Their body at most resembled a failed attempt at creating one, because of their head, which indeed looked like a wolf's, but they still walked and looked like humans from below their necks to their feet, with the only difference being their body that was covered in ruffled fur, and their spine elongating itself in a tail. But normal werewolves, in wolf form, would not be that much different from a real wolf, if you did not take into account their size. The werewolves were horrified at such a sight. A lycan had only ever once successfully been created, but by realizing the abomination, the werewolves that discovered the atrocious being terminated its life. They were extinct, a black spot in werewolves' history, but here they were numbering thousands. This sight would have normally caught them off guard, but in the presence of the king, lycans did not matter. What they meant made no difference. As long as he could get to his mate, he was capable of even passing through fire. Much less creatures. A loud commanding howl escaped his snout, as he directed his head towards the moon, reaching the ears of the werewolves, and restoring the general order. It was as though he was informing the goddess of the start of their play, their war, It was also an order to freely attack, charge forward with everything they got. As all the werewolves moved with their heavy paws smashing the ground, pushing themselves forward, they followed closely behind the members of the council, who were steadily running in the shadow of Solas, creating an arrow-like formation, piercing through the middle of the thousands of lichens. Arriving in front of them, Sky took the first blood as he ripped through Schrader lichen, that did not manage to react, much less attack. Near the lichens it could be seen clearly. Solas was at least 2 times larger than even the biggest of lichens. Not that it was that important. He was not interested in fighting as many as he could. His purpose was not to fight them, but to pass through them, so fighting in a coordinated attack, Sky and Solas, interchained quickly and strategically between each other. The human side swiftly going through them partially transformed, clawing only when he had no other choice as the lichens gathered even more towards him. When the lichens multiplied, giving him no other way out, Sky would take control, transforming completely, jamming through their numbers. Before Solas took control again, Sky had force, while Solas speed. They were a fearsome combination that decimated tens of lichens, even though they did not try particularly to do so, as they only fought the lichens in their path, closely behind, covering his back and assuring they would not be circled around. The council members, experienced tacticians, warriors of many fights, coordinated the others, as all-around fights broke out. Clashes of fangs, claws, fierce howls dominated the battlefield. You could not see other results for the ending of this battle, as the thought in everyone's mind, werewolves and lichens alike, was only one: death. Standing in a huge conference-like room, Celia's face was littered with tears, near the throne of Fenrir, as they watched the clashing through a giant mirror on the opposite wall, courtesy of a small witch's spell, a witch that had previously casted spells on the students in the forest. Does it bother you that your fellow werewolves are fighting, that they are dying? Fenrir impassively asked, with a hand sustaining his head. He looked on ahead as though he was only a spectator, not a participant of this battle. He did not look happy seeing the deaths, but was also not upset, feeling disconnected from the situation entirely. Please, stop. Why would you do this? All of them have souls. All of them have hearts. Why would you direct them towards their death? Celia's voice hoarsely cried, her voice reverberating in the hollow room. Enthusiasm, in the past, she had hurt and killed hunters herself, to protect her life and the life of others. But the lichens now, in a sense, were innocent. Even though they were killing the werewolves, the lichens that were fighting were kidnapped humans forcefully transformed into creatures. They did not choose to act like how they were, as opposed to the hunters who had their own rationality and could decide for themselves. Or perhaps it was the fact that the king's Luna was the one who would inhibit his ferocity, and by recognizing Solas as her mate, it had also changed her like this. She did not know which of these was the exact reason, or perhaps both were, but she knew for certain it was wrong for this war to continue. Fenrir did not reply, still looking expressionless, but a small frown appeared between his eyebrows. All had lived, she said. Was she talking about lichens and werewolves alike? It shook his heart, as werewolves only ever considered lichens abominations, creatures that could only be dealt with by killing them. But she was shedding tears for all. A ruler, most likely sent by the goddess, shed tears for lichens, although the latter had rejected their existence. To my agent extraordinaire, Mahlin Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It seemed that the goddess had made an error in her design, an error he very much welcomed. The lichens do not matter. They are only mindless creatures, and werewolves are not my concern, he stated to confirm his thoughts. It does not matter which of them are dying. They all are important. Even lichens were innocent before they were transformed. They do not deserve this. Having less and less control of her emotions. Perhaps it was the mother in her, the Lunae, her speaking, but she felt upset for the losses. You could put an end to this if you would be my queen. You know, Fenrir said, looking with narrowed eyes towards her. Finally reaching the rear of the enemy line, Sola's mind linked Gabriel and the council. I am going on ahead. I can faintly smell her. I will go retrieve my queen. It was a very faint smell. It was barely there, but he knew she was in the fortress, so no matter what he would go to her as fast as he could. Wait, let us go with you. Gabriel mind linked back. They were having a hard time. The Lycans were strong indeed. They had defeated quite a few already, but the same could be said by the opposite side as well. No, there are too many. Coordinate the others. I will be fine by myself, Solos said, and closed the connection, giving Gabriel and the others no chance to refuse or try to reason. In his path, he had still encountered Lycans and rogues alike. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. The majority were outside the fortress fighting. It seemed that inside as well some still remained, in case of the fortress being breached. But as before, he also disregarded their presence, fighting them only to go further to where he felt the scent getting stronger. He only briefly stopped. When in a hallway on the floor he found a jacket, distracting him a bit. A distraction that immediately was taken advantage of. Well, it seems our discussion will have to wait a little more. An uninvited guest has come for a visit, Fenrir stated, no longer conversing with Seymour. He knew that Solos would reach here. He had expected as such. Unfortunately, the new wolfsbane weapons they made were difficult to create, and it had also gotten harder to procure the plants since they had used the bullets in the previous attacks. Up until they kidnapped Celia. Not to mention, the process itself was a long one. If he could have had armed his Lycans, the war would have ended much easier and faster. Fortunately, at least inside the fortress, the guards were armed with them, and they proved themselves quite useful. The door burst open, having been hit with a Lycan's body, with Solas entering quickly after. A truly stupid man, Fenrir thought. To come quicker for his mate, he had even disregarded his safety and his caution. Exactly as he said before, she really was his weakness. Fearing for her life, he had recklessly come and had gotten himself injured before even reaching her. His abdomen and arms were shallowly clawed. Normally, it should have already healed. But to defeat that many guards, a few bullets-filled wolfsbane still slightly grazed his skin. None hit him directly as he was too fast, but just the little substance with which the bullets were coated was enough to impair with his ability to regenerate for a little while. But still he was full of vigor. Seeing her uninjured face, he finally felt like he could breathe. A happiness Celia could not share, seeing him in his current state. "Don't come," she yelled at his approach. But her warning came too late. He was like a moth to a flame. Even if she would burn him, he would still approach. "Don't," Celia said, but could not continue as her former teacher, who was standing a little closer to her, swiftly grabbed her neck, keeping her in place. Solas's eyes darkened again at the sight. He wanted to rip him apart, but a wrong move and that man would have snapped her neck in two. So this is the famous werewolf king. Honestly, I thought the man of which legends were written about was more rational than this. Oh well, it is good for me, Fenrir said, with his hand still holding his head, seemingly bored. His plans had been moved forward by Celia's appearance, but in fact her appearance made all the difference in him winning this battle, in him becoming the king. He had made a gamble in anger caused by Solas having a mate, but as long as he won, it was perfect. "Release my mate, or suffer the consequences," Solos said, angered, with his canines and claws already eliminating in anger, as the room was beginning to be engulfed in his alpha aura. "What consequences? That is a good joke. You are not in a position to show anger, or demand anything for that matter," Fenrir said, smiling, a cold smile that did not reach his eyes. "Don't. I always wanted to see who would be stronger, me or the king." Fenrir held his right hand, Cain, as the latter was going to go towards Solas, rising from his throne, he removed the black shirt he had on, and with a loud roar transformed himself in his lichen form. He was the biggest lichen there was. Solas could clearly see that he was in fact the initial lichen, the one who had transformed all the others that were fighting outside. But in front of his eyes Fenrir was still non-existent. All he could see was the petite woman that was looking scared towards him, but could not say anything having her neck obstructed. The man behind her was only releasing his grip a little bit, just enough for her to breathe, but not to talk. He said, looking at her, to reassure her worries. Only then did he finally look towards Fenrir, as the latter had come towards him slowly, before disappearing. Anyone who saw the lichen would say he vanished, but Solas's keen eyes saw that Fenrir had moved fast to his side, trying to catch him unprepared. He thought that Solas would still act reckless and distracted like before, but Fenrir did not realize that with fear in his eyes, he was undefeatable. Solas avoided Fenrir with the same speed, and quickly punched Fenrir's abdomen. He had wanted to punch him again, but his hand was caught by Fenrir's big furry one, as the latter tried to throw him in the wall. Solas steadied his feet, and did not hit the wall as Fenrir intended, having already transformed into sky, and like how he had done before, started to coordinate with him, interchanging between man and wolf. They struck with claws, bites, as each clash between them reverberated in the room, making small currents of air appear, making it seem like there were vibration everywhere, the force of both their hits akin to small earthquakes. They fought with all they got, and they seemed almost evenly matched at first. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You could not really judge their strength fair, as Solas had already been running for his life to get to Celia, and had fought his way inside for the same reason. Not to mention, the wolfsbane was impeding his regeneration. Still, with all the disadvantages, the difference in power slowly showed itself, and bit by bit, despite his injuries, Solas was overpowering the lichen, angered that even in his current state, the werewolf still managed to hold his position against him. Fenrir roared even angrier, stepping back, unsatisfied of what could be a defeat, transforming himself into a human again. The lichen had regained his natural ebony-colored hair and blue eyes. Right now he very much resembled Solas like this. He had hated seeing his father's face in the mirror, the face of the man he sacrificed, so he usually masked his real hair color and eyes with a spell that broke with him transforming into a lichen. Fenrir was once again about to charge towards Solas in his human form, where a gunshot was heard. "What are you doing?" Fenrir roared, looking towards Lucian, as the rogue appeared in front of the door and shot Solas from behind. "My kin." Lucian wanted to explain himself. He only then realized that Fenrir was angry. He had wanted to fight Solas fair, but now with another wolfsbane bullet added in his stomach, there was no such chance. Seeing her beloved hurt, even though he did not waver and stood firmly on his feet, Celia's heart felt like it was breaking into millions of pieces. Everything was beginning to weigh on her more and more, as she felt powerless to help him. All the werewolves that were fighting outside, there was too much bloodshed, too much pain to bear. She tried to voice, but could not with her constricted throat, making her feel even more helpless. Fenrir did not let Lucian speak more, gesturing with his hand for the latter to stop. "It seems that I cannot check further which one of us is stronger, though I will recognize that before that shot, you were superior." Sighing, it would be petty of him to make himself appear like he was the one who had the upper hand, when he did not. "To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The victory of the entire battle was his nonetheless. Solas still did not care for what Fenrir was saying, having only her face in his eyes. His feet were already once again new in her direction, but he only made one step and Riddick had constricted her throat more. It was a threat. Each step he would take would mean she would be closer to dying. My man will kill her. If you move closer, I suggest you stop. Now that it came to this, I think we should end all of it. Don't you? Let's avoid a lot more werewolves dying. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stand still and let yourself be killed, or she will be the one to die. Then Rhea said, looking toward Solos's already weak body. Hearing him, Celia was trying to unravel the huge man's hand from around her neck, to reach Solas, but it would not budge. Looking towards him, she trembling tried to reach with her arms, as she gave up her attempt to unclench the man's arm. He was looking up to her smiling, the mechanical man who never smiled at anyone. The man who was rumored to have a stone heart was smiling softly at her reassuringly. No pain could be sensed from his face, but she knew that he was barely hanging to his consciousness. How could he not, when his battered body filled with bullets of wolfsbane was now clawed by lichens? At Fenrir's order, several lichens that had arrived with Lucian were already near him. They were quickly leaving big slashes all across his body, but they were shallow, as shallow as they could be to ensure his death would be slow. Fenrir was trying to make his death a painful one as possible. It would be a death littered with sufferings, up till he closed his eyes for the very last time. Stop it. I beg of you, stop it. She cried hoarsely as she forced herself, trying to again unclench the arm around her throat, but there was no reaction from anyone. No one listened to her words. Stop it. Please kill me instead, she said with a voice filled with suffering, looking at the foolish man who was still smiling at her. Do not frighten her. How could Solas smile, she thought, when she could feel his hurting until she did not know how he could keep his sanity. They had not marked each other yet. She was also suppressing her power, but their bond kept getting stronger, until she could feel all his emotions and pain like it was her own. She knew how could he do it. He knew what reacting to their attacks meant. It would mean her demise. If Fenrir could not have her as a queen, then he would prefer her death instead. Just as she felt torn to pieces, seeing her beloved ripped apart, just as she felt like she was the one who was suffering, with rolling tears flowing from her chocolate eyes, Crescent spoke to her slowly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Use your real power. She flinched when she heard the familiar voice. How could Crescent wake up? She was supposed to still be dormant, but her fluctuating emotions, waning suffering, had loosened the constriction she was placed in. Crescent, through sheer resilience, had drifted in and out of consciousness the entire time, and although she did not know what the exact situation was, when Clarissa had explained what would happen to her, she had heard them also. She knew why Celia was suppressing her power. I cannot. The ring has not finished your transfer. Stopping it now would mean your death. Celia immediately denied. This was her sister. She had been with Celia since birth. She and Waning had already robbed Crescent's future by absorbing her sister. How could she hurt her once more? Why do you? And Waning as well, the wolf said, upset, almost raging. Why do you both feel that I should be the one guarded and protected? That you must sacrifice all for me, when I would do the same for you as well? Crescent screamed. Don't, Crescent, Celia said, crying. She did not know who to choose at this very moment. How could she choose between the foolish man who had loved her and protected her with every fibre of his being, and Crescent, the one of the only two true sisters she had in this life, the one who had accompanied her through all her sorrows? If you cannot make the choice, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will make it for you, Crescent said, slowly going towards a barely formed portal. It appeared like a transparent water in the wolf's chamber, but it still seemed patched up. It was not whole. She looked towards it, and without hesitating longer, forcefully transferred herself through the portal that had barely formed. She knew clearly what it meant. Clarissa had explained it to them the first time Celia wore the ring. 1. She must never take it off. Crescent cannot pass through the portal until it's formed completely. They would know of this when the ring changed from blue to red. But now it was only a quarter to a third blue. It would mean that Crescent would most likely die. Celia raged in sorrow. Why would it all end like this? Why did she have to make choices? Why everything in her life must be sacrificed? Feeling Celia at her lowest point, and without the presence of Crescent, Waning realized she was once again the only one in the wolf's chamber. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Clichut's enthusiasm. I know you are upset. I am too. But we must stop everything. It's now or never. Come in our chamber. Waning shouted in her mind, imagining herself for the second time in the chamber. As in the outside world it appeared as she was only standing still, like a doll without a soul. Celia quickly ran towards Waning. She had thought the latter would shift places with her like in the past. But Waning did not, standing on her forelegs. The majestic wolf lowered her head, placing her forehead to Celia's forehead. Celia, we never tapped in our true power before. We never released it as we should have. Let me show you what we are truly capable of. Chapter 49. A ruler chosen by the goddess. Fighting with everything they got. The werewolves were struggling against the lichens, as the latter fought with total disregard for their safety. The order to fight was absolute. It had priority in front of even their well-being. As such, in death they still managed to take a werewolf with them, or at least gravely injure one. The werewolves were also tired from traveling for such a long distance, making their situation even more dire, but still under the coordination of Gabriel and the members of the council. They kept their ground against the lichens. They could only hope they could hold on, to ensure it would be enough time for Solas to return with their queen. Inside the fortress, even in his pain, Solas was still hanging on, looking towards his beautiful mate. He was truly worried, as Celia had stopped crying and struggling, which would have been a good thing, if at the same time she did not look like nothing but a puppet. He was afraid. The trauma of seeing him die before her eyes was mortifying, and would let her be scarred for life. He wanted to do something about it. He wanted to run towards her and assure her that everything would be all right, but he could not. These were the last thoughts he had before falling to the ground unconscious. Riddick, loosen your grip on her neck. You are hurting her too much. Fenrir said displeased. He knew the rogue was as bloodthirsty as ever. He had tried to keep his cruelness under control, but Riddick still exaggerated many times. Still, if it was anybody else he would not care. But towards her he felt a closeness and a desire to protect. The threat that he would kill her if Solas fought back was only for the werewolf to give up fighting. He did not want to truly do that, and Riddick should have known it. But he was overstepping his position. He was getting out of line. My king, if I loosen my grip, she would try to escape again. Riddick replied dissatisfied. He could see clearly that Celia was not reacting in any way, but for some unknown reason this only unsettled him more. It was like the calm before the storm. Not to mention, he did not know what exactly stopped Celia's alpha aura, making her unable to use her werewolf powers. But she was the alpha of the Watchers. He had seen her practice and knew just how powerful she could possibly be. He did not want to take a chance. At the coven, do you see anything? Ebony asked, frightened, as the small witch was looking down in her cauldron. Clarissa had filled it with water and enchanted it, making the surface of the clear water inside the cauldron into a mirror to check on the situation. They could do nothing, but they were still worried. Yes, I think Waning is breaking the seal, Clarissa said, gulping. But Crescent, Ebony asked, concerned. If Waning dared to do that, then what would happen to the smaller wolf? I do not know. Perhaps the mental strain was too much. Waning may have slipped and lost her control of her aura. Or Crescent woke up because of their emotions, she said, looking down. Celia looked like a statue. It would appear that she had given up, but it did not seem so. She is shifting, Clarissa continued, as she started to see some changes to Celia. After a few more seconds, Ebony asked, jumping on the table and also looking down inside the cauldron. "But that there is no wolf," Ebony exclaimed. "Yes, it is not," Clarissa said, finally realizing what the goddess had tried to do. Finally put all the pieces of the puzzles together. "That is a true ruler chosen by the goddess," she said, smirking, finally calming a bit her emotions. "At Fenrir's place, Riddick." "I will not repeat myself," Fenrir said, raising his voice. But the Watcher's former teacher did not manage to react to his order. From the powerless woman, that felt nothing like a werewolf until this moment, a massive pressure could be sensed, as he felt his grip loosening out of fear. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." It was a feeling he had not felt since he was a pup. It made him wonder if it truly was this particular feeling. Because of the strangeness of the matter, why would he feel fear from a woman who seconds ago was having trouble of even opening his hand a little, just to free her neck? But it would not take long for Riddick to understand that this was truly fear he was feeling. Swiftly turning around, she shoved his hand away with her right hand, before grabbing his neck with the other, and raising him a bit in the air. The startle of the reverse situation was diminished, in comparison to what his eyes were trying to register happening before them. Before his very eyes and Fenrir's, Celia's hair whitened from the roots until her ends, becoming a color similar to her wolf's fur. But her hair-changing color was nothing, compared to the fact that her face was also swiftly transforming. Normally, when partially transforming, a werewolf would only change the color of his eyes, the length of his canines, and his nails, which would reshape themselves into claws. But she was not partially transforming, although not transforming into a wolf as well, with her eyes changing their normal warm chocolate color to a golden hue, with her tender normal skin covered by a thin layer of soft white fur around the edges of her face, with her normal small ears reshaping themselves into wolf ears, not to mention her canines protruding from her mouth, and her fur-covered hands. She resembled more alike than a werewolf, although her face still retained her human-like appearance. "What are you?" Riddick tried to ask, as he had never seen such a being before. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." With her hands still firmly keeping his neck in place, moved her head from side to side as if unaccustomed to her body, while also trying to relax her neck, which was already quickly healing from the previous hold. Finishing cracking her neck, she looked into his eyes, making him tremble. It felt as though she could see into his very soul. He felt like he was staring at a being that should never be slightly offended. Opening her mouth, with a face even more expressionless than she ever had before, she slowly spoke to her former teacher. "You are not worth keeping." The voice solemnly spoke, but it was not Celia's voice. It felt like there were two people speaking at the same time. Waning and Celia had fused with each other. They were neither wolf nor human, neither like nor werewolf. The two personalities were at this moment one and the same. "I can smell too much blood from you. Too corrupted." Before slamming his body into the wall, from where it lifelessly fell as soon as she retracted her hand, seeing his brother dead, came clear to his mind of the haziness her power had induced, and swiftly came roaring towards her. But he did not know what struck him, as he also lifelessly fell, with his neck snapped. At this point, Fenrir was frozen in place. She had surprised him from the very moment he saw her, but nothing compared to how she had now. He felt speechless to even outscore react in any way. Even when she quickly passed him, he had no reaction whatsoever. The only thing he did, or better said felt compelled to do, was follow her movements with his eyes. All the people in the room felt frozen much like him, as her aura was leaking everywhere. Even the lichens that had clawed Solas and were standing near him had refrained from hurting the unconscious man any longer. Lucian was only able to react when he saw her in front of him and tried to shoot. But there was no time to put his thoughts into actions. With inhuman speed, Celia had arrived in front of the door, and angered beyond measure, gripped the weapon that was still in Lucian's arms, the weapon that he had used to hurt her beloved. I deformed it, making it no longer usable, before the latter was able to fire even one single bullet. You as well. Too much blood. Her echoing voice spoke, and as the man still tried to regain his composure and attempted to hit her, she quickly disappeared from his eyes. Before appearing behind him, he did not see her face for a second time. Even as he thought to turn around, he only felt the shock of hitting the cold hard wall, as she had brutally slammed his body with her foot in the opposite wall, assuring that no weapons could be used against Solas. Only then did she quickly come to his side, where the lichens were surrounding him. Fenrir had expected the lichens to attack her, even though he did not order them to. Just for the fact that they would mindlessly attack anyone that came near them, he could already envision them hurting her, and he was about to command them not to. But he did not utter one word, as they not only did not touch even a strand of her hair, they also strangely moved aside, allowing her access to Solas. What are you doing? Kill him, Fenrir angrily said. But he was in for another shock when the lichens stood in place, not reacting in any way. It was like they were still awaiting orders. Why would the lichens docilely move and not continue killing Solas, as he commanded them to? And whose order would they listen to, if not his? Kneeling beside him, she felt his breath was shallow. With just that much wolfsbane in his blood, he would not be in immediate danger. But with the wounds all over his body which were still dripping blood, surely he was steadily becoming weaker. Her heart felt like it was pricked by thousands of needles, as she gently took his head into her arms, afraid of hurting him even more. Her golden eyes narrowing, with warm tears once again falling from her eyes. She gently placed a kiss on his forehead. This man had saved her from death. This person had shielded her from the outside world and her family, had loved her without asking anything in return. He had even been willing to give his life for her without a second thought. I am sorry, my love. Normally, only a male would mark his mate, but you see, I am not a normal mate, Celia whispered slowly, removing her lips from his forehead, but still keeping her face close to his. Giving him another loving gaze, she slowly raised his neck a bit, exposing his fair skin, and sank her fangs into the crook of where the shoulder meets the neck. From ancient times, only a male would mark his mate, making them both grow stronger from the bite, strengthening their bond, and completing their pairing. But in this situation her mark would solidify their connection, while also help his regeneration restart itself. Seeing the situation before him, only then did Fenrir furiously move, angrily coming closer to them. He wanted to rip Solas from her arms. If the lichens would not answer to his orders for some strange reasons, then he would do it himself. At least, that was what he intended, but did not expect that those very same lichens would immediately turn to him, moving a step in his direction, as they wanted to block his path. Bewildered by the killing intent he could feel from them, he stopped confused. He was their master. He had created them. They would listen even if he would tell them to take their own lives. But those very same lichens felt like enemies at this moment. Celia calmly removed her fangs from Solas's neck, with Solas's color gradually returning to his face, as his wounds immediately started to close. Not a moment later, he also opened his eyes. He had not witnessed the transformation of the being before him, but instinctively knew that it was Celia. Feeling the power emanating from her body, he felt glad and sad at the same time. Could her sorrow had possibly destabilized Waning's control, and they had run amok? I am sorry, but did not specify for what. Still he knew. He could see it in her eyes. She was sorry she had marked him without his permission, although he did not know it was possible for a woman to do it, and also felt regretful for placing him in harm. It seemed that this woman still did not realize just how much he was willing to do for her. If he had to do it all over again, he would gladly die. Seeing how you marked me as yours, he slowly said, causing her eyes to flinch because of worry. Was he upset? Then you will have to take responsibility for me, he continued, with the corner of his mouth raising up in a smile, relaxing her worries, touched that even now he was still thinking of her. She found his shamelessness quite cute. Seeing the happiness of the couple in front of him, Fenrir let out a huge roar, as he once again shifted into his lichen form. He wanted to kill Salas as soon as possible, the last member of the royal family, the last person of the family that caused his existence in this world, and then denied it. He was a person who was never supposed to exist, but he was here nonetheless. Why should that person still carry on with a mate? Why should Salas keep on living, reminding him of the father he lost, the only person who truly loved him, and also the one who had never felt he was enough just as he was, a hybrid. In his lichen form, he easily tossed aside the lichens that had tried to stand before Sia and Salas. He wanted once and for all to kill Salas, or if not, at least die by Sia's hand. Either way it was far better than continuing being in the situation he had been for all of this time. Fenrir took 2 steps in their direction, his massive legs sending vibration to the floor as he moved, and was about to raise his claw hand, expecting Sia to end his life, just as she did with the others. "Kneel." Her voice authoritatively spoke. It was a single word, a word that should have meant nothing to him, but this small 5 word caused him to crash to the ground, and really kneel in front of her, without him wishing to transform into a human. She demanded with her echoing voice, words he once again unwillingly obeyed. Why did I listen to her words? His face seemed to say what his mouth could not manage to utter. "You would. How could you not listen to your ruler?" Celia and Waning replied in unison, understanding his unsaid words. There had never existed a ruler for the lichens, as they never were supposed to exist. He was wordless, his mind not capable of fathom what she had tried to tell him. The goddess did not recognize the lichens, but this woman before him, a ruler meant for werewolves, was saying she was his ruler as well. Her words could not be true, could they? But the lichens that formerly listened to him protected her. He was also inclined to protect her, since the moment he had seen her. And just now, he did what she said. He obeyed her words. "How? You are the ruler as of the werewolves." He tried to speak again. "Whoever said that a ruler can only lead one race?" Waning and Sia spoke again, with the same solemn face. She was not joking, nor mocking him. She was sincerely informing him of the current reality. "Why did you not kill me yet?" Fenrir asked again, not inquiring her once more how it was possible for her to be the lichen's ruler. The proof was his body that still did not respond to his commands. It was evidence that she had the ability to command the lichens. A rule imposed by the goddess does not necessarily know the lichens. "I cannot understand them. You will help me in this," Celia said firmly. She had seen no future for the rogues beside him, but through his eyes she saw the possibility to change. And she also did not see herself capable of killing someone who resembled so much her beloved. "Why would I?" Fenrir asked, still trying to move. But try as he may, he did not raise even an inch his knees from the ground. "You are under the impression that I am asking. I am not. I am commanding." Outside the fortress, the werewolves were struggling more and more to keep the lichens in check. They could not advance forward even a bit. Gabriel had initially thought that he and the council could go with Salas, but if they went, then the rest of the werewolves would have fallen by now. "Damn," he muttered continuously inside his mind, as he avoided a lichen and threw him away. If they could reason with the beings, it would be much easier, but unfortunately they could not. It was a pity, as initially these were normal, innocent people before all this. Quickly, still cursing in his mind, upset they had hurriedly come and did not manage to gather even more stronger werewolves. He went to help another werewolf that was overpowered. Solos had been gone for some time now. Could he have encountered too many problems? He had tried to also mind link him, but the latter did not respond. Could they survive this night? As another to 3 lichens cornered him, shortly after he had helped the other werewolf, he muttered under his breath some curses, as the lichens were preparing to jump towards him. with their huge claws exposed. On the wall of the fortress in the moonlight, a single woman stood, her white silver hair reflecting and blending with the rays of the moon. A small twinkle sparkles could be seen between the strands that fluttered in the wind. She was an ethereal beauty, even in her transformed state, resembling more a mirage than a real person. She was truly beautiful, but the frenzy under, the werewolves and lichens below, had not time to look towards the walls, as they were concentrated on their fights, upset at the bloodshed and the deaths that had already occurred. Celia's voice rumbled in the night. In one powerful roar, startled by the high-pitched sound, all of them finally looked up. The werewolves were surprised by the woman's appearance, and felt her pressure, and were even inclined to submit themselves. But they did not, as she resembled more a lichen rather than a werewolf. Seeing that all the lichens had also stopped fighting, they suspected her origin. Was she their master? Was she trying to issue to them new orders? The members of the council and Gabriel thought, immediately mind-linking the werewolves to be wary of the new presence. As she had stopped roaring, Celia looked towards the lichens, satisfied at their obedience. This was the third reason for which she could not kill Fenrir. They were too many and innocent. She could not kill people that had no fault in their actions. "Kneel," she said once again with a much more powerful voice, her voice echoing towards all the parts of the battlefield. She was demanding obedience from the lichens. To discuss rationally with them was impossible in just a second. To make them stop and see if they could reason, she must subdue first, then ask questions later. Under the dumbfounded eyes of the werewolves, all the lichens listened without exceptions. This master was unusual. Why would she command them to kneel, exposing them weakly in front of the werewolves, offering them a chance to easily kill them, a chance some of them were already eyeing? But the werewolves took no action yet, afraid of the individual capable of holding under her command thousands of lichens, checking her every actions. The council members were already thinking of attacking. If they could control the master, then the lichens would have no choice but to listen. This was their intention, an intention that disappeared when the woman transformed herself, accompanied by countless of cracking sounds of bones. Her small hands changed in massive paws, as she had already kneeled to accommodate the new form. Her jaws opened and extended, forming a large snout. Her tender white skin, previously partially covered by fur, was now entirely engulfed by it. Celia yelled in pain, transforming for the second time in her life in Waning's wolf form. Perhaps because it had been so long, but the shifting left her breathless. Finally transformed, she loudly howled, demanding obedience once again. But this time, instead of the lichens, the werewolves immediately kneeled, all of them instantly collapsing on the ground, showing their neck in submission. A war no one would have expected to end in nothing but bloodshed, a battle the end of which one side would surely die, was stopped by the short appearance of one single woman, the ruler of the lichens, and the queen of the werewolves. I was once a hidden secret, but now I am about to become the queen of all the packs. In my story, there's a stunning twist. I am not only the Wolf King's mate, but I also command the cursed creatures, the lichens. Chapter 50. Aftermath. At the witch's coven. Why would the goddess give a ruler to the lichens? Ebony asked, confused. Normally, the small kitten was one who easily understood things, but this time it still slipped past her. To a agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The intentions of the higher being. Lichens. They were made by foolish werewolves, but they themselves have done nothing wrong by simply living. But even if they have done nothing wrong at the beginning, and also their consequent killings and destruction are also without their fault, they should still be controlled, though their existence is still at the border between the supernatural world and the human one. So who of the two worlds could accept them? Where could they continue to exist? And most importantly, who could give them a structured hierarchical society? By doing this, she has made a compromise to give a home to them, and that compromise is the existence of Celia. Celia holds the power to command them, because the goddess, taboo only mentioned killing the werewolf, and not a lichen who was made by his sin. As the lichens were not creatures under the goddess' rule, they could very well rampant everywhere without punishments, consequences for not abiding the laws previously. But now, she made a compromise to accept the army of lichens as part of the supernatural world, and at the same time constrain them. Also, if other werewolves were to try to make lichens again, it would be for nothing, as the new lichens would also be under Celia's rule, and could not arbitrarily be used as a weapon, Clarissa affirmed. After some moments, Ebony was surprised of the insight Clarissa had given her, but even more surprised that the latter had explained to her in so many details. Usually, the explanations of the bubbly which would be so succinct that they would confuse you more than enlighten you. At Fenrir's place, the werewolves were shaken to their core. The newly appeared lichen transformed herself into a wolf, and easily made them kneel. How could it be possible? How could they so easily succumb to her power? The only werewolf that could make them submit by only using a howl. The only one with this amount of awe was their kin. But thinking a bit more about it, with their thoughts spiraling in all directions, they realized that another werewolf could also hold this power. The person they had come to rescue. Their queen. If it was her, then the act of submitting was only natural. All of them were shaken to their core, as the awareness of the identity of the powerful person that stood upon the wall traveled to all of them. Even the few ones still confused grasped the situation. When Sola's mind linked the whole pack and confirmed her position. Bow to your queen, and cease all resistance. Solas ordered them. Celia had went ahead of him, anxious to stop the fight as soon as possible, and seeing her aura, her real power for the first time, and also quickly grasping her dual role as the leader of both races, he had agreed to her wish. Exiting the fortress and coming near Celia's wolf, Solas's midnight wolf approached his mate's face, caressing it with his own, confirming for all the present werewolves, the new wolf was indeed his queen and removing all doubts of her legitimacy, if there were any, considering to how easily they had submitted to her. The two wolves, one next to the other with contrasting colored furs, black and white, total opposite, would normally seem as different as night and day. One seemed soft and elegant, while the other solemn and stern, but in their eyes they were like the two pieces of a whole. They completed each other, like the night sky and the moon. With the confirmation that the lichens were under Celia's complete control as was Fenrir, Sola's mind linked the werewolf, ordering them to return. Many of them were injured and tired, so considering their presence was no longer needed, they could leave to their homes. The explanations would come a bit later. After they sorted the situation with the lichens, the werewolves immediately left, at Solas's command, although they were curious about the new queen and had wanted to see her real face. The only ones who knew of her real identity were Gabriel, the council members, Celia's watcher pack and several werewolves from the academy. But those were under the command of a higher-ranked werewolf and they could not spread information about her even to their families, much less other werewolves. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. To have a queen so strong that she even had dominion over the lichens, who wouldn't want to know about her? But of course, none would voice their opinion in front of the two royals. They could only wait for the queen to be presented to them officially. Most likely, soon enough the queen would step up in her rightful place as the Luna of all the pack, who would know that the king would not share their thoughts, and the soon presumed official presentation of the queen would happen much later. The petty king would not permit anyone to know of her identity and would hide her away in the royal palace for quite some time. As the majority of the werewolves retreated, the only ones left behind remained the council members and Gabriel. Just like the rest of the werewolves, even Gabriel and the council members had not expected this outcome, this peaceful ending. But what they least anticipated was for their queen to be such a special existence. They knew the identity of the queen, but none would have guessed her powers. With almost all the werewolves gone, the only ones who remained on the snowed ground were lichens. The creatures were still in a kneeling position, And while the werewolves still had some confusion on their faces and a slight reluctance to comply to her words prior to knowing her position, the lycans' faces had no hint of emotions on theirs. The two wolves who descended near them did not feel the discontent, anger or fright. No feelings, a sight that unsettled Celia a bit. She was afraid that they had lost all their humanity, transforming herself once more into her previous almost lycan appearance, as she seemed inclined to think that was the appearance they would most likely listen to. She commanded the lycan that was the closest to her, "Transform into your human self." Celia had no knowledge of lycans. She did not know if the person could even transform himself for herself, but she still tried to verify it. The lycan, with the same lack of emotions as the others, transformed into a beautiful human girl, and contrasting to the lycan form, the girl had tears in her eyes. Celia sighed in relief looking at the beautiful blue-eyed blonde on the ground. It seemed there was still hope for them. They could no longer return to their lives in the human cities, but as long as they could transform into a human and converse with her, then they would still have a future. As in the lycan form, they could not utter the smallest of words. Exchanging some words with the girl, she learned that in the lycan's form they felt compelled to rampage and destroy, but inside their minds their true selves were suppressed, so they could not fight against their instincts. She also learned that, normally, the lycans felt the need to change only when a full moon was present in the sky, or if their master ordered them to. So with some commands from Celia, and her preventing them from their rampage on the full moon, they would be able to lead a somewhat normal life. At this point, the council members and Gabriel had gathered close to Celia and Solas, and as soon as she finished her discussion, immediately kneeled before her. This actions surprised Celia a bit. Earlier she had made all the werewolves kneel, but it was not done from her part to demand respect from them. But now the elders kneeled without words from her, making her revert to her normal personality, in the sense that she did not know how to react. She looked at Solas for guidance, but the latter stood silent. It signified that he was approving their action, and it also meant that Celia had to be the one to permit them to stand up. "Why, you can rise," Celia said, with a small tinge of red on her cheeks, losing a bit her composure. But the tactful werewolves only rose obediently at her command, and did not come in to say anything disrespectful. At this time, Solas was savoring her appearance. He felt her fluctuating emotions inside his heart, courtesy of the newly formed bond. "Your Highness, we are so glad you are safe," the leader council member said. The elder was truly happy, as she could see from his moist eyes. The appearance of the stern council members that she had previously witnessed at the opening ceremony could not be felt or seen in this moment. She did not know why, but they resembled more doting grandparents, rather than fearless werewolves. She did not ponder on these thoughts, though. There were still things left to do, the most important being the fate of Crescent. She was anxious to know what had become of her, leaving some strict commands for the lycans. That included they were not to leave the fortress for any reasons. They were not to hurt anyone, and also imprisoning in the dungeon beneath the fortress the several rogues and other humans that were found by the lycans at her command. The ones that cooperated with Fenrir, Celia and Solas left rushing to the royal palace where Clarissa would wait for them. The witch had already sent one of herders informing them she would come and check the ring. Before leaving the fortress, Celia and Solas also returned to the room where Fenrir was forcefully left kneeling. The reluctant man had given up on trying to free himself from her command, realizing his struggles were futile. With no time to waste, Celia released her kneeling order, but imposed the same commands onto him, as she previously did to the lycans outside. At the royal palace, although fatigued both mentally and physically, the two wolves ran straight to the palace, not stopping until they reached their private quarters, where Clarissa was waiting for them. They did not stop even at the gates. Solas had only mind-linked the guards, and the latter had already opened the gates for them in advance. With the fastest speed possible, the wolves passed by them, as all of the guards were left in awe at the sight of the white wolf that was following closely to the side of their king. The three people and the smoke did not exchange pleasantries. No one was in the mood, so Celia just quickly gave the ring to Clarissa to check it, turning the ring around to examine it for a bit. The witch did not see anything in particular with it, or felt something distinct in its appearance, which was not a good sign at all, as even the blue around the stone had without a trace. It had completely reverted to its previous state. The stone looked exactly as it did before Celia had put it on her finger some weeks ago. The sight of the red stone sent shivers to Celia's heart. She had not dared to look at the ring until this, scared to even check its color. Clarissa sighed. She seemed to have lost all hope of success, but still did the final check. Shakily the witch carefully put the ring on her finger, raising her hand in the air. They stood silent, not even daring to breathe, hoping for it to work. It was like they were waiting for the red stone to show some indication that it held crescent, and the wolf could be transferred to the witch. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Inside their minds they all knew that for the ring to work, they would have to see the reverse process that began when Celia wore it. It meant that the blue color had to return to the edge, letting the red color take over the whole stone again. But now the stone was already red. Seconds passed, then minutes. Not one daring to say that indeed crescent had passed. Celia looked at the stone, with hope at first, then resignation, then sadness. Finally small tears started to slowly fall on her face. Seeing his sad mate, Solas put his hand on her shoulder and gently kissed her temple. He could not offer words of comfort, just be by her side. Celia was at a loss for words, unable to admit the obvious, but still stood rooted in the same place looking at it. Solas, Clarissa and Ebony also did not move at all. 10 minutes had passed, while they were still looking at the ring. But Clarissa still did not feel anything, not even a small magic. At this point, she slowly raised her eyes towards Celia. The girl she had watched grow up had red eyes and was silently weeping. Her tiredness was evident on her face. The power Celia had used, the emotions of being kidnapped and the entire experience that followed were evident on her entire being. She was moments away from collapsing, only being able to still not fall because she was waiting for results. These facts made opening her mouth that much harder for the witch, knowing the words that she was about to say would surely shatter Celia. But it was better than keeping on straining her feelings further. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Crescent. Clarissa was trying to form her words, but found it difficult to say she was not inside the ring, steadying her heart, knowing somebody should eventually still say it. Clarissa again opened her mouth, and with her chin slightly trembling as she was holding back her tears, hoarsely spoke. But Clarissa's words were interrupted when she felt a small portal forming inside her wolf's place. As she kept on looking at the stone, she had also kept focusing her mind on that place. She did not continue talking, waiting to see what was happening first. She feared saying something rashly and renewing Celia's hope, so she focused all her attention on the portal to ascertain the sound she heard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Clarissa finished saying slowly, where a small murmur could be heard from beyond the portal. What? Celia asked, fearing to dare believe her words. She's alive. I can hear her voice. She said for you to not be worried. The bubbly witch's mood completely shifting from sadness to happiness, evident by her huge smile. Celia cried harder, wrapping her arms around Solas's chest. But her tears of sorrow had transformed in ones of happiness. Her consciousness was barely hanging by a thread. So, with the happy news, Celia finally succumbed to her weariness. Solar's quickly strength and his hold on her, feeling her weakness, not letting his beautiful mate's body fall to the floor. Wrapping his arms around the small body protectively, Solas opened his eyes to check her sleeping face. The previous night had taken a huge toll on Celia, and he wanted nothing more to do but hold her in his arms, to feel her, assuring himself she indeed was safe. This was his most fervent wish, but he knew that they had to deal with the aftermath. So even if he did not have the heart to leave her side, he had to. His eyelids opened and he slowly traced her face from her chin going up. He loved it when he woke up before her and had the opportunity to admire all her perfect features unhinged, only to discover that Celia was already awake. Her big sparkling eyes were watching him sleep, it seemed. "Good morning," he tried to say, with his lips already forming a small smile. But his words were engulfed by her mouth that greedily covered his own. Wrapping his arms around her more forcefully, he happily returned the unexpected kiss that left them both breathless, feeling no more air in her lungs. Only then did Celia remove her lips. As her chest was trying to compensate for the previous lack of air, she had to be the one to take her lips away, because he did not show the slightest of intentions of removing his lips from hers even after moments passed. Seeing the still close small face near his heartbeat increased because of her unexpected boldness, her flushed cheeks, and her red cherry lips. But the words that followed made his heartbeat skyrocket, his eyes widen in amazement, and his mind blank. "I love you," the small beautiful voice whispered. It was the first time Celia had expressed her feelings openly towards him, the first time she had uttered the word love with those lips that were left plump and even redder than usual. After the slightly rough kiss, he had told her before how he felt, and even repeated it several more times when they cuddled together. But she never replied, only she lay wrapping around her arms around him, hiding her face in his chest. The cute reaction filled his heart with happiness, so he never demanded to her to reciprocate the words. But hearing them now, he truly felt complete, and overflowed with happiness. He now understood just how she felt when he had said those same words, and why she had not responded. Her confession left him wordless. Wrapping more his arms around her in a hug, he moved his head near the crook of her neck, inhaling the strawberry scent. He also felt shy, and wanted nothing more than to hide his slightly red face. At the age of 100 years old, he was only now feeling what true love meant. "Solas," the small woman whispered, but he did not reply, and only waited for her to speak. "I want," her words sending even more ripples to his heart. As she continued, "you to mark me," Celia managed to say, waking up first, and seeing him peacefully by her side. She had kept associating the clean image of his present face with the bloody one from the previous night. Her heart kept squeezing at the thought that she had almost lost him. So when he finally woke up, she could not wait any longer. She did not want to wait any longer. Her mark that could be seen on his lean neck, the proof that Solas was hers, was a proof she had also wanted. The undeniable evidence that she was his. At the words that made him even all fulfilled. If he could possibly be, feeling her determination and the courage of the otherwise shy woman. Solas did not wait to confirm her words again. Celia was not a person who would ever say something she did not mean. Not leaving his face that was already near the crook of her neck, he slowly opened his mouth, and with his already protruding canines, sunk his fangs in the tender skin. 5 years later, Mom, Brianna shouted excited, walking fast towards her mother. "What is it?" Diane asked expressionlessly, not sharing one bit her feelings, or having the curiosity for the news Brianna seemed to want to share. "We have an invitation from the palace," Brianna replied, unaffected by her spiritual's mother. Oh, her mother worded. Indeed, her curiosity was a bit piqued. It was summer now. Usually the king only summoned them to come to the palace for the winter ball. Why would he summon them now? She knew it was indeed a summon, even though the card had written on it in a gold color the word invitation, because of course an invitation was a tactful more word than summon. Although for the king, the two meant the exact same thing. "Yes, look." Brianna opened the card, showing it to her. Diane looked closer, checking the reason for the unexpected summon, her eyes widening in surprise. His Highness the 17th King of the werewolf race, Solas Christian Wolf, invites the alpha and beta couples of the New Moon Pack to the official introduction of Her Highness, the rightful Luna of all the packs. Chapter 51. The Hidden Queen at Celia's home pack. "Hello, Luna," greeted a well-dressed woman, the even more glamorous dressed woman in front of her, with clothes that at a glance one could tell cost a fortune, paired with flashy jewelry, and a thick layer of makeup on her face. Brianna turned to the familiar voice that happily called her. She smiled, putting the glass of wine she had in her hand on the table, before kissing the cheeks of her friend, replying to her greeting. The woman was the last to appear for the party she had set up, so now they could all settle in the living room, gossiping about the latest news. The dozen women that sat on the chairs and couches were good friends of hers since childhood, and as Brianna had become their Luna, the women had an even tighter friendship. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. It was to be expected. Who wouldn't want to flatter their Luna, assuring for themselves a more prestigious position in the pack, as a consequence of their everlasting friendship? Brianna as well liked their presence and friendship, the non-stop compliments they directed to her at every chance they got, and the opportunity to flaunt all she had, were the things she lived for. You look more and more beautiful by the day. Who could tell you're already a mother? Honestly, and as usual your clothes are from this year's collection. We really can't find anyone more beautiful than you. Even between the pups that are just now growing up, the alpha must love you more and more with each passing day. One of her friends immediately opened her mouth, just barely having seated herself on the couch, although inside the woman's mind, she was cursing at Brianna using all the bad words she could think of. The supposed Luna, who should have managed the money for the pack's sake, was splurging everything she could on herself. And, of course, she would not look like her mother. How could she? The alpha of their pack was the one who handled everything for his heir. Brianna did not lift a finger to do something for the young boy. A mother? What a joke. Her only merit was giving birth. Not to mention the love of the alpha towards her. The man would not see her for days at a time. He would, from time to time, be rumored to be at the arms of a different woman. Love her. The man could not even stand looking at her. But still, as the Luna, her influence was not small, even if it was only in front of the rest of the pack, and not the alpha. Indeed, really, who can compare to you? I am getting ashamed now that I thought to dress myself with clothes from last year's collection and finding they looked good enough, sighed the next girl, having similar thoughts to the previous girl. All this time, Brianna just shyly smiled, not agreeing or denying their words, so in the end silently admitted their claims. The flattery went on for a bit longer, as they all patiently shared similar words of praise, or at least agreed to someone else's statement. Finally, after several more compliments, accompanied by several more curses, the girls could fortunately discuss some other things. So they shifted the subject, not expecting for Brianna to also flatter them in some way. In the past she had done so, but ever since the mark of the alpha appeared on her neck she ceased doing it. I got some rumors from the palace, excitedly informed one of the women, looking even more eager to share the information than she appeared previously when she complimented Brianna. Oh, what is it? Asked the others, with the same excitement. Their friend had a cousin working in a kitchen in one of the adjacent buildings of the palace. The young woman was just an assistant in the kitchen, and was also farther away from the private quarters of His Highness, but would still hear some things from time to time about his private life, and would also inform her cousin about them. The information was not much, but for the curious women who wanted to know about the mysterious Luna that had been hidden by His Highness for the past few years, it was more than enough. The king had finally found his mate after so many years, but instead of customarily introducing her to the Alphys, he had hidden her deep inside the royal palace, deepening their curiosity of her identity more and more as time passed. The chattering group of friends had thought at first that the king was ashamed of his mate, and did not dare openly show her. But this rumor was soon dispersed. The hard-working king that normally traveled a lot, and handled so many things by himself in the past, changed overnight. Previously, His Highness, having no immediate family and no hobbies or other things he particularly liked doing in his personal time, had immersed himself in work, dealing with things even outside the scope of a king. even smaller problems that could be handled by others. As long as he had enough time, he would deal with them himself. But now each opportunity he got, he would delegate the work to others. It had also diminished his travels, accompanying his mate within their private quarters. Even his office was moved to his private quarters, as he dealt with the work that was imperious to be handled only by him there. He had also lavished the woman with expensive gifts, and followed her every whim, their sources told them. Not to mention, the council members had also met her and praised the woman, even though they never allowed her identity to be known. So the rumored motive of keeping her identity hidden changed, and now it became known that the king was so in love with his mate, having waited for her for decades, thus only wanted to keep her to himself for some years before allowing others to know of her. It seems that His Highness had found her idle maids gossiping a few days ago, as he was passing through the corridor. The two girls were talking about the Luna, wondering just how beautiful the queen is. When they realized His Highness passed by them, they froze in fear, thinking of what the king would do to them. Everyone knows just how ruthless His Highness is when angered, but the king only moved normally, going on ahead as though he did not hear a thing. Seeing him not stopping and with a face devoid of any reactions, they were finally able to sigh in relief. But their reassurance was short-lived. His Highness stopped his steps, just barely having walked 3 steps away from their position. The woman fervently explained, stopping a bit to build more suspense. And then, inquired the girls, intrigued, curious of the unfortunate fate of the 2 maids. The woman smirked, pleased with the attention that was on her and her words, before continuing. Then His Highness, without looking back at the 2, unexpectedly spoke. She is the most beautiful woman I have ever laid eyes upon. In the 100 years of my life. I hope this satisfies your curiosity. Before resuming his steps accompanied by his beta, they all squealed at the information, jealous of the woman who was his mate, as expected of the mate of the king. Nodded another woman, firmly believing the power the queen had on the king. She is surely the most beautiful woman. How could she not be perfect being paired with the strongest werewolf? Honestly, I was scared a bit 5 years ago when your sister accompanied the king to the winter ball. I was afraid that she would become his lover, by taking advantage of him having no mate, and inserting herself in his life. Who knows what your elder sister would do to us? Lying that we bullied her. She might have even asked the king to decimate us. Luckily, His Highness found his mate soon after, affirmed another woman, sighing. Celia's position as a watcher was frightening enough, but as the queen it was terrifying. As a watcher he had rules she had to follow. Ed could not just come and take revenge against them without any reasons. But as a queen, they had only joked a bit when she was in the pack. Okay, they might have also asked her in school, but those were just small things. Being close to the king, the petty woman could have influenced him against her home pack. You are right. Oh, speaking of your sister, is she still not talking with you? Agreed another woman, then looked towards Brianna. Brianna tried to seem calm at their words. She had felt jealous of Celia at the winter ball all those years ago, and she was angered even more when she arrived home and her friends already knew about this. But soon no more news of Celia circled around, and she finally felt satisfied. Her older sister had only the capacity to be by the king's side because of her status as an alpha, but that advantage of hers became useless when His Highness found the true Luna. Oh, how she celebrated then, happy at her misfortune. We know nothing of her. Celia has changed her phone number and we had no way of finding it out. Even when Daniel started going to the academy the following year, he did not see her, because she was doing only practice drills outside the academy, and after that, she disappeared completely. Who knows where she is now? Honestly, I and my parents are quite worried about her, Brianna said with a hoarse voice, trying to sound sincerely worried. The other girls also appeared a bit dejected, sympathizing with her. But by now, all of them knew Brianna's true personality and doubted her every word. They had long ago come to the conclusion that regarding Celia, The meaning of Brianna's words should actually be interpreted the opposite way. So if the Luna said she was worried, then she was not worried at all about her older sister. So another rumor, one of the women started to say, clearing the small supposed awkwardness. Continuing the discussion. At the royal palace, Your Highness, you cannot keep stopping our meetings. They are most important for our race. How can you be such a tyrant in your ways? Emery reasoned with Solas, even raising his voice a bit in annoyance. The king had grown up in the elder's presence, so did not react to the disrespect of his tone. Emery, drop the subject already. The motive of your meeting was not something you should be discussing about. Seriously, how many more meetings are you thinking of holding? You should already know by now they are useless. Solos sighed. They are not. How could they be? The elder solidified his stance. I already have my queen. What other problem could you possibly have? The king asked, sighing again. Although he knew their motive, he preferred to act clueless. Finding Her Highness is only the beginning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There is another matter that follows that. Emery spoke quickly, before putting a file in front of Solas. Emery, you are getting ahead of yourself. I want some time with my mate, before some stinking brat takes her away, Solas said, before throwing the file carelessly on a nearby table, having been annoyed only looking at the title, without opening to see its content. Bulletproof Project for an Early Heir was written in bold letters on the file. These people had nothing better to do than mind his business. But Your Highness, it is necessary to have an heir. You are already 100 years old. The council bubbled his eyes in sorrow. You already have your queen. Can I not have her to myself for a bit? We are in our honeymoon period now. Solas reasoned. What honeymoon period? You had a honeymoon period of 5 years already. The elder resumed asking with a tough tone again, when he saw that Solas still was not bothered by his tears. No means no. Stop it. I will not have a child yet, Solas said, finally losing his patience. Then opened his mouth again, seeing as the elder finally quieted down, to close the discussion between them. He was itching to go back to Celia, but he could not say anything, as her familiar strawberry scent hit his nose. Looking towards the door, he saw the beautiful woman with tears in her eyes. Scared, Solas was already near her in the next second. My love, what's wrong? What happened? He asked gently but hurriedly, wiping her tears away. Do you not want to have children with me? Celia stutteringly said. Her emotions were getting the better of her these days, and his words only made them fluctuate even more. Of course I want. How could I not? I just want you to myself for a bit longer. He immediately reassured her. It was all the damn geezer's fault. Now Celia had misinterpreted his words. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She asked slowly, between weeping sounds. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. After some more decades we will have some children. As many as you want, he quickly stated, hearing the king's words. Emery was about to pass out, feeling faint at the mention of the word decades. He was already more than 200 years old, so he would possibly not be around anymore when the heir was finally born. How could Solas do that? Solas had thought that his words would calm the petite woman, but it only made her sadder as even more tears flowed on her face. What's wrong? Tell me. I will immediately fix it, Solas briskly said, not understanding what he had said wrong. I am pregnant, and you don't want the baby, she scolded with a hoarse voice, witnessing the exchange of words. The elder screamed in joy. It seemed that the goddess still watched over them, but contrasting to the joyous reaction of Emery, Solas appeared completely petrified. See, you don't want the baby, Celia said, seeing his reaction, and wanted to turn around and run, but she managed to only turn her head to the side. and not take a single step away, when Solar swept her off her feet, hugging her tightly. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Looking at her absolutely ecstatic, his plan had been to let Celia do what she was 30 years old. Her dream was to be a watcher, so after graduating he had told her she could also become a real watcher. The rest of her life as a queen would become more constricted, as she would be known by all, when he would introduce her to the werewolves, and could not accomplish her childhood dream anymore. He did not want to clip her wings, so at least 8 more years he would let her live free, fulfilling the watcher duty. At the same time, he also wanted to keep her unknown to the public, to have her to himself, considering their time together could possibly decrease, even more with her being a queen. The watcher job would also keep her busy and away from him sometimes, but the queen's duty was even more time-consuming. Then, as she reached the age of 30, he would officially introduce her, and the few moments of personal time she would have after, he planned to have her all to himself for another decade or so. Only after they would have a baby. This was the original plan. But hearing her news, such thoughts flew out the window. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He would want their baby. It was the product of their love. Seeing he indeed did not resent the idea, as he kept hugging her, while placing kisses all over her face. Only then was she assured he was not trying to pacify her, but he was indeed happy. Are you all right? How do you feel? Do you want to eat? Do you feel dizzy? Are you okay? Should we go see the doctor? Solas immediately started to say flustered, after he kissed her a few more times. I am okay. Oh right, you shouldn't walk. What if you tire yourself out? Solas worriedly expressed, and immediately carried her in a princess embrace. I can walk. Wait, let me down. Celia immediately struggled, embarrassed because of his actions in front of the elder, whom just now she realized was still in the room. She also felt that Solas was exaggerating. It was only a pregnancy, it was not like she was injured. But no matter how she tried to get down, the man did not budge. Your Highness, of course you should not walk. What if something happens to the heir? You must be properly taken care of. We should call the maids. No, better the doctor. The elder also immediately reacted. She sighed and did not struggle anymore. She knew that the elder was anxious for an heir. He kept hinting about it, each time she saw the both of them together, but she thought he was more composed than how he looked now, because of his advanced age. Who knew that the elder was as exaggerated as Solas? I am really all right, Celia said a bit more forcefully to get her point across, just as Solas placed her on the couch. Your Highness, my king, then the introduction can wait no longer. The elder realized, as he was already making plans for the future. Yes, it seems that we can no longer hide my queen, Solas said lovingly, sitting beside her, and placing his hand on her still flat abdomen. Then I shall take my leave. There are so many things to prepare. Congratulations to both of you, Emery sincerely expressed with moist eyes, then bowed and quickly exited the room. Finally alone, Solas hugged her gingerly, afraid to not hurt the small precious new life. Will you blame me? I had promised you could be a watcher until you reached the age of 30. But now, he slowly whispered, no, the time you have given me, for my selfish dream, it is already more than enough. Normally, I should have assumed my position 5 years ago, but even without me asking you for time, you gave it to me, regardless of the consequences. Thank you. Celia spoke, and kissed Solas's cheek, with a tinge of red on her face. No, thank you for giving me a family, he immediately interjected happily, not accepting her words of gratitude, as he slowly kissed her forehead. Chapter 52. Family bonds at Fenrir's fortress. Some days later, are they here yet? Fenrir asked, tapping his fingers. He looked truly annoyed because of the visit of the unwelcomed guests, who would come each month to the fortress to spend the night of the full moon there. Not yet. I told you earlier they would come in time for dinner. There's still some time until then. The beautiful blue-eyed blonde casually informed him, unperturbed by his tapping. He waited some more. Then an hour later, he asked again if they arrived. For the 10th time. No, they still have not arrived. For someone who always seems annoyed by their visit. You sure are eager for it each time. The woman said, teasing him, a bit losing her patience. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am not. I am only eager to get it over with, Fenrir replied, stopping his tapping, unpleased at the sight of her, which seemed to say that she had seen through his real thoughts. That couple came each month to comb the lichens because of the full moon, so he was only asking if they arrived so they could spend the night then be on their way again. Yeah, right. That's why you ordered for the kitchen to make your cousin's favorite food. She smirked, not at all afraid that he was not tapping his fingers. Enthusiasm, in the past, that tap of his would have scared anyone, but now she found it cute, like a small tantrum on his part. When did I? Steak with steamed vegetables are also my preferred meal. Who cares about what Solas likes? Fenrir said quickly, trying to rebuff her words. Really? Then why did you get upset when I cooked it for you some days ago? Your favorite meal. Indeed. She immediately cornered him, giving him no chance to deny her words. Moaned, Dad, called the small 3-year-old girl, standing in the doorway. She was rubbing her blue eyes with her small hand. Still half asleep. See, you woke up Hope with your loud voice. Clearly upset at the woman. Fenrir admonished her, immediately going towards the small girl and picked her lovingly in his arms. The woman only sighed, and did not continue arguing with him. She had spoken quietly. He was the one who had started raising the tone of his voice, while trying to deny her words. My lady, their highnesses are here. A woman came quickly, informing them of the visit. Fenrir only mphed, as if he was still annoyed, but was already going towards the hallway with the small girl in his arms. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Called the small girl at the sight of Celia, already opening her small arms, asking to be carried by her. Celia smiled at the small girl, and was about to hold up her arms to take her from Fenrir's arms, but Solas was faster than her and he took the girl over. Hello, baby girl, Solas said, with a small smile at the sight of the ebony-haired blue-eyed girl, who was an exact copy of both him and Fenrir. He immediately wondered if their small baby would also look the same as his niece. The girl was lovely, but it would still be better if the child resembled Celia. I wanted to hold her. Celia scolded, and tried again to take her from his arms. You cannot. You shouldn't carry heavy things. He shook his head, not letting her take over the girl. My baby girl is not a heavy thing. Watch your mouth. Fenrir immediately voiced upset. Keep your anger after you lose the chess game. We are already at 521 to 135. In my favor, Solos said, unconcerned by the man who was pointing at him. That's because you cheat. Fenrir redirected his anger at the stingy man who reminded him of the score each time. Fenrir, stop it. And just admit that you were defeated. The girl's mother voiced from behind him. That's not true, Fenrir wanted to deny. But the woman, who had long not been afraid of him, spoke over him like it was a normal occurrence. He was the leader of the lichens, keeping the order when Celia was not around. But in front of her it felt like that was not important at all. Anyway, heavy things. You couldn't be. Are you having a baby? The woman gleefully asked. Celia did not reply, and only shyly nodded, with Solas speaking for the both of them. Yes, we will have. That's why we also wanted for you, Ophelia, and for Hope to attend the coronation. We cannot hide Celia's identity any longer. Hey, you did not say anything about me. Fenrir realized, after a moment of shock at the news. Who wants you there? Solis ironically spoke, not looking at him, and was already walking through the hallway. "You're right. That was why you reminded me to be sure to bring the invitation that had your cousin's name on it also, instead of just verbally informing them about it," Celia immediately said, rolling her eyes. "I only said it because they would need the invitation to be let in by the guards." Solos denied, not stopping his steps. "Really? They all know he's your cousin. Who wouldn't have let him inside the palace? You just did not want to tell it to his face. Not to mention, you also purposely specified to the council members for the coronation day to not be near the time of the full moon." She giggled, exposing his lie. Solos could not say anything more. Of course he would not reprimand the small woman, but hurried his steps, with Fenrir, Celia and Ophelia following behind. "The day of the coronation, earlier in the morning. Your Highness, the Watcher Pack's members and your brother have arrived," Jenna informed, slightly bowing as soon as she entered Celia's room. "You may rise. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please inform them I will be shortly with them. The girls have only a few things left to do," Celia replied, as she was still having her hair done. "Yes," the maid acknowledged, and already left her stealing a small glance. The other maids had not finished preparing her, but she could already see her beauty shining through. She smiled, closing the door behind her, shortly after being informed that she would be coming to the living room in a few more minutes, where the Watchers and Daniel were waiting. The door opened. Through it, stepping inside the room, the neatly and beautiful dress queen of the werewolves appeared. All the men immediately rose on their feet and bowed. "Stop it. I told you it was not necessary." Celia quickly tried to stop them. All these years her pack members had treated her normally when they were with other people, but they still bowed before her each time they saw her in private. Now, after the coronation, they would no longer not bow regardless of where they met. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Other than what was customarily required, they still treated Celia the same as before, which comforted her heart. They had not even reproached her for hiding the truth from them. Even when she tried to apologize, they did not let her, and were only happy to have her in their midst again. They had truly regretted that day, when they separated from her, not being able to prevent her kidnapping. "You may rise." Celia sighed as she said the order. Otherwise they would not raise their head. "You look lovely," Daniel voiced, before coming and hugging her. Daniel had arrived at the academy 4 years ago, and immediately sought his sister out, apologizing for the blunder from when his father took the phone from him. She forgave him then, knowing the effect their parents had on them as children, and did not take it to heart. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She took care of her brother, and had maintained a close bond with him for all these years. Luckily, her brother had chosen to become a pack doctor, against his parents' wishes to follow in his father's steps, and his studies took longer than other courses, so he was still near her all this time. Daniel released Celia, looking once more at his beautiful sister, finding out she was the queen, after she had confided in him and even meeting the king, which as a parenthesis was the most nerve-wracking meeting ever. She really seemed like a perfect fit to be the Luna of all the packs, and seeing her dressed in the grey sparkling dress, adorning a tiara, she really looked the part of a proper queen. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "You look beautiful." All the guys also approved, admiring her appearance. Their alpha was always gorgeous, but now she took it up a notch. "Thank you." She shyly thanked the men who would be her escorts for today. "Have you had your breakfast?" Celia asked, concerned. The preparations took a little bit longer, and the men had already waited for quite some time. Not to mention they had come so early in the morning. "Nope. I could eat a piglet." Not at all abashed, admitted, "That joke is so old. Evans stated, rolling his eyes at Marcus. No, it's not. My mate always laughs at it. Marcus immediately defended. Of course she would. She is stuck with you. She has no choice but to. Evans monotonely spoke, although Marcus was already starting to raise his voice upset. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Settle down, you two. This is Her Highness's most important day. Act like proper watchers at least for today. Jake sighed, interrupting the two before they got out of hand. In the royal palace's outdoor garden, near the ballroom, Brianna was fidgeting around, having her mood soured by Rayanne, who had specifically told her to wait outside until the beginning of the ceremony for the Queen. The Mart really could not stand being close to her, so because they had their chairs near one another, he had openly told her not to enter the hall until she had to. She did not want to, but with the threat that he would block her credit card she had to agree, and reluctantly step outside. She stomped her feet, pacing left and right, and even took a flower from time to time from a bush, before ripping it apart. Stop damaging the flowers. I heard Her Highness is very fond of them. Do you want someone to punish us? Diane asked her. The beta female was also annoyed when her daughter forced her to accompany her out. Who's gotta know? Everyone's busy, she said through gritted teeth, before ripping another flower. Brianna, someone might still see. Diane warned her again, but did not expect for her daughter to listen to her. Her mother's role near her daughter these days was exactly the role she held for the previous Luna. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She had to cater to her daughter's wishes, as the latter acted with her without even the tiny bit of respect a mother should receive from her child. If her daughter told her to come, she had to. If her daughter told her to leave, she also had to. Celia had never acted this way with her before. That child would always do everything for her mother. If she only opened her mouth. In a corner of her heart it truly saddened her, not having any contact with her oldest daughter. The way Brianna acted compared to Celia was different as night and day. She was not even interested anymore of the respect the position of being a mother of a watcher could bring. She only wished to see that child at least from time to time, to check up on her. But sadly she did not know where she was these days, and had no way of contacting her. It truly was a situation where a human only values and appreciates someone only after they had lost him or her. Would you stop nagging? Gosh, that's all you ever do. I brought you with me because it would have been awkward to exit alone. Stop talking already and just stay to the side. Like a good beta. Brianna spouted venomous words. She could not say anything to that man because he would take the money away, so she would at least vent on someone else. Diane did not talk anymore, and really just stood to the side, wiping a small tear from the corner of her eye. Even the mood and curiosity to see the Queen had been dampened by her daughter. Brianna removed another flower from its stem forcefully, crushing it to the ground, and was about to take another one from the bush when she sensed the most amazing scent. With her eyes widening, she quickly followed the direction of the smell, before locking eyes with a man even more handsome than Rayanne. The tall man had stepped outside for a break when he sensed his mate, and quickly came in the direction of the smell. Seeing her eyes, he slowly murmured mate, as she mirrored his response. Her eyes glistened at the sight of the alpha-ranked male that exuded nothing but power. With a small smile she wanted to approach the man who was still a few feet away, seeing him as her salvation. Even if Rayanne did not love her, her mate would surely accept everything about her. She could finally have both love and power, and especially have a pampering man who would do everything for her sake. She truly had an alpha for a mate, just as the prophecy stated. If only she had waited for a while longer. But it was still all right. As long as she found him, it was still okay. Smiling a bit at her, the man's mood was ruined when he saw another alpha male's mark on her neck. The mark could clearly be seen, because of the low-cut dress. A choice for a dress that Brianna selected just for this particular reason, to thwart her position as a Luna. He had waited for his mate for his entire life. He had even kept away from his childhood friend whom he had deeply adored, because he felt it would not be fair to his future mate. But the latter had not done the same. She had accepted another male. It was clear to him what kind of a person the woman was at a glance. "What is your name?" the man expressionless asked, when the woman approached him at a few inches away, trying to not appear disgusted to find the information he wanted. "Brianna Blair." "And you?" Brianna and her eyelashes shyly, as if forgetting the fact that her last name was no longer Blair. "I, Justin Colt, Alpha of the Blue Moon Pack, reject you Brianna Blair as my mate and future Luna," the Alpha immediately said, already thinking of going straight back to his pack after the ceremony. His childhood friend's mate had ruthlessly rejected her some years ago for a woman much like the one in front of him. So now he could openly pursue her. "I don't want to," Brianna cried, feeling her heart broken into pieces as she fell to the ground. She gasped for air, trying to figure out why he had wanted to reject her, when he seemed happy at first. "Woman, accept the rejection right now," Justin said, using his higher-ranked werewolf voice, a command Brianna had no choice but to follow, even if she struggled to not open her mouth. Finalizing the rejection, the man turned around to walk away. "Why?" she desperately asked with a loud voice. "Who would ever accept a mate marked by another?" the man stated, not even turning around as he walked away, unconcerned by the woman who was gasping for air. "Because of the rejection. It's not fair. It's not fair," she said, hitting the ground, as her mother came near her, trying to help her up. The woman had tried to advise Brianna in the past, to wait for her rightful mate, but her daughter had been so fixated on Ray that she did not listen no matter what Diane said, and even convinced her there was no point to waiting. When a wolf girl is rejected by her destined mate, her life takes a dramatic turn. Her anger and despair intertwine. Will she choose revenge or a fresh start? Chapter 53. Happily Ever After. TCH. 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 Today is Her Highness's coronation. It is not nice of you to wail and scream near the garden. A small witch scolded Brianna as she approached from the other ground on her broom. Diane was startled by the familiar appearance of the witch, while looking up, making Brianna also look up, showing her still shaken, angry face. The bubbly witch murmured, as if to inquire what Diane's problem was. "You're the witch that predicted my daughter's future." Diane realized she would never forget the witch who told her the future. Her appearance was too unusual to be forgotten. "Am I?" Clarissa asked, tilting her head. She did not remember the woman's face, but the question cleared for her the doubt of who the woman in front of her was. She had only ever predicted the future for Celia's sister, so the duet from the tragedy play in front of her must be her family. Brianna inquired, looking at her mother, the information surprising her, making her forget for a moment what she had gone through, as her fury was redirected towards the witch. "You are the reason for everything. You predicted my life would be beautiful and accomplished as a Luna," she once again screamed, as her mother nodded her head, affirming that Clarissa was indeed that witch. And Clarissa asked, unaffected by the werewolf's anger, "You are a liar, a fake," Brianna shouted, blaming her for her misfortune. "I am not. Earlier an alpha came towards you. He was your mate. If he had accepted you, you would have had a beautiful life. How did I lie?" Clarissa spoke like it was the most natural thing in the world. She had indeed predicted the future to Brianna, to try to refrain Celia from having another life, other than her fated one. But in the end all the choices had been left to the women on the ground. She had not forced their hand to do the things they did in the past, because even if Brianna had not created these problems, and had waited for her rightful mate, She would have thought of something else to prevent Celia from becoming Rayanne's Luna. She would have never obligated Brianna to intervene. If the latter was an innocent werewolf or not. Your mother asked me about your fate, and I told her you would have an alpha mate as your partner. But I never specified who that was. I only told her the truth. You were the one who decided her own path, Clarissa said, and sighing she continued, as Brianna and were lost for words. Do you know? Usually when a witch knows a person's future, if she is close to that person, she would never tell her about it. Because whenever someone knows their future, they are likely to get influenced by it and perhaps even alter it. They could make it better or worse. So a witch would never ever tell the future for their closest ones. That should be the case for your parents also. Even if I gave them your divination, they should have not informed you of it. And anyway, even if I did tell them, it was still your own choice in the end, Clarissa said, and did not wait for their reaction or response, quickly moving the broom in the direction of the ballroom, as a familiar bubblegum smell hit her nose, barely collecting themselves from the ground. The mother and daughter did not speak more. What would be the point? Even if Brianna wanted to argue with die of her ill-fated life, what would she gain from it? It seemed that her sister and she had the same life in the end. They were both rejected by their rightful mates. The sound of 3 cars which stopped at the entrance of the massive ballroom made her snap out of her thoughts, realizing that she was still in a location where she was not permitted to mope on her problems. What if someone saw her and laughed at her? She already did not have good connections with the other Lunas. The others had not stood her presence since the ball 5 years ago, when she demanded a date from His Highness. Her haughtiness was not accepted by them. Coupled with her arrogance, she did not have a single Luna friend. Is that Her Highness? Diane exclaimed, holding the arm of Brianna, which made the latter look towards the cars. With frightening heavy auras, 9 men descended from the cars. Dressed in formal black clothing, the alpha-ranked werewolves looked like a beautiful yet fearsome painting. Immediately after they descended, one of the alphas opened the back door of the middle car, and from inside the car, a small slender hand appeared, slightly bowed. The werewolf held the hand, helping the beautiful dressed woman to alight the car. Brianna and her mother could not see the woman's face, as the latter had a veil on top of her head, plus they were also at a considerable distance away. But it was surely the Queen, because as soon as she stepped with both of her feet on the ground, the other 8 men also bowed their heads, and only raised them when the woman waved her hand for them to rise. And with the same bowed posture, some dozen maids were waiting in front to receive the person, raising their heads as well when she waved her hand. Afterwards, in unorderly fashion, the men walked in front of the woman, and 4 men behind her, as the man who helped her alight the car was still holding her hand, guiding her towards the stairs, with the maids behind them. It was indeed a long procession of people. It was only a minute or 2 since the woman appeared until she disappeared behind the open doors, walking through the hallways, but it was enough for both Brianna and her mother to remain in awe. The Queen exuded nothing but royalty. Indeed, the King had hidden her to shield her from the outside world. Snapping out of their thoughts, they hurried towards the back door that led to the garden, walking back to the ballroom to wait for the ceremony to start. They could not afford to miss it and disrespect the 2 royals. They did not realize that from one of the cars Daniel had also alighted, as they had been too entranced by the sight of the Queen to better observe her surroundings, helping the Queen towards the waiting room for her to meet up with Solos, who had come ahead of her to check for himself the preparations. The watcher pack finished their duty, so Jake smiling let go of Celia's hand, which Solos gladly took. Afterwards the men bowed their heads and retreated from the waiting room to also take their seats inside the ballroom. "Hey there, cocky wolf," a voice called from behind, just as Jake was about to enter the ballroom with the others. "Hey there, annoying little teenager witch," Jake sighed, replying to Clarissa's greeting. You, how can you call your mate that? And also, you know I dislike it when you mention my age." she retorted, immediately upset, with her cheeks pouting. Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Little witch. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't be upset, Jake coaxed her, gently petting her head. He quite liked to infuriate the witch, as his mate looked the most beautiful when she puffed her round cheeks. How much longer will you call me little? Clarissa said, upset, before pouncing in Jake's arms and placing a kiss on his lips. Her actions made him flinch, as Clarissa quickly jumped down and, running a hand through her curly hair to remove the strands from her face, walked towards the ballroom, not waiting for him. Dude, you've got your hands full with the little one, Marcus stated, as the men had all along been near Jake, watching the interaction, with the rest of the men whistling in agreement. Shut it, Jake ordered, embarrassed as a tinge of red appeared on his ears. Then, after placing his hand on his mouth to cover a small cough, hurriedly went inside the ballroom to follow after Clarissa. Inside the ballroom, all the people took their seats, as the maids had announced that soon the king and queen would be in attendance. They all settled down, but small murmurs could be heard throughout the gigantic ballroom, massive enough to hold inside of it thousands of people. They were all excited to finally meet the queen, for whom they had waited for the longest of time. You finally showed up. You really are a good for nothing, embarrassing me always. Take your seat already. Her Highness will come soon, Ray Aunt said, displeased, as Brianna quickly sat on her chair. She did not retort his words, as they were a common occurrence, and only looked towards the door the king and queen were supposed to enter from. Diane also took her seat near Brianna and her husband, with whom she also did not have a good relationship these days. The man had been influenced by his wife, and now their entire life was messed up, so frustrated kept blaming Diane for everything. Enthusiasm, in the past, he had a good relationship with Ray Ann's father, but now with Ray Ann, the current alpha, things could not be worse. He was also about to hand his beta position to another, and it would not be to his son, as he had dreamt he would. Daniel had left home and followed his dream, even without their agreement. All rise and bow. Their Highnesses are now in attendance. The two doormen shouted, making all the sounds in the room quiet down. Waiting for everyone to rise, the doormen stood still, and after a few moments each one approached his side of the doors, and concomitantly opened them. Are you ready, my love? Solos asked, Celia kissing her hand. As the door were opening, she inhaled a deep breath and nodded. By now the veil was no longer covering her face, as she was about to be officially introduced, and her identity did not need to be hidden anymore. Smiling gently at her, Sola slowly guided her through the doors and then towards the two thrones that were placed at the very front of the ballroom. He helped the petite woman sit, then also sat himself down, the both of them putting their hands on the arms rests. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As Solas always preferred to hold her hand, the two thrones had been crafted in such a manner that the middle armrest was the same for the two thrones, so they would have no room to place their hands side by side. As such, he gladly covered his small hand with his big one, gingerly holding it, to assure and calm her emotions, with the both of them finally seated comfortably. Only then did Solas let the people inside the massive room raise their heads. You may rise. Solas's voice powerfully boomed inside the ballroom, before anyone dared to look up towards the front. Small gasps could be heard all around, as the multitude of werewolves finally saw the hidden queen of the werewolf race, with a beautiful grey dress that shimmered with tints of golden light, with a small beautiful face that exuded an elegant nobility no lesser than Solas's, coupled with the small diamond tiara, The queen was a sight to be seen. She was indeed a perfect match for the man on her left side. Midst the werewolves, there was also 4 werewolves that were shocked, but not for the same reasons as the others were. The appearance of Celia, on the other far end of the room, seated elegantly on the throne, was a sight that they never would have expected. Their minds kept spiraling in thoughts, but tried as they may they could not comprehend where she was seated on the throne, where the queen should sit. "Thou to your new queen of the werewolf race, Celia Wolf," Solos said using his alpha voice. After the werewolves only caught a glance of her, it was in a sense a means to prove her supremacy over them. It was not part of the custom, as the queens from the past had not held the king's rank and thus could not override his command. But Celia had the same rank. She could do so. The werewolves were confused because of this. The custom was for the king to order them to bow again, and for the queen to tell them they could rise. In this way, she would also receive their obedience. But by using his alpha voice, what was the king trying to do? She could never make them rise now. "You may rise." Celia's voice was heard inside the ballroom, although she also used her alpha voice. Her tone was mellower than the king's. The werewolves immediately rose at her command, creating another wave of gasps inside the ballroom. For the queen to override the king's order, she would have to be the same rank. The first rank. "You can take a seat now. Please be at ease, we are between family," Solas ordered, as they all took their seats. With robotic movements, the werewolves at the table for Celia's old pack also took their seats. Diane was too emotional to say anything, or think anything more, as her husband was also. Celia already had a mate, but now she appeared as the mate of the king, and she also held the same rank as him. The both of them could not comprehend what happened. How did she come to be the king's mate? Rayanne was at a loss for words, but tried to not think more of what happened, firmly closing his eyes. There was nothing he could do. The night of the ball all those years ago, he had never told anyone how the king confronted him then. But now, seeing Celia as the queen, he could understand why the king was so possessive of her. How it came to be he did not know, but at this point it was useless to think about it. The only one who was still not resigned, digging her fingernails in her palms to the point that blood would seep through her hands, was Brianna. Why did always Celia got to have the best? Everything she did from childhood until now was the best, no matter how she tried to step in front of her sister, even stealing her mate, and Celia was still the winner. Why, just why? Time quickly passed, as the alphas of the most important packs offered their allegiance, in front of the new queen one by one, an allegiance that Rayanne's pack and other lesser packs would not have the privilege to give. There were too many packs, so from long ago only the 100 most important packs would come and be presented to the queen. The rest could only stare at her from afar, as they were not allowed to exchange even a small word with her. Finishing the loyalty oaths, Solas spoke again for all. "You have met your queen, and in the future you will see her again. Unfortunately, now she will retire for the rest of the evening and will not participate at the following dinner. My mate is currently carrying the heir to the throne, so please be understanding. I hope you have a pleasant evening. A lot of delicious food has been prepared." Solos asked of the werewolves, or better said informed them, and had already risen on his feet, taking Celia's hand in his own, after once again shocking the people in the room. Celia's mother and father also quickly rose on their feet, and ran between the tables to get to their daughter. At this time, Brianna still did not utter a word. What could she possibly do now, other than live the life she had mistakenly chosen for herself? This would be her punishment for desiring what was never supposed to be hers. Some might say, this was a small retribution for her actions. But living a life near a person who did not love you, surrounded by people who only flattered you for the mask you would put on each day, having things that no longer brought you joy, carrying on each moment in this way and seeing the person you had scorned at, having the life you could only dream of. Were this not already heavy punishments? Finally reaching near the front of the ballroom, Celia and Solas were already about to exit through the door. The two parents were blocked before getting close to them. by the men who had escorted Celia inside the ballroom. Her pack. By now the men knew just how her parents had treated her like. Daniel had told them all about it, as he became friends with them, so they would never let her parents near her. Especially Marcus, who had regretted having informed them of her location when her parents came to the academy looking for Celia. Move out of the way. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Honey, the mother called, trying to catch a glimpse of her daughter, with tears in her eyes. This time, true tears were flowing, as Diane had realized just how much she had wronged Celia. She had always felt that Brianna was like a real Luna. She had always thought she was perfect, but seeing Celia on the throne just now, she did not look out of place at all. The girl who she had hoped would at least find a beta to be married off to, the daughter she never expected to be anything special, was in fact the perfect queen for an entire race. But this was not what was the most important now. She had only wanted to talk to Celia, missing her daughter and realizing just how much the oldest child always did for all of them. Members of lesser packs do not have the right to address Her Highness directly. Please go back to your seat, or you will suffer the consequences. Jake firmly informed. She is my daughter. I just want to see her. I just want to talk to her, Diane said, with her husband agreeing. I am sorry. Her Highness is the queen of the werewolf race. You can only speak to her if Her Highness wishes to speak with you first. Jake once again denied, without a hint of feeling sorry for them. Diane finally broke down crying. Why would Celia ever speak to them first? When all her life they had done her wrong, she would never do so. They would never have the opportunity to right their wrongs. This was their punishment, never taking part in any way in the life of the daughter who had always loved them. The one who had never disobeyed them would be the one they would never reach again. Outside the hall, Celia and Solas heard her parents' voices, but neither stopped to turn around. By this point, Celia would never believe the cries were sincere. They never were in the past. Why would they be now? Do you want to return? Solas asked gently. He knew she would not, but still asked the petite woman, letting her decide. My close family is only you and our child, she said with the same gentleness. He smiled at the woman, placing a loving kiss on her lips, before resuming their steps. That was right. Their family consisted of only the three of them. The end extra. An every day's diary entry. Call me your highness. The tall handsome man emanated from the beautiful woman. He kept firmly in his embrace, kept with a force not enough to hurt her, just sufficient to keep her in place. The woman was reluctant to look at the man. He had a way with making her do what he wished each time she looked in those blue eyes of his. So now she was stubbornly looking away. Come on, call me your highness, he said again, this time with a lower pleading voice. I will. Your name is Solas, so I will refer to you as such. Let go already. The children could come at any moment, the beautiful fairy-like woman said, unwilling to let him have his way. So what if they come? I am only hugging you gingerly. I missed you so much. Having been away from you for such a long time. Haven't you missed me as well? Solas said with a hoarser voice. A sad expression could clearly be seen in the handsome man's appearance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hug me as you would like. Celia finally gave up, and leaned in his embrace, delighting Solas, as he held her even closer. Good. Thank you very much. But aren't you going to call me your highness? Solas asked again, clearly getting over her bottom line. I am not in the mood for jokes. I will call you Solas, and that's final, she said harshly, but did not move away. Really, this man, just because he remembered and was nostalgic about the past. He kept asking her to call him like she did in the period before she knew they were mates. But she would not relent in the slightest. She knew exactly his thoughts. He had done it so many times already. He would start talking about the past, then tell her to call him Your Highness. Then he would start acting like he was her king, commanding her to kiss him, to hug him too. Aren't you at least going to say you missed me? Solars tried his luck again. You shameless man. You were only away for an hour. I didn't even manage to get any work done, and you returned. How could I miss you after such a short time? Raising her head to look at him. It was a miracle how she managed to get her work as the queen done with him always around her, demanding attention. He was clingier than even the children, and it was even more of a surprise how he managed to swiftly finish all of his obligation when he was following her closely every day. Well, shameless man. That's also good. I will show you just how shameless I am, he said with a smirk, then quickly rose on his feet going after the woman, who had just realized she still stepped on a landmine by calling him a shameless man, and had quickly moved away. Stop, I still have work to do, Celia said hurriedly, already placing her arms in the front as if to keep him away. A shameless man does not care about. Solos started to say, chuckling, trying to find a weak spot in her defense. But after all these years it was not so easy. Mom, the beautiful 6-year-old called. The cute blue-eyed girl was a carbon copy of Solar's, and even her unbothered expression was much like his. She could clearly see her mother was slowly backed towards a corner of the room, with her father steadily moving towards her, but did not care at all. It was an everyday occurrence. Yes, honey, Celia immediately replied, glad to see her savior. We can't find Gabriel, and it's already time for our classes, the small girl said, with her curly pigtails moving from side to side. Let's go find him together, Celia gladly offered, trying to escape the man. He is hiding in the garden, Sodas informed the girl, before Celia took even one step forward. Why would he hide? Celia asked, confused, already letting down her guard. Who knows? He replied calmly, concealing the truth. How could he tell her? He was hiding from the children. Celia saw hurt twin girls as angels, and was incapable of thinking there were some who were scared of the 6-year-old. Now then, where were we? He resumed his chasing, finally capturing in his arms the beauty. Is he in the garden again? Asked another beautiful 6-year-old girl, who was almost identical to the first girl, with the difference being that she had chocolate-colored eyes, as her sister exited their parents' office. Yet the first girl replied, already moving through the hallway, skipping away. See, I told you he was there, said the second girl, as she skipped along with her sister. I knew that already, the first girl said calmly, with her pigtails bouncing around. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The second girl asked, curious, as her head moved to the side to look at her sister's face. I thought to save Mum, but never mind, the first girl said, like it was an obvious thing. Oh, the second girl affirmed, though she did not understand at all why her mother needed saving. She did not ask more questions, looking at her gullible sister. The blue-eyed beauty sighed. Her twin sister not only looked like their mom, she was also a bit naughty as her. She had to look after her properly in the future. Finally arriving in front of the indoor garden, the two girls opened the double door and went inside. Looking at the two of them side by side, they made quite a cute appearance dressed in pink identical dresses, with their curly pigtails. They really did look like Celia thought. A pair of small angels. They only lacked the wings on their backs. Gabriel, the two shouted in unison, but no one replied. Gabriel, we know you are here. We can smell your fear. The blue-eyed beauty giggled, as she gingerly talked. I am not afraid. You can't smell any fear, the man said, clearly getting up from behind a bush. He had sadly realized he truly could not escape the two demons, as he preferred calling them. Right. Then let's play, the blue-eyed girl immediately said, jumping around. We can't, Your Highness. You have classes now, Gabriel said, trying to appear like a true teacher. It was his job to manage the lessons of the two girls. He had tried whistling his way out, but sadly he could not. If you knew that, you shouldn't have started playing hide-and-seek with us, the small chocolate-eyed girl said, smiling. Your Highnesses, please let's go first and have the classes, and then we will play. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel asked slowly, still trying to appear friendly. Nope. Let's play first. Last time you also said that. And during the last few minutes of the class, you ran away. You lied and said you were going to the bathroom. But you didn't come back, the blue-eyed beauty affirmed, showing an aggrieved face. Well, you see, last time there was an emergency, but this time I will stay and play for real. He quickly reasoned. He was afraid that if he prolonged the conversation with the two small demo, he meant angels, they would no play with us. The two girls commanded with their alpha voice, a voice the sec and ranked werewolf had no choice but to listen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He involuntarily said, even though he was clearly unwilling. Now then, let's play horse. We are the riders. You are the horse. The blue-eyed girl said, smiling. Your Highness, I am not as young as I was once. Let's play something. Gabriel tried to change the mind of the twin demo. He meant angels. No, Grandpa Emery's older, and he lets us play horse. You should play with us too. Gabriel looked helpless at the two. He could not deny it anymore. That old man lowered himself too much to the girls' level. He was practically the one who had transformed the two angels into fallen ones. The councilman would even get upset if somebody called him Victor nowadays, since the twins said they like calling him Emery, that double-standard old man. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The Werewolf Queen's shameless lessons honors, I wanted to speak to you about, Celie started to say, just as she opened the palace's office door. In the past, the private office of the Werewolf King located in the living quarters of the palace was usually pretty much unused, as the busy man was mostly always on the move between the council office, the academy, and his public business life. Nowadays, with the discovery of his mate, the current Werewolf Queen and leader of the Lycans, in this particular office the royal couple spent most of their days, ensuring that even though they dealt with different matters, they could still spend time together. Everything that did not need their physical presence in particular was resolved from this office. Only if they could not help it would they visit other places that needed them to attend in person. They were so much in this office that it was as though they were recuperating the lost time that this office had been left unused in the past. And more importantly, using the Werewolf King's own words, making up for the time he had been deprived of his rightful mate. 100 years to be more exact. Likewise were also the king's words. But right at this very moment, the man, who seemed as though he would die if his queen was not by his side at all times, was nowhere to be seen. Even the smell of lavender, and with that Celia adored, could be felt only faintly in the air. By the look of it, the Werewolf King, or better said her husband, had not been in this office for this entire day already. This was really odd, Celia thought as she looked from left to right. Solos would never change his location without informing her. Even when she was away with her own pack, he would always call her in the morning telling her of his schedule for the day, or if he did not say where he would be, then it meant he would follow his usual program, and his usual schedule would involve this office as place of where he would be working at. This never changed. It absolutely never happened in the 12 years they had been together. Not even once. So for Celia, who usually knew where Solos was even though she had never paid attention to his schedule, or asked to know it for that matter, This particular situation unknowingly irked a tiny little bit a small corner of her heart. She felt even more upset, approaching Salazar's desk and finding a small note on top of it. The man had not left her information about his whereabouts. No, the note was only a tantrum. For lack of better words, I have business to do outside of the palace today. I will return when I finish it. As for when that will be, there is no need to inform you of it. You are not interested in knowing it after all. Peeling off the note from the mahogany surface, she approached it more to her face to read it again. Even though her werewolf vision could distinctly see the smallest particles left on the note by the pen Solas had used, even without needing to bring the piece of paper closer to her eyes, for some reason she really could not believe the words inscribed on it. He did not mention where he went. He did not inform her he would still let her know when he would return after finding out how long he needed to be gone for. And most importantly, he had even said there was no need for her to know, because after all she did not care. If this was not a tantrum, then she really did not know what a better example for a tantrum would be. Even their girls, who were already 7 years old, did not act like how Solas was acting at this very moment. Well, frankly, if she were to think about it, this tantrum had somewhat begun about a week ago. Although he would still work with her in the office, although he would never fall asleep without her being on the same bed, Solas was no longer hugging her as he slept, and even the words they exchanged in the office had begun to dwindle more and more. What started this cold mood of Solas? She really did not know, but it was clear that the situation was beginning to aggravate. Perhaps now it was only a tantrum, but she could not foresee if Solas's mood would continue to worsen. What if it got to a point when he would not love her anymore? Celia's heart thumped loudly at the thought, and even Waning was feeling restless inside her mind. As mates, the attraction they felt to one another would never wane, but this would only be an almost animalistic instinct. It would only be a physiological need of their bodies, not their own will. She had fallen in love with Solas even before they had known they were mates. For her, what mattered most were their feelings to one another. If Solas was beginning to fall out of love with her, what should she do then? Gabriel and Maria's home a few hours later, my queen. What may I help you with? Gabriel inquired, curious of the visit. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Celia had become the best of friends, but Maria would usually be the one who would visit Celia at the palace. It was rare for the queen to visit their home, and almost impossible for him to be the one sought out, instead of his wife. Sighing deeply, with her head slightly tilted downwards, Celia's general atmosphere felt as though the problem she was facing at this very moment was capable of affecting the entire werewolf world. Even her posture, as she was sitting on the couch with one of her feet crossed over the other, felt formal and strained. Gabriel pondered. Even before Celia opened her mouth, why was he feeling a sense of déjà vu just now? Gabriel, listen well to what I am about to tell you, and think carefully before you answer. The fate of the royal family depends on your answers. Celia finally opened her mouth and said, her sharp eyes making Gabriel convinced of the seriousness of the matter. Despite this, and despite the concentration she showed towards the words she spoke, Gabriel's mind still wandered a bit about. He really did feel a sense of déjà vu. It was like this situation had already happened at one point in the past. But this should be impossible. Celia had never visited their house before after all. My queen, please say, whatever it is, I will do my best to follow your orders, he solemnly replied, trying to put at the back of his mind his earlier thoughts. He could not afford to think about unimportant things. When Celia had personally visited him, it was clear. It was a matter of utmost importance. I need to know, she started to say, encouraged by Gabriel's words, but still felt reluctant to speak about it. Yes, please feel free to say, Gabriel again affirmed, feeling more unsettled as time passed. Unlike his friend, who had visited his house in the past for a dumb reason, Celia's matter would certainly be urgent and dangerous, and he thought again confused. The déjà vu feeling he had felt, was it because of Solas's previous visit? like when he had come to teach him how to court Celia. And he had told Solas he would teach him how to be shameless. Yes, right. Gabriel thought again. This situation was similar to that time, he realized. But why was the voice inside of his mind a woman's voice? Maria expressed shocked, just as she entered with a tray on which 3 cups of coffee were placed. Well, better said, had been placed, as the cups were already on the floor at this moment. Are you all right? Gabriel quickly turned his eyes towards his mate, concerned for the reason which had made her drop the tray suddenly from her hands. Yes, I am. Your Highness. What did you say? Maria asked again, not paying much attention to Gabriel, who was already by her side, checking on her feet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Teach me how to be shameless. She repeated the words Gabriel had not properly registered in his mind a second ago, and then put both her hands on her face, as she was unable to watch their reaction to her request. Growing up with a family that rarely if ever showed love towards her, Celia had always been quite cold in expressing her love as well. She was never cuddled, never protected. Never did her mother, father, or siblings expressed such warmth towards her. Her brother, who she was still keeping in contact even now, had lived in the same environment as her. So even though they were quite close as siblings, he also did not know how to show his feelings to another person. Just like her, they called each other, inquired about each other's well-being. He also visited the palace and the twins from time to time. But this was about it. As for her 2 little angels, for some reason the 2 felt more mature than their actual age. They acted like they were already adults, so they also did not cuddle too much with her. The only one who would. It was Solas, but he would be the one to do it. She mostly never initiated an act of embracing him, almost never took the initiative to kiss him herself on her own. But the man was already doing this every chance he had. When would she ever need to do it herself? And also, she had already taken it for granted that the situation was like this. She had already taken for granted his feelings for her. Sure, she loved him more than life itself. But when it came to whisper words of love, to be more forward in showing her love towards him, she was very much lacking in this aspect. So her only option right now was to rely on the ones who had helped Solas before. By chance she had found out who the advisor of Solas's many shameless acts was, a fact which had left her speechless. A professor she had respected, a teacher she looked up to. For him to be capable of such shrewdness, it was beyond her. She couldn't believe it at first, but considering that the person she had admired even more than Gabriel, the werewolf king, actually acted like how he did, perhaps she shouldn't be surprised about his closest friend either. Birds of a feather flock together after all. So after she had gotten over her initial shock at the time, she had wanted to come and directly get explanations from Gabriel, and perhaps to also deal with him in some way, but she was too embarrassed to get the situation out in the open after all. How could she come to his house and ask the man if he was the one who had made Solas take advantage of the fact that she had stolen his first kiss? This was too flustering to talk about. In the end, there was nothing she could do but turn a blind eye to the matter. She could only pretend she did not know anything about it all her life. Needless to say, the last thing she ever expected to do was to come on her own accord to seek out Gabriel and Maria, especially since she had thought that Gabriel's adversaries were nothing but nonsense. But though she had thought like this, the things he had taught Solas did bring them closer. If it worked once, it was bound to work again, she hoped. Why, Your Highness? Maria uttered confused. She was so flustered that she had even used Celia's official title. Though she would use the Queen's name in private normally, Celia had asked her to do so. Your Highness, to live to witness the day when you would come to me for advices. Gabriel spoke emotional, his voice sounding a bit broken as he was barely holding in his enthusiasm. An enthusiasm both Celia and Maria did not share at all. Celia was actually already regretting her choice as he was speaking. I could not be more proud of my accomplishments being recognized, but he continued speaking, not paying attention to Maria, who was already shaking her head from side to side in hopelessness, or Celia, who was baffled by his audacity. Gabriel was not even fearful she would do something to him now that she was aware of Solas's secret lessons. If I was to teach you anything, my life would be finished in the next second. Solas would kill me if I put any ideas inside your head. I am after all a man. He would not take it lightly for me to speak to you about these things. Though he was proud that his adversaries were recognized, even by the imperial couple, he still valued his life. Solas would most likely be happy with what she would do, as a result of the lessons. But afterwards he would come and have his throat, because Gabriel, a man, had talked with his wife about such private matters. And anyway, for these kind of adversaries, my mate is a better option. She is my apprentice and the first to bear witness to the effectiveness of my methods. She would surely guide you on the right path. May you both have a fruitful discussion, finishing speaking as quickly as he could, especially the last part. Though neither could refute his words nor decline his solution, Gabriel made use of his werewolf abilities in the best way he could. And this was clean as swiftly as possible. Though he really was curious why Celia felt the need to get adversaries from him. That man was already crazy about her to the point he was practically glued to her. What could have triggered the werewolf queen to seek him? Well, he would find out from Maria later. His mate would most likely tell him what had made Celia come to their house. With the speed of a second-ranked werewolf, Gabriel was out of the door, before Maria could contradict him, or even open her mouth for that matter. Sign a bit. As she thought to postpone the killing of Gabriel until the latter would return home, Maria approached the couch and took a seat near Celia. She had even forgotten about the broken cups that she had dropped, in the awkwardness of the matter. But who could blame her? An irresponsible mate who declined any responsibility for his actions, and even pushed her in front of Celia to talk to her about his so-called shameless lessons, effectively forcing her to talk again about how she was courted by her mate. These were enough reasons to explain her erratic frame of mind. It also wasn't helping that Celia was about to cry. At least this was how Maria sensed Celia's mood. The usually expressionless pale face was now even paler, with only moist red eyes and a crimson nose being the evidence of her human lively state. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What exactly happened? Maria asked thoughtful. Solis, he doesn't love me anymore, she replied slowly, saying the bitter truth with her own mouth. Brought her even more pain than she had thought. Her heart kept tightening in sorrow. That can't be true. His Highness dearly loves you. Maria reasoned quickly, the swiftness of her answer partially because Celia's tears began to slowly fall from her eyes, but also because she was absolutely sure of her reply. The werewolf king was so infatuated with Celia to the point of obsession. Such a man changing his feelings in a short time was truly unthinkable. Just a month ago, he had decorated the whole palace with a multitude of roses in celebration of his mate's birthday. It is true. For this whole week he has ignored me. When we sleep he no longer hugs me, when in the past he would almost smother me to death and still would not move away for a second. He wouldn't even eat if I was not beside him, but he ate separately without a bother this week whether I was home or not. And today he even left a note, saying he didn't need to tell me where he would be going or when he would be returning, because there was no need for me to know. Maria's first reaction would have normally been to dismiss Celia's worries and attribute Solis's recent actions to only a tantrum, but Celia's hoarse voice prevented her from doing so. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oddly enough, Celia's reasons made sense. In any other situation and if it was any other man, these matters would have been explainable. But Solas would never leave Celia room to breathe for even a day. A week had already passed and he was still cold to her. She wouldn't think something as drastic as Celia was thinking, because Solas would never not love his mate. He had waited faithfully for her for 100 years already. You have to help me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What can I do to make him love me again? Celia pleaded as she took hold of Maria's hands. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's impossible for His Highness to fall out of love with you. In my opinion, His Highness might be. Several hours later, the royal palace. Sighing a bit with an obvious frown decorating his handsome visage, Solar slowly walked inside the hallway. He was so concentrated on his inner turmoil that he did not even notice the strange quietness of the palace until he had almost reached his and Celia's room. Only at this moment, he realized that he could not sense even one single maid in the private quarters. After 8 p.m., indeed all the maids would retire for the night, but it was only 5 p.m. right now, for not one single maid to be present. It was weird. As for the twins, they had started spending more and more time with Clarissa, their cousin Hope or Emery these days, so he did not feel worried about them, not to mention that the 2 7-year-old brats would be the ones who others feared because of their first rank, rather than the ones that needed protection. Reaching the door of his room, with his mind slightly distracted by these thoughts, he sighed again, sensing the strawberry smell he loved so much seeping out from the minor gaps that existed between the door and its frame. It seemed that his heartless mate was already inside their room. The beautiful, but mean woman had probably not even cared about his absence from the royal palace today. He loved her so much that he could hardly breathe if he was away from her for too long. But she was probably still fine without him. Had she even noticed his slight alienation from her this week? He pondered, hopeless. Probably not. He admitted to himself defeated. At the beginning of the week, he had been too busy and caught in difficult matters at the council's office, causing him to come later than usual for the dinner with his mate. He was worried when he arrived home that Celia had probably starved waiting for him to come. But not only was she all right with his absence from the table, she had even eaten unbothered without him. On one side, he felt thankful that his petite wife was fed and well taken care of, but on the other side, he felt bitter that she was all right enough to eat without him. It was quite a complicated feeling. It was a feeling he pondered about a lot, and it made him feel more and more conflicted and unsure of the extent of her feelings for him. Was it only the mate bond for her? Did she really love him? That night he decided to test how much she really loved him. Even though he felt his heartache so much not holding her close to his chest, he abstained and did not hug her to sleep. But she did not react at all. Then one thing led to another, and it had already been a week that he had tried to get a reaction out of her. He wanted the slightest indication that she was bothered by the alienation between them, but there was not even a small tiny proof of her displeasure. Clenching his jaws at these thoughts, he put his hand on the handle and slowly opened the door. No matter what, he would never release Celia from his side. In the end he would love her enough for the both of them. He could not live without her after all. He could only go back to how he was before, because he really could not stand another night without having her close in his arms. He loved her way too much to continue being away from her, even if she did not love him anymore. "Where were you?" a demanding voice asked. It was a bit higher pitched than usual, but he could still recognize this voice any time. "I had some business outside of the palace today. I just returned," Salas replied with a calm expression as he closed the door behind him. He was already resigned to the situation. Thus did not realize her slight displeasure evident not only because of her inquisitive tone, but also because of the crossed hands in front of her chest. "And you did not bother to tell me about it? Not even a phone call?" She continued talking with the same voice, her tone a bit graver than before. "Should I have called you? Do I have to call you each time?" Solis replied, still calm, but by replying with a question, you could tell he was also irked a bit. It seemed that even though he had told himself to go back to how he was before, he was still bothered his feelings were not reciprocated. "Of course you have to. And it's even Christmas Eve today," she replied again, a bit more annoyed. No matter how clueless she was in reading his intentions, it was clear she had noticed his upset state. "We are werewolves. We don't celebrate Christmas," he finally properly replied, but only made her sadder. They always made a Christmas tree for the girls and shared gifts. Now he was saying they were werewolves. Weren't they werewolves before too? Fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I guess I will not give you the gift. She sighed and wrapped even tighter her robe around herself. Maria said to use that method, but he did not even want her gift. Gift? What gift? Solos's tone subtly changed from a sad state to a curious one. No matter how upset he was, a gift from Celia would always grab his full attention. For some seconds, Celia did not reply to his question. She was trying to gather her courage, but it was taking more than she expected. Was she too upset because of his words just now and did not want to give him the gift? Solos pondered concerned, and wanted to immediately justify himself and smooth things over, when his beautiful wife separated her hands from her chest, taking with them her satin pink robe too. Me, I am your gift, she replied with bright red cheeks, as his eyes darted from the top of her head to the sole of her feet. And how could he not check every single corner? Especially since the barely covering Santa mini dress hardly managed to cover the things that he really did not want to see covered at this moment. I will gladly accept it, he quickly said, and immediately used his werewolf speed to move closer towards the embarrassed over-the-top woman, who seemed to want to cover the inviting costume once again. You said you aren't celebrating Christmas, so you won't receive it anymore, she said, annoyed, with his arms already on her waist, effectively impeding her from closing her robe again. Solos's expression swiftly changed to the warmest temperature possible. How was this creature so lovable? Her puffed annoyed cheeks and the scolding tone. He could just eat her up right in this very second. I am celebrating it. I will celebrate always and forever, he quickly added, and had already roughly lowered himself on the bed above Celia, preventing the latter from escaping his arms. Yushi wanted to scold again, but could not as he hungrily covered her lips, taking a second to let Celia catch her breath. Solos rose his head a bit, wanting to look at her dazed expression. What's the matter? He hurriedly asked, seeing the large teardrops that fell on his most precious person's face. He really wasn't expecting her sad expression at this moment. I thought you did not love me anymore. She sobbed and quickly hugged him desperately. His kiss was proof that he still had feelings for her. Right, she hoped with all her heart, as she tightened her hold on him. No matter what, you're mine. I will never let you leave me. How could you not call me and tell me where you were? How could you fall asleep and not hug me tight? She continued complaining as she increased even more her hold. Solos's heart felt like it could burst every second now. Not only had she noticed his gestures, but she was also affected by them. She really did love him. Her scolding points only warming up his more with each matter she complained about. Yes, I am all yours. The clingy werewolf king immediately agreed, satisfied as never before that he made the petite woman admit her love. Then he waited no more and finally uncovered the parts that the mini dress hadn't allowed him to see earlier. At the same time, elsewhere, your highnesses, this is the last time. Clarissa sighed as she sat between the two small girls. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They replied in unison and even nodded their head to express their honesty. But Clarissa knew that it most definitely was not the last time. They had told her so numerous times before. Not to mention that even though they nodded and agreed, they did not even bother to look in her direction, giving up on convincing the girls on why they should not come to this mansion again. She plopped her head on her hands and started to swing her legs just like the two troublemakers were doing. There they are, the small blue-eyed beauty said, as her sister immediately followed her line of sight. They are even cuter than before. But both of them expressed pleased by the sight. Your highnesses, please, speak slower, Clarissa advised quickly. They were in a tree right now, and as it was covered with a lot of snow, the three of them should be quite camouflaged thanks to their white coats and dresses. The branch they had chosen to sit on was also quite high up, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It's all right, even if they notice. The two again spoken in unison. No, it's not. It's not the right time for you to meet them. She tried to convince the mischievous bear, who did not pay attention to her warnings at all. It was quite evident she was not listened to. Otherwise the two girls wouldn't have both dropped two small transparent roses on the ground. Your Highnesses, Clarissa concerned voiced. But it was already too late. She hadn't even managed to see with her eyes the position of the roses to start her spell that could retrieve them, when they were picked up from the snowed ground. Two small boys, who were mirror images of each other, looked mesmerized at the roses which magically changed their color as it came in contact with their touch. Kenneth, where are you? A man's hoarse voice called out to them, making them turn their attention from the light blue roses towards the door of the mansion, where a tall somber man was standing. Coming. Both of them replied, hearing their pet names, and trotted towards the entrance of the mansion. Your Highnesses, you really shouldn't have. Clarissa started to say, defeated. Why? They are ours. We have to make sure they know it. They both expressed sure of themselves. Honestly, like father, like daughters. The witch thought hopeless.